Joe from Pretoria. Is everything all right? People talk or say things.
Hello?
Why didn't you tell me it was out of order? I suppose you think that's funny.
I'm not allowed out the front door.
Who says you weren't?
Them.
Who?
Them.
It was terrible out there. I could hear breathing.
We told you.
Are you worried about the man?
They hate us. That's the truth. They want to kill and torture every one of us. You can see it in their eyes.
Come now, Frederick. Do you dream about unholy things?
I really don't like what's going on here. There's something wrong, and that's a fact.
Wait. What did you dream last night? This manifestation of evil. You must be delivered from evil.
I better be going.
I'll see you out. What will your testimony be at the inquest tomorrow?
The truth, I suppose.
Truth is relative. Even off the force, a fella can use a little help. Have you decided what line of work you'll be going into?
I only have the one trade.
What do you mean?
I'm a cop. A detective. I'm going private, that's all.
Who with? The Pinkertons? You got something lined up?
Just my own little agency.
I see. When were you planning on getting started?
Well, right away.
Oh, that's a shame. That really is.
How so?
Oh, the paperwork on these matters. A goddamn shame. Red tape. Sometimes an application for a license can be turned down for the most trivial of reasons. For no reason at all, actually.
So that's how it is.
I'll tell you how it is, Mr. Hiller. Go out of the department under a cloud and you tie yourself up in a police scandal. Months go by, and you're not going to get your private detective's license till it's over, till maybe, not never.
Suppose I agree to corroborate Lang and Miller's story.
I'm good at cutting red tape.
How good?
You'll have your license tomorrow, good.
And when the trial comes up, suppose I pull a double cross. Suppose I tell a different story, like the real one.
I don't think you do that. You're not a stupid man. Licenses get revoked for no good reason sometimes. The mayor giveth, and the mayor taketh the fuck away.
Shit. God damn it. I'll do it.
Thought you might. Sergeant Miller, get yourself a good night's sleep, Mr. Heller. Nate, you have a busy day tomorrow. Sergeant Miller here will see you home.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
I've heard it said before, like, it was a very smart man named Robert Meyer Burnett who said the currency of our current age is authenticity. And it's so true.
Well, greetings, Imagination Connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your sommelier of sci-fi and cinema, your evangelist of the imagination, and of course, well, it's not defined yet, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future, your existential Mr. Rogers. That's right, me, Robert Meyer Burnett, and I am Rob casting it you. You imagination connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post-Geek Singularity community. This is it. The 1000th episode of Robservations that has been very difficult to get to. It's been a long road. Getting from here to there. Exactly, 1,000 episodes. We didn't have to worry about our warp speed, or the Vulcans suppressing us. We could do whatever we want. It's Paramount that suppresses us now. Just kidding, just because they gave this channel a copyright strike Otoy did, because no one liked my supercut. Even though my supercut got 100,000 views. It wasn't my supercut. It was Julian's supercut. But, I didn't do it. I just hosted it. Anyway, people are like, what? Doesn't matter. Half the time people say, what? This is the 1,000th episode of Robservations. Here's how it's going to go. I tried to get everybody in. There's a lot of people I couldn't get in because giving people 20 minutes of time, I'm sure a lot of people will fall out. So if you sent me something and you didn't get on this list, there's a backup list. So don't worry about that. Now, I have to say this. Right now, I've got Altar of Madness waiting to come on. Altar of Madness, you get to come on at 10 a.m. It's 8:07. So go get some breakfast or something and come back because I got guests coming on at 9 and 9:30. And the way it's going to go down today is I've got a list of people, and it's going to be every 20 minutes. And then I have TRUE NOIR author Max Allen Collins coming on. I've got an interview that I want to play. And there's other things happening at 10 p.m. That's right, 10 p.m. We're going to shift over, and we're going to do a midnight metal episode with Dave Parker within the show, and we're still going to have guests coming on. I have guests coming on till 2 a.m. Am I going to be able to do this? We'll see. You can't climb Mount Everest without breaking a few eggs, right? I've never done this before. I would have had the stream go continuously, but you can only broadcast for 12 hours on YouTube, and then it stops. So we'll be broadcasting for 11 hours, and there will be an hour break, and I'll get some food or whatever. But before I really get into this, I did want to say a few things to set this up. I mean, I began my YouTube career, such as it is, in April of 2015. And I got contacted by my dear friend John Schnepp, who had just started doing a comic book related show called, well, at the time it was called AMC Heroes. It later became Collider Heroes during my stint. And of course, Steve Frosty had created the Collider channel. I met Frosty when he first moved out to LA, when he came to Comic-Con. He was a friend of my friend Scott Hyman, and he came and hung out with our group, and he was wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and who knew he could create Collider into the empire that it is today. And people like Perry Nemiroff, who I met at Collider, are now you see her on movie screens, and you see her when you go fill up your gas, along with Scott Mantz, sometimes, if they have screens. So anyway, that's how I began. John Schnepp called me up and he said, hey, why don't you come on in and do this show and talk about comic book movies? I'm like, okay, that sounds fun. And my first day, it was in April of, as I said, 2015. I met John Campea. And it was me, John Schnepp, and John Campea. I didn't know who John Campea was. I was not somebody that paid much attention to YouTube 9 years ago, almost 10 years ago now. I watched trailers on YouTube, but I wasn't a part of that YouTube ecosystem. I wish I was, because I would have started my own channel like Jeremy Johns did even earlier. And but I didn't really embrace it. I was doing other things, and I didn't realize what it really was. And so doing, in a way, I regret now looking back on it. It's not regret, but I wish I'd done things differently, is that I would just come into Collider, do my show, and leave. I didn't really know everybody. I didn't, know people, like Christian Harloff and Mark Ellis, who did the Schmoes Know and had the Schmodown and did all the different shows at Collider, because I wasn't really a part of it. I never actually really met them. I just came in, did the show, and left. And I kind of got to know them later. And then, we started doing the Schmodown, but we were doing it more internally. And for me, the Schmodown was something I did whatever I knew off the top of my head. And then as the Schmodown grew and it became bigger, Christian said to me, you should play a character, and explained I didn't really watch wrestling. As a matter of fact, I didn't like wrestling only because wrestling, as people might remember, in the 80s sort of took over Fangoria magazine. John Carpenter was a big fan of wrestling, and I didn't really understand the theatrics of it all. So I didn't know who Ric Flair was. And Christian said to me, look up this guy Ric Flair. You should be a heel. And I learned all this new terminology. And I sort of embraced that, but I still kind of went into Collider, and this character that Christian wanted me to play, I became a heel, but I still didn't get to know there's a lot of great people that who are at Collider that I really liked. People like Emma and everybody, Roxy, but I didn't get to know them very well. I remember Roxy sitting me down and saying, "Do you work on films. When I had started at Collider, I was editing a low-budget time travel sci-fi thriller, very low budget, but it was cool. That was directed by my friend Mike Hurst. He was one of the producers of Femme Fatales, and I directed 5 episodes of Femme Fatales. But when I go in to do one job, I don't talk about other jobs, so I don't go in there and go, "Hi, my name's Rob Burnett. I've done this and this and this." You don't really do that, because when I'm doing a job, I go in to do that job. And the problem is, I've done so many different things within the entertainment business. I mean, if you go to Lionsgate's new website, I wrote 2 sort of mini reviews for their brand new website that launched this week. I wrote a piece on The Conversation, and I wrote a piece on Apocalypse Now. And I just submitted pieces for Kill Bill 1 and 2 that they will publish next month. I mean, it's I'm telling you guys this, but you don't drop your CV everywhere you go. But I do regret not getting to know the people at Collider more, because a lot of them are great people, and I think that my character was misconstrued as being me, which led to some problems, and I feel bad about that. But hey, it all worked out in the end. So it wasn't until 2018, John Schnepp was always after me saying, "Hey, you should start your own YouTube channel." I'm like, I don't know. He goes, "No, you've got this interesting perspective. You're always so excited about things." This is only after Discovery had been on for 1 year. And he goes, you have such a winsome, I don't know how he put it, but I'll take it under advisement. Elizabeth, she would say to me, "You should start your own YouTube channel and stuff." And I don't know. And she actually bought me the first iteration of this Yeti mic. And it was both John Schnepp and Elizabeth that really convinced me to start a YouTube channel. So around this time in 2018, I launched this network, the Burnettwork. And the guiding principle of the Burnettwork, the thing that I thought, okay, well, what could I possibly bring to YouTube, the YouTube space, is that I wanted to sort of recreate the idea of what it was like going to the San Diego Comic-Con. Because I've been going to San Diego Comic-Con since 1988, and I've been going to conventions since I was 10 years old, even younger, because they had these events in Seattle when I was growing up, the Sci-Fi Expo that was put on by the One Reel Vaudeville Company that was at the Seattle Center, and there was Star Trek events that I would go to put on by the PSST, the Puget Sound Star Trekkers, and so I've been going to convention-type events since I was a kid. There was Norwestcon, there was comic book conventions. Seattle was great for pop culture. We had per capita more movie theaters than any other city in the country, and it was just a wonderful place to grow up. So I was very experienced with fandom, which I was active in since I was really young, to be honest. So what I wanted to do was to bring the idea of what it was like to go to a convention and kind of in San Diego when I first started going. Well, when I first started going, you'd wander around and it was a bunch of sweaties, as John Schnepp would call us, rifling through long boxes like, here's X-Men 58. It was not there were no girls there. I'm sorry, Amy Dallin, but there just weren't. There was a few maybe, but it's like when you went to Star Trek conventions, the girls were there for the alternative lifestyle. But no, there was folk singers. But so that's what I wanted this to be, just open it up to everybody. I started rambling, but that's not what I first wanted to do initially. What I first wanted to do initially was do a show that leaned into my strengths as a documentarian. As many of you know, starting in 1999, I started working in home entertainment, and I started working on special features for documentary special features for movies. And my friend Michael Pellerin at Curdy Pellerin tapped me. Recently, I was working at NBC as a Predator, and he tapped me to the first thing I ever worked on was Disney's Fantasia. I did a piece on Herman Schulteis, who actually did physical effects that were animated over for Fantasia. And Herman Schulteis left this crazy book behind that they found after he disappeared. He literally disappeared, like on a Disney trip into the jungles of South America. And I did that piece, and then Michael Pellerin brought me on full-time after I spent my year at NBC. And then I came on and I worked on special features. So in the first part of the aughts, starting in 2000, beginning with Fantasia, I worked on things like Snow White, and I made a feature-length documentary about the making of Tron. I worked on The Emperor's New Groove. I did some work on Atlantis. And then, of course, our company, I was awarded the Lord of the Rings movies. So suddenly I found myself in New Zealand. And it was a crazy time. And Free Enterprise had come out and made no money. So now I'm working for all the major studios and started my own company in 2002, Ludovico Technique, because Michael didn't want to do the work that I was being given by Bryan Singer. I did Usual Suspects. Actually, MGM gave me that, and I convinced Bryan to come do it. And then he hired me to do X-Men 1.5 and X2, and then Disney gave me Chronicles of Narnia. It was just a crazy, and that's kind of how a career happens. It morphs, and at the same time, I purchased with my partners at the time and developed the script for Agent Cody Banks. And I was a producer on Agent Cody Banks and the god-awful, and I'll say it, god-awful, I got to watch firsthand at the studio level, how do you destroy an IP? And if you want to see how you destroy an IP, look no further than Agent Cody Banks 2, Destination London. And most people say, there was a second Agent Cody Banks movie? Yes. And a lot of these experiences I had gave me, I think, a unique perspective as a YouTuber because I brought to bear my knowledge of these things working in the industry. My home video company, Ludovico Technique, I brought on people to work for me, people like the very talented Dave Parker, who I started working with way back in the early 90s at Full Moon Entertainment. And my association with Dave, and because of his vision and my pushing him to do certain things, which he did very well, we got to make The Hills Run Red in Bulgaria for Warner Brothers and Joel Silver back in 2008. And then cut to 2015, actually 2000, I bounced around. I ended up working on Star Trek for 3 years. I worked on Star Trek, the entire restoration of Star Trek The Next Generation and Enterprise. We did 16 discs, including the 7 seasons of Next Gen, the 4 seasons of Enterprise, and then we did 5 other discs of the 2-parters cut into what we called movie versions. And I saw my DVD work play on 1,200 theaters across the United States. I sat down with the entire cast of Next Generation. So I've had as far as a fan goes, I would call myself a professional fan. That if somebody asked me, well, what is it you really are? And I would say I was able to turn all of my fan interests as a child into a professional career such as it is. And that career has, certainly very, very high highs and very, very low lows. And over the last 30 years, it hasn't been easy. And I think a lot of people, Hollywood is a place of attrition. You stick around long enough to see yourself become the villain. But that's sort of where I was at. But the first iteration of what I wanted to do with this show, which is the pilot for this show, I don't know if many people who are watching today saw it, but you're going to see it right now because I get to go get a cup of coffee while I play things on the show. So what I wanted to do was take my DVD work, my special features work, my documentary work, and turn it into like a weekly or a bi-weekly show. And I went up with Elizabeth in the summer of 2018 to Seattle, and I did things like we took a ferry and we went and saw the Blue Angels. I wanted her to see the unlimited hydroplane races. I don't know if you guys know what unlimited hydroplane racing is, or as they call it, the Thunderboats. They're boats that go 200 miles an hour on the water, and they look like spaceships. They've developed over the years. When I was a kid, it was the coolest thing ever, and I grew up on Mercer Island, Washington, which is in the middle of Lake Washington, and between Mercer Island and Seattle, they have the unlimited hydroplane races, and every year the Blue Angels fly. So we went up to Seattle, and I shot the Blue Angels. I got pit passes, so we got to go into the pits where all the boats are serviced and everything. So I showed Elizabeth all that, and we went all over the city. And then I went to Olympia, Washington, where my high school friend, Greg Smith, lived in a house that he built himself by hand. And he had become a cosplayer, later in life, at 50. And he had built a 1-to-1 scale Luke Skywalker's land speeder, and he was trooping, as he called it, doing charity events. So my first episode was a showcase of Greg Smith. And I'm going to show that to you now. This was the first iteration of this show, Robservations. And you can see me as a slightly heavier guy. And what I wanted to do with the show. And I figured it was important because I even forgot I did this, and it was a very different kind of a show. Elizabeth was a camera person on it, and it'll explain to you what it was I wanted this channel to be. And then after I realized that, from the time I shot the footage, which was in August, I didn't even have the thing edited because I was so busy until like November. I'm like, well, fuck this. I'm just going to turn on a camera and talk. And at the time, I was in basically the laundry room of our house in Pasadena that we'd been renting. And the Robservatory has had 3 iterations. This is the 3rd. The first was literally between the kitchen. There was a little, like I guess you'd call it a mud room that had the laundry room in it. And I was sitting in there, and you can see my desk. It's the same desk I'm sitting at now, but the opening of this Robservations episode was from, you can see the desk that I sit at from the opposite direction. And I figured you'd all get a kick out of that. So go grab yourself some coffee. This is 33 minutes long, and I'm going to go feed the dogs, and I'm going to go grab some coffee, and I will be back with you for more Robservations 1000. The first guest, and Altar of Madness. I know you're waiting in the room, in the waiting room, but your time is not until 10 a.m. And we have Johnny Millennium coming on, our first guest, at 9 a.m. Pacific. There are a total of 42 guests scheduled. Well, I don't know why I did this. You know, it's like Chuck Woolery, rest in peace. Would that be 4 and 2? And you know why there's 42 guests. Come on. I expect each one of them to provide us the answers to life, the universe, and everything. Or maybe illuminate us to as what the question actually is. Anyway, if you want to chime in, as always, you can use the Super Chat feature. You can also use the tip function, which is in the description of this show. And I have lots to talk about and more to tell you about True Noir, when it's dropping, which is soon, and how it's going to drop. And for all of you people that supported the Kickstarter, you're going to get it first. But if you haven't seen it in a while, or if you've never seen it at all, here is the pilot episode of Robservations, which I did 6 years ago, shot in the summer of 1988, finished. I want to say I dropped it in November, maybe December. I'm not sure. Some things are the same. Some things are different. But I hope you enjoy this. Greetings, my imagination connoisseurs. Welcome to this, the debut episode of Robservations, the show about something. And I'm your host, Robert Meyer Burnett. Some of you might be asking yourself, what is this show? What is Robservations supposed to be? This show is celebrating fandom in all of its myriad forms. All of you out there, all of you watching this right now are probably great fans of science fiction, fantasy, horror, video games, role-playing games, tabletop games, toys, action figures, model kits, in my case, flying model rockets, anything that used to be called geeky. Well, I am an OG. I am an original geek. And this show is all about celebrating those things. I'm hoping to introduce you to things you might not know, people you've never met, professionals, fellow fans like yourself. I want to explore the entire world of fandom. In every episode of Robservations, I'm going to bring you some aspect of fandom filtered through my, well, let's face it, slightly off-kilter gaze. And I'm gonna need your help to do that. So I want this show to be participatory. I'd like you guys to comment. I'd like you to offer me suggestions. I want us to go on this journey together. And I want Robservations to be the kind of show that you're never gonna know what you're gonna get, but it will be about something after all. One of the things that I've been particularly interested and fascinated by over the last couple of decades is the rise of cosplay. Now, I'm not a cosplayer myself, but what I've loved about cosplay is it's become a unifying force in fandom. You've seen young people cosplay. You've seen older people cosplay. I've seen entire families cosplay. Cosplay has gone mainstream. There was even a television show called Heroes of Cosplay. When you go to, say, the San Diego Comic-Con, you see people of all walks of life, all races, sizes, colors, and creeds cosplaying their favorite characters, whether they're superheroes, whether it's Ripley from the Alien franchise. How many Deadpools can there be? Slave Leia, or pardon me, Hut Slayer Leia. How many of those costumes have we seen? Unbelievable amounts of creativity going on in the cosplay community. 4 years ago, when I was speaking on a kaiju panel at Stan Lee's Kamikaze, a mother and her child, I never really knew if it was a daughter or a son, came to our panel, and she, the mother, was dressed as Mothra. Musara, one of my favorite monsters from the whole Toho pantheon. And her son or daughter dressed as Godzilla. Over the last 25 years, I'm astonished by the level of creativity that you see within cosplay and in the cosplay community. One of my favorite Facebook friends that I've never met is a woman who lives in Texas, Lars Ebersol. She's a fine artist, she's a makeup artist, she's an SFX makeup artist, she's a sculptress, and what's amazing to me about what she does, and she's one of the most impressive cosplayers that I've ever seen, is she combines all of these disciplines into creating a female version of Darth Maul, for instance. She did Hela from Thor Ragnarok. She's done all kinds of original creations and characters I don't know. She's also done traditional 60s Catwoman. Here's a photo of her in the Batmobile. But seeing what she was able to do with her interest in all of this and then turn it into something that makes it uniquely hers, that's an example of the kind of cosplay that really fascinates me. Now, I have a personal connection to cosplay. A good friend of mine who's my age suddenly started posting photographs of himself dressed as Boba Fett in what looked to me to be a very screen-accurate Boba Fett costume. And then one day he posts a photograph of a full-scale land speeder that he's built, and I find out he's joined the 501st, Vader's Fist. Now, I needed to know more about this. So last August, we went to Seattle to watch one of my favorite things in the world, the unlimited hydroplane races, the H1 unlimited hydroplane races on Lake Washington. I've been going to them since I was a little kid. One of the highlights of that day is the Blue Angels also perform. Watching the Blue Angels strafe Lake Washington, flying literally just 50 feet, 100 feet above the lake surface, it's incredible. But while I was up there, I thought, let's go visit Greg Smith, my good buddy Greg Smith. In 1985, Lucasfilm rented out 9 theaters across the United States and showed for the very first time all 3, it was only 3 at the time, Star Wars films in one theater to benefit public broadcasting. And so Greg and I were first in line. I did cosplay. I cosplayed Yoda. And I was first in line, and then Greg Smith was wearing a Darth Vader helmet. I ended up getting Saturday Breakfast Club detention because of this photograph that was on the cover of the Seattle Times calendar section, our arts and entertainment section. So we drove the 70 miles down to Olympia, Washington, where my buddy Greg Smith lives in a house in the woods. And I wanted to go interview him about what got him back into cosplaying. Why did he decide to start making Star Wars costumes and dressing up as Star Wars characters basically in middle age? And I'm not gonna lie, I really wanted to see his full-size land speeder. So this segment with Greg is the kind of thing Robservations is gonna bring you on a bi-weekly basis. Let's go meet Greg Smith.
I've been a Star Wars fan since about 1977 when Star Wars was first released.
Your father was an artist. You were always very artistic when we were growing up together. No one could weather a snowspeeder model the way you could. Did you always know you were going to go into a profession that was artistic, or was that something that you knew from an early age?
Well, growing up, I didn't know what I was going to do, but art's always been a passion, and so I eventually figured out a way to incorporate that into what I do. So I do residential design and construction, and the Star Wars stuff is more of a sideline or hobby.
Now, the house that we're standing in right now, you actually designed and built, right?
That's right, and we built it in about a year and a half back in 2005.
Now, did you actually build this house yourself?
Yeah, I did the foundation, the excavation, the framing, the siding, the roofing, all the trim work. There's some things we subbed out to make them happen faster.
What moment in your life, as you know, we're getting up there in years,
Yeah.
did you decide you wanted to make Star Wars costumes, and how did you get involved with the 501st?
Well, I got involved in the 501st after I researched my Boba Fett costume. Now, you might remember I did a Boba Fett costume in about 1980 or so when we were in junior high, and I wanted to remake that costume and that experience back in 2015. So I did. I made a cardboard Boba Fett costume, but realized after doing research online that there's a whole world of people who know everything about that costume. After Halloween, I spent another year rebuilding it and bringing it up to movie accurate specifications so I could join the 501st Legion.
Tell us what the 501st Legion is, and how did you decide you wanted to try and join them?
Well, the 501st Legion is a worldwide charity costume organization authorized by Lucasfilm to make appearances in Star Wars character costumes. We do charity events like hospital visits, parades, walkathons. We raise money for Children's Hospital. I heard about them vaguely through the years and didn't really look into it until I started researching my Boba Fett costume. And one of the things that came up a lot in doing that research was this concept of 501st accuracy, 501st approval. To meet that goal, I got involved with the local Garrison Titan, which is the Washington State garrison for the 501st Legion. And we have over 200 members. I started going to the meetings and met a whole bunch of really great people that have become good friends.
Did your wife, was she very tolerant of your interest in all of this?
My interest sort of didn't exist when I met my wife, and I got sort of re-interested in Star Wars when I started doing this Halloween costume. She sort of didn't realize how much of a Star Wars fan I was until a few years ago. My interest and my fanhood has sort of regenerated, been reborn. She's tolerant of it now because it is such an artistic outlet.
And does she help at all?
Not really. She doesn't help except in supporting me, but I do all my own sewing and painting and all that stuff. This was the first costume for the 501st I built, and this is the helmet, and this is all scratch built. The shape of the helmet is illustration board and foam core, and it has a styrofoam dome. And then originally I had a plastic visor that I made with window film, but this is an acrylic visor that you can buy. And it has a complex interior with fans and servos. There's some battery packs in there, and it has 3 9-volt batteries and some AA's in there to power the servo for the rangefinder and the fans. It has lights, so it has a light-up visor and blinky lights and a motor, and there's fans for when we do a parade or something and it's really hot. Because it's scratch built, it's actually very light compared to a lot of helmets, so it's easy to wear, and it's obviously custom fit. And the paint is pretty accurate for 501st. It's all based on templates that have been researched and screenshots and that kind of thing. And then I do it all by eye rather than tracing, which is what some people do. It's got, of course, the famous dent. And there's parts of it that come off with magnets, and it's all been painted a couple times. And there's a cast of a Casio circuit board behind the vent here. So this is the Boba Fett flight suit I made from a pajama pattern, and I adapted it. And of course it has the leg pouches, it has a lot of dirtiness added to it, weathering. You know, we like our weathering. One of the more recognizable parts are the gauntlets, and these are scratch built from illustration board and cardstock filled with foam. This gauntlet here actually has a radio frequency controller for the rangefinder that's on the helmet, and then this one has a 3D printed rocket and a flamethrower that I scratch built from various aluminum parts.
Now, when you build this stuff, do you have to like take all these pieces and then submit them to the 501st?
You do detailed photos of the front, back, side, etc. of your costume. And as long as the photos are detailed enough, that usually is good enough. Some things they will ask you about if the photos aren't clear enough. Sometimes you have to provide detail shots and a description. So this is a key part of the costume here. This is the armor, and it's attached to a fabric vest called a flak vest with grommets and Chicago screws. And the armor is actually a PVC sheet called Sintra, and it's heat formed with a heat gun, and rounded. The edges are rounded over, and then it has the paint job and all the weathering, the weathering is key for Boba Fett. And it features a chest display, which is made by a company called Fettronics. So these are things that are readily available.
And you're allowed to buy those, the 501st will let you buy the Fettronics display?
Yeah, the idea is that it's movie accurate, so you either learn to make it yourself or buy it. You could actually buy the whole costume pre-built by someone, but what's the fun in that? So that's actually something I printed out and stuck on there. Same with this one. Some people use stencils and paint them. Some people use decals that they can buy. I started out with printing mine out and sticking it on there like a decal, and it's lasted.
Right. Now what about the Wookiee scalps?
And the Wookiee scalps are made by a prop maker, and these are horsehair, and they come pre-braided. And all I did was give them some curl. They were sort of straight and flat, so I wanted them to have a little more screen-accurate curl to them. When we were kids, they called them Wookiee scalps. Now they call them Wookiee braids.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kind of like Slave Leia is no longer supposed to be Slave Leia, and
right, now she's Hutt Slayer.
Yeah, that's, yeah, right.
So this is Boba Fett's sidearm, which was only used for the Empire Strikes Back. What they used for the screen prop was a spear gun, a Pulse 40 spear gun, and then they painted it and modified the spear gun holster, and that's what he had for a sidearm, and that was later deleted for Return of the Jedi. And what I have is a 3D print that a friend did for me, and then I just put it together and weathered it and painted it.
Now, did you make the holster too?
I did make the holster. I used a papakura, I think is how you say it, paper pattern as a template, and then made it out of craft foam. And it hangs on my utility belt, and I added a snap so that little kids can't swipe the sidearm, which they have tried to do.
Right.
But it's very light because it's a 3D print.
Right.
It's super light, and I often forget that it's there. But it's unique to the Empire Strikes Back. The other weapon that Boba Fett has, of course, is his EE3 rifle. And this is a scratch-built item as well. The main part of the gun and the handle and the stock and the D bracket and the scope are all things I made. And then a friend of mine 3D printed the barrel to here. The tip of it is actually the same thing as some of the lightsabers are made from.
Okay.
So this is a flash tube from the Graflex photography flash, and they used it for the muzzle on the Boba Fett rifle. And it has a scope, which is famously mounted backwards. And I made my scope out of PVC conduit and other parts to make it look as accurate as I could. The stock is made from cedar. I carved that myself. And then these are casts of the greeblies that are originally used on the blaster. These little parts are actually model kit parts. It's a V8 model connecting rod. They just put those on there to add detail. And these are wire connectors. I used a sling from my binoculars case that was handed down to me by my parents. The strap broke off the case, so I said, I'm going to use it in a costume part. And of course, I used the guts from the toy to make this a somewhat functional blaster. So it makes noise and has a little... It's fun. The kids like it. And if I remove this screw, I can open the breech and change the batteries. And of course, the back armor has the jetpack on it. And this was one of the hardest things to make. And it was actually harder than the helmet. It's kind of a complex shape. You can buy these pre-made, but they're heavy. They can weigh 10, 15 pounds. This one, because I made it out of illustration board and foam core, weighs 3 pounds. So it's very comfortable to wear. I've had it on as long as 12 hours sometimes. Some of the details on it are 3D printed. A friend printed the thrusters and the missile, and then I just painted them to match. And to make it useful for trooping, these come out. This is threaded in, so it could be broken down and fit in a bin, and these just slide in and out.
Now, tell us what trooping actually is. How would you define trooping?
So trooping is a term that we use in the 501st for our events, and we have an online registering system for that event, and members can register for the event with their character name. Depending on the event, it might only be 6 of us, it might be 30, it might be more. There might only be one face character allowed, and a face character is Luke or Darth Vader, or in this case Boba Fett, whereas you can have as many stormtroopers as you can muster. So the trooping is kind of why we do what we do, because we get to appear and represent Star Wars and our characters, and sometimes we are in character and we try to use the same lines or the same voice. With Boba Fett, he only says 5 lines, so you're somewhat limited. But there's a lot you can do with just head nods and fist bumps and stuff like that. Our appearances are usually for charity, and if it's a big event like an Amazon company picnic, they might donate $10,000 to a children's hospital in our name. Or if it's a smaller event, it might only be a $200 donation. Last year at Emerald City Comic-Con, we raised over $25,000 for Children's Hospital. For the year in 2017, we raised almost $100,000.
Wow.
Overall. So.
And that was just the Washington Garrison.
Correct. Yeah. Which is a pretty good amount for the number of members we have. We have over 200 members, just a little bit over. The fundraising that we can accomplish through our membership appearances is pretty good.
That's amazing. So
after being in the 501st for a while with my Boba Fett costume, a group of like-minded people from the club decided to do a group build of the Resistance X-Wing pilots from The Force Awakens. And over the course of about 6 months, we met on weekends and put together our costumes. The first thing we had to do was figure out the pattern for the flight suit. There's embroidery, there's special ruffled elastic on the sleeves and neckband, there's pocket details. I did some of the sewing of my costume myself. I did a lot of the sewing for the arms and necks of other people's costumes. And it's made from outdoor fabric, and it's called Solar Cherry, so that became the nickname for our group. The Mae West, or life vest, for the costume was probably more difficult than the flight suit to make, and it features essentially what's supposed to be an inflatable vest and collar on top of a vest that you wear over the flight suit. And it has pretty complex straps and ribbing and padded areas, and the group sort of did all the research and figured out how to make those look accurate. So one of the details on the life vest is it has an insignia, a rebel insignia, and in Arabesh it says "pull to inflate," and there's nothing to pull. And it's upside down, so it only is readable when you're looking down as the wearer. So this is the chest box, and there's a buckle plate for the life vest. And the chest box is smaller and a little more intricate than the original trilogy chest boxes that the pilots had. This one has a light kit that I installed, and I provided those for other people in our group. And a friend in the group 3D printed these and then supplied those to the people in the group. I did my own paint job for that. We had a different hose at first, but it didn't last, so this is a replacement hose that I came up with, and it's held on by magnets in case it gets snagged or something like that. You want it to be movie accurate, but they also have to be functional, comfortable enough to wear for a long time, and I like to think of things like the magnet connection for safety.
Okay, now what is that?
So that's a patch I designed for our build group. Because we were nicknamed Solar Cherry Wing, I decided to use solar cherries in the design, and there's a profile of an X-Wing and the twin suns of Tatooine all rolled into one. We had those produced and sort of to commemorate the group build, and I designed it in my 3D program and then used colors that were sort of faded to have a more vintage look.
That's awesome.
The patch is not really screen accurate, so what I did is I sewed it to a pocket and then attached that to the flight suit, and then I hide it with the vest so it doesn't show when we're trooping, but we know it's there. For this group build, we used the Black Series toy helmets that are sold by Disney. So this is a Poe Dameron helmet that's been repainted.
How does the 501st feel about buying a toy helmet? Do you have points removed for that because you didn't build it from scratch? How does that work? Is that okay with your build?
Well, it depends on what you do with it. Oftentimes you have to be approved. It has to be modified. In my case, I added reflective tape details that reminded me of my brother's Navy flight helmet that he brought home when he was in the service. It's nice for photographs because it pops. They look at the helmets, and as long as they look accurate, it's good enough. You can actually get upgrade parts online, actual metal parts to replace plastic parts and that sort of thing. Of course, these are like Boba Fett kill stripes, and then of course the weathering is what makes it look real.
That's great.
And this was also our group symbol, the Space Needle.
Oh. So costuming's fine. You know, a lot of people cosplay. That's cool. You're part of the 501st. But that wasn't enough for you, was it?
One of the things we do at large events is fundraising, and we have props for people to take pictures with. The year before last year, I helped build a speeder bike prop, full scale, movie accurate, so that people could sit on it and get pictures. And then when that was done, I was inspired to do something similar, and I thought, I've always wanted to have Luke's land speeder. And the idea was born to build one. Over the course of a year, we did a little research and planning, and then I got about 20 people who helped build a full-scale land speeder.
And do you have it here?
I do. Would you like to see it?
I would like to see it.
Okay.
This is amazing. Here in this woodland setting in Olympia, Washington, you have a full-size land speeder. How accurate is this?
It's fairly accurate. We studied movie photos and other things online and made it as accurate as we could. The original prop, of course, was fiberglass and real parts, and we tried to recreate that as close as we could using photographs and 3D modeling for detail parts and greeblies. It's probably actually a slightly bigger than the original prop because I scaled it to fit my frame using photographs, and I'm taller than Mark Hamill, so it came out a little bit larger than full scale, but it's built from plywood and concrete forms and insulation foam and found parts. A lot of the greeblies, my friend Henry Ford 3D modeled and created for the prop, and he was one of the main helpers in the build. The engines are made from, mostly from foam actually. They're quite light. They actually just come right out. And of course the original exposed engine prop was the same jet engine part as IG-88's head and the drink dispensers in the Mos Eisley Cantina. We didn't have one of those, so we made ours out of cardboard and plastic to make it look as accurate as we could. The weathering and the scratches, and these are Womp Rat scratches or something like that. Right. They're part of what make Luke's Landspeeder iconic. The dent in the nose, the paint chips, that's all part of Luke's Landspeeder. To do this, we've got a mixture of plywood and foam parts here, and so I used a grinder and literally just carved slashes into the body, and then we carefully painted the grooves of the scratches silver.
Right.
And then we put so much weathering over it, you can hardly tell we did that.
Right.
I took photographs, and I had my laptop sitting on the nose and blew up the photograph until I could see enough detail, and then I just hand sketched out the shape of the scratch.
Right.
And then again used my grinder to carve it out until it looked right. And this is a mixture of foam and plywood here as well. Well, the grill is just slats made out of plywood.
Oh.
And then covered with foil tape and weathered. And they're actually an assembly that's bolted together with vertical rods, and then that is screwed to the body. And there's holes in the grill work from where they mounted cameras in when they did the original filming. So we made those holes in our grill too. The interior was a bit of a challenge because there's only a few photos of the interior from the original prop, and a lot of the parts they used will look familiar from other Star Wars props, and what we did is we modeled them as closely as we could and used real parts and 3D printed parts to make the interior parts. Some of the parts we embellished, like the circuitry inside the binnacles we added just for extra flair. And there's some symbols and shapes that people will recognize from other vehicles.
And then the shield.
Yeah, the windshield was one of the biggest challenges actually because of its shape. And so what we came up with was to actually raise money for and buy a $500 skylight, dome skylight, and then cut a piece out of it for the windshield. That was a special fundraiser that we had, and then I just traced a line with tape and cut it with a grinder, and it worked out pretty well. In the original Star Wars, Luke had this long-range rifle, and it was only in a couple shots of the movie, but we decided that we wanted one for people to pose with when this was at Comic-Con. And so a couple people in the build group made this prop, and that's what we have a lot of photos of people posing with this.
And now, what was the total build time on this?
We built this over the course of 4 months and 18 build parties. I think we had 19 people help in the build in various stages, and we had 29 donors who donated money or other things to the build. This was self-funded, and it was really a group effort. And we had a deadline to get it ready for the Emerald City Comic-Con in 2018, and we met that goal with hours to spare.
For someone who's rediscovered their fandom again, you know, at another point in your life, how do you now feel about what you're doing? And you're obviously bringing a lot of joy to a lot of people and joy to yourself.
Well, for me, it's a real artistic outlet, and for years I didn't do anything artistic but work, which has some artistic components, but it wasn't fun necessarily. And so this was a way to really get back into art, being creative again, and designing things and problem solving. Ultimately, it's all for a good cause. The costuming, the props, everything we do as a charity organization, it's to help other people. Kids of all ages love seeing us at events, and when a 4-year-old hugs your leg and won't let go because her favorite character is Boba Fett, you know, you can't beat that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, that was what Robservations began as. That was clearly, to me, unsustainable. Not only would I have to travel all over the place to do these things, it's just the amount of work required editorially, and I mean, I could have probably done it faster, but it was just tough to do, tough to sustain. I'd love to get back to it. As you know, I mean, I make stuff up on this channel on the fly. Hey, we had a film festival, which has never been finished. Somebody asked in the chat, are you going to finally finish the film festival? Well, the festival was finished. We had over 57, so we had 57 submissions. Some of those made it into big film festivals. Some people who made really interesting movies, I tried to contact that I really liked, and I never heard back from them again. So I hope they're okay. One of the things when you have a YouTube channel that you have for any long period of time, there are people that come and go, you know, like family. And you never know why they go. Maybe you piss them off. Maybe they aren't with us anymore. I want to say I use a piece of artwork, this piece of artwork by Mark Chure, Mark C. He was a vocal supporter of this channel, even though politically, we might have been on opposite sides of the street. He was a wonderful guy who passed away. I didn't know how ill he was, and his sister contacted me and gave me this original pen and ink drawing that he had done and some other work. And so that's why I show this at the beginning of every episode as an honor to Mark C., who, you know, is a guy that I really respectful, very smart. And he was, you know, a patron of a lot of people's YouTube channels. A lot of people know him, loved him, remembered him, and he's no longer with us. But you know who is with us? Our first guest, who's been on this channel before, who's been around. He's been around the YouTube space longer than I have been, and he knows a lot about games, more than I know. And you know him, you love him. He's Johnny Millennium. Welcome.
Oh my God.
Welcome to you're the first guest here on the 1000th episode of Robservations.
Rob, it's interesting because you said...
Are those Cinefex behind you?
Cinefex? No.
Oh, okay. I just thought...
No, these are all games.
I was just going to say I got it, but the spines look like Cinefex magazine.
I know, I definitely know Cineflex. I used to love that magazine as well. But, Rob, I just want to say congrats on 1,000 episodes.
It's wild. I'm just one guy. But, you know...
You are, and you're a guy that's really affected a lot of people, and I'm one of those people. And if you would let me, I would love to tell my story.
How I
discovered you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, we have to go back in the Wayback Machine to the year 2000.
Wow.
And I did a blind buy. You know, me and my friends were like you, Rob, you know, nerd culture, movies, you know, anime, video games, everything. We loved it all. And I saw something, and you know, back then, there's no downloading or anything like that.
No.
I had to do a blind buy. And I bought this little movie here.
Wow.
And this is my original DVD copy.
That's Canadian, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's Canadian. Yeah.
And I had to go to a distribution center to get it because it was so hard to find back then.
Yeah,
and
it still is.
It still is. And I think I spent like $40. And back in 2000 was a lot of money, but that's what you did. That's what you had to invest in your hobby. I brought it home. I watched it on my own. And I was completely blown away. I was like, oh my God, who made movie. And then I watched the documentary. And I watched that documentary, Rob, so many times because I wanted to know, who are these guys? They're just like me. They're like, they made a movie for me, but they made a movie for themselves. This is like the most amazing pop culture. And then I brought my friends over and I made them watch it, and then they loved it. And you know what? What was crazy back in the year 2000s, like there's so many bits in that movie that we could relate to, but driving around with our friends playing Star Trek. We did that all the time.
Yeah.
We lived in a place called North Delta. We called it the Delta Quadrants. You know, I mean, we would just play, like we would always do that. We were playing, anyways, that's a whole other episode into itself. So that was that. Watched the documentaries, loved the movie. I adored everything that it did. And I liked that it wasn't a super high budget movie. This movie was just, but it was the right budget. It was perfect. It was too flashy.
To be honest, we shot the movie for $600,000.
That's unbelievable.
And it was insane because it was like 42 locations. We didn't have any standing sets. We drove all over. I mean, we literally shot it at places like Jerry's Deli that we hung out in. And then the main club in the movie, I had been to a few times, but it was always usually dark, and I wanted it to look like Captain Pike's Club from The Cage. So we lit it all up, and when we lit it all up, it looked like Pike's Club. And I told Chuck Barbie, my director of photography, I said, I want you to make this look like this. And it was such a it's funny because it led to nothing for me professionally.
Yeah.
Because it didn't make any money. It's been out of print since 2006. It's very hard to see. There's a standard definition copy playing somewhere on Plex, but it's not even the right version of the film. And hopefully we're still. The owner of the movie needs to release it to us. I'd love to do a 4K version.
I know that. Is it the producers that are in the documentary? Is it those guys?
Yeah. Well, one of them passed away, Alan Kaufman, but it's the husband and wife. They're no longer together. And so that was kind of acrimonious, I think. And it would be nice because the movie would be more relevant than ever. I mean, I might get canceled for some of the jokes today.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think they're part of a certain time period. And I think people can appreciate that for what it was. You can't cancel somebody for the past.
Well,
Not for arts and like that.
Let me ask you something. Obviously, you've had an incredible presence on YouTube, and tell people what your channel is and who you are.
Oh, Rob, I honestly don't want to make it about me. It's about you today. I wanted to just ask you how your journey on social media has been, and if you could offer me, because people are always asking me. There's a lot of people that want to start YouTube channels and things like that, and you were there before I was, and I mean, you establish yourself, and you have your brand, and I was curious. If you were to go back and look at, how long have you been on the interwebs? 16 years now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, but it's allowed a lot of us to bring us a little bit more financial security. I mean, independent filmmaking, part of the horror of it all, Orson Welles talked about how he spent more time trying to raise money. We're always over budget. We're always under schedule. You're always borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, looking for, at least for me, like I won't eat for a few days as I'm looking for some shekels to put into whatever project you're working on. That's just par for the course. A lot of people can't hang with that. They can't, they don't like that. It's like, no, I'll eat ramen for a week, as long as I can. But I think it's fascinating, Rob, because I just turned 50. Actually, I'll be turning 51 in January. We're part of the older demographic now. Yeah.
And so I actually am very thrilled that me and you got to grow up in a time where there was no social media.
No.
You know what I mean? Where we got to actually hang out with our friends and talk and remember things. Like one of your buddies, are you still friends with him, Eric Wallace? I always remember, he was burned into my brain from that documentary. I was like, look at this hardcore guy.
Okay, here's Eric Wallace was the showrunner of The Flash. Wow. The TV series. Wow. And what's been interesting is most of the people in Free Enterprise that are played by the actors went on to be very successful in the entertainment business. Our friend Dan Weber, who Jonathan Slavin plays, he ended up writing for The Simpsons and Futurama, has done very, very well for himself. Eric Wallace started working at Spelling Entertainment in the early or the mid-90s and worked his way up and is a major TV executive now, running shows about superheroes. Which, I mean, living the dream. It was really interesting because there was a group of us kind of like in Close Encounters. You know, we heard the call of Devil's Tower, and we were instilled with the signal from the mothership, and everybody sort of came to LA with a dream. And when I moved to LA, I came here in '88, so I was here for the explosion of indie cinema when people like Steven Soderbergh, when he won Sundance with Sex, Lies, and Videotape, and then Quentin coming on the scene and Kevin Smith coming on the scene. So one of the reasons we made Free Enterprise was we'd seen Swingers, you know, the Jon Favreau film, which he made with Vince Vaughn and that Doug Liman. It was his first movie, and we looked at that, and I was like, we've kind of got the sci-fi version of that. Like these guys, I went to nightclubs. I had two different sets of friends. I had kind of my geeky friends that wanted to be, yeah, and never the two shall meet, because my geeky friends were not down with what went on with the party friends.
I once had a party and invited all of them. It was weird, very strange.
It was. I mean, like my friend Sean, it was girls, it was drinking and all kinds of other things. You know, if we wound up in some mansion in Malibu and we didn't know who we were with for the weekend, that was okay. People would be like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'll be at work on Monday."
Yeah,
and it was an LA that doesn't exist. It can't exist anymore, because once people were carrying around cameras in their pockets, all of the shenanigans that I used to get up to were over.
Oh yeah, I know.
Because nothing there could be no evidence of any.
I'm
it's
glad
like we're
about that. All that evidence is gone.
Yeah, and it wasn't like I was in some satanic cult or anything like that. But it was
but it was a different time period. I mean, yeah, people were a little bit looser, you know, saying things and all of that, making like me and my
bad
friends
jokes,
make fun of each other all of the time.
All the time, yeah,
all the time,
and.
Yeah.
Racial jokes. I mean, we would say to our faces, like it wasn't like, and it was okay. Everybody knew we loved one another, and it was all whoever could get the best rib in at that moment, whoever could come, and it was like you're constantly working on a comedy routine, and everybody was so creative and funny that I mean, some of the stuff that I wish I was writing, and that's kind of what Free Enterprise was. Half the stuff we would, because you know, we all were talking to each other in lines from movies.
That's it. That's quotes. That's all we ever did.
Yeah, and it wasn't. And the quotes, though, it wasn't like we were just saying lines. It had to apply to whatever situation was happening.
No, we were the same way.
You know, and I think that people, and because we'd all grown up at a certain time, home video and cable, and we watch all the same movies 100 times, and everybody could quote them. So everybody was on the same page.
Yeah, it was about remembering. And you'd sit there with a friend, you go, "What was that movie that we saw that thing in?" And you'd be like, and you try to out nerd each other almost in a way. Oh, you remembered it, you're unbelievable, and all that. But anyways, I have to. So we go back, saw this movie, loved it, became part of my pop culture, and then I'd watch it over the years, whatever. And then, God, it must have been 2019. It must have been. It was a recommended video, and you were streaming. And I didn't know you at the time. I didn't know you were the same guy. I didn't know this. So I'm like, okay, let's just check this stream out. He's talking about the Dune script. And there you were. You're wearing this like brown, cool leather jacket. And here's the thing. Here's where let me just tell you my compliments, because I'm a big fan of your show. I'm not a little fan. I'm a big fan. I saw this guy, from my point of view, sitting there articulating about this script and about the past Dune movies and the novelizations. And I was like, oh my God, this guy knows his stuff. And I really like this guy. And I'm like, Robert Meyer Burnett. And so I'm like Google searching. So who is this guy? Who is this guy? And then I'm like, the Free Enterprise connection comes. And I'm like, and I think I even left a donation. And I'm like, oh my God, you were a part of Free Enterprise. You're like, I directed it. I remember you said that at the time. It was really funny. And then here's where let me just gush here. And from that, I sat and I would watch every episode. And I just want to say, over the last 5 years, you've been a part of my life. I know you've got your life over there, but you've entered into my world, and it's been fantastic. I remember even 4 years ago building my daughter's crib. I was sitting in the room building her crib and had you on, and I'm listening to, I think that story was when you went to jail. Remember that story?
I do.
I know you do. I was hanging on every effing word, man. I was like, this is incredible. And I want to say, here's where I get more compliments. Nobody, and I know all of YouTube. I really do. I know everybody out there. Nobody can articulate like Robert Meyer Burnett.
Oh, well, that's
Nobody
very kind.
Can. And I've also got to say another compliment here. And I don't say this stuff loosely. You know what I mean? I think part of your success and part of everything that is like your show is also about, and nobody ever mentions this, including yourself, because I guess you can't say it about yourself. You have something that some of the best hosts in the entire world have, and that is a photographic memory to do with nerd culture. No, in a way that nobody else has. And there's other great people out there, like Chris Gore is another great articulator.
Who's a great friend. I mean, the funny thing about Chris Gore is, you know, I met him. He was one of the people that came to L.A. And what people don't, the funny thing is we've all kind of gone through these phases in our lives. But Chris Gore, when he had Film Threat magazine in the early 90s, his magazine was the voice of indie cinema. So as independent cinema rose, the first review I ever got was in Film Threat, their video magazine. This is interesting. Eric Wallace, who was played by Phil Lamar in Free Enterprise, the real Eric Wallace, and we had these short films that we'd made, and I made this short film with Peter Billingsley, the kid from Christmas Story, Don't Shoot Your Eye Out. And I tracked down this low-budget indie film company that was looking for shorts. And I went to Eric, and I said, hey, man, these guys are looking for short films. Why don't we send ours in? And he'd made a movie called Dark Faith, and we'd made The Sacred Fire, which is based on a Canadian author, Charles DeLint's shorts. Charles DeLint is a fantasist. He wrote a story called The Sacred Fire that we adapted, and they both got accepted. And our little short movies came out as part of this VHS compilation called Midnight Follies. So, and at the time, I sent that. I mean, I'd known Chris, but I sent that tape when it came out into the Film Threat video guide, and they were the first. Chris Gore was the first person. His magazine, he didn't review it. One of his reviewers did, but we got a good review. Yeah. And it was like the first thing I'd ever made.
What year would that have been?
I want to say 93.
Oh, wow.
93. Yeah. And that was, it was soon after I was working I'd already been working at Full Moon, and Peter and I recut this movie called Arcade, and that John Delancey was in. And it was, all of these connections, it's these people that came to LA, and some of us have had more success than others. As I said early on, I'm a professional fan. So a lot of people had their nose to the grindstone, that they're just, I'm here to make, like Brian Singer, who's been a great friend of mine for 30 years. Even in high school, he's like, I'm going to be a film director. And he set out to do that. And and he would always say to me, why are you such a fan? You should direct. And I couldn't help it, because like you said, I was so photographically memorizing, or I could never get away from being a fan. But
have you ever thought that about yourself? Have you ever said, geez, I really have a photographic memory for this stuff that's like a gift? Because it is. And the best hosts in the world have it.
Well, I think that's why I started, doing this and telling all the stories, because I really, truly love this stuff. And I don't know why. When I was a kid, we were still landing on the moon, and I loved all the astronauts, but I loved, Star Trek and the Twilight Zone. I guess the thing was, it really did become my religion, in the fact that those stories, I would always reflect on them. Like as a little kid, I was aware what the Twilight Zone meant, how the stories were not just, oh my God, it's a cookbook, they're going to eat us all. It wasn't just like that. There was something more going on, and I was always pondering, episodes like A Stop at Willoughby or Walking Distance or something. And these episodes that didn't have the shock ending, but I knew they meant something more. And that's what sort of enamored me of all this stuff. I mean, all stories have meaning, but I love the trappings of the genre, science fiction, fantasy, horror, because it was about my dreams. That's what I dreamt of. And so I was all caught up. And then, I'm a little young, I'm a little older than you, but still, there were times when, like seeing Superman the movie, my mom took me to see Logan's Run in the theater. I was 9. You know,
Yeah.
and seeing those I saw Jaws in '75.
And also for you, like one of my favorite stories. I got a lot of favorite stories that you've told over the years. That I really enjoy when you go see the motion picture for the first time. That story is so emotional. I was listening to it and I'm like, it was a triumph of a fan of a young boy. That's almost what made you.
Yeah,
moment.
That was a rough. I mean, and it was. It turned out from this really shitty day where I got accused of cheating.
I know, the worst day ever. You're crying.
Yeah, I got beat up in the girls' bathroom.
Yeah, and that couple, whoever they were, who brought you up to the front of the line, amazing.
And you know what's funny? They'll never know. They wouldn't remember that, but they'll never. When they brought me to the front of the line, that was the greatest. You know, and I've been lucky in that way, and that along the way, like I started working in a video store because these two guys. Here I was, this kid walking in, and I would just sit and look. I literally picked up the same tape 100 times, and they're a kid. You want a job? You know, and
same thing happened to me. That's how it was for me. I got a job in a comic book shop. I got paid in comic books, and it was great. That's what I wanted. And Rob, I've always been like you. I think this is why I really relate to your show. Is that I have this show on YouTube, but I'm just a fan talking to other fans. I'm not you know what I mean? I'm not an industry professional. I don't actually want to be. I like being a fan too.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you specialize in a certain niche, and it's like the same thing. All my interests when I was a kid became mainstream. I mean, we won the battle of the nerds.
We won and we lost.
Well, yeah. What's really interesting is now we have everything, but all of our favorite IPs are controlled by corporations that are, and the same thing is happening to video games too. You know, we're gonna have in-game. Like I bought when I got a PlayStation 5 during the pandemic because one of my viewers was able to hook me up. You know, I was really looking forward to this Hot Wheels. The PlayStation 5 Hot Wheels game.
One of my friends is really into that too.
The Hot Wheels race. I was really excited about it. And when I got it, you know, I played it for like 15 minutes and suddenly it says, well, if you want to upgrade your car, it's only $5. And I'm like, I was so angry because I love driving games. Like I love the whole Burnout Paradise for PlayStation 3. And I loved those games. And like SSX was one of my favorite PlayStation games. Where's that for the PlayStation 5? But I'm like, what? Why am I spending $55 for a game that I have to continually pay for if I want to get to the next level? What the hell is this?
It's very frustrating, especially from the olden days, like the Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, where you just put in a game and it would play.
Yeah, and but it really put me off. And to be honest, you know, I'll get something like Ghost of Tsushima that I love, and I still play Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah, I mean, I love and Red Dead Redemption, but these for a racing game, the whole point about a racing game is you want to sit down and play. You know, if you have 10 minutes before you have to go somewhere, you're waiting for your girlfriend to get dressed or whatever. Those kind of SSX, I could do a run. You know, I could do a run in 10 minutes and I go on the Super Pipe or whatever, Super Uber. You know, and I could have fun. And now when you have to pay money, I'm like, I just want to drive, man. And they make it so you can't win. You know, no matter how good you get, you have to upgrade your car unless you want to play for a million years and get the upgrade for free. And I'm like,
it's fascinating for me watching your show is that you really grew up, and I'm really into movies as well. I almost wore my Buckaroo Banzai shirt here.
Nice.
I had that ready to go.
You're a Hong Kong cavalier.
Same things as you, like Megaforce and Brainstorm. I've always wanted to talk to you about those movies because I've never heard you talk about Brainstorm.
I love Brainstorm. It's also one of my favorite James Horner scores.
Oh,
his score!
I have the vinyl. I know.
Oh,
I love
it's
it too.
so good. And
so
you know
good.
where is that 4K disc? It's MGM.
Exactly. A lot of that.
It was one of the very first laser discs that was released letterboxed in Japan when they did the 5. I mean that that movie is beautiful. I love that film. I saw it opening night.
How old were you when you saw the opening night?
I want to say it opened in 83. Was it 83? Brainstorm?
You know what? It was 82 or 83. Yeah, you're right. Because I saw on like First Choice Super Channel as a kid. I think I was like 9 years old. I sat in that basement and I took that movie in, and that score, you know, when the actress dies in it and she records
Louise Fletcher and the camera, that freak, it was beautifully done. I loved and the scene when the sex tape, you know, and all of that.
Yeah.
And it was all, I love that film. And
I adore
it's a
it.
movie that's relatively forgotten. It's
That's why I'm bringing it up, because I knew that you would remember, and I was like,
Oh.
wonder what like Rob would love this movie.
I mean, it's
and all
Louise
that. And
Fletcher, Christopher Walken, Natalie Wood.
Natalie Wood's last film. I mean,
Yeah,
really,
and Douglas Trumbull directed it, you know, and it's a really wonderful movie.
for sure. It's interesting that you, like, in your career and what you've been a part of, way more in the movie side, where for me, I was so into movies too, but I just kind of went off into the video game section. And when I got into YouTube, I kind of went into, I was like, I'll talk about video games, because at that time, just kind of like a lot of movies and old franchises, they were getting forgotten, and I needed to come on and talk about them, where a lot of those franchises are back now and are doing well. But I've always loved that you're a more heavy emphasis from you from movies and television, and bringing up Blake 7. I mean, I watched Blake 7 in 1979 in England.
Yeah, I can't wait to get that new disc set.
Me too. I got it pre-ordered.
Yeah, and it's all, but also with video games, we were in a place where we saw the development. Like we had Pong in our house, and now I never got an Atari 2600, and because I played at my friend's house all the time, and I'm like, I hated the graphics.
Me too.
Yeah, I hated the graphics, and every time they'd bring out like Pac-Man, I'm like, asteroids. I'm supposed to get excited about this.
I know.
My first big console game was in television.
Right.
You know, I love the Mattel Electronics and television games, and then you watch the evolution when they had the sound pack. You know, B-17 bomber, you know, and then ColecoVision came out, and then there was like Vectrex, and there was Microvision, which was a handheld game, but it was an LCD display, and it was great. And then, so video games is kind of the same thing with what happened to genre films. There was this like huge progression from the 80s to the 90s to now. So you've been able to chart a growing, I mean, it's video games have grown with culture, have grown with technology, and it's a fascinating, and we kind of had the same thing with genre films, because, you know, in 1980 we got Galactica in 1980 and flying motorcycles, and it was all a bunch of crap.
I remember that.
To see where genre programming has come, you go from the original Galactica in 78 to Ron Moore and David Icke's Battlestar Galactica in the 2000s. I mean, look at the difference and what we've seen. So
There's a lot to be thankful for. I mean, I remember growing up, I saw Star Wars in the theater in England, and then Buck Rogers was coming over here. You know?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh my God, like those, and then Battlestar Galactica. Those were that's my history. That's my childhood.
Yeah.
And so I can really appreciate where we've come. We've gone off in a lot of wrong directions, which we're not going to get into. But for the most part, television movies have gotten better. But, you know, there's so many classics. I always want to thank you for a couple of movies you've recommended. I have them right here.
Okay.
Boy, oh boy. Do you know, Rob, I never thought, I thought my top 10 movies of all time was strong. And then you recommended a movie, and I watched it, and I can't believe, like, I had tears at the end of the movie, and it had changed me as a movie fan. And I got to thank you for all that jazz.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's one of my top 10. I saw the movie when it first opened. I dragged my parents to it. I had to pick movies that we'd go to, and it changed my life because.
What did they think of it?
I think my mom thought it was weird. My dad loved it. But you know, it was about a movie director, a Broadway director. You know, I totally related to him. He loved women and he loved his work.
Yeah.
And he might have been a cad, but deep down inside, he was a good guy. He was just driven by his art. You know, and I'm like, I want to be like him when I grow up.
That's so funny.
I don't know what that says about me.
That movie affected me so much, Rob. I think because I just had my daughter, and it was about his relationship with his daughter. There's a lot I like about this movie. The music is fantastic.
Oh, it starts out, you know, with the George Benson on Broadway, the whole, and the way it was, the thing that all that jazz did for me was it really made me aware of editing. Film editing.
Yeah.
I was so enamored of how the movie jumped in and out of fantasy scenes and reality, and it jumped back and forth through time. And it was, you know, Alan Hyme was the first editor that I probably knew their name. You know, maybe Verna Fields from Jaws, but I couldn't believe the film, and I loved it so much. And my first girlfriend Jennifer Epstein's father had a heart attack when we were in junior high school. And we were in a class, and she and I would watch, I'd go to her house after school, and it was kind of sweet. We'd make out. We watched like her bootleg videotape of Star Wars. Yeah. But that movie totally affected her because of the heart attack scenes. And she wrote this beautiful paper about the experience of almost losing her father from a heart attack and how what all that jazz meant to her. And we're in junior high school. And that was a seminal film in my life. So I'm glad to hear you like it. I wish it would come out in 4K.
Oh, I love it. It's in my top 10. And I don't know what movie it bumped out, but it bumped out one of them. The thing is, what I always thought about all that jazz, I thought it was like something like all that jazz. I thought it was just a musical. I thought it'd be silly, a musical thing. I'm like, I don't think I'm into that. And I put it off. I just said no. And then I'm like, well, I trust Rob. Even though he recommends Stalker, I picked that up. That was a crazy long movie.
Yeah, dude.
But I watched it.
Yeah, Stalker is not something. I don't know if I could. That's a tough one, man.
It is a tough one. I know.
Stalker is tough. I mean, it's based on a great science fiction novel. I think the novel is shorter than the movie. The novel is easier to read.
Watching that movie, going, oh my god! But you know what, Rob? The good news is, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I had the patience, and I looked into the movie, and I took a lot more out of it instead of just going no.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that's one of the things that's really disheartening now about fandom. Oh, yeah, is that fandom, no one looks back, and part of it is because there's so much to look at that's new.
There's so much flash going on, man. Like TikToks and YouTube. That's too much for everybody. Back when we were younger, you could memorize every sci-fi movie, and even I knew every sci-fi movie. I'd buy the old books and memorize what came out in the 50s. The movie Them was a childhood favorite of mine.
And that's a great movie. Now you can't. I'm not going to watch a giant ant movie made black and white and with this. But when you're a kid, the funny thing, what I find so interesting is, I think the thing that shifted is, for nowadays everybody expects whatever's out there to make them happy. Like it's like whatever, like not them, the ants, but like, okay, show me what you got, and it better be exactly what I want, exactly the way I want it, or fuck you, And I don't know where that came from. I don't know if that's a result of helicopter parenting,
like entitlements, everything's presented on Netflix and all that. I remember it must be like 1982, 83, watching Galaxina scrambled on a movie, and
starring Dorothy Stratton.
Yeah,
Playboy
Star. And I'm sitting there looking at a screen that was blurry and all that because to really try to take it in. Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, it was an interesting time.
Yeah.
And
we grew up in a time when like video quality wasn't the best of the best. And so when I watch my 4K TV now and I put in some 4K TV, whatever it is, I'm like, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, from where we came from, like getting anime bootlegs on VHS back in the 80s. That was my life.
Yeah, and it was hard. There were stores. I mean, the first time I saw my favorite anime of all time, which is Legends of the Galactic Heroes, was a guy in an animation store, a Japanese anime store, gave me a bootleg of one of the feature films. Wow. And it was a terrible Hong Kong English dub. It was subtitled. And he handed it to me, and I'm like, okay. And I figured I was getting something like Speed Racer, because I told him my favorite anime at that time. I loved Gundam and Space Battleship Yamato Star Blazers.
Me too.
And I loved Super Robot. I love Grandizer and Mazinga and Star. It was Star Avengers here, but
I know all of them.
Getter Robo G, all the Go Nagai stuff. And I'm like, I loved all that. And he handed this thing to me, and I went home. And it was this really serious meditation on war and these gigantic space fleets. And I'm like, what is this? I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen, because it was such a serious thing. And then I went back and I go, do you have, he goes, well, there's 110 episodes of this. And I where does the movie fit in? And I didn't quite get it, but I bought all 4 of and they were hideously expensive. Hideously expensive. And I'm like, cha-ching, And and what's so funny is when Sentai Filmworks put out the series like 5 years ago.
So jealous of your big box set that you got.
Yeah, I had, that's the most expensive thing I mean, $800 for an anime. But they couldn't afford. No one would ever. And they're remaking the show, so people are discovering the new series. It's just not as good. But listen, I have to stay on schedule. I have to let you go.
Absolutely. I just want to say, Rob, thank you for all the years of entertainment and also changing my perspective on many, many things. Like even Return of the Jedi. I love that movie because I was 9. You don't love that movie because you were older. And I respect you not liking it. Because I listened to you. And I'm like, I totally get it.
Oh, people get... You know what another thing was, too? What's changed now, like, if I liked a movie and somebody didn't like a movie, that was okay. We didn't hold it against each other. Now, if you don't like something that somebody likes, they take it really personally. Yeah, and because I was always interested. Oh, you don't like that? Why don't you like that? And I would listen to people tell me why they didn't like something. I'm like, okay, I'll. That doesn't mean they're wrong or right. It's just but their perspective was worth considering because again, I learned from it. And nowadays, man, as evidenced by talking about how much I hate the Goonies on Twitter.
No. Too much fun. Rob, thank you for 1,000 and thank you for the years of entertainment and so many times on the treadmill listening to you and going and looking up and going, I hadn't thought about that. And that's what I want to thank you for today. Absolutely.
Well, Johnny, thank you. And plug your channel. Where can people find you on the internet?
Okay, I have a small channel, the Happy Console Gamer Show on YouTube. It's a video game channel. I talk about a lot of stuff that I love. I spend most times talking about that, but I do talk about games that I hate as well. I have a lot of fun with it. So thank you, Rob. Have a great day.
All right, and thanks for being here. Very much appreciated. And it's great to have you as a viewer.
Absolutely.
That was Johnny Millennium, and he's the Happy Console Gamer, and that was the first guest we have on this show. And let's see who is next up. We're going to add, I mean, I can't believe this guy's name is real. But I'm going to go put him into the show, Lancelot. I am good. I love that your name is actually Lancelot. But hang on, I'm going to bring you out. This is a great honor to meet you for the first time. I just have to put you into the show. I don't have a producer doing this. I have to do it on the fly, but that's okay. That's what people do. Yeah. Well, here, I'm going to let you introduce yourself. We have our next guest on this, the 1000th episode of this show. Welcome, Raya. What is the show, Raya? What is it called, Raya? Tell us who you are and tell us how people find you on Twitter.
My name is Lancelot Narayan. I am a former DVD special features producer. Working in the UK. That's who I am. Rob, I've got to say congratulations on your 1,000th
thank you.
Man. Absolutely wonderful.
But I've been following you on Twitter forever, not as Lancelot.
I'm not Lancelot on that. I'm Music for the Jets. I'm the Departure Lounge because I had a radio station that played sort of lounge. I don't call it lounge music, but it's sort of, imagine Roger Moore and Tony Curtis belting it down the Côte d'Azur in 1971. That music.
Yes, which I love. Now it would be chill out music in Ibiza or whatever.
Yeah, we're trying to get it back going again, but it's very costly. But I got to tell you something. I lost my mum last year, Rob.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, thank you. And I would watch Robservations when I was around at her place. I'd put you on the TV. I'd put Robservations on the TV, and Mum would watch with me. And I'll never forget this. She said, "Do you know, I have no idea what he's talking about, but I could listen to him all night."
I think that's the greatest compliment one could possibly receive.
Yeah, we used to watch together, and she'd say, "Have you sent him a tip? Have you sent him a tip?" And sometimes you'd read out the things. And I'm like, I wait to see if you come on. So anyway, it was so much fun. Yeah, and look, that conversation with Johnny was absolutely brilliant. I had watching you, learning more about you. Again, the first time I heard about you was Free Enterprise back in the day, and it was like they made a movie about us. We thought we were dudes, but we would just happen to be into Star Trek, Star Wars, and James Bond. We were the shit, right?
We did. Well, no, we were. We knew we were.
We were. Just no one else realized it.
Yes.
So that's how I first heard about you, and then and Mark Altman as well.
Yeah. And I became friends with Mark because I was a fan of his writing in Cinefantastique magazine, and I was working at a film company, and we were teaming up. Our company was teaming up with them, with Chris Gore and him, for their new magazine, Sci-Fi Universe. And I said to my boss, "You know Mark Altman?" So I was like this huge, like, I gotta talk to him, and that's how it happened.
That's great. That's great that you could and it formed a lifelong friendship. So,
yeah.
That's great. That's great. I was. Anyway, our paths are pretty similar. However, I got involved in making DVD special features.
Now, how did you do that? How did you get into that business?
This is going to sound stupid. I had no background, right? I was an office boy in a government department for 13 years, and I was as miserable as hell, right? I was in the wrong place, but I'd always been a movie nut. I was, before anything else, there was Star Trek.
Right. Yeah.
Before anything else.
But did you? I mean, are you from the UK?
Yes.
So did you grow up watching Jerry Anderson stuff too? Did you watch Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet?
Yeah. Thunderbirds, UFO, The Protectors with and when I was very young, I wanted to be Tony Anholt because he was just so cool.
He was so cool.
Oh man, I would go to the bar. My dad would take me to the barbers, and they said, "What do you want?" So they put me on a bench because I wasn't tall enough on the seat. And I'd like a Tony Anholt, please. Fuck you, and they just give me whatever they wanted, right? So there was grew up with that Thunderbird, Stingray, Joe 90, Captain Scarlet, which is still to this day jaw-droppingly
so good because the aliens were really bad.
Oh my god!
It was a kid show, and they wanted to kill us all.
It was terrifying. So that's what I used to do. I'd get my dad's torch, switch the lights off, and just shine it on the walls. This is the voice of the best.
It's the best thing ever.
I still do that. My daughter caught me recently doing it. So I had no real background. I just loved it. I loved the movies. I would be going to see. I remember like you going to see Star Trek: The Motion Picture for the first time, and it just. I remember walking home, with that music going off in my head, and it changed everything. And I would go and see Neil Simon. I was 10 years old. I'd go and see Neil Simon comedies. I just wanted to be in the cinema all the time.
Yeah.
And I couldn't pass the cinema without reading every name on the posters. So I knew who people were, and you could connect the dots, and that person worked on that film, and this.
Yes.
So all this information was stored, and you got grown up saying, what good's all that shit gonna do you? Anyway, I got involved with 007 magazine and the James Bond International Fan Club.
Okay, I gotta ask you then, what is your favorite Bond film?
Oh, come on, there isn't one, is there?
Well, there's not.
Have you got one?
No. I have different eras for all the Bonds. You gotta and look, I would say this. I think that From Russia with Love is the purest Bond film in terms of Ian Fleming.
Yes.
Dr. No, while it's groundbreaking, seems to me to be a little dated. It's fairly slow moving. I still like it, but I love From Russia with Love. But Goldfinger's my favorite Connery Bond.
Okay. And I understand why.
Yeah, and I do love Thunderball as well, but you know.
If you don't, now listen, here's my thing. If you don't get Thunderball, you don't get any of it.
Right. Oh, Thunderball. The thing about Thunderball is Thunderball to me is the first true epic Bond.
Yeah.
You know, boats that split apart, Domino. You know, it's just
Emilio Largo.
Emilio Largo is
I mean,
because he was the first. I kind of wanted to be him.
Yes.
Like I didn't want to be Auric Goldfinger. I didn't want to be Red Grant, and I didn't want to be Dr. No.
No.
But Emilio Largo.
Fantastical.
Yeah. I wanted to be Largo, man. Maybe a little bit more handsome, you know, but still.
Oh, Adolfo Celli, beautiful, man. I mean,
he was.
But
it was. I mean, but that was the first, you know, epic Bond film. But I think Goldfinger was what. Maybe because I was younger, but the first 4 Connery Bond movies, all of them, You Only Live Twice. It just gets a little. The effects get a little goofy.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a little. And of course, I love On Her Majesty's Secret Service. My favorite Roger Moore is Spy Who Loved Me because it was the first Bond film I saw in the cinema.
Okay.
Because huge epic Bond. I mean, you know, Underwater City. I have a soft spot for Moonraker, and I love For Your Eyes Only. I love Living Daylights. I think is great.
Don't look. I could talk to you all day.
The last John Barry score, which is great. He went a little electronica. You got the Pretenders song.
Tim is God.
He was great. Schmiert Spionen.
Yeah.
And I you know, and you had the henchman who what's his name? With the Greek name. But who was in Die Hard?
Die Hard, yeah.
You're a policeman. There are rules for policemen. And then I love GoldenEye, and I thought Timothy Dalton.
Do you love GoldenEye? Do you?
I do, and I also think Tomorrow Never Dies gets a bad rap.
Yeah, I saw it recently.
Tomorrow Never Dies and is better than it gets credit for.
Yeah,
and I think World Is Not Enough is fairly respectable.
I loved The World Is Not Enough when it came out. I loved it. It. There was some. I think Pierce is allowed to get away with a little too much. You need to rein him in a little bit. And you know what? The other thing that you and I have in common, we are both Quantum of Solace apologists.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, like the fact that it's kind of the coda to Casino Royale. But it's and the real problem with that movie is this is my problem with the entire Bond franchise from the 70s on. They're chasing other movies.
Yeah.
And so they asked Stuart Baird to edit Quantum of Solace like it was a Bourne movie. And you can't
he didn't cut it.
Stuart
Baird didn't cut Quantum.
That's right, he didn't cut. He was going to, and then what's his face replaced him, and that's why it's got that shitty credit sequence too. The title sequence for Quantum, and that was I get it. You have but they cut it. They cut it like a Bourne film, but they didn't shoot it like a Bourne movie, so it doesn't work. So you've got traditional coverage, Bond coverage, but it's cut so quickly that they ruin.
Yeah.
Like you've got these great shots, like when they're parachuting into the thing and the planes. They cut that so fast. You're like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work at all.
My favourite scene in Quantum of Solace is when Bond goes to see Mathis for the first time after Casino, and he bangs on the door and says, "What do you want? Come to apologize." Now that is my favourite scene. Giancarlo Giannini is just amazing.
He was one of the.
It's overcut.
Everything's overcut in that movie.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing. And of course, it was during the writers' strike. You know, they had the climax. But I loved everything about that movie. Olga Kurylenko is amazing. You know,
that character is great.
Great character, and I loved Quantum, and I don't care what anyone says. Another Way to Die is a fucking banger. That song is awesome. It's awesome.
Okay.
It's awesome. Yeah. Come on, it's that and then you have the.
Have you heard Dave? Because David Arnold finished off his title for Quantum later.
Yeah.
Called No Good About Goodbye.
Yeah.
Shirley Bassey sang it. Oh God, it makes me weep.
Well, and they should have. Look, I think they should have used Radiohead's song too. You know,
Spectre.
I mean,
that's great.
and that the thing. Look, to me, there's two great. I don't care what anyone says. I don't like Skyfall. Skyfall, it's the Dark Knight.
Why don't you like Skyfall? Tell me why.
Because Bond fails during the entire film.
Yeah, you
like
know what? Again, my mum pointed that out to me.
Yeah, and you watch the movie. It's like, so Bond gets shot off a train in the middle of a mission by accident. He knew the shot. He knew M had no choice but to do that. So what does he do? He mopes. He goes and hangs out on the bar and plays drinking games with scorpions and all this. Bond would never do that. You know, and he slinks back to London when MI6 is attacked or whatever. And it's, what? And then that movie's completely nonsensical. How does Silva have all these operatives that are helping? Look, it's fun to watch. Yeah. But at the end, Bond's one objective is to protect M, and he fails at that.
He doesn't do it.
He just fails and fails and fails and fails and fails. And by the way, the most egregious thing, one of the hottest women in any Bond film, who was sex trafficked, who's been treated horribly her whole life.
That was the best scene. That was the best scene in the casino when he pulls her wrist and says, "I know where that is. I can protect you."
Yeah,
that's a great
and he
scene.
doesn't. She dies when they put her up against the wall. That to me, I mean, I'm like, you don't kill a woman that beautiful in that way. Have her get electrocuted in a bathtub or something, but not the way she's murdered in that movie. And I was upset. I was upset. That was the only time a death affected me in a Bond movie. First of all, she was just unbelievably smoking hot. Yeah. And I'm like, how do you?
Fantastic voice.
Look, I like the Adele song. It's beautifully photographed. It's beautifully directed.
Great titles.
Oh, great titles. Look, Daniel Kleinman, when they brought him in on GoldenEye, was one of the great. That was one of the great choices. I mean, I don't think any of his titles are as good as GoldenEye, but they're all pretty good.
I agree with you. GoldenEye is the titles for GoldenEye are
incredible. And let me ask you this:
his office used to be upstairs from a place called Vintage Mags in Soho that sold magazines going back to the 50s, movie magazines. It was the coolest thing. I met him a few times, and he's.
So okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
They make the next Bond film, Bond 26. Uh-huh. What do you think they should do?
All right. I was really scared you were going to ask me this. Right? I would be quite happy if they didn't make Bond 26.
I am 100% with you.
Yeah. Because there are 25 films where you can pick anything you like. There is something for everybody in that canon. But it's all there. I mean, what are you going to do? Leave it. They're right. Leave it. You got fans online saying, "Well, I demand my film. I want to see my film now." They don't owe you anything.
No, and I think that Bond was part of an era. You know, he's a sexist, misogynist dinosaur, a product of the Cold War. You know, and one of the greatest things ever. Making Judi Dench M was one of the... Nowadays, people are like, they're going to make M a woman. But that was one of the greatest things they did in 95 when GoldenEye came out. Yeah. Judi Dench's M was amazing. And I just think you can't do Bond today because the world changed underneath the franchise. And the world that we live in now, how do you make a credible? They've had a problem making credible villains. Like I hated Spectre. Hated it.
So did I.
I hated Spectre and No Time to Die. I'm like, I have no time for this movie. It's the only Bond movie I've only watched once.
Me too.
And I own it.
Me too. I went to the press screening and that was it. I've never seen it since.
And you know, Cary Fukunaga, I was so excited because of True Detective. I thought we were going to get... That movie is just a bunch of nonsense from scene to scene to scene. I'm like, what is going on in this movie? Why? And then at the end, I'm like, dude, you got a submarine. You came in this building in a submarine. It's right downstairs. The missiles are coming toward you. I know you're sad because you're genetically altered. You can't see the woman you love. But get in the submarine and maybe someone can fix you. And I'm sitting here watching James Bond not take the submarine that he came in that can get him right. There could be missiles hitting that base and he could still get out of that place.
Yeah.
And then the credits, say, you just watched James Bond die and James Bond will return? Fuck you.
Okay, I wasn't going to tell you this, but if I'm going to tell anyone, I'm going to tell you, okay?
Well, you're telling everybody who's watching now, too.
Oh, yeah, those guys, too. Hi. I'm working with a producer, and I've just completed a pitch document for a television series based on Fleming's characters, right? None of which are James Bond.
Wow.
Right? So, getting it to Eon is very difficult, but it's been seen by Amazon MGM, by a couple of executives here in London. No, I'm not in London. I'm in Edinburgh just now. I was in London last 2 days ago. And they've seen it, and they have basically said decisions like this are way above our pay grade.
Of course.
And this is like the MD of Prime. It's really high up. And head of scripted also said, I don't think anyone would go for this because of its historical setting, and also the character that it's about. Although it's a significant character, it is a minor one. And I don't think he really understood, because if fans heard what this is, I'm sure they would want to see it. It's The Godfather Part 2 meets The Guns of Navarone.
Dude, I'm in. Come on. Who doesn't want to see that?
Right. And it's influenced by Rossellini and Antonioni, and it's
I mean, but the thing is, that's the problem with today. The people that are in charge of these things don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
If you were to say that, the Godfather 2 meets The Guns of Navarone, first of all, they would tell you they saw Godfather 2, but they haven't. And Guns of Navarone, they're like, I like Force 10 better. I mean, that's what you're going to get, because Harrison Ford's in it or whatever. I mean, that's what you're fighting now.
Yeah.
And the problem is, all of the classical stories that people love happened earlier than they came onto the job, and they never read them.
No, but you and I knew about things that happened before.
Well, that's what's changed, and I because no one is interested. When we were growing up, we were looking outward. Yeah. We were trying to find out. We weren't waiting for things like, if it doesn't entertain me like in the first 5 minutes, I'm not going to watch it. So we were seekers. That's the how the world is flipped, and now everybody is like, from their perspective, they're the final arbiters of what's good and bad. Only they know, or whatever. Yeah. They're not interested in discovering things. We were out there on the edge, like what Pacino said in Heat, on the edge, where I got to be.
Yeah, where I gotta be.
We were out there looking for things, and nowadays people don't have to do that. It all comes into them, and then they decide within 2 minutes whether they like something or not. I mean,
and you don't get to read credits, so you don't. Even if you are interested, it's.
No, and I also think psychologically, like in America, when a Bond movie was on, it would be like, tonight on the Sunday night movie show, and it was a big deal, and they would promote it all week. Yeah. And you would prepare. You'd prepare, and I had to ask my parents to stay up, because if it was Thunderball, it was going to go an hour later than I had my bedtime, and I had to I had to butter them up, and it was they would only let me stay up for Bond. And something like that, and then I would have to, and then you would hang on every frame. I totally believe that our minds were sponges, and however the brain pan works, we would open our perception, open our minds, and so this stuff penetrated deeper into our psyches than nowadays. People, they're not even paying attention half the time. You're on your phone, especially at home.
Yeah,
at home, but for me, I couldn't even, if my sister walked in and said one word when I was watching a Bond movie, I would be like, you have to leave. Yeah. I couldn't miss anything. Yeah. And that's changed. It's changed. And I think what's happened is, in our culture, the stories don't matter as much anymore. Because everybody's watching. I think so too. But I mean, for people, I don't think young people are being as transformed by this stuff as we were, because they're not. Some people might be, but when we sat down, you never knew when you were going to see another Bond movie again. home video, cable didn't really, when I was a little kid, didn't exist. So when you sat down, this might be the last time you see it. So you better take it all in, and you didn't want to miss a fraction. You didn't want to miss anything. And then if I used to take an audio cassette player and would set it up next to the TV and record an audio tape, of movies and Star Trek episodes, and you take it up and listen to it because that's all you had.
Yeah, and if anyone came in and spoke in the room, I'd lose my shit.
Yeah, totally. And it's just a different, and I don't mean to slag off on the younger generation because there's so much more to experience now. There's exponentially more stuff to watch, but I think that because there's so much stuff that people don't, they're in and out. If something doesn't if you're not enamored of something in 5 minutes, you're out.
So there's a link here. People aren't enraptured the way that we were, and so as a result, people making the decisions about these new series and films rely on that as their go-to point.
Yes,
and they've got to like I say, if you're not interested in the first 2 minutes, you've got to grab the audience. So it's a vicious circle. It just goes round and round. It self-perpetuates.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that you and I didn't grow up together because clearly we would have been we would have been friends. We would have done you would have been right in the friend group. I mean, it was, and we didn't even talk about music. But I mean, like you talk about lounge, departure lounge. I mean, I love all that stuff. Give me the Rhino Records Brain Box that they put out with the holographic, with all those different. I'm trying to get the licensing rights to their lounge version of the Untouchables theme from the TV series.
Oh,
I need that for True Noir. I need it for the episode 10 of True Noir.
Yeah.
Congratulations
on that, by the way.
Oh, I think people, it's going to drop on the 13th. The first 3 episodes are going to drop on the 13th of December.
Great.
So
terrific.
Yeah, and it's and we're going to send out the first 3 episodes to be reviewed on next Friday, on the 6th. So it's going to be really it's going to be interesting to see what people think of it. You're trying to get
until you put it out there. I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, and the Kickstarter people will get it first. And you can have it in 2 different ways. You can listen to the first 3 episodes as one long piece, or you can listen to them individually as episodes, however you want to do.
Are you going to bring out a vinyl version?
Well, here's the thing. Yes, we're going to. But everybody's asking. I want to do the 12-disc box set. So it'd be all 10 episodes, and then this double-disc soundtrack album. Great. And then everyone's looking at me going, well, how much is that going to cost? And I'm like, a lot. But it'll be, if they wouldn't let me do it for the Kickstarter, but I'm like, I'm going to do it anyway, because if nothing else, I want one. And so will you.
Exactly.
Listen, I have to let you go. I have to get there.
Do you? Okay. We didn't even talk about DVD extras, but anyway.
I know, you got to come on the show. We got to have this.
I would love to.
I want to bring you. You've been talking about coming on the show. I'm going to bring you on the show for a whole 2-hour show. Because, we've been talking for half an hour. I could talk to you for another 2 hours. So we're going to do this. We should schedule it within the next couple weeks.
Okay.
If you're around.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that. Because I would love to have deep dives about music and Bond.
Great.
And both.
Great. Me too. My favorite band's Japan.
Oh, my God. Do you have the David Sylvian weather box that Virgin put out? Yeah. How great is that? I love that.
It's the coolest thing ever.
I mean, I was every September 1st, I dropped that song on YouTube. One more time, Japan, man. No one talks about Japan enough.
No, they don't.
They're like
Dave's not recording anymore, and it's
I know.
Let's talk about it. I'd love to come back.
Stuff like Rain Tree Crow.
Yeah.
So I love.
Backwater.
Oh, so good. Yeah. So good. Well, it was great to have you, everybody. This has been Lancelot. How do you pronounce? Is it Narayan?
Narayan.
Oh, that's a cool name, Narayan. Okay, best name ever. That's a Bond. That's either a Bond villain name or a 00 name. You could be either one, or you could have been on the show. Well, it's called Spooks. in the UK, but
worked on
you
that show.
you could have been like Tom Quinn.
Yeah.
Lancelot and Orion. That's you have my new favorite name. What a
Rob,
great name.
Congratulations. And drink lots of coffee.
Oh, I've got coffee. I got things. I'm going to, but it's been great to have you here.
You too. Great to be here.
All right. Thanks. Good to see you, man.
Lots of love.
Yeah. Well, that was Lancelot and Orion. What a guy he is. You can follow him on the Departure Lounge on Twitter. Look him up. So he's great. Now, let's see. Altar of Madness is on time. How are you, sir? Can you hear me? You are on. I'm going to put you in the show. By the way, thanks for coming back. This I didn't know if this schedule was going to work, but it is working. It is working for me. And do you want me to call you by that name? Altar of Madness? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, beginning the 10 o'clock hour, Altar of Madness. Welcome to the 1000th episode of Robservations. It's good to have you.
Congrats.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. So, where are you coming to us from?
I'm from Muskogee, Oklahoma, actually.
Wow. Did you grow up there?
Yes. Yes, born in Tulsa.
Nice. Where they shot both Rumblefish and The Outsiders?
That's right.
Coppola and he shot those movies back to back there. I don't know if you grew up as an S.E. Hinton fan, but I think that in when I was growing up, everybody had to at least read The Outsiders. So, we didn't have a choice. So,
Yep. It was mandatory.
Yes, totally. And so, welcome to the show. Thanks for showing up. And what did I put down? What were we going to talk about? I think I put on the schedule a discussion of filmmaking. Yes, let's do that.
Yeah, filmmaking. Yeah, pretty much.
The floor is yours.
Okay, I appreciate it. So yeah, I've dabbled in independent filmmaking. I do a lot of video editing. Currently, my YouTube channel. I do music videos.
Plug it. What is your YouTube channel?
It is The Altar of Madness, taken from the Morbid Angel song. Actually, it's so I'm really into heavy metal.
Nice.
I've done other videos. I've done like Industrial, Skinny Puppy.
Oh, nice.
Like that.
Who are some of your favorite bands? If Dieter Bastian was on this show right now, how would you impress him with your what bands would you say are your favorites in terms of metal?
In terms of metal, number one band probably Megadeth, Iced Earth, Opeth, Nevermore, Meshuggah, Amon Amarth.
Dave Parker would love to hear you say that.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about trying to get on Midnight Metal at some point whenever you were streaming, but usually I'd fall asleep at about 2 o'clock in the morning hour.
Well, we are doing part of this show is Dave Parker is coming on at the 10 o'clock hour, and we're turning this episode into a Midnight Metal. So, but I've scheduled people all the way through it.
Yeah, that's cool.
But
you're listening.
So what was it like? Tell me about how you got into editing, video editing, and things like that.
Video editing. So in high school, I there was a technology class where I was kind of introduced into just some really old video editing software back in 1999, and then kind of didn't really do much into video editing until about 2002, 2003. Started trying to make some actual films, some really no budget local films with some friends of mine, and then throughout the years, we had a joint based company. We didn't make any money or anything, but we did.
But you're out there doing it.
Yeah. Just out there, I did a little bit of acting, some camera work, a little bit of everything really. And really gives you an appreciation for the art, honestly.
Sure.
Really once you're actually doing it. But but yeah, so we did a feature length film in 2006. We
Wow.
did one in 2009. We released one. So they're all on YouTube. The company was called Monster Trio Productions. We did a zombie film in about 2017. I haven't really worked on a lot of independent films and stuff since then, but I've really been going headfirst into music videos.
Right, sure. And you know what? I think music videos are a form that is ripe for reinvention, or, I mean, they were so potent in the 80s and the 90s, they've kind of gone away. I mean, I'd love to see the music video come back, and it's expensive. You can't spend no one's going to spend $1 million on music videos, but it's open. I mean, with AI technology and with the fact that you can shoot a video with 10 different iPhones, and there's all kinds of things that can be done now that couldn't be done because of all the technology that's at everyone's fingertips now. I mean, I think that's a smart thing to do. I'd love to see the music video form come back because I miss it. Somebody should start an indie music video channel, like a new MTV, but on YouTube.
Yeah, a lot of bands these days have like what they call lyric videos because I guess they're cheaper to make.
Yeah.
I don't really care about those.
They're no fun.
But yeah, with technology, like I remember, using the mini DV format and VHC tapes and stuff like that. So now everyone has a 4K device in their back pocket.
Yeah,
which is kind of ridiculous,
but amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
So I think I left my phone in my car, which is a bummer, but whatever. I was going to pull it out. Yeah. But yeah, the technology at our fingertips is stunning. But it hasn't. You don't see like 1,000 indie movies getting made. Like people are not making features. There's incredible filmmaking happening on TikTok, in 90 seconds. I see some just brilliant stuff, but not nobody, but you'd think that there would be 10,000 feature films being made. That's going to happen when AI can generate a movie overnight that you can star in.
Now, do you think AI is going to kill the video editing profession completely?
It's going to have
is the video editor... Yeah, is the video editor going to be the one that just uses the AI?
I think the video editor is going to be using AI. Look, it's going to be great for logging and storing footage and things like that. But they're trying to do. See, to me, the problem with especially picture editing, if you're editing a movie to match picture and depict nuance in terms of performance, I don't think that's going to be easily replaceable by AI. But if you're making a documentary and you want to log footage and you want to look through B-roll and you're looking for shots and all that, I think it's going to be like a lot of the technology. It's going to go hand in hand with human guidance. I don't think, because so much of editorial is subjective and it comes from the editor themselves. So I don't think it's going to be entirely replaced. And like with a music video, for instance, if it's a concept video and you have all these, you could hit a button and get a new version of it from AI every time you hit the button or whatever. Every time you give it a prompt, it'll give you a new video. But I think at the end of the day, and this is just a theory, I think we're going to get to a point where people are going to be able to like generate an entire feature film from a prompt. Like make a movie for me starring these actors and put me as the main character, and I want it to take place in Las Vegas and Nevada and the moon. Click, and you'll wake up the next morning and the entire film will be done. It'll have a soundtrack, it'll have different shot choices, it'll be a feature film, and I think that's going to be something that we're going to end up having to deal with. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to find out that they're soulless. That there's something, I just assume that there's going to be something missing. Like right now you can watch these shorts like the 1950s Super Panavision, Star Trek in the 50s or Star Wars from the 1950s. And the imagery is really interesting. But that's because you're not following a story. You're just watching the pretty pictures. But to put two AI-generated people that are supposed to have a conversation like, Richard Burton or Elizabeth Taylor, or you're going to watch Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan in When Harry Met Sally, when she fakes an orgasm. Is AI going to be able to do that? I don't think so. I think that that frisson that happens between people is going to be very elusive when it comes to AI. At least I'd like to believe so. You know, but it is an incredible tool. I had a friend of mine do a Facebook post about how she asked AI to give her an assessment of herself. Like there's enough about her online and stuff, and she said it was like, I saved myself thousands of dollars in therapy, and I told the AI not to hold anything back. And I thought, well, that kind of thing is going to be interesting. I was talking to a guy last night at Thanksgiving dinner, and he was talking about, say, the profession of radiology, guys who look at x-rays and are supposed to know what to find out. Well, radiologists have an accuracy of like 30%, but AI looking at an x-ray has an accuracy of 99%. So you're not going to be able to argue. So the radiology profession, I would imagine, will go away. You'll still have to have people who know how to take x-rays, but even that'll be, so many things are going to be automated or given over to AI, but I don't think it's going to get rid of us entirely. I kind of believe in what Ben Affleck was saying in that clip that's been floating around, that you're still going to need human guidance, because you're just going to get an amalgamation of things that already were. You're not going to have that new inspiration, and people are always going to come up with something new.
Yeah, I mean, I figure, you could kind of tell different video editors have a different style. It's interesting to see if AI would be able to replicate a certain style. I know they can do like paintings, style of paintings, but like video is completely different beast, really. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be again. It's going to be really, really interesting to see. It really depends. I mean, it really depends, like anything else, how we use it. What do you think? Are you optimistic, or have you dabbled in AI editorial? Because a lot of the new programs. I mean, Final Cut. I use DaVinci, Final Cut, Avid, and Premiere, but I like Final Cut. I've always used Final Cut. Well, they took all the functionality for sound out of Final Cut 7. It really sucked, and the magnetic timelines I can't stand. But Premiere, there's so many different ways to do one thing. I'm like, it's not intuitive. Yeah. Avid's intuitive when you're a picture cutter. Like, I love cutting movies on Avid, like feature films. Give me Avid. But I like Final Cut to whip around and do general stuff, like little opening things for the show or cutting together quick stuff. I like Final Cut. DaVinci, not so great with sound, but I love it if you're going to color grade something. It's all different. But how do you feel about?
So I've been mainly just self-taught myself Adobe Premiere, but so I've never really dabbled in any of the other software. But as far as AI, I mean, it's for video editing per se. I mean, I've used different other AI applications and dabbled with, photo stuff and other things. But with video editing, I mean, I don't know. There's just something about just traditional editing that I like so much.
Yes.
I don't even care to try AI with it, honestly. Like just being able to sit down and work on a certain cut of a video 5 or 6 hours, on my own. Time just flies by, and just
you get in that zone. You blink and hours have disappeared.
Yeah, it's
because I love that, because when you're editing something, your brain is functioning on so many different levels, and you're looking at so many different things. You're completely engaged mentally, and you're thinking, you're anticipating cuts, and you're working on a cut. I love it so much. It's
I do too. Yep.
It's fantastic. So I really I don't think that's gonna go away. I really don't. I mean, I don't. It's funny. I was writing these reviews for Lionsgate, and it was curious. Like I wrote the review. I wrote the first one, and I put it through an AI program to check the grammar. And it was funny because I like to write in the active voice rather than the passive voice. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to switch around these. And that was helpful. But I wouldn't want like I used to write reviews. I used to write for a magazine. I wouldn't want to like use an AI program to write an entire review and pass it off as my own. I mean, because it could never write exactly like I would. I mean, I guess you could do it and get it done, but I would be upset or worried that somebody, like there'd be a turn of phrase that was used by somebody else, that I wouldn't have come up with. And I just, it seems strange, but people are going to, again, like movies, write me a book about, and AI will kick out an entire novel for you. And will people be able to tell? I think they will. I think ultimately, even though AI is a great mimicker, I think that there's something in truly great writing. Like, I don't think one of my favorite books is Donna Tartt's The Secret History. I don't think AI could write that book. And I don't think AI could edit a great music video. How do you know if you want to show a band playing?
Speaking of edit.
Well, no, if you wanted to go from a drummer to to a bass player, you wanted to make that cut. You wanted to do it on a certain stroke when it hit the skins and then cut. I don't think AI would know that's what you were thinking. I don't think AI is ever going to think that possible that way.
So. Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully.
So speaking of, I want to show you that
Oh my God! Now, here, pull it back a little bit so it's kind of blaring out. There you go. Wow, look at that! I spent 6 months of my life working on that movie, completely rebuilding it from almost scratch.
Yeah, it's one of the films that I remembered seeing as a kid, actually, when I was probably too young to be watching it, but. And it's just like I had this vague memory of it, and I'd asked a friend of mine one time, like if he remembered it, and I explained the plot, and he was like, "Yeah, arcade." And I was like, "What?" And so like I looked into it, and that's when I really got more into the Full Moon films, which I'd always been into, like Puppet Master and stuff like that.
Yeah, and Subspecies.
Subspecies, Trancers, and Full Moon may not be like high art by any means, but like. It was an inspiration, I think, for me.
Oh yeah, no, it was. I'll tell you, working there was incredible. But working there at that time was truly an amazing experience, and I will always look back on my time at Full Moon, look at it fondly. So yeah, it was amazing. I truly loved working there, and working on that, it taught me. We recut that movie. We're credited as the additional editors, but we really rebuilt that movie from scratch.
Where's that arcade 4K at?
Well, unfortunately, the video effects were only finished at standard definition. So and DVD post-image, I think it was in Montreal, Canada. I don't even know if they exist to rebuild that stuff. But the 35 millimeter, I mean, Albert Pune directed the movie, and the 35 millimeter footage was beautiful. So it'd be cool to see, to redo it. And remix it. I mean, we work with Alan Howarth on that, who was John Carpenter's. He worked with John Carpenter a lot. So I learned so much about post-production working on that film. It was amazing. Well, listen, man, you are at the end of your time, and so far I'm keeping on to my schedule.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, it's been great to see you, and thanks for being on the show. And Altar of Madness, can people find you online at Altar of Madness on YouTube? That's where you go?
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Altar of Madness on YouTube. Check him out. I don't know what I was trying to say there, but check him out. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate it. Yep. Thanks.
All right, everybody. This is actually Jeff is coming on soon, and before I hang on, Jeff, hang on. I'm going to get to you soon, but I can hear the show echoing on there. Now I can't hear it. I did want to get to real quickly, some of these people are firing tips and super chats, and you guys are okay. Martino Sumoni sent me a $500 super chat. Martino, he's too kind. He buys me Starship Enterprise models. He buys me Playmobil Knight Rider and A-Team sets. Martino's a great man. He's actually been to this house, and he's looked in the Robservatory when it was in kind of a state. Martino's been a great supporter. He brought me great cigars, and now he's being too generous. So, Martino, that was very nice of you. Thank you for that. You're insane, and I'm going to come out to visit you so we can go see that GoldenEye Dam, and you can take me out in number 6's Lotus. Johnny Stewart sends in a super chat, a $20 super chat, says, just so happened to be at Epcot today. Happy streaming. Live long and prosper, Johnny. Thank you for that. Wind Goddess has been a member of the channel for 49 months. Mario Lopez, hello, Mario. Tell your mom hello for me. Has been a member for 43 months. Norwegian Kryptonian has been a member for 43 months. Kevin has been a member for 37 months. Major Chai Chai has been a member for 10 months, and she says, congratulations, and you're going to see her later. Brianna, member for a month. Bad Gamer Gate has just become a member. Valerian Winter Drake sends in a $20 super chat and says, Rob, can you do a bookshelf tour of all your stuff? That is coming in probably a week. Simon Section says, congrats on your 1000th episode, Rob. I love your Robservations close-up on the state of modern Star Trek. Oh, thank you. I understand I still owe the editor of that money. I understand your frustration. I see no clouds except the Star Trek emblem symbol breaking apart. Any chance of an SW, a Star Wars James Bond version? Is that what you're saying? I don't know about James Bond. I'm with Lancelot. Maybe James Bond needs to be retired. I don't know. My Rhino says, I discovered you during the early days of the pandemic, and I was all in. My shuttlecraft parks in your shuttle bay. You inspired me to write and finish my mobile game. Well, that's the best thing in the world to hear. Congrats on 1,000 and looking forward to another 1,000. Well, this next guest, Jeff, he also has created something, and I'm going to put him in the show, and we're going to talk about what he has created. It's hard when I have to keep a monologue going while I don't have a producer, so I have to do this live, so I'm going to put this in. But Jeff had a very interesting, he is developing something, and he had a reading. He's going to tell us about it. And I'm going to bring him on right now. And he asked me to call him Jeff. I'm going to call him Jeff. But Jeff Ashley is going to tell us about his show, Frontiers. Jeff, welcome to the show. You are in the 1000th episode of Robservations. How are you, sir? It's nice to put a face to the name.
I'm good. How are you? Am I here? Can you hear me?
You're in. You're live, buddy. You are live. Don't say anything. Oh, gee, is that booze?
Happy birthday.
Is that an actual cocktail?
Well, we don't need to know that. That's not.
Oh, no, we do.
Okay, well then,
because if it is,
the sun is above a yardarm somewhere. There you go.
Oh, I like that. Cheers to that. This is all I got. I didn't buy any booze for the show, so I got to make it last. But cheers to you, sir. So tell us about your show, what you've done. It sounds so intriguing. I didn't get to come see it, but I did promote it.
Yes, you did. And thank you very much for that.
And that was fun. I mean, it looked cool. So what is it you've got going on? Tell us about it.
So first off, Frontiers is my baby, my sci-fi baby. And it is the epic story of an average guy who is destined to destroy humanity, and why that really isn't such a bad thing.
Bring that on.
Yeah. So I explain it as a Pulp Fiction Star Wars. And there was an episode that you did, I think it was 995 here just a little bit ago, where you were talking about there's two good Star Wars movies. And I will go, there are 2.5 good Star Wars movies. But
that's fair.
Yeah, but I think you really hit the nail on the head that we grew up and it didn't. And so between that and the state of especially Star Wars and Star Trek today, where when they were good, they were driven by a creative force, an individual creative force that at least rallied the whole thing. And now that they've gone corporate, I think that's been lost, and I think that's part of what's going on with how it's just drifting into crap, basically.
Yeah, well, it can't. I mean, if creativity is controlled by corporate interests. And I don't look, I have no problem with corporations running things, but by definition, when they're controlled by the shareholders or Wall Street, the product that they're making takes a back seat to profits and all of that. Yes. And corporations don't know fuck all about storytelling. It's not part of their purview. And they look at things that are based out of the creative impulse. Storytelling cannot be constrained by a corporate spreadsheet. Yeah. And now it's so weird that a corporation and people at the corporate level are deciding what Star Wars should get made. They're ill-equipped to do so. They don't have they don't have the skill set to do it, and yet they have to do it because they look at it as a product. Exactly. Without any understanding, so Star Wars is a product. We could just make any Star Wars thing. These people, let them make Star Wars. But if you were to ask the people at that level, well, what makes great Star Wars? They probably don't even have a working knowledge of the films themselves.
No, they don't.
Much less quote them.
Yeah.
And
the people that they're trusting, the corporations are trusting to do these things are, they can get it in on time, but they can't tell the story.
No.
I'm not particularly one who believes that, we should do exactly what the fans want, but you should be able to tell a good story. And if you can do that, I think the fans will come.
I mean, that's what they want. Like you just said, the fans want a great story, and they know it when they see it.
Yeah.
But people, and the thing is, they'll hire people that are competent. Like, I thought Rian Johnson was an interesting hire for Star Wars.
Right.
I mean, I love Brick and the Brothers Bloom. And there's a lot of stuff in The Last Jedi that I thought was good, but there's a lot of stuff as well that I thought was really missing. And it never, I don't understand why somebody didn't go in and, like, if you're going to make a Star Wars trilogy, plan that sucker out way in advance.
Exactly.
Like, have your scripts. If you were making a TV show, like a streaming series, people are writing that stuff in advance so they can drop all at once. They have to make sure that the story's great. I mean, you're working on your project on True Noir that I'm doing now. The strength of it is Max Allan Collins' script. And he was adapting his own award-winning novel. So I trust in, I'm not changing it. I think I gave him a couple of notes that I asked him to give me more. Can you give me more here and a little bit more here? And can we have a line here? But I knew that I was getting something from a world-class writer that was good, and that's how it should be. And where I don't understand how a corporation doesn't know that. A corporation should know that the backbone of anything, if we're going to make a story that we want people to love, but they don't know how to do it. They assume that the people they're hiring do, and that's not necessarily the case.
And then they change those people because they lose confidence because the first movie doesn't make enough money.
Yep.
And then the second movie, people have a problem with that, so they change course again, and it's just a big freaking mess. I got tired of the issues and everybody being upset with everything. And to me, Star Wars, Star Trek, all these things were about moving forward. And then you get prequels and things like that. And I thought, screw it. I just want to create a story that I want to tell. It doesn't have to have the baggage. It doesn't have to, you're enjoying the canon as you go along because you're starting from scratch. You're starting from the ground floor. And so this is, I always, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be Han Solo and Captain Kirk, but I also wanted to be George Lucas and Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, of course.
And that's the great thing about writing is that you kind of get to be all those things.
So what do you hope to achieve with your project Frontiers? What's the plan? What would you, if in a perfect world, where do you see it going? And tell us more about that.
So the plan right now is I'm developed it originally as a TV series. I'm also parallel developing it as a graphic novel series. So I've just started into that. I've got a really great artist that I'm working with. We're doing the character studies and development right now. And the first step is going to be putting together a submission for publishers to go out and try to get that set up. If that doesn't work, I will do it myself, because to me, I want to tell the story.
Right, sure.
I don't care how that's done. Obviously, if you can do it in the structure with a publisher, I think you're better off as far as being able to have the reach you want to have. But if I got to go door to door, I'll do that too.
Right. Right.
So, and then I would like to, be able to parlay that into the TV side as well.
Yeah, and and nowadays the landscape is changing. I was watching something about how TV shows, there's a lot of producers that are starting to look at TV shows as indie productions because it's so difficult to crack into that world, to be part of that network or get on a streaming series. But with worldwide distribution at our fingertips, as evidenced by the medium that we're on right now, YouTube, if you can raise money and figure out how to monetize something, there's a whole world out there that I mean, people don't have to necessarily. Television, I think, is the hardest nut to crack to get into TV. It's really difficult. You have to really do something to show that you belong there, because it's a very exclusive club that is not easy to get a membership card into.
Yeah, and that's why I'm starting with the graphic novel, because it seems, especially in genre projects, you have to be able to prove they've got legs. You have to be able to prove that they have an audience.
Yeah.
Before anybody will, think about putting money into it.
100%.
But it's also, a great way to be in control of the narrative and be in control of the project. So by the time you get to that, look, here, I've got this, you have a little bit of an armor.
Yeah.
Or, the mid-level execs coming in with notes that they give just to, justify their existence. You could say, well, we could do that, but here's how we did it here, and it worked pretty well.
And also, if you have a graphic novel that's already finished, people always like to look at things that are, it gives them, even if you have a graphic novel, no one's going to look at the sales figures. Right. They're just going to look at you have a graphic novel. So somebody must have thought that this was worth producing. So immediately you have a leg up, and anybody will look at it and they can be like, okay. I mean, I think about, again, I look at people like Young Ripa, Eric July, who did the Ripaverse. He spent $100,000 of his own money, made a 96-page graphic novel. Then he crowdfunded it, and got people to buy it. He made millions of dollars and selling his product that he created himself. And now he's got a whole universe that he's building. And I look at that. I mean, whatever you think of him or his politics, I admire what he did. And he created a thing that didn't exist. He had a vision for his Ripaverse universe. He's got creators involved, and he went out and made it happen on his own terms. And I think that the modern age has given all of us that opportunity for that entrepreneurial spirit. Because now tell us how you had your Frontiers project and you staged a reading. What was that like?
It was a tremendous. So I'd been thinking about doing a staged reading, a little bit of choreography and a little bit of walking, but it had been in the back of my mind. And people said, "Oh, don't do it. No one will come. It's a big pain in the ass." It's like, okay. I'm on a mailing list for art stuff in LA, and normally there's not a lot in there for me. They're usually like write grants for murals in the park kind of thing, which is not really my strong suit. And I was deleting an email, and my eye was. And Fringe Fest, as whether people know or don't know, but they have it's a theater series, yearly theater cities around the world. There's Edinburgh, there's New York, there's LA, they're all over. And I used to, for about 20 years, I managed.
Oh, okay.
I was somewhat familiar with the Fringe Fest concept, and so I thought, and so I looked into it a little bit more, and to do this, to do my pilot as a live stage show that was kind of a hybrid between stage reading. And I did it, as far as producing, directing, all this, I did it all myself. So it was a lot of for about 4 months, and had some great actors, Devin Brown, and do this, Elise Cantor, and Todd Duffy, who was a friend of mine who was in Office Space. He's the guy that worked with Jennifer.
Yeah.
Get a room, you got. There was some narration and stuff. I thought, well, I'll do the narration. Not a big deal. And then there was one more character. It's like, well, I could do that character. And damn thing too, which I would not do again because I'd never theater wise. We packed the house, and I learned a lot of things not to do myself in it. But I wanted to get it out there. Space-based sci-fi pilot and produce it on not even a shoestring budget. I don't know what's less than a shoestring, like a sandal. I don't know.
Yeah.
And get it out there in a way that an audience could understand. So there was a lot of sort of audiovisual, projecting images and things to try and say, this is what we're talking about. This is where we are. And there was audience participation. I was, getting them involved and talking to them and telling them when to cheer, when to boo, and things like that. And people walked out of there and just like really just energized and jazzed. And it was a lot of like, I've never seen anything like that. And the writing was great and the actors were great. And it was basically a one-shot deal. So there were some cues that got missed and things like that. And I dropped the line.
Yeah.
But the fun of it was really amazing, and the show itself is very darkly comic. It probably doesn't come through, but I'm a very sarcastic person, and there's a lot of that in the show. So there's still it's still stakes and it's adventure and it's fun, but to me the tone is kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Right.
So you've got the jeopardy and you've got the adventure, but you've also got it's not the years, honey, it's the mileage.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And doing it in that format and getting the audience invested in that way really sort of brought through the spirit of it. So that was really, I felt that was a triumph, to have.
That's great.
That happy.
I mean, that's great to hear that. So what is the next? First of all, can people find your stuff online? Do you have a Frontiers website? And
Frontiers.tv for everything Frontiers.
But what's the next step for you? What are you going to do next to get it going?
Right now, we're doing, I'm going to focus on the graphic novel aspect of it. What we've just gotten to the end of the character development, which has been really interesting and a lot of fun because there's a specific sort of look I want for this thing. And so, just sort of pushing and giving notes and things because I'm not necessarily visual in that way, like artistically giving notes, like say, well, do this and do that. So like my wife is very good at that. So I bring her in. It's like, okay, this is what I want because she can understand what's in my head. It's like, how do I explain this to the artist? And so she helps me translate it into art speak. But so we're to the end of the character design right now. And we're going to get into the actual, designing. We're going to do like the first 10 to 12 pages for the submission. And so the pilot opens up as a sort of a musical homage to like the MGM Technicolor musicals of the 50s.
Right.
So translating that into something that is the equivalent of that on paper has been a lot of fun too, and that's our next step.
That's great. Well, listen, Jeff, I've got to. We've moved on to the next guest. Trying to keep this going, but this has been great to talk to you. Congratulations on your project, I want to thank you for reaching out to coming on to this show. So everyone go to frontiers.tv.
And go like and follow and subscribe stuff. Join the mailing list. It's all there at the bottom of the page. I appreciate it because we grow the numbers. That only helps us get this thing done because that's what people look for these days is follows and hits. And
oh, yeah. Well, congratulations for putting yourself out there and doing something.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, it's great to have you here, and thanks for joining us on this momentous episode. So
looking forward to the rest of the show. Man.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Now, next up is Marco. Marco is next up on the show. I have to put Marco in, but there you're here, Marco. You sound good. I got to put you in. Actually, nobody can see. It's. I got to put myself back on the screen. I let the last guy go. I let Jeff go, and I didn't switch back to me. I just wanted to throw. I wanted to throw out. It's not going. This is not bad. It's working out. 1001 Johnny sends in a tip and says, Rob, dating in the theater or waiting in the theater, waiting for Gladiator 2 to start rolling. Hope to be entertained. I hope you are entertained as well. King Tannic says, congrats on the millennium, my man. Cheers. I never thought of that. It's a millennium. And Science and Reason Lover sends in a $50 tip and says, congrats on the 1000th show. The show has been a part of my life since 2020. I can't thank you enough. You know, when people say that, I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. My life is slipping away, but that's okay. We all are. So we might as well be having fun. And if there's nothing else, I have been having fun on this show. And this is actually, this is particularly enjoyable. This is, it's been going well. I've been loving seeing everybody. And we're going to see Marco. Do I get this right? Is it Esquandoles? So I've been saying it right. Well, I'm going to bring on Marco Esquandoles. Here he is. Marco, welcome to this episode of Robservations.
How you doing? How you doing, everybody out there in the PGS?
Where are you coming to us from today?
Miami.
Miami, all right.
I watched the shitfish get beat last night by the Packers. It was terrible. But
oh, they're better. They're kind of good this year, are they? No, I don't know. Maybe.
The Dolphins. We lost two. You know, he went down, and we're not so hot this year. Anywho, yeah, man, it's amazing. You've made it to 1,000 episodes. I've been here for quite a bit of it.
It's a little shocking to me. But you keep going. I mean, you know, you blink. I guess it's like how I don't have kids, so I haven't watched my life tick away like that as your kids get older and time just speeds up in front of you. Because
you're talking to me. That's in fact a big reason how I came to listen to your videos. Because, you know, as time went on, all my film buddies, you know, I used to love going to the movies. And then with my group of friends who loved movies, and, you know, we after the film, we go have pizza, sometimes drinks and pizza.
Yeah.
And talk about the movie. You know, I'm sure everyone listening has done that or is still doing that. And, you know, as we've all gotten married and grown up and
grown up. Like, what is this grown up you speak of?
Yeah, no. I just say that in case no one else is listening. But you know, they kind of fall off, and so you and channels like yourself have been a supplement for me to continue on this conversation.
Oh, I like to hear that. That's good to hear. I mean, you know, it's kind of for me. It's a lifelong avocation. I wish, you know, I could. What is that? What was that movie? I wish I could quit you or whatever. I can't quit my lifelong love.
I can't quit you. Yeah.
You know, I was talking to my mom this weekend, and she's like, "Do you ever think you're going to stop talking about Star Trek?" And I'm like, "Well, they've made it quite easy for me to stop talking about Star Trek lately, but somehow I don't think so."
No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's been rough. Hopefully, Hopefully we'll get some changes with Skydance. Who knows? I mean, at this point, I'd settle for another Kelvin movie over the crap they're making, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I just wish they had this idea that the movies have to have a Khan-like villain in them. You know, Star Trek IV didn't have a traditional villain, and it made the most money of the classic series films. And you had a romp. It was a movie that accentuated friendship and humor, and it had a really interesting quandary and a great political message, if you want to call it that. And it was a lot of fun. I would just like to see a Star Trek movie that had a compelling idea behind it.
Yeah, no, we all do. We all do. I don't know how close we're going to get to that, but maybe maybe it'll happen. So the O'Toy stuff was amazing.
Yeah, it was really amazing. It was really amazing. And the people. The funny thing is the people that are behind O'Toy and everybody they have working on that. Those are all the diehards. Those people are the real diehard fans that are also in charge of making. I mean, I don't know. In a way, the deep cut combining the early Voyages comics with a Discovery character, with Spock dying in the Kelvin verse and Kirk dying in Generations, and putting all that stuff together is great. I don't necessarily think that's the proper approach to an entire TV series, because it's great for us to see a sort of Star Trek tone poem, but I also don't think that would necessarily be the right approach to make a TV series. And that's the difference in terms of, like, it's great for fans and all that, and it was beautifully done. Having Sam Witwer play Kirk with those interesting both physical and digital prosthetics was truly amazing. But if you're going to have a scene between two people talking, new characters, you're going to need there's a lot more skills that you have to bring to bear. But I love that short. I thought it was really, really interesting, and it teared me up at the end. But it teared me up because of all the work that other people had done over the years. It literally was. It
was a tribute.
Yeah, it was a tribute.
I don't think they were trying to make a series. They're just kind of celebrating Star Trek. But you had a great idea about if they could take the animated series and remake it in that vein. That would be incredible.
I think that's definitely something they are thinking about and talking about doing, because you've got the audio tracks, and a lot of the time the audio tracks are not the actors weren't in the same room together, but still those. I mean, can you imagine if they did an O'Toy? You could take the animated series and do what they did. I mean, knowing it was like, I'm not a fan of looking at recreations of people that we've lost, but if they can take to me, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are characters, and if they can make those characters look exactly like that, and then have the actors themselves who originally recorded the voices, you're just watching a different element of animation. I mean, could, those 22 episodes, and if you're doing that, why not expand it a bit? I wouldn't have a problem, even if you're using AI to train on those voices. They still made those back in 73 and 74. I would love, a live action. I mean, obviously, if they're going to do, I can say this, CBS Digital was doing a test of recreating the animated series when we were working on the Next Generation restoration. And I could see O'Toy taking an episode like Yesteryear. And, the Guardian of Forever, Spock has to become his own nephew or his own uncle. And if they were to do that, if O'Toy were to do that, people would be stunned.
Oh, for sure. And it's totally appropriate. I mean, using the technology O'Toy has in the right context.
Yes.
I'm totally fine with it. I mean, who doesn't want to see more adventures from the original cast? I mean,
100%.
Or the old adventures from the animated looking like real people. That's just incredible. But,
by the way, I just want people to know that Super Jesus Jackson was supposed to be at the 10:40 slot, and I jumped over him, and he's here. So don't think I've forgotten you. I just have to switch you around. You'll be at the 10 o'clock, the 11 o'clock spot.
There.
Yeah, he's down there waiting. You're being
So,
patient, so thank you.
I had a couple subjects to talk about, but we don't have to talk about them.
Lay it on me.
Well, I had brought up one thing. I brought up were the films, the indie films of the 1990s.
Right.
And
yes. The
something
indie explosion.
Oh my goodness. That was, so I was born in 75, right? So I was 15 in 1990. So
The year Jaws came out.
the whole
And Rollerball.
Yep. And I've been a film fanatic my entire life. And we opine over these days and hope that they may return, that Hollywood may wise up and start funding some $5 million, $10 million, $15 million, $20 million pictures. But just the names, you just look at the names, like you got guys like Jim Jarmusch, that came out at that time, Wes Anderson, Kevin Smith,
the
Coen brothers,
Soderbergh,
Doug Liman, Soderbergh, Wes Anderson, Sam Mendes, even with American Beauty.
Yep.
Danny Boyle, Robert Rodriguez. Forget about it. The El Mariachi and Desperado.
Oh, yeah.
Till Dawn. That run he went on was amazing. And it's they just allowed people to create. They took risks, which Hollywood doesn't want to really do anymore. But if you weren't there to experience the 90s, I would, challenge you to go get some of these films by some of these great directors and just watch them. Have your own mini film festival to really see what it was like.
Well, let me ask you something. What do you attribute that to? Why do you think that it was the 90s that brought about, the late 80s, the early 90s? You had the Sundance Film Festival. That's where like Sex, Lies, and Videotape debuted. Why do you think the 90s delivered us all of these new filmmaking voices? What do you attribute that to?
I attribute it to, you had a lot of that in the 70s in its own right. And then we got into the 80s, and the other subject on my list, they really got into making the action movies,
Right.
Our Stallones, our Schwarzeneggers, our Norris, our Van Damme, Seagal, Escape from New York. But, we had a lot of that, and they had a lot. Hollywood butted. I mean, Star Wars, George Lucas and Spielberg just innovated so much, But to get back to your question, I think that people still cared. People at the studios, investors, the film community at large, the professional film community still cared about art. They still cared about the auteur and nourishing those types of people and those types of projects.
Yeah.
We grew up to, look back at the Kubricks and the Coppolas and the Hitchcocks and on down the line. I'm still watching those movies, but
me too. Yeah.
I think that we went through like the 80s. We were amazing. Okay. But everything was the mainstream was fantastical. Everything was fantastical and sci-fi fantasy. And,
yeah.
That was very dominant and action. And so, I think it was kind of like a little return to form. I mean, that's what I attribute the 90s to, is that it was like that's what I attribute it to.
No, I think you're right. And there was a lot of people who had a lot of interesting, a lot of different subcultures. I mean, I really loved when I saw El Mariachi for the first time and what Robert Rodriguez was doing, the fact that, he was running and gunning, he was shooting his own stuff and was able to get all the coverage he needed, and was able to create kinetic movement because he was working on such a small scale, but was able to provide such big thrills at the indie level, which was really fascinating, doing it himself. And then looking at the special features on when the movies would come out and you'd see the the 10-minute film school things that he was doing, or showing you how to cook. It was really a product of where he was from, and then watching people like Tarantino and Rodriguez get together, and do things like From Dusk Till Dawn. And it was interesting. Clooney coming off of ER, wanted to jump over to movies, and before he would do something like Peacemaker with Mimi Leader, he went and did From Dusk Till Dawn with Quentin and Rodriguez, and there was all kinds of there was such I think a esprit de corps sort of where all of these filmmakers were all helping each other out, and everybody, they were all it was a collective. I mean, I remember I went to a Dario Argento film festival here at the Raleigh studio in their cinema there, and Tarantino showed up and didn't have a ticket for Deep Red, and I just said, "Here, take mine, dude." There was no, everybody was collectively, I think, helping each other out. And you had, I mean, unfortunately, it's too bad where Harvey Weinstein wound up. I mean, not too bad because he deserved it, but to have that kind of, I mean, I know he was a tyrant, but to have a Miramax to support a lot of these filmmakers. And, we've got those things now like Blumhouse, but there's still Blumhouse, Jason Blum said he produced Whiplash, which is a fantastic movie. But then he went on record and said, I would never make another Whiplash because it didn't make any money.
Yeah.
And you're like,
no, it's sad.
I mean, you want to make money because it's a commercial art form. But
back in those days, you had like some of the veterans too kicking ass, like Oliver Stone in the 90s.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Woody Allen was still cranking out amazing stuff. It was amazing.
No, it was good times. Do you think we'll ever see those times come again?
Well, as I mentioned, I have kids, right? And when I was growing up, and I probably could say it for you too, if favorite rock band did a Sprite commercial or a Pizza Hut commercial, you would be appalled.
Yeah.
You would just be, oh my God, fuck these guys. And how dare you wear a t-shirt of a band that you can't name one song from?
Right.
How dare you? Well, these kids are running around in Nirvana shirts and Sublime shirts, and they have no idea who these people are. and now to these kids, it's cool if you're in a Sprite ad.
Yeah.
It's incredible, right? So there's got to be enough people to really care about this stuff and take it seriously. And I think the answer is I think we can, but we can't because cinema is no longer the zeitgeist. And
no, it's not. That's the real problem. Is that look? It's all as they say, UGC. It's user-generated content. People are watching one another. Everyone's the star of their own show, and whether it's influencers, and I get it because everyone's looking at, it's all navel gazing. As I keep saying, we were looking out. We were not looking out at ourselves. We were looking outward, like what's out there. We were all kind of seekers. And now you just sit at home and everything comes to you through the wondrous internet.
Yeah, and speaking of that, you have an abundance and oversaturation of content that back in the day, like a movie would come out and everyone would see it and everyone would talk about it, or a certain TV show. And now, you talk to people, hey, if you've seen The Tulsa King, and they're like, I don't even know what the hell that is.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much stuff.
Well, it's also, again, it's almost as entertaining to watch people talking about stuff as it is to watch the stuff themselves. Yeah. And I think like one of the things on this show for and I'm gonna have to let you go soon because I've got to bring on, but it got to the point where like when I did the 400th show, I interviewed a lot of people like Brian Fuller and Barbara Crampton and Bill Sienkiewicz and all these. I did these, but those interviews are less popular with people than if I'm on with other and just chatting, and you have all these celebrities now doing their own interview shows with other celebrities. So they're talking about their craft, but I don't know if that's, unless you like the celebrity, if that's really something you want to watch. The YouTube space is really a hangout space. Like I want to hang out and listen to people. Like that's why Joe Rogan's the most popular podcaster in the world. He's us. He's the everyman asking questions. Well, Marco, I want to thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for being a supporter of the channel, and this was great to chat with you. I think I'm going to do more of these. I mean, this is going quite well. So thanks for coming on and being a part of this, the 1000th episode of Robservations.
Thank you, Rob. Take care.
All right, I will see you later. And now, still keeping on this schedule, Marco, I will let go, and I'm going to bring on Super Jesus or Jesus. I don't know. We'll have to find out. But yeah, so we will do that, and I'm going to bring. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, you sound good. No, you sound good. You sound good. You look good. And do you want me to call you Super Jesus Jackson? Just Super. Okay, I'll just call you Super because I like the whole name. That's good. Let me just get you in here and put you in the show so everyone can see you. This is actually going. This is so far. It's been all right. It's been all right. So here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, however you identify, here is Super.
Hello. I am Super Jesus Jackson. That's the complete name. I'm a YouTuber. I talk about film and music, and do a lot of reactions. But I don't just do the reaction for like 5 or 6 minutes. I probably make like 30-minute long videos talking about analyzing a scene or a song, and I talk about all kinds of other things like modern films and reviews and stuff like that. But Rob, I wanted to say thank you so much for having me here.
Oh yeah, are you kidding? It's my honor.
I also wanted to say I'm 26 years old. So I'm a little bit, I don't know what's your audience? Do they skew a little bit younger? Or,
you know what? It's really interesting. I would say that my audience, it's almost on a bell curve. So my young, like you're at the secondary tier. My primary audience is between 35 to 55. Okay. But then people from like 18 to 35 are definitely in there. And that's one of the things, like, let me ask you this, since you brought it up.
Sure.
Do you pay attention to how old the people are that you watch?
Definitely not, because
yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Like I'm a big fan of like Paul Chatto. He's kind of new to the space. He's older than me, but he does like his name's Paul, so he does appalling news coming out of Canada. And he's older than me, but he was in a very famous comedy troupe in Canada, and I wouldn't not watch him. And during the pandemic, I was watching like this British doctor who had to have been in his 70s. And then my new thing, and not because I'm a dirty old man, it's been really interesting to watch female YouTubers that are watching Star Trek, like classic Star Trek, like Bunny Tail Reacts, and there's another girl, I forget her name, who's been working her way through the Star Trek movies. And it's been really interesting because we grew up with preconceived notions. So when Star Trek 3 came out, we were coming off of Star Trek 2 and we expected something from it. Or I expected, because of Star Wars and Empire, something from Return of the Jedi. So it's really interesting because when I was growing up, there were always female science fiction fans, but not like there are now. There was that explosion of anime and gaming in the 90s that really brought the female audience in. Yeah. So there is a female audience that did not exist in the fan space. And watching people react, I've learned a lot. It's really interesting, and it's been really it's kind of inspiring because they don't have any baggage. They're just watching things. Like, I love watching a girl in her 20s love Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Right.
Because she gets it. She's not looking at it like, oh, it's a slow motion picture. It's not like the TV series, because she has no connection to it. So there's a purity of their opinions. So, sure. But then, of course, I feel guilty. Like, I've just been watching like a 21-year-old girl just because she's talking about Star Trek. There's something going on there that I got to back away from. So,
yeah.
Now, how did you get into YouTube? What made you do it?
It was the pandemic, man. I mean, it was a blessing in disguise. It was a thing that I've always wanted to do it. And just, I got laid off and was just doing nothing. And I was like, I have to do something. So I started doing song covers, and then I transitioned to actually doing film and music content. And thank God for the pandemic. As awful as it was to a certain amount of people, but it definitely helped me. But I wanted to talk about this is yet another, I think, something that will be kind of controversial, I think.
Lay it on me.
To your audience. But I have perhaps a more sympathetic approach to the debate as to the justification of AI and the use of it in the arts. Now, I don't want to get into necessarily the economic perspective of it, like, as to whether it'll take a job. That's related, but not entirely. I just kind of want to talk about the philosophy behind the use of it and the ethics of it. So I think most people, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most people, especially in our space, have the idea that if you use AI, it's unethical to use it in art, because the process in which AI does its work is plagiarism. Like, for example,
current generative AI, yes.
Like I use Midjourney, AI sometimes to create images. And,
sure.
I put in a little prompt, and it gets a little bit from everywhere to create a unique image. And
right.
I say, that's what humans do as well. We do that same process. You think every filmmaker that you see is a product of every other filmmaker that came before him, and he takes a little bit here, takes a little bit there. And he creates a unique product,
but he has to do it himself. When the human, you're always like Tarantino steals shots and does that, but he still filters it through his own mind. So when he sets up a shot, he's the one that has made, okay, I'm going to use this focal length. This is the composition I want. So it's still coming from him.
Sure, I agree. I do think that that's what prompts are for, though. Right. I think that when you put in a prompt, right, it's a specific subjective version of what you want. You're putting in everything you want.
No, it's true.
And I don't think AI is obviously anywhere near producing anything that is good. But it will get to that point. And I think
it will 100%.
And I think when it does get to that point, we should ask ourselves the question: what if it produces the greatest song you've ever heard? And if it comes from AI, just because it's a machine, does it mean it's not good? Does it mean it's not art?
Well, okay, then let me ask you this. Like, say, do you want to listen to an AI-generated guitar riff?
Do I know that it's AI before I listen to it or after?
Well, I mean, but look, if sound waves are just, you can reproduce them electronically. And you can ask, I want to get a combination of Jimmy Page and Jimi Hendrix and Prince, and give me a, and it'll do that. But I don't necessarily want to live in a world, because at the end of the day, if that's possible, is a human being going to pick up a guitar and learn to play? And for me, if there isn't a human being that knows how to play a guitar, the underlying knowledge and desire, I mean, there's something about the human soul. When you learn how to play a guitar and you're a virtuoso on any instrument, whether it's a piano, there's something about being human that, first of all, led to those things being created instruments being built in the first place. There was a need that the human animal had that created the desire to make music. And at the end of the day, in 50 years, if we have AI, will you be able to go to a smoky bar in Paris at 2:00 in the morning with a woman you just met, smoke cigarettes and drink brandy and talk to her till the wee hours of the morning, till the sun comes up over the Champs-Élysées, while you're listening to a jazz trio play things that they're improvising on stage because they're virtuoso musicians? What if we lose that? I mean, what if we lose the idea, or people, like, in 50 years, are people in an AI culture, will they play the guitar anymore? And if they don't play the guitar anymore, and if we don't have human beings that know how to play instruments, does that diminish? And that's going to be true of all of the arts, whether it's sculpture, painting. We'll watch robots dance because they can, they'll perfect. Do you want to watch, say, a ballet like Coppelia that's about a robot danced by a robot? I mean, I think that's the danger. And I think I look at this culture and we're going to be like, why not? Who cares? And I think there's a danger of the human spirit and the human soul being lost just through simple inaction. Well, we don't need to do that anymore. Why does anybody need to know how to paint? Why do you need to know how to... I can never play a guitar as well as an AI bot could generate a riff. So why learn?
I think you make a great point. I think that this is where I think when people debate AI, they're not necessarily debating the process behind AI, because I think it's fairly similar to our process.
Yeah.
I think what they're saying is the human touch, the purity of just because it's a human, doing it. And that's the value. And I think that's a very, valid argument. Interestingly enough, you brought in sort of the fear of what will happen in the future. I'm a young person, right? To a certain extent, I'm Gen Z technically.
Sure, but you're a smart Gen Z.
Well, I like to think so.
These alien Gen Zs out there.
I like to think so.
We need more of you, sir.
I mean, I got physical media back there. I just got the Godzilla -1 in 4K. I don't think that's what a lot of Gen Z people are doing.
No, and that you just warmed my heart. By the way, it's a great 4K disc.
Oh my God. Yeah, I can't wait to check it out. But there's people sometimes that comment on my YouTube and they're like, you're like young. You don't know anything about the world. You young people, you got streaming. You don't know what it's like to open up an album, to this and that. And I do fear that, I share your fear to a certain extent that technology, the more that it advances AI, we will lose the purity, the value, right, of art and everything. But I mean, I went to, like, I don't know if you know who Madison Beer is. But she's a young pop artist. I went to her concert. It was awful. Not because she was awful, but because I was surrounded by 15-year-olds who were singing the music and yelling in my ears. So it was terrible.
Yeah.
But these were some passionate 15-year-olds,
Sure.
And they were filming, the entire goddamn time, which I don't like, but they were passionate. And I still listen. I buy albums occasionally, but I listen to most of my music on streaming. And I have had, I sit down, I put on my headphones, I sit down on my bed, and I listen to something completely. I still do that, even in the age of streaming.
Oh, and look,
and so
I think it's great. But what you just described, what worries me is it's when you go to a concert like that, like when I went to concerts growing up, nobody would sing while the band was performing. Like, you're there to hear the band performing. But it's like nowadays people are more interested in, like, it's almost like they want to show the world that they know the lyrics to the song of the person on stage. Mm-hmm. And so, look, I totally agree. The passion is great, but I feel the passion, it's always about them. They're more important than the person they came to see sing. And that's the thing that kills me. That's the thing, like I'm a huge Prince fan. I probably saw 30 Prince live shows in my life. And what I like to do is no Prince performance was ever the same. You never knew when he was going to go off on some riff, and you never knew how he was going to just sit down at a piano and play one of his biggest hits in the world, but do it as just him on the piano. And that's what made it exciting. And I feel now that, and this is just an opinion, but I like that you recognize the passion. I just worry about if the world, everybody now, they're at the center of everything. And when you go to a concert, it's like, it's about that performer. You should be, and I understand the world's kind of, the script is flipped, mm-hmm. but to me, singing at a concert, and I understand, I get it. You can't take that away from people because it's a different value system. Things have changed because of social media, because of the internet, because at home, you're singing. If you have your favorite, you're a young person, you're 15 years old, and an artist comes on, you're singing with them in your house, whether you've got earbuds in or headphones on or whatever, and that's what you do. But going out into the real world and singing, to me, is like, where do you draw that line? Isn't now the time when you should shut up and listen to the performer sing?
Oh, I agree. I agree with you there. I mean, I definitely don't do that. I don't sing. I mean, I also, I've been to a Tool concert as well.
Nice.
I don't know if you like Tool.
I do.
I've been to Tool, and they have a strict no phone rule. Don't record us. But people end up singing anyways.
Right.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And these are like 60-year-old men, just like singing away, which it's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah, I guess it's I think No, I think you're right. I do think though that even in this age, I mean, Instagram, YouTube has democratized, just art and entertainment, and there's oversaturation. Your previous guest talked about that, but also I think, I don't know, man. Like I sometimes think we're doomed, and then I look at some 15-year-old, shredding guitar like I've never seen before.
Well, that's that's what I love seeing.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I see some girl who's like 10 years old wailing on a drum set, and she kicks ass, and you watch all this stuff, there's still a lot of amazing things happening. And like, I am not one of these people. I'm not a doomsayer, because every culture thinks that they're on the precipice of the end of the world. I mean, I think to myself, what was it like to live in World War II, in Europe, when literally the world was burning? I mean, I think we're actually in a pretty good place. I am optimistic about the future. I really am. And I like to see where things are going. However, we've never been in a position where the things that make us human, like especially the arts, we've always used the arts to define the human experience. And it couldn't be recreated any other way. To play, you couldn't miraculously generate music electronically. I mean, you could, but not like a whole sonata, or not like I can make up I don't know much about country music. I'm not a big, I like Steve Earle and the Dukes and things like that. But if you go on, you can write me a country music song about my dog dying, my movie not making any money, and my girlfriend leaving me for another girl, and I'll get a great country music song in seconds. That I prompted it, yes, but I didn't have to play an instrument. I didn't have to hire musicians. I didn't have a guy come in and give me more cowbell. I didn't have any of that happen. It just was created for me. Now, yeah, I prompted it, but the steps that it would have taken to get there is the human endeavor, the human element, and you never know what's going to happen when you're all working together. And I fear that at the end of the day, if you can just get that stuff, you get the final result immediately. That's what I fear, because what's going to happen when we all live in a world and we all are driving around in cars that we don't have to drive, and there's a flat tire? Can you fix it? Are we going to have a culture that is completely reliant on robots to fix everything? And if we don't understand, it's like learning the fundamentals of language. You might be, it's the difference between being literate or knowing how to read and being literate. And that's what I fear, that we're going to live in an idiocracy culture where the underlying theory and the underlying what it takes to become great is missing, because all we're going to get, it's like trying to do math in school where you cheat off someone's test and you only know the answer. And you can't, I mean, every teacher's like, you have to show your work. How did you get, because the important thing isn't the answer. The important thing is how you got to that answer and understanding the methodology behind the math. And if you don't understand the methodology, in 50 years, we might not know how to do anything. And that's what I fear.
We'll end up like the Wall-E world.
That's 100%. 100%. And that's what I worry about. Listen, it's been great to talk to you. Where can people find you on YouTube? Plug your channel again.
YouTube.com/SuperJesusJackson. Upload weekly, music and film. That's what it is. And thank you, Rob, so much to you as well.
It was great to have you here. And look, I am now, because of you, my estimation of Gen Z has gone up. So so thank you for that. I appreciate that. And thanks for coming on to the 1000 show of Robservations. Fantastic.
Thank you. Take care.
Great to have you, man. And I guess I don't have to fear that the world is ending. And that's good. I like that. So, Super, thanks for being on the show. Now, we're moving right along. It's 11:20, and I've got Paul, who is supposed to come on. And I believe, Paul, you are here, aren't you? I'm going to put you in the show. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Uh-oh. Is there trepidation in your voice? Not on this channel, buddy. You don't get to be shy. All right, Paul. Welcome to the 1000th episode of Robservations. You're a little low in the frame. I can't fix that, but
better?
That's better. Welcome to the show. First of all, tell us. Actually, you actually wanted to talk politics, international affairs, Star Wars, Star Trek, James Bond. I love it. Little erudite.
Actually, I gave you a whole big list and figured you could pick from whatever topic that no one had discussed a lot prior.
Well, I leave that up to you. You get to say whatever you want.
Right, well, first off, thanks for having me. Congratulations on your 1000th episode.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving.
I did. Did you?
Yeah, although I kind of threw my back out showering before I left.
Uh-oh. Is there any way you can put your camera down a little bit?
I have no camera. I just have me.
I can
move the computer, laptop around.
Yeah, like can you move the laptop just because we can't see your face?
There,
that's there you go. A little bit.
This is better?
That's better. Go a little bit more there, a little bit more higher up. There, that's perfect. There you go.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Now we can see you. Now we can see you.
All right, there we go. So yeah, maybe about a few different things.
Lay it on me.
Talk a little bit about Star Wars. As you may recall, I told you that I had seen it several times when it first came out, and one of those times was in Barcelona, Spain.
Ooh, one of my favorite cities.
Las Guerras de las Galaxias.
Yep.
Was its title. And of course, I was my mother with me. We're on a driving trip around taking Spanish in high school. And of course, I was a straight student in it. But I pretty much forgot everything in the month from high school to the trip. However, I did need to. The great thing about Star Wars was I didn't need to know any of the Spanish. I knew the entire movie by heart by that point.
Right.
And my mother enjoyed it. My mother knows no Spanish, but she enjoyed it also.
That must have been. How was the audience? The Spanish. Seeing it there.
That's like 46 years ago.
Because Barcelona, my favorite film festival that I've ever been to happens every year. It's the Sitges Film Festival in Sitges, Spain, which is about 20 kilometers outside of Barcelona. It's just down south, right on the Mediterranean, and it's all science fiction, fantasy, and horror. And that's Free Enterprise debuted there back in 1998, and I've been there 5 other times. The Hills Run Red played there. Femme Fatale's episodes played there. It's an incredible film festival. So Barcelona is a town full of imagination connoisseurs.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people there. I think it was well received. It's because the people were speaking, of course, in Spanish, not English.
Right.
So they had to get Spanish speakers.
And Catalan, too, so they have different...
Right. And as you know, Spaniards are not a timid people. So C3 was not his usual timid self. He was a little more forceful.
I would love to hear the Spanish version of C3PO. The Catalan version of C3PO.
Interesting.
That's very funny.
I want to talk to you a little bit about more of the recent films, which
yes.
I kind of made a mess of. I think maybe you agree with me that Disney blew it when they first bought Lucasfilm. I was kind of excited because I've been reading all the books post Jedi.
Oh yeah,
I just want to learn more of the characters. I want to see what the characters where they had gone in their lives. It's interesting. So I thought, oh, this is great. Now you guys all these great books you can use. And this is where you're going to make the films from. That didn't work out, did it?
No, you know what? You've just codified one of the things I don't understand. We've been adapting books for cinema forever.
Right.
You go back and you look at the great works, whether it's Shakespeare, whether it's books like Great Expectations, all the great books, they've always gone back. But the one thing they haven't done is gone and taken tie-in fiction or expanded universe stuff and used it to make these movies. And the thing is, the great tie-in fiction is being written by people that love this material. They're doing this. No one writes a Star Wars novel or a Star Trek novel to get rich. They're writing it to hone their craft, and they're doing it because they love it. And they're usually canonistas that are every little minute detail they'll extrapolate upon, and the very best of the tie-in fiction is all great. I mean, there's so much rich stuff in the expanded universe of Star Wars novels. Like you said, they already covered. I mean, in 1991, when Dark Empire came out from Dark Horse and then the Thrawn trilogy started to get released, and they both kind of worked in tandem in a way, I'm like, why not do a variation on that? Like, it's already done. And then what we get isn't as good.
Right.
It's because the people they hire, never the two shall meet. No one in Hollywood wants to sit there and go, well, I'm not gonna adapt some Star Wars novel. I'm gonna be the one to come up with the idea. Are you? Really? How's that working out for you?
Yeah, I thought they should have used Legacy of the Force books, which is about 40 years after Jedi.
Yeah.
And how great would this have been? You have Jason's going the dark route, following his grandfather's footsteps. You got the Jedi, you got his other twin, who gets trained by Boba Fett himself to take him down. What kind of great moves if executed properly.
If executed that, but the problem is you've got the studio. They don't know. Even Kathleen Kennedy, as she's been quoted a million times, she didn't know that these books existed. People don't know. And it's frustrating because it's like when we watch Paul Anderson make the first Alien versus Predator movie. It's like Dark Horse already did an amazing Alien versus Predator comic. Now the MCU will go adapt, but you can go make comic books of like original characters, but you go to Dark Horse and you want to adapt a Star Wars novel or one of their comic series, which would be great, or that Dark Horse Alien versus Predator series. Nobody thinks about that. And then we get some weird alien pyramid in the Arctic, and aliens were here, and predators were here, and it's like, what is this shit? And we all have to and it's because they don't know. They could have adapted that Dark Horse comic, and it would have been great.
Yep.
It's It's frustrating. It's just, it's frustrating and maddening, I think. And especially because we as fans, I think the hard part is, first of all, anybody who's read those books are immediately discounted in the hallowed halls of Hollywood. No executives, no filmmakers are like, well, if those people are reading tie-in fiction books, that's not the people we want to be catering to. Not knowing that a lot of those books are wonderful, especially Star Trek. And now, of course, with Strange New Worlds, they're ripping them off without accreditation. And I hate that. And there's ideas. I mean, where did Grand Admiral Thrawn come from? Expanded universe stuff. And what happened to Timothy Zahn? You know, he gets summoned to Lucasfilm. They had already taken Grand Admiral Thrawn and put him in an animated series, but they hadn't talked to Timothy Zahn about it, which is baffling to me. And then, of course, Timothy Zahn has to then take his own creation and reshape Thrawn to fit into their new continuity, which I want to punch somebody in the face. Why don't you just bring him in the first place? The fact that they brought him in after the fact and said, we already animated this, and we'll let you write another book. It's so, the way that these creatives are treated is beyond me.
Yeah, speaking of Timothy Zahn, one of my favorite characters in his books, in those post-Jedi books, is Mara Jade.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think we'll ever get some variation of her?
I do.
In the Star Wars shows or movies?
Yeah, I do.
Or how do you think they'll do it?
I don't know, but she's too beloved of a character. I mean, everything from all of those characters, Asajj Ventress, Darth Malgus. I mean, there's all these different the Knights of the Old Republic people. They'll go there because eventually people are not going to. You're not going to have new filmmakers come up with better ideas than those. And you're going to come up with people. They're already doing that. The filmmakers, Filoni wanting to use Grand Admiral Thrawn, who now has been in both animated shows and live action. Unfortunately, neither of those have done the job that Timothy Zahn did in the Heir to the Empire trilogy. But I think eventually they're going to have to, because the problem is the people, the way I see it, like the video games have done a better job. Not always, not necessarily the latest video game, but you look at things like The Force Unleashed or Jedi Survivor, and those video games do a really good job of delving into the universe. And I think that, again, video games are like tie-in fiction. You have all these people that are complete Star Wars fanatics that are delving into the minutia and asking themselves, okay, in this universe, if A, B, and C are true, D, E, and F must be as well. And they're making these leaps because they have to. A video game will last for 30, 40, 50 hours. If they're, when the great Star Wars sandbox game comes out, like Grand Theft Auto Tatooine or whatever, they're going to have to know. And they're going to have to, so maybe we will get something great. But I think, I do think that we will. I mean, I have faith that eventually, because it's not working. They're not making the money from Star Trek or Star Wars that they want to make. They have, and we're looking, look, I want Skeleton Crew to be great. Don't you? I hope it's great.
Oh, yeah.
I want it to be great.
I'm excited for it next week.
Yeah, everybody wants, the funny thing about these studios, it's so frustrating. They have this entire audience that is praying that these shows are great. And you look at Mandalorian season 3 and you ask yourself, what the fuck happened to this show? It started out, season 1, season 2 had that great episode with Bill Burr and the Imperial officers and all that. And you look at season 3 and it's like people walk in and out of a cave 3 separate times in one episode. And you're like, what is going on here? How does this happen? How do people sit in edit bays? These are smart people. You had 2 great seasons of The Mandalorian. How do you not let Bo-Katan be awesome? Why do you have to walk down a long corridor and we're watching somebody literally walk down to a long corridor to get to where she happens to be sitting, waiting for you to walk down the corridor? Why not just cut to her? It's such a weird, bizarre, I don't understand it. And watching The Acolyte, I understand why something like that got made, but you ask yourself, what about this show works with the Star Wars and Empire or Jedi? I mean, does it? How does this fit in? And it's wild to me that we're getting things that fail when they shouldn't. And every time they make a show that doesn't work, it hurts the brand. It hurts the underlying overall value of Star Wars. The value of Star Wars is less because Disney took it over as a brand. Since 2015, I don't know how anybody could calculate this as a metric, but when you watch The Force Awakens make $1 billion or $2 billion at the box office, and The Rise of Skywalker makes $1 billion less, that should be horrifying for a company. They should ask themselves, what has happened to our brand? And nobody seemed to do that. I don't know. And that's what's frustrating. You're watching this stuff, and when I say, I always say fraudulent creation because I heard that from a studio executive. You ask yourself, how is this happening? How is this allowed to happen? Because the people that are making the decisions at the top don't know what they're doing in terms of how do you create somebody to make good Star Wars? They look on a spreadsheet. Okay, this person did this, and the spreadsheet looks good, but that's not how I would pick. I don't understand why Disney doesn't say, okay, filmmakers, here, we're going to take the 20 greatest filmmakers around the world that are working today, and we all want you to come in and pitch us your idea of Star Wars. What should we do? Tell us. Why don't they do that? And have all these people come in and have the person hear the best pitch. That's how other movies get made. Why don't they do that with Star Wars? I don't know.
Yeah. They need to formulate a plan. I think they just need new people there. They need to get rid of all the leadership and get somebody new. And
I don't even know.
It ain't working.
I don't know if Star Wars actually, it might be too broken. I always say that every franchise is one hit away from being restored to their luster. But Star Wars has been too damaged by the horrible continuity that they've allowed to exist, like within the sequel trilogy. It did, in my estimation, irreparable harm, if you just take the character of Luke Skywalker. Yeah. Like, why wasn't he allowed to grow? If you're a kid, and this is the question they should have asked, okay, we're going to have The Force Awakens start at this point. You're telling me that if you're a kid growing up watching Star Wars for the first time, you're watching them in order, and you get to the end of Return of the Jedi, and then you turn on The Force Awakens, that kid's not going to be like, wait a minute, we just saved the galaxy. Luke redeemed Vader, the Emperor is defeated, the Empire is gone. And you're going to give me another movie, the next movie? All of these people that saved the galaxy, somehow Luke's Han's a deadbeat dad, Luke almost killed his nephew, the First Order was allowed to rise, and billions of people were killed in The Force Awakens when Starkiller Base destroys the middle of the Republic, the New Republic. This is good. Who decided that was a good, besides, well, J.J. fucking Abrams, the same guy who made Star Trek Into Darkness, the worst big budget science fiction movie ever made. Who decided that was okay? There's, in that movie, where's the hope? Where's the fun? It's baffling to me. When I watched Force Awakens and I walked out of that movie, I know some people liked it because, we see Star Wars again. I fucking hated that movie. I walked out of there and I'm like, what did I just watch? What did I just watch? Whereas I've read a lot of those post-Jedi novels, there was a progression there. You got to see a lot of the stuff that was going on. It was richly developed. Those characters were well drawn or well written. I watched Force Awakens. There's not one really great original character in that movie. Everybody's just a riff on a character we saw before. Like, nobody thought to themselves, like, why is the Millennium Falcon sitting on the desert on Jakku? Why is it there? Why would Han Solo let the ship go? Why would Han Solo lose the Millennium Falcon? I'm supposed to believe that Han Solo lost the Millennium Falcon and it's just been sitting on this planet forever, however long. What fucking asshole asked me to believe that? Besides, well, J.J. Abrams did. And Lawrence Kasdan, who wrote it, who wrote Empire Strikes Back too. This is what we're given, but let's face it, whatever they came up with. It just, you watch these things and you sit, I know I shouldn't care because it's just movies, and now you got me on a rant. It only took 4 hours or 3 hours for somebody to get me to real ranting about this stuff. But you look at this and you're like, what fuckhead thought that was a good idea? Who read the script and no one said, why is Han Solo and Chewbacca, what are they doing? And they don't have the Millennium Falcon just because you want to have a character that we don't know who's never piloted a ship before like that get in it and have some shortcut to show us that she's awesome? When did she learn to fly? She flies through the wreckage of a Star Destroyer and does maneuvers that we've never seen Han Solo do. And yet we're supposed to believe her first time in the ship she can do them? I mean, I can't say how much I hated that movie. That movie is garbage. And I know people like it because they hadn't seen Star Wars in a long time. But when I watch that, I'm like, Star Wars is done. The Force Awakens did not awake. Star Wars The Force Awakens was a lumbering zombie of a Star Wars movie that had not one shred of creative authenticity in its entire running time. There's not even a space battle in space. X-Wings are flying over the water. I hate that movie.
I couldn't understand. When I got out of the movie theater, I was like, okay, I'm happy Star Wars is back, but why did they just redo A New Hope? That's basically what it was.
Yeah, there was not, and that was another thing. And I understand this is another problem. From a corporate standpoint, Disney wants to restart Star Wars that's theirs. I get it. I understand that makes from a corporate standpoint, but you don't go back and remake a movie but not as good. Disney should go, and the first thing you have to ask yourself, if you're going to have your legacy characters, you have to have a moment where all the legacy characters appear together. You've got to give these legacy characters, you have to pass the torch. And you don't put R2-D2 under a tarp the whole movie because you figured out some new cute. Nobody gives a fuck about BB-8 right now. Nobody talks about BB-8. Nobody cares at all. People still care about R2-D2 because R2-D2 was the hero of 6 movies. And anyway, so, I've been ranting and raving.
One more
yes, sure.
Yeah, it just as bad as those 3 were, Rise of Skywalker at the end of the movie, when they were all celebrating their victory. That's about the most emotional I've ever gotten in a movie in my life. I had tears running down my eyes. I just kept saying to myself, 42, 42. Because 42 years I've been watching these movies.
And it is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. If you're a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fan, so I can understand that.
Number of people to talk to.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yes. Well, listen, man, Paul, I want to thank you for being here. It's great to have you. But it's funny. We can go on because the next person is not here yet. So Mike Murray. I don't know if Mikey Lito is going to be here. But so we can still go on. But you know what? I will do this because since Mikey isn't here, I'm going to run because I've been drinking water and coffee. I'm going to run to the loo. Actually, yeah, I'll let you go and I'll play something else. But I want to thank you for being here on the show.
Thank you.
And thanks.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too, man. And thanks for being here. I really appreciate that. So that was Paul, everybody, and that was very great to see him. Now, Mikey Lito he was next up on the docket, which, some people can't make it. I am going to take a bit of a bathroom break. I will be right back. So this has been great, and when I come back, I will get to some super chats because we have more. We are now, what is it? We're 3 hours and 42 minutes into this show. Got a long way to go, everybody. A lot more people to talk to. Up on the docket, we've got Alvaro Zinos is our next guest, and he is an author. Equimedium is a great book that he released this year. So it's going to be fun to talk to him at the noon hour. So I will be right back and talk amongst yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm back. It's kind of like what Randy Quaid said in Independence Day. I'm back to the aliens. And did that work out for him? I suppose it did. Let's see what we got. You got a lot of people commenting. A lot of interesting things happening. A lot of interesting stuff. Let's see. Where are we at here? Wow, a lot of people are coming in here. I said Valerian Winter Drake wants to see tours of all the stuff. I'm going to do that shortly. I know I've been saying that for years, but I'm really going to do it. My Rhino says, sends in a super chat and said, I discovered you during the early days of the pandemic. I already said that one, but I'll say it again. Shuttlecraft Shuttlebay, you inspired me to write and finish my mobile game. Congrats on 1,000. I love that. Gio Diaz says, AI will only ever give you what you tell it to give you. It cannot give you something you never could have imagined. But if the singularity comes, it will. Once we have sentient AI, I think we will. Marco, who was just on the show, celebrated 22 months of membership. He says, congrats, Rob. I need to be on time today as close to 2 p.m. as possible. Well, Marco, we got you. Peter T. became a new member of the channel. Captain J. T. Kirk celebrates 19 months of membership. No Money G has also been a member for 19 months. Brian Hepburn has been a member for 49 months. The Robo Producer has been a member for 16 months. King Tannic said, congrats on the millennium, my man. Cheers. I did 1001 Johnny. Alon Abadi celebrates 25 months of membership all the way there in Israel. Dan Candy celebrates 16 months of membership. Blue Sunrise sends in a super chat and says, grazie on a 1,000 episodes. Keep them going. Oh, my God. Mikey Lido. He did send it. He says, where'd you send the link? I don't see it. I should have emailed you. You should have got an email from me. I'll have to rejigger this with the link on the top of the email. That's where it was. There was an email that you should have received with the entire schedule. Cyanagiri has been a member for 25 months. I'll get you back in, Mikey. The Robo Producer says, couldn't seem to get on the docket. Thanks for being the most honest, smart film guy out there. Your show is one thing that keeps me optimistic about life and the world. Hope to stream with you soon. We have to do that. D's Webos celebrates 25 months of membership, which is amazing. So Mikey Lido, I don't know if you saw that link or not, but I sent everybody the schedule with the link on the very top of it. Andreas Whalen88 says, by the way, I have a bunch of really cool projects that I've been working on for a long time. So who knows, maybe I'll contact you for some help in the foreseeable future. I won't be very good until I finish True Noir. But I love cool projects. Roger Green is Green. I always forget. I was going to say, Roger, you haven't been around for a while. Roger says, long time no see. I just wanted to drop by and congratulate you, good sir. Keep up the good work. I will try and do that. Mus Hussein celebrates 42 months of membership. Thank you for that. Jerry Mannon, all the way from Finland. I just want to thank you, Rob, for being a great inspiration every time I watch your show. You have got me to write my first fantasy sci-fi novel. I love hearing that. By the way, I bought the book you recommended. I was looking at it just a moment ago. So thank you for that, which is very exciting. So Mikey, I hope, did you not get I don't know. Oh, Mikey's here. So you're here. You are here. But I can't hear you. Mikey, do you want me to fit you in? Can you come in? Can you come in at, hang on. Can you come in at 3 o'clock? So 6 o'clock your time? Okay. Come back at 6 o'clock your time. And I will let you in so you have your full time. Cool. All right. I will see you then. And now Alvaro can come in. Are you here, buddy? Can we hear you? Okay, I'm going to put you in the show because you're next up. And oh yeah, no, you see, you're 5 by 5, all good. So I will put you. Let me put you in. Another cool name from the. I just have to get you all in here and put you down. And I want to ask you, without saying what it is, if you read anything interesting last night. Alvaro's here. How are you, sir?
Doing great, Rob. It's so good to be on here.
Fantastic. Your book. Tell everybody about. I mean, I've shown the book many times on this show. Tell people about your triumph in sci-fi literature. That you've written many short stories. You've written many essays. You're a very accomplished writer. And by the way, if I dare say it, you have a collection of Star Trek books that puts everyone to shame. And so I was very impressed by what you showed me. But so tell people about what happened this year for you professionally.
Yeah, I'd love to do that, but I do want to say right from the beginning of this that we're here to celebrate your channel, and I really appreciate the immersion in fandom and how you're able to connect with people from all walks of life. And I was thinking, you're kind of like the Leonard Bernstein of pop culture.
Oh my God, that's way too, that's high praise. Come on.
You have this irrepressible enthusiasm to talk about how everything works in pop culture, but then you're also a creator. And so, I think your shows, including this one, congratulations on your 1000th, have been very successful in evoking that experience of being in a nonstop convention. I think you've mentioned that from the very beginning, from the inception of this.
That's very nice of you to say.
Yeah, and by the way, I am going to be, speaking of conventions, at a convention on Saturday. LostCon is LostCon 50. It's Los Angeles' longest running science fiction and fantasy convention, and it's held Thanksgiving weekend. It's held by the Los Angeles Science Fiction Fantasy Society, which was actually founded back in 1934. So speaking of fandom and the history of our field, that is the oldest continuously operating science fiction club in the world. And they're going to have Larry Niven as their guest of honor. So for anybody who's local in the LA area who wants to come on by during the weekend, I will be there on Saturday, and I will be on 2 panels. One of them is going to be about Star Trek and the future of the franchise.
No.
A topic that has been dissected and analyzed in fascinating ways on this channel. And then the other panel is going to be about lost legends of science fiction. So writers who are kind of awaiting rediscovery and that, probably never achieved the type of readership that they might have merited back in their day. And so I just wanted to mention that because this idea of lost legends ties directly into the novel that you were asking about.
Yeah, 100%. And it's interesting too, Larry Niven as a writer has one of the most interesting connections to Star Trek.
Right.
All the way back to the chuffed captain, the Gazinti, from Slaver Weapon, the animated episode Slaver Weapon. And it's very interesting that somebody took their own IP and sort of combined it into Star Trek and made that all work. And
right.
There was a producer, a guy who worked on Voyager, who was doing a pitch where he brought back the Xinti, and it would have been interesting to see them. I always thought they were a cool race that they should incorporate back into Star Trek somehow, but I'm sure that there's a rights. I mean, they can't even make Tom Paris. He can't be Nick Locarno from The First Duty. So even though it's the same actor, because we don't want to pay Ron Moore or whoever for that character. I mean, come on. But no, so tell us about your book. First of all, as I said, I cracked open the first 2 paragraphs and I stopped and I read them aloud to Elizabeth. And I'm like, listen to this writing, man. So tell people about what came out. What book did you write? And I think the inspiration for it and what you were going for is fascinating. So tell us about it.
Well, I appreciate it, and thanks again for mentioning it and for reading it. Obviously, I'm just going to show
The hard that's but that's a
I've got the
paperback, dude. Come on, man. I got the hardcover.
Your spending budget is probably bigger than mine, but the book is really a love letter to literary science fiction. And one of the things that always fascinated me, as a reader when I was growing up, was reading books that featured that acknowledged the existence of stories inside their universes and inside their worlds. Right. So in a sort of very straightforward way, we use the word meta to describe a lot of those narratives today. There's been other, books and types of discussions around that work, but I was always drawn to that. And the so-called new wave science fiction, which was really boundary pushing, in a way, genre-defying experimental science fiction from the 60s, 70s, even a little bit through the 80s. Where writers were incorporating a lot of the that were used by modern and postmodern writers and bringing them into science fiction in a way that had never happened before. People probably heard of books like Harlan Ellison's Dangerous Visions, famous anthology. And there were many other anthologies of that ilk and novels that were very experimental, as I was saying. And I really cut my teeth on that stuff as a
Dahlgren.
Yeah, absolutely. Dahlgren was actually a bestseller. What is the alternative world in which Dahlgren is a best-selling book? Explain that to me.
I think it was the first book where I had to turn it where the text went different directions. I didn't know. Those were the heady days of science fiction where, like, okay, Larry Niven could write with Jerry Pournelle Lucifer's Hammer, which I love, but then they would write The Mote in God's Eye. That was kind of a slog at the age I was at when I read it. I actually read it again and liked it a lot more. But the 70s were wild, man. There was some wild, you could read the Flinks and Pip novels that Alan Dean Foster was writing, and I would get that. But then I'd go read Dahlgren. Or then I'd find Vonnegut or something, or read The Sirens of Titan and be like, wow, where am I at now? What's going on? The 70s were a wild time to be writing, and I'm sure we're writing and reading science fiction.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a little young, but I still enjoyed it.
And a lot of that work wasn't necessarily commercially successful. That you've explained in some of your previous episodes, publishers were sort of in a frenzy to get a hold of as many manuscripts as they could that they could label as science fiction following the wake of Star Wars. And a lot of publishers didn't really know what they were publishing or quite honestly, intricately understand the connections with what had come before. So a lot of things went out into the world, which under normal conditions of more, commercialization would never see the light of day.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so my book, Equimedian, is essentially, it's a novel where the main character, Jason, is a hardcore science fiction fan, and he's been collecting books for a long time. And he is living in New York in the 1970s. And he doesn't really fit in, even though he's technically a part of fandom, and he goes to conventions and he goes to group meetings. And, he likes to hear people hold court on this writer and that illustrator. He doesn't really feel like he connects with that whole movement. And at the same time, he's sort of reflecting on where he's at in his life, and he's not super excited about what he's accomplished versus what he hasn't. And so as you start the novel, you quickly realize that while all of the books and authors that he is referencing and that he's thinking about as the way that he processes the world is through these stories, those are all real, but the reality that he's living in is not our reality. It's an alternate reality. And so that's sort of the concept of the book, to run with this idea that in a true multiverse, if all realities exist, there would be one reality that shares our identical texts, but not our history. And so those texts take on new meanings because the context of history surrounding those books is different. And, as I was saying, I love new wave science fiction. This is a love letter to that particular period of history. And I hope that people who read it will discover new authors. That is something that, again, I really appreciate about your channel, exposing people to interests and influences and aesthetics that they might not normally come across. I wanted to mention, I don't know if people will be familiar with a writer called Cordwainer Smith. If
I was going to say, that was the first name that came to mind when you were talking about writers that have been forgotten that are ripe for rediscovery. That was the first name that popped in my mind.
Perfect. So, you know, for people who are interested, I would say there's a single volume collection called The Rediscovery of Man that is an absolute must-have collection of Cordwainer Smith stories. And some years back, there was, you know, our genre is full with awards and recognition. And there was created a while back, which a lot of people are not aware of. It's called the Cordwainer Smith Rediscovery Award. And there is actually a list online where you just type in, you know, Cordwainer Smith Rediscovery Award. You will see who all the winners are. And the winners of that award are all writers like him who, you know, informed judge members and panelists have decided are rife for rediscovery. So anyway, you know, I think that's the main point of the book, is to bring awareness and to talk about the power of stories. And, you know, in some of the conversations that you guys have had today and in previous episodes, there's this idea about how people experience stories today versus how they used to experience them in the past. And there's a scene in the novel where I sort of postulate this technology. Again, this is an alternate 1970s.
Right.
Where somebody, instead of going to the text to get whatever chemical experience happens in the brain when you read a book, well, what if they just bypass that and they go directly to the things that influence the writer who was writing that book that led to that book?
Yeah.
Why bother with the text in the first place? Just go to the source of how that text came about. And, you know, there's conversation about what that would be like, and is that really the same? And, you know, what is the function of art, essentially, right? So a lot of, I use this sort of concept that I was mentioning as a platform to comment on things that, even though this is set in the 1970s, I think are relevant and of import today.
Well, let me ask you, you know, I've been reading a lot about, that was the wrong thing. I didn't mean to get you there. I meant to, get you here. I've been reading a lot about, there's been a lot of controversy happening in the sci-fi literary world, especially around things like the Hugos. And a lot of people have been talking, and I don't want to, you know, start a fight with anybody online, but I'm really curious as to how you feel. Like, your book to me is it's exactly the kind of material that modern science fiction should be tackling. And, you know, for me, I always have to have some intellectual hook to pick up a book. Like, all the crazy books that I ever read, like Dahlgren, you know, Samuel R. Delany was not somebody I had read a lot of his stuff, but when I picked up that book, I thought it was cool because it was like the thickest science fiction book I'd ever found in paperback, you know, and I'm like, oh, I got to read this. And I read the back, and there was something about it that drew me in. But a lot of modern science fiction, again, is less about, I don't know, there's something has changed. And I don't want to just chalk it up to things like identity politics, but there is a lot of that. But I feel like the ideas that science fiction, like the ideas you're talking about and that you wrote about in your book, are pretty heady, but also very compelling. And while they're not necessarily plot, they drive up the plot, but I found myself reading your book, stopping for a minute and contemplating some of the things that you were providing to me as a reader, which is what I look for the most in reading speculative fiction. No matter what that is, if it's more literary, more of a mental thing, or if it's a piece of technology that seems fascinating, I'll stop and be like, wow, that's what I'm always looking for. And I find that happening less and less in a lot of... So how do you feel about the state of literary science fiction now, today?
I think that there's a lot of great work that's being produced, and I'm a fan particularly of short stories. this was my first novel, but I spent
Right.
many years publishing stories in magazines, professional anthologies, and so on and so forth. And particularly, I mean, that's I keep up more in the short fiction space.
Sure.
Do see happening that I think could be challenging potentially for readers like you who are more interested in those heady concepts, is that because genre has sort of collapsed and fractionalized into many, many subgenres.
Yes.
For each of those to be identifiable, they have to have somewhat well-defined parameters. And so the more well-defined the parameters of the subgenre are, the less sort of space that there is to introduce something truly radical or subversive or transgressive, because then that's not anymore, right?
Yeah.
So I think for novels, it's a much bigger topic, but part of that has just been the effect of publishing houses trying to target readers and understand, publishers trying to produce the types of books that readers want, rather than publishing books that readers don't know that they want. I think that has happened, particularly with the novel length. Again, not so much in shorter lengths, because you can get away with all kinds of experiments, and
sure.
The history of science fiction has been, magazines are struggling today, but they were also struggling in many different epochs. So that's not something particularly new. And I want to add to that. I think the idea of exploration and discovering stories is, again, very important, one that I want to champion. I would say that my novel it sort of straddles the line between mainstream lit fic and science fiction. And, it came out from a smaller publisher, and that's part of the reason, because they understood what I was trying to do. They championed the vision, and they totally got it. And so I went with them. This is actually pretty much on the day I wanted to mention the book that I had published before Equimedian is this book right here called Being Michael Swanwick. And that is a nonfiction book. It is a book of interviews that I conducted with Michael Swanwick, who is a fantastic writer who's moved in different genres as well. I'm sort of very drawn to writers like Michael Swanwick or Elizabeth Hand, people who can demonstrate, in horror and fantasy and science fiction, and at different lengths. And I spent basically over a year interviewing Mr. Swanwick and going through his entire bibliography of short stories in chronological order. And so the reason I mentioned that is because it's a year old, so it just happens to be an anniversary of the book. People who are maybe watching and want to get an education into the mechanics of fiction, it's a sort of easy way into it, because you're seeing, or in this case, reading the conversation between two people, but it's all about the craft and how to create those stories, and how was he able to write over 120 short stories and not, get caught up in tropes and not get, stagnant with the type of work that he was producing.
Well, I would love to read that. That sounds totally fascinating to me, and I guess it's because I feel that today, and it also, to be honest, it's because I used to go. There was only bookstores to go into, right. And I found a lot of these books that I love. I found randomly flipping through books, whether I was at B. Dalton or Barnes and Noble or Bookstar or whatever the hell I was going, there would be these vast sections, and they were full of all kinds of things, not like 100 books by one author that dominate bookstores now. You go in and you're looking for some obscure horror title. Like, I still really love dark fantasy and find obscure science fiction, and it's hard to find because obviously the publishing industry, like everything else, everything's always been profit driven. But now it's so profit driven that it gets to the point of it's bland. I mean, I don't, and I really find it's unfortunate that publishing is like everything else. Excuse me. You have to break in. It's hard to break into things. I mean, I miss the days when all these lurid horror paperbacks would come out, and most of them weren't. They were of questionable quality, but occasionally you would get somebody to come through, like when the Abyss horror line started, which didn't have a lot of great books, but there were still people like especially female horror writers were really well served by that line, like Melanie Tem and Kathy Kojin. You'd find these things, and some of those books were wild, you know, then Bad Brains. And I remember getting these books and loving all this stuff. And now it seems like a lot of science fiction, oh, it's a series. It's a high fantasy series, the first of 10 books. And I'm like, okay, can I just read a book? I just want to read a book. I want to read, take me on a journey. Like, I love Robert Charles Wilson. To me, he's like the high concept Stephen King. You know, he lives in Canada, and he'll come up with some weird, heady idea and set it in a neighborhood. You know, in a suburban neighborhood, and some crazy shit will happen.
Well, as you were saying, you know, there's always been the tension between art and commerce. But one of the things that I think is quite different is that the part of that equation that leads towards commerce has been amplified algorithmically. And those algorithms have become ever more powerful and ever more, you know, definitive in what they dictate to viewers. I mean, I remember when a lot of my first paper purchases occurred in Spain and in Germany, because I grew up in Europe before coming to the States in 2004. And so it was particularly exciting to find a bookstore that had used paperbacks that were in like. You'd see a lot of the classic authors like your Heinlein or your Le Guin or your, you know, Clark or your one you'd all onto these really obscure. I remember being in a used bookstore and picking up this paperback that was called Operation. And you know, if you're a fan of Space 1999,
wow,
to that show, but I would have never Operation Almanac. I was relying on algorithms, right? It would have come to, or there was a book called by Eric Frank Russell, another title. We Star of Ill Omen. It was just this ongoing discovery of really. Of titles that would probably be described as cult titles today, if people still even know what they are. But, you know, thinking about this, one of the things that I actually wanted to bring up was this idea of, if you want to explore the history of genre, if you want to find things that maybe appeal to you because you're tired of the same type of stuff, because a lot of, you know, publishers today, if you're trying to break into the business, they will look at the comps, right? They will say, so what is your book like? And therefore it has to be like something for them to be able to publish it. The other
I hate that.
Is what is your digital footprint? How many followers do you have on Instagram and Twitter? These are metrics that publishers look at, right? If you want to discover or explore things that are outside of that, there are a couple of techniques and sort of, you know, procedures that I like to use that are what I think of as non-algorithmic ways of finding things. Because again, I think that the more that you step outside of the algorithm, the more exciting this conversation with the past becomes. And so one of them is the adjacency method. So, okay, you've heard of Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's in school curricula, etc. Well, maybe you kind of have a gist of what it is. Instead of reading that book, why not check out After Many a Summer by Aldous Huxley? It's sort of adjacent. It's off to the side from the title that everybody knows. You do the same thing with Lord of the Flies by William Golding. You know, he has a brilliant collection of novellas called The Scorpion God, or he actually wrote a prehistoric novel called The Inheritors, which most people have never heard about. William Golding, prehistoric fiction. Why don't you check that out? You know, Joanna Russ, for example, to take somebody within science fiction, most times you'll hear people reference The Female Man by Joanna Russ, a very important work in the history of feminist science fiction. Well, if you go a little bit to the side of that, you will discover We Who Are About To by Joanna Russ. Fantastic book, which, by the way, exists in a Greg Press edition. I checked because that's the edition that I have. So
did you look into the Star Trek books?
I did. So anyway, that's what I like to think of as the adjacency method. Another one is the cross-cutting method. So what do I mean by cross-cutting? So the idea here is you take someone whose work you like, whose stuff vibes with you, and you you look to see if they've done anything outside of the mold or of the genre that you're reading in. So, for example, John Brunner was a big name back in the 60s and 70s with books like Stand on Zanzibar. He wrote a historical novel about steamboats, the Great Steamboat Race. How many people are aware of that book? But if you look it up, you might think, well, maybe I am interested in the history of steamboat races or whatever this thing is. Michael Moorcock, obviously huge in the fantasy and dark fantasy fields, right? Eternal Champion Saga, all of these different interconnected stories that he has.
Behold the Man.
Yeah, it's brilliant short novel that fits into exactly the new wave stuff. That
I love Behold the Man.
And very subversive, right?
I'd love to make that movie. Nobody would let me do it, but I'd love to do it.
But yeah, for example, Michael Moorcock wrote a book called The Brothel in Rosenstrasse. And it is a superb literary novel that I think might be up your alley.
Sounds like it.
It might be a place that you would like to visit. Another writer that was influential to me coming up was Barry N. Maltzberg. And he is one of several hundred writers that is name-checked in Equimedian. Well, you can read, the books that Barry, the classic novels that he was known for, like Beyond Apollo. But again, you can cross-cut and you'll find out he has this incredible body of nonfiction where he wrote collections of essays about the field, like The Engines of the Night. Or he wrote a novel called Underlay, which is all about compulsive betting on horse races. There's really not a lot of science fiction going on there, but it's
no.
Absolutely enthralling book called Underlay. So anyway, that again, not to belabor that's what I kind of think of as the cross-cutting method. And another one is the chronological cuffing method. So here you basically handcuff yourself and you say, I'm not gonna look at something contemporary. I'm not gonna look at something recent. I'm gonna pick something that is either 25 years old, 50 years old, 100 years old, and I'm gonna stay in that lane for a little bit. And another way to go about it is to think about birthdays or anniversaries, right? So, for example, today is the birthday of C.S. Lewis, who is beloved to fans primarily for his fantasy works.
But his space trilogy,
his space Paralandra,
Out of the Silent Planet, Paralandra, and That Hideous Strength.
Absolutely. So
or his look. I loved Mere Christianity and the Screw Tape Letters, and I'm Jewish.
Yeah. No, and I was going to say, you can combine, right? So today it's C.S. Lewis' birthday. He was born in 1898. Check out A Grief Observed, which remains one of the most powerful books on grief and is a very human and personal book that he wrote. And you can sort of play with these methods and combine them. When I was living in Munich, and again, I didn't have a lot of access to English language books in bookstores. It was an odyssey to find this stuff. I got a copy of the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction by John Clute and Peter Dickles. It's actually right there on the shelf. And Saturday mornings, I would just peruse the book and discover things.
Is that the one with the white cover that has the giant, like the moon about to hit the earth, and you see the New York Harbor? And
no, this one I can actually show you the. This is what this one looks like. I think I know.
Oh yeah.
You've seen this for sure.
Yeah.
In different places. And what I was going to mention is that there's a new expanded online edition of the SF Encyclopedia. It's now in the millions of words, and they keep adding entries to it. And it's got a randomizing function. So if you just type in SF Encyclopedia and hit random, it will take you to something that you've probably never heard of or have explored before, and you're not consuming the output of an algorithm.
Well, listen, Alvaro, we got to do a whole show. You come on and we'll do a whole show. I want to thank you for being here. Tell everybody what is the name of your book?
The name of my book is Equimedian, and you can order it online. This is what it looks like. Also, if you're interested in the kinds of stuff that I'm talking about these days, I have a column that comes out every 2 weeks. It's called The Poppies of Terra. So you can go online, just type in Poppies of Terra. It is fast approaching its 50th installment, and you'll see there's coverage of all types of different stuff, genre and non-genre.
Well, I think you've done a good today. There's a reason why people should follow you. And I sent you some stuff last night. I realized I forgot to send you. There's still more stuff I have to send you, so I will.
Oh, I can't wait.
That's in my mind. Did you happen to take a look at 3 linked things that were not written by somebody whose last name is like my middle name, Meyer?
Yeah, I did. We can talk about that.
Yeah, those are pretty interesting, aren't they?
Fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of alternate histories and what might have been.
Yeah, and still could be, according to him. Never going to happen. But anyway, it was great to have you here, and thanks for being on the 1000th show.
Thank you so much for having me.
This was great. I'll see you later. Alvaro's a great writer, and you should check out his work. And go get. I got to get that new book. I didn't, or the book he wrote about the author. I got to read that. So now, if they are here, we have Miele. Miele, are you around, Miele? We've got you here. I can see that you're there, but I can't see you, and I can't hear you. Well, I'll let you see if you can drop in. I'm going to go and check out, go to the tote, as they say, if this were the Chabad telethon. Let me just, I think I just heard you. Admiral Terrier. Terrier's been a member for 44 months. Major Chai Chai, you're coming on a little later. Thanks to you, Robert. So glad to have found your channel. My movies to see and books to read lists have exponentially grown, and I'm sure they just exponentially grew just now. Marco Esquindola says, he sends in a super chat and says, send for some booze. You'll need it in the final stretch. Use this to pay the delivery driver. Man, we just crossed over hour 4 of this show. We're 4 hours and 23 minutes in. I don't think I need booze because we are only 1/4 of the way through this show, ladies and gentlemen. Toymaster said, happy 1000th birthday, Rob. A Silly Goose has been a member for 26 months and says, congrats on 1,000 episodes. And Andreas Whalen sent in another super chat and says, but first, I'm working on retirement from the normal 9-to-5 work. I'm deep into crypto, and I will probably have my answer by next summer. Are you into crypto, Rob? I am not a crypto guy. I don't know much about it. I will say this. If I have regrets in my life, one of the greatest regrets I've had in my life is I could have bought Bitcoin at what? When it was like $1? This was like 12 years ago, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Bitcoin, like digital currency? Boy, was I stupid. A forward-thinking person like myself, I should have been all over that. But was I? No, I was not. And have you been following where crypto is now? Boy, I wish I was that guy. Unfortunately, I am not. But you know who could very well be? Our next guest on the 1000th show of Robservations. And they are here. I don't know where they're coming from. Can we hear you? Can you say something so I can see if I can hear you? Yes, I can hear you, and I'm bringing you on. Everybody, please welcome, and I'm going to get this right, Miele, right?
You got it, Rob.
Miele, where are you coming to us from?
Inside a vehicle from Westchester County, New York, Robert.
All the way from Westchester County. What's the weather like there today?
It's pleasant, Rob. It's very pleasant. Not too normal weather for this time of year.
Well, welcome to the show. It's good to have you here. And I had you down. I wrote down that you wanted to talk about. I love this. You said, I've got 7 days to live. And which 5 movies would I want to watch? Now,
yes, I'm putting you on the spot.
But before I answer that, I've got to put the question to you first. You first, buddy.
Oh, they were safe, comfort food, simple choices, Rob. It was obviously A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Die Hard 1, and it's the 5th one I'm having trouble with because it's either Wrath of Khan or Return of the King, because those two are my favorite farewell movies. I just don't know which one is better.
Wow. Okay. Now, those are good choices. Which, see, I can't. I would have to those wouldn't be if it was going to be all like Lars von Trier's Melancholy and the world was going to come to an end. I don't think I would pick. I've seen all those movies a million times, and I would want to pick the longest movies, and the Lord of the Rings trilogy could count as one movie. But I those films I've seen so many times. I think before the world ended, I would want to see movies that I had never seen before, rather than have comfort food. Although I'm trying to think of which movies, like The Sound of Music, as people know who've watched this channel for the beginning. I had not seen The Sound of Music until Elizabeth. They twisted my arm. Elizabeth bought me the Blu-ray, and I had never seen The Sound of Music. I knew doe, a deer, a female deer. I knew that came from The Sound of Music. But I watched The Sound of Music, and what happens so often when I see a classic film that I had not experienced, I was surprised by how great it was, which I shouldn't be, because every time I watch a classic movie that people love, I'm always struck by, wow, this is really good. So it would be hard for me to say what movies those would be. I mean, I'd have to look into it. My first inclination, but let's assume that I just didn't have time. I didn't have time to sit there and go, there's 7 days left. The clock is ticking. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. It's like Nicolas Cage in Knowing. Here comes that solar flare. We don't have much time left. Are the aliens going to take our kids away?
Because somebody said to me, that's not a fair question because it can't be answered. And my thing is, eventually, you're going to have to make the choice. Nonetheless, you're going to have to choose 5. So we're all cinema diehards. I went with those not because just they're safe. It's just because of how they define cinema for me. They're all very strong, core cinematic movies. But the answer is still, I mean, other than, our luck, Rob, we're going to just get hit by a bus. But right. My point is, that's how we're going to go out. My point is, I mean, it's a difficult choice, but you got to make the choice. And we're all about cinema. So I feel like I want to go out off this earth with cinema playing. It's something that I want to take with me. Maybe even playing one of them while I'm going out. I want one to be playing in the same room, because cinema is so important for us. But it's a difficult choice. But I get where you're coming from. I wanted to go safe just because of how what they've meant to me is just
I mean,
Star Wars is Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, if I went along those lines, I would have to say like Godfather 1 and 2, because those two, I love those two movies so much. Like we talked about earlier on this show, All That Jazz is a movie that made a lot of. It meant a lot to me.
Great choice. The only reason I didn't choose Godfather 1 and 2 is because I think Empire is a better sequel than Godfather 2 is.
Oh, what?
Sorry, Rob.
No. I mean, I love Empire Strikes Back. It's the movie I've seen the most in a theater. And it's just that for me, you know what the funny thing is? Like, genre cinema to me, as much as I love it, it's not my favorite. So although I will say this, I think I would watch Star Trek the Motion Picture. Would be one of my, because of how much that meant to me, and the idea that it in a way, I think it's really hopeful in that if the world was ending, I would like to believe that the universe preserves. Look, why we have an electrochemical process happening in our brains is not really understood. The idea of life, and if there is an afterlife or our consciousness, where does consciousness go? Or maybe if we are, 25 levels down from base reality and we live in a simulation, maybe our consciousness goes somewhere, like they recycle it or something. I like to believe that. Star Trek the Motion Picture, I think, is an extremely hopeful, optimistic movie. When you have Dr. McCoy and Spock talking about, watching this new life, and I hope we gave it a good start, out there that way. So I'd probably, so Godfather 1 and 2, I count as one. I'm going to cheat. I would probably take All That Jazz, Star Trek the Motion Picture. And then, you know what? Maybe The Right Stuff. I love The Right Stuff. I was just watching it the other day because I was rebalancing my surround speakers, and because the puppies had chewed through the wires and I had to fix it. And I love The Right Stuff only because it's so hopeful. It's one of the great movies about America. You know, and it's also funny, and it's got great actors, and it's 3 hours and 15 minutes long. So
yes, but no Nazis get killed in it, so I have to go with Raiders.
No, I mean, yeah, and but I love the right stuff so much because it's like 10 different movies rolled into one.
Yes.
And I think for my final movie, I would take Amelie.
I knew you. I had a feeling you were going to say Amelie.
Amelie, because I've never seen a movie that sort of encompassed my view of the world, where everything is magical realism, and so that I mean, when I saw it's very funny. I saw that movie in Sitges for the first time in 2001, and I didn't know anything about it. I knew nothing. I didn't know what Amelie. I knew that Jean-Pierre Jeunet had directed it. I knew that I'd seen Delicatessen and I'd seen City of Lost Children that he did with Mark Caro, and I didn't. And those posters were all over the train stations. They were everywhere in Barcelona. And Amelie was playing. It was a double bill. It wasn't a double bill, but it was one movie after another in like the same theater. It was Kyuichi Kurosawa's Pulse, which is one of my favorite modern horror films of all time. And I saw that in the theater. I'm like, this, and then we watched Amelie. And I was sitting next to my friend Steve Melching, and I'm watching Amelie, and just it was one of those movies where involuntary tears were just streaming down because it was so when she sticks that little box of treasures into the phone booth that she's found in her house, and I just because I totally understood what that would have meant, and the guy just can't believe it, and he starts crying, and he goes, I'm like, I lost it in that, and that's the best, when I cry in a movie, it sneaks up on me. I have, like, it's instantaneous. I don't know that I'm going to cry. Like, I don't feel this sadness that finally results in tears. In a movie like that, something will happen, and it'll go right into whatever that is, that trigger. And that movie I did not expect that to happen. And it was a joyous, rapturous kind of a cry. And I'm like, I hope my friend Steve doesn't notice that I am. And I was like, oh my God. It was more of an internal thing. And I'm just, and that movie, that whole movie, everything about that movie, the way it goes from fantasy to reality and in and out of the whole thing. That movie, I felt seen.
It sounds like you just picked the last movie you would watch. That would be it, Rob.
Yeah, that would be it. And it leaves on I'm a hopeless romantic, even though I've never had, my life has not been full of hopeless romanticness. I mean, it has when I'm by myself. but I think that Star Trek: The Motion Picture too is very hopeful as well. But yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's all also you're talking about what cinema means to us, and I think one of the great, if there's a tragedy in my own life, it's how cinema's power has been diminished over the last 25 years, and cinema means less, and certainly to younger people. And it's not the younger people. I'm not going to be like, those Gen Z, fuck them. It's because user-generated content, the script is flipped. And I think it is a combination of things like helicopter parenting. I mean, literally, we were kids. I don't know how old you are, but
we're the same age, Rob.
Same age. We were running around, like, we went out into the world. I never was home. I mean, I was home. I'd run to the house to watch Star Trek, and then I'd run back out of the house. Like, I was gone. There was why would you stay in the house? Unless there was a science fiction movie on TV, there was nothing to do in the house.
Correct. We lived on our bicycles.
Yeah, you get on your bike, you meet your friends. Where are we going to go? Let's go someplace we've never been before. Okay. Or we'd get on Seattle. I was getting on public transportation at 10 years old and going with my friend Jeff Swafford or whoever came with us into downtown Seattle, wandering around the waterfront.
Yes, it's an everyday challenge as a father with my 16-year-old with a TikTok addiction. It's an everyday challenge, let me tell you, because him and his friends, they just telling me 2 days ago that they prefer short form video over any movie that exists, and that really broke my heart.
Yeah, well, because the funny thing is the generation, they're not seeking, everything's coming into them, and how does it relate to me. Like, I think we were more interested in the fact that there was a world out there that we knew existed that we had to go find.
Yes.
It was out there. And it wasn't going to come to us. We had to go get it. We had to go find it. But now you can bring the entire planet Earth into your bedroom. So why leave?
Yeah, it's quick. Yes. I asked my son asked me, why was this question so important for you, Dad? He said, and because he knows 3 years ago I went through a medical crisis that kind of brought me in this vicinity of really this becoming a reality. But I was able to make through it. He asked, why are these movies important? He goes, is cinema that important for you? Are these movies? He goes, and I explained to him because, at that point it was either that or comic books, and novels. But it is, Rob. It's a different generation, but it is. Movies are that important for me, and I know they're important for you, and they're important for our community, which, by the way, you have one of the best communities on the internet. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be included in your community.
Well, it's been great to have you, and now I know how to pronounce your name now.
Yes, you said it, Rob. That's correct, Rob.
Miele.
My full name is Joseph Miele Correa Salhab. It's four different. It's Arabic, Portuguese, and Italian.
What a great name!
Yeah, so Miele is my twin brother passed away, so I took on his. So I was born with Joseph, and Miele was my twin brother. So I carried his name forward, and then Correa is Portuguese, and my father was Arabic, so it's Salhab is my Arabic last name, and so it's Joseph Miele Correa Salhab. You can just call me Miele.
Miele, what a great name! What a great honor for your brother to have.
Thank you very much, Rob. And it's truly an honor and a pleasure to speak to you, and everything you do for your community. I'm sure everybody loves you the same way I do.
Well, I appreciate that. And it's a good question. I think we should start asking this question of our viewers and have people.
Our existential crisis.
Yeah, I'll throw out that thing. If there were 7 days left on Earth, and you had 5 movies to watch, what would they be and why? And again, send these to me at rmburnett1701@gmail.com. Send them to me and just put 5 movies in the subject heading. So send those
before I go. Just remember it, viewers. It's a silly question when you think about it, but eventually that could happen.
We're all going to get there.
Right, Rob? So,
we're all
Robert,
get there.
I don't want to take up any more of your time because I lost track of time, but it's an honor.
Miele, it's been great to see you, and thanks for being a part of the 1000th episode.
Thank you for asking me to join.
Absolutely.
Take care,
all right, I'll see you later. How cool was that? Oops, I have to stop letting people go before their time, and this schedule's working out pretty good. The people that I'm having come on are doing a fine job at coming on, and we have our next guest is here, and I'm going to put them into the show. And how's it going? I can hear you. That's good. Anders is about to come in. So, and Anders is coming to us from, first of all, from an area of Seattle where I saw Life Force at the Admiral Twin Theater. I don't even know if the Admiral Twin Theater is there. And also my favorite date spot when I was in high school, Spud Fish and Chips. So please tell me that Spud is still there and it survived the pandemic.
Spud's is still there. Yep.
Okay,
still
good.
Kicking.
Okay.
Yep.
So Anders,
the Admiral Theater.
Is it really? Is it still the Admiral Twin?
Yeah. Well, it has more theaters, but it's not $2 anymore.
Yeah. Well, I would drive out there, and that was part of our destination when usually the Admiral Twin didn't get the best first run movies, but then they would get the Life Force. That's where I got to go see Tobe Hooper's Life Force, and that's Ghoulies would open at the Admiral Twin. And coming from Mercer Island, it was a trek. That was kind of a long drive, but I loved going out there because I love Spud. And any chance to go to Alki, it didn't matter whether it was freezing or pouring down rain, I would go. By the way, if people have never been there, Alki is a great spot to go. It's not a huge beach, but it's got a great strip of restaurants and bars. But Spud Fish and Chips is like 100 years old. It's it's like the greatest. They wrap your fish and chips up in paper, and you walk out to the beach, and you can sit on the logs. The most aggressive seagulls you will ever meet in your life. These seagulls know that you have beautiful fish and French fries that are thick, and they will dive bomb you and take it out of. If you're not careful, they will take it out of your hand as you reach down to pick a piece up and put it in your mouth. They will swoop right in. I've seen it happen.
Yep.
So
that's why we have TikTok now.
I know, right? So tell us what's going on. Tell us your tale. What is your tale?
Okay, my tale. I grew up in West Seattle. Went to Garfield High School. Went to college.
My mom went to Garfield High School.
Oh, okay, nice. Class of 04 Bulldogs. Then I started doing. Well, I was always doing music. I'm the son of a preacher man, Lutheran minister, and my mom is a piano teacher. So I've always had like music in my life, and I was in choirs growing up. And
nice.
Then and got pretty good. We got to do like video game soundtracks and stuff up at Bastyr College.
Wow.
In Bothell, yeah. And in fact, I was gonna get to that because one of my favorite composers, Michael Giacchino, I always forget his last name. Yeah, but we did one of his video games before he started movie soundtracks for Medal of Honor. For PlayStation 2, I think it was. So that was nice. So we helped him further his career. So
that's very cool. Let me ask you, how is Seattle? I mean, for me, I lived there from the time I was born. I was born at the Swedish Hospital. I was taken home, and I lived in my house on Mercer Island, which I could never afford to live in now. The house that my parents bought for $30,000 in 1964 is like a $3 million house.
No, yeah, square foot. Maybe.
Yeah, there's no way. I could never. But the people that bought it from when we moved, they bought it in 1988. They still live there, so they bought it for $160,000. So good on them. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Mom. So much for our generational wealth.
What are you gonna do? Yeah, but it's not really the same as even when I grew up in the mid '90s.
No, I mean Seattle had that when they blew up the theaters. I love. Thank God the Cinerama was given to the SIFF, the Seattle International Film Festival. But I mean, all of my entire youth from the time I was 10 till the time I left was all traipsing around downtown Seattle.
Yeah.
Going to clubs, going to shows, going to movies, going to Belltown, going to the games, going to the waterfront. I mean, that's what it was. I lived down there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made like a Grand Theft Auto.
It's too small. You could the thing is it. So what's it like? I mean, and West Seattle was a place that I was always out. And when you'd meet people, a lot of people lived out there, so I was always going to house parties out to West Seattle, and
it's pretty much the same, except a lot more Northern Californians, and they stick to their local businesses. We don't get a lot of chains up there,
right?
Which is nice. So we have like the farmers markets and stuff like that. So other than that, it's just I don't know. We still have Easy Street Records, which is nice,
which is great. It's good.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about film soundtracks, and one of the great things about Seattle was it's not there anymore, but Tower Mercer, Peaches in the U District. I mean, and then I worked at Silver Platters for years, which is still around. It's not it's not owned by the same people, but at the time it was the largest optical disc only retailer in the world. And I mean, Tower sold a lot of other stuff, but we only sold CDs and laser discs. That was it.
Yeah,
and that's
where I got all my Family Guy DVDs.
Yeah, when I worked there all through college, and I worked at the Bellevue store. There was a Northgate store. There was a South Center store, and it was a great place. But Seattle was great. We had lots of used record stores, lots of stuff downtown. Pike Place Market had things like I think Golden Age Collectibles is still in Pike Place Market. Or it was, but they've been there since I was a little kid, so they've been there for 50 years.
Yeah, that place has definitely not changed.
Most
of it.
It just moved across the hall. It was where the head shop is, or where it was, and then it was next to the head shop when it was small, and then it moved across the hall into that bigger space. So you want to talk soundtracks? Let me ask you this. How do you feel about the state of movie soundtracks today?
It's hard to compute the nostalgia of me being, 10, 12 years old again, to seeing like how just applicational it is now. I feel like the emotion is kind of left out. It's more of a rhythm, kind of a ticker. You got to have a great director and a composer collaboration in order for it to really click. So obviously you go to what Christopher Nolan and Hans Zimmer have been doing, and with the Batman stuff, even though that soundtrack is my least favorite of all Batman soundtracks.
The Batman Begins is their least favorite?
Just the whole Christian Bale Batman is.
Yeah, because there's no melody.
There isn't, no. And even the new one is it in reverse. That one goes da da, and this one goes da da. So it's just, definitely not Danny Elfman.
No.
But what I was gonna I was thinking this right when we were talking, is that I really wanted to talk about how these movie composers are really just like what both Beethoven and Mozart were back then, but nobody goes to the orchestra to hear original music anymore. They see it in the movies. Because we're just so lazy, I guess now, that we just we need optical as well as for our ears to hear. So just thinking about especially what I put in my favorite soundtrack list were these composers that had come from pop bands, or especially like Danny Elfman or John Cale or Copeland, who is probably one of the last American composers that we know of 20th century. So, and I also think that like some composers are just going to be known for, some composers aren't going to be known for the music that they did, and some composers are going to be known for music that people won't know it's theirs, So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as a kid, it's funny because before I listened to pop music, I only listened to soundtracks. Mm-hmm. And it really began, I mean, I have to say, it started with Star Wars. I was 10 years old when Star Wars came out, and everyone had it was a double album, and it came with a poster by John Berkey, painted a fold-out poster of the Battle of the Death Star. And that was when, and it was interesting because Star Wars led me to classical music. And when I started being aware of the music, then I was like, oh, I would watch something like Zardoz, and you'd find out that, Beethoven's 7th Symphony. So if there was a piece of classical music in a science fiction, like a dystopian science fiction film from the 70s, I would then go want to hear the Beethoven record. Yeah. And then I realized that, this sounds like it's a movie that I'm just not seeing the pictures to. Right. And then you get to Wagner, and you start
like
listening
a book for your ears or something.
Yeah, and you're listening to the Ring, and then the Ring of the Nibelung cycle actually has a story, but then John Borman stuck some of it in Excalibur, and then in Apocalypse Now, the Ride of the Valkyries is and then so to me, film soundtracks, and when I started, when I was 9 years old, my mom took me to see Logan's Run, and that was a Goldsmith score, and then I have to get that. And I started listening to all of this stuff, and I was going backwards. And back then, John Williams, of course, wrote Star Wars, but he also wrote other scores, like for Brian De Palma's The Fury. The Fury is a great fucking score. And that theme song, the da-na-na-na-na-na-na, I mean, all that stuff it's awesome. And then he did John Badham's Dracula. And then you go back, and it's like John Williams wrote theme songs for Lost in Space in the 60s as Johnny Williams. And you're going into all this stuff, and I would buy soundtracks that weren't for movies I didn't particularly like, just because the soundtracks, like Goldsmith would do a lot of, and to me it was all John Williams and John Barry, because he did Bond films, and Jerry Goldsmith. Those were like my three go-to guys. And other people started to come up, like, James Horner. And I remember the first James Horner score I heard was Humanoids from the Deep, which is a cheesy B movie that I love. And then I'm like, in Star Trek 2, I'm like, he ripped off Humanoids from the Deep for Star Trek 2.
That's a great soundtrack. People are gonna remember him for "My Heart Will Go On" because of Celine Dion. You know?
Oh, I know. I mean, but he scored things like Battle Beyond the Stars, and I'm like, oh, he ripped off Jerry Goldsmith's Star Trek the Motion Picture score for Battle Beyond the Stars. But I was buying all this stuff. So soundtracks, because back then there was no home video. So movie soundtracks to me were the best way to re-experience a movie.
Yeah.
Because you could listen to the
you
soundtrack.
could literally watch it in your head as you went to sleep if you had the soundtrack next to you. That was great growing
And
up.
yeah, and I just don't buy many movie soundtracks anymore because it's more like they're more atmospheric, like you said. The James Newton Howard, Hans Zimmer scores or whatever for the Batman movies. I mean, they have the sounds are cool. It's like the beat. Or like at the opening of The Dark Knight when there's that kind of whine when they're ripping off the bank and you have to, it goes, that whine comes up.
Yeah, the violin's going on.
Yeah, and they blow open the window and slide down, but that's not melody.
It's not a character, you
No.
know. Like if you listen to Star Wars on mute, it's not going to hit you the same way because you're not going to have that. Oh, that's the Layla theme, or that's the Lois Lane theme, like Superman obviously is. John Williams is the GOAT. He has 51% control of all the great soundtracks that have come out. But the other ones that have kind of influenced us, especially on like TikTok, when you watch videos of like inspirational speak, they'll throw in the Interstellar background music. Or
Right.
if you're seeing like a great sports play, they'll throw in the Moneyball music. And it really just transports you back to that, like, oh, this is like, these are the stakes,
And before they would put previous movie soundtracks in modern trailers. So you would hear the music for like one of my favorites. I was a huge Tangerine Dream fan.
Okay.
And one of the great pieces of theme music, electronic pieces of theme music, is The Sorcerer, William Friedkin's Sorcerer that came out in 1977. It has just a killer theme from Sorcerer. It's one of the coolest electronica themes for any movie. Well, they use that piece of music in the trailer for the 1979 movie, The Warriors. And I'm like, oh yeah, man. And then of course, The Warriors has a great Barry Dvorak theme that they've used in other soundtracks. And then when like The Thin Red Line came out, the Terrence Malick movie, that piece in The Thin Red Line was used everywhere. They use it everywhere.
Yeah.
Or the music from the Requiem for a Dream, the da-na,
oh yeah,
da-na-na-na, da-na-na,
the first iPhone was American Beauty,
right? Yes.
Yeah. And that's what's going to be like kind of remembered is like, but nobody's going to remember the source material of it because kids that grew up with that sound, they're going to be like, oh, that was my mom's iPhone, like
yeah,
instead of actually watching American Beauties.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate. I mean, I don't have that experience now. I mean, it's not that there's not great music being written. I mean, the thing that, like, if someone said to me, "What was the last piece of music that you know by title? What movie?" I would say Alan Silvestri's Portals theme from Endgame, from the Avengers Endgame. On your left, and that's because it's Alan fucking Silvestri. It's the guy who wrote Back to the Future.
The theme song now. You know what I mean?
I mean, and you remember, like, everybody knows what the Avengers themes are. The theme to the the music.
Captain America theme.
Yeah, but what is the rest of the music? There's themes, but
AC/DC for Iron Man.
yeah.
Basically, yeah.
And it's frustrating to me that we don't have that anymore. And it's not because I'm not paying attention. I'm just waiting. It's like movie posters. I think the last American movie poster that I bought was the fucking Rocketeer. And that was 1990 because it was a great soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack. It's got that great piece of Art Deco artwork. I mean, I can't stand.
Oh.
No one's painting movie posters anymore. You'd think. The great irony of the world to me is that the Marvel Cinematic Universe could be employing some of the greatest comic artists in the world to paint covers, and all we get's Photoshop shit. And I'm like, a comic, like give me a Kent Williams or a Bill Sienkiewicz fucking painting, or get Kent Williams to paint a Deadpool and Wolverine, like the mini series he did, which was it's wild to me. But of course, the modern, no one wants that anymore. Where like you listen to one of the single greatest soundtrack that I own is one of my favorite box sets is when La La Land Records in 2012 released all of the music from the original Star Trek series. All of it.
Wow.
And not only did they release all of it, there was music that I'd never heard before, that was never used, that was written for the series, it was recorded for the series at the time. They had all the master tapes. God bless you people. Neil Norman, Lucas Kendall, everybody.
Hours of it. It's incredible.
Yeah. And the thing is, when I played that, because I'd listened to classic Star Trek, I shouldn't say just Star Trek. I listened to that so much that when I started playing those, they never released very much music from the Star Trek TV series when I was a kid, and a lot of it was re-recorded. Varese Sarabande released some stuff, and then there was other people. Neil Norman released the Cage music, and Where No Man Has Gone Before. When I started listening to those episodes and it was all remastered, it was like being hit again. I'm like, oh my God, the nostalgia was just dripping.
And it was really good. It was really good orchestrated, and like they really cared about it. All those shows back in that time.
Yeah, the music was, if you look at the people that composed for Twilight Zone, the Twilight Zone music was incredible, and like Johnny Williams doing Lost in Space. And now we don't have that. And not only that, there's a lot of people that don't want melodic film music. They feel it gets in the way, it's too treacly. But when you watch Back to the Future, can you imagine that movie not having that theme?
No, it's Universal Studios. It's the theme song of Universal Studios, basically. Yeah, it's incredible. And I mean, but I don't think it's going to be more memorable than Forrest Gump because of what Forrest Gump stands for emotionally.
Yes,
because it has the simplisticness of it, but it also has like the courageness of it.
I mean, there's a composer named Wojciech Kilar who passed away.
Who did Dracula?
He did. Yes, he did. He did Dracula, and he did Polanski's The Ninth Gate, which are two of the great horror scores of all time. And
I fully agree.
I mean, the Ninth Gate score is amazing because it's got it's got whimsy in it, it's got foreboding, it's got choir music. And the theme to fucking Dracula, you've got the theme, that pulsating, driving, and then you've got Mina's theme, which is this sweeping, romantic theme that's incredible. I mean, it's we just don't have that anymore.
It's the goat, yeah.
And to be honest, I don't. A lot of composers they don't write down their music. They go and they play on their keyboards or whatever, and they figure it out. But they're not sitting down and writing. They're not composing the way, I'm being prejudicial, but, no one's sitting down and writing on, notes on paper. And I think that our movies, especially genre cinema, like, it's really interesting. Shogun, the new Shogun TV series, which I loved. But if you go listen to the original Shogun, it's Marie Charest writing the theme song. Of Shogun, dun 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 dun. I can still hear it. But then the atonal. It's not that the Shogun theme of the new series was bad. It's just not melodic. It's more of that. I think about themes that I've loved. Game of Thrones had an incredible. They're
not going to change that. They don't want to mess with that.
No. And Ramon, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Dewji or whatever, he did the score for Pacific Rim, which I loved. Okay. That Pacific Rim rules. I love that score. Or Junkie XL's score for both Furiosa and especially Fury Road.
Yeah, he's really interesting. Him and what Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor are doing is so interesting.
One of my most eagerly awaited things in 2025, which I cannot fucking wait for, is 9 Inch Nails score for Tron Ares.
Okay.
Cannot fucking wait. Of course,
I'll be
maybe I'm setting myself up for disappointment because I didn't like Tron Legacy very much, and I made a whole feature-length documentary about Tron. But Daft Punk's score was a banger.
Yeah.
You know, and I still listen,
Movies
but
just become the soundtrack in the long run.
totally. And again, Wendy Carlos's Tron score was groundbreaking back in 1982. You know, it's also a great score. But I expect what Reznor and Atticus Ross were. I mean, The Social Network. Dun dun. I mean, 3 notes.
Simple. Yeah.
And that's got great atonal stuff as well, but it also has driving melodies that's a great score.
Yeah.
I love that score.
Hey Rob, I wanted to show you one thing before you let me go.
Yeah.
This is a needle and thread of the Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh my
All
God.
needles and thread.
Did you do that?
No, this was given to me. It was my friend, my friend's friend who did this.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
I wonder if did she create, is that a pattern you can buy?
It's based off of like an old, one of the stock photos.
It's the same shot of the Enterprise that's actually on the album of Inside Star Trek. But the Inside Star Trek version is done as a schematic.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Which is a great, if you haven't heard Inside Star Trek, it was part of when they released the motion picture score when it first came out in 2001. So Inside Star Trek was this album that had Gene Roddenberry talking. It was like going to a convention, and he brings in Mark Leonard, and it's just him talking about Star Trek. It's wild. But if you ever, I'm sure it's online. You can just go YouTube Inside Star Trek and listen to the whole fucking thing. But it's awesome. But hey, it was great to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, well, hey, no, it's for the audience. If there was no audience, I wouldn't be here.
Well,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, it was great to have you, and always great to talk to somebody from the hometown. Go have 3 pieces of fish at Spud for me.
All right, I will. I'll read some banned books.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Please
do.
All right, I'll see you later. And we have someone coming back. Somebody coming back. All the way back from Muskogee. And we've seen him earlier today, and he's coming back. Hang on, I got to put you in the show. Oops. I just put you... I didn't mean to do that. I'll put myself back as I add you in. What I really need is I need to make enough money on this channel to have somebody produce these shows for me. Which is, to be honest, never going to happen. But it would be good if it did. So, but it won't. It's fine. So we've seen him before. He's coming back. Sean Clark. What's up, dude? Good to see you again.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I saw that you had me on the schedule twice, and so
I did different. I didn't know that, but that's okay. Because
it's all good.
It's all good. So, but hey, what else do you want to talk about today?
That's a good question. Kind of had some questions for you about audio editing, I guess.
Oh yeah, lay it on me, because I have to tell you, that's all I've been doing for the last 3 months is editing only audio, which has been interesting because I've never done only audio before.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard what I've heard of the samples from True Noir. They sound pretty amazing. Sound pretty cinematic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear that because that's kind of what I'm going for. I mean, what's really interesting, and what's been really interesting about True Noir is it was my hope when I originally conceived of the project, because I had worked editing. I've talked about this before, but editing the Netflix animated show Dota Dragon's Blood. A lot of the voice acting to me, a lot of the show takes place outside, but the voice actors didn't sound like they were outside. They all talked quietly like this, as opposed to, here we are, we must. And I really wanted, you have to be very cognizant of the fact that if you're trying to create a cinematic environment, where are our characters? Where do they exist? And when I originally conceived of it, when we did the proof of concept, all the actors were sitting in the round. And we read through the script. It was only a short script, so we read through it. We did 8 takes. And I was able to adjust and do this. But for True Noir, when it was apparent, I mean, we had actors that were scattered all over the country, indeed around the world, and we had no lead. And so the first thing I knew that, okay, you can still do that, and there was no way we were going to be able to get all the actors in one room so they could actually act with one another. The first thing I did was I had to bring in an actor to act with all. I didn't want to do what we normally do for animation when you bring one actor in and you record and they give you line readings. I'm like, that's not going to work. It's not going to work for what I'm doing. I have to have the frisson of what it sounds like when an actor is talking to another actor, because people, they talk differently when they're responding. So, and this was wild because the first thing we did, I had not hired Corey Landis yet. My friend David Starzyk came in and read with Anthony LaPaglia, who was in Sydney, Australia. So the first thing that we recorded for True Noir was I had David Starzyk and Anthony LaPaglia acting with one another in Los Angeles and Sydney. But that's what proved to me, I'm like, this is going to work. And so it worked. And then I hired Corey to do all the rest of the reading, because Corey's a great actor. He also plays Walter Winchell in the show. And it was it just worked. And so what's really been interesting is our lead actor, Michael Rosenbaum, I didn't have until later. And so he came in, and there's a lot of narration. So I had him record. We worked together for 4 days straight and recorded all the narration for the show. And it comes from a place kind of after our story has taken place, so we had to do that. But then you can hear, I played a clip in the beginning of the show where you hear him interacting with Jeffrey Combs. And I'm like, I would defy anyone not to think they weren't in the same room recording with one another, acting opposite of one another. And that's from episode 1. And that's when I knew, I'm like, okay, this is totally going to work. I'm good to go. But it was rough. And it's been, sometimes some of the actors, you have to play with their voices in post. Not much, but like by speeding people up a little bit. Because, everybody's obviously reading a script. It's not like you've memorized words and you're on a set with actors recording. So I've done things like sped up certain characters just a little. Some, not their entire performance, but just certain things. Because that little, and nothing more than like 10%, but that little extra speed makes it sound more like they're talking.
Yeah. How are the like the sound effects handled? Like the additional stuff. Like, do you have like Foley artists or?
Yeah. So here's how it worked. Because obviously nothing is real. We're we have to create these entire environments. So the way we did it, and again, that's a good question because I didn't know how we were going to do that. So how it worked was I took Max Allen Collins wrote 10 scripts, and I would do all the characters' voices, and then I would also, in the middle, I would say, okay, here we need a sound effect here, we need this to happen. Max had written he wrote a scene description, but there wasn't a lot of, he didn't micromanage what was going on. He's like, we're in a restaurant. There's people talking and plates clattering and all that. But I'd read the entire script. Then I gave my reading to our sound design team. So Mike McDonald, who they started designing the environments. There was a Foley group. So for clothes and footsteps and punches and all that. And they would Foley everything. And then I gave then once it was Foleyed, we had my reading with sound effects. I would send that, we called it the premix. I would send that to Alexander Bornstein, who scored the show. And he would score it. And he would score to that premix. So I would have my reading, I would have a fully scored and built. Now, all of that was going to be edited down, but all the building blocks were there. Then I would record the actors. but I couldn't really do anything because I didn't have our lead. So we started recording voices on the 27th of May. This is part of the problem. We're way over schedule and over budget because of this. But I started recording on the 27th of May, and I recorded voices all through the summer. Now we didn't hire Michael Rosenbaum because what happened was we were looking for, like, we were going after these big name actors, and I hadn't auditioned anyone. But the people that we were going after, not that they wouldn't have been great, but they were names we were trying to satisfy. We have a great cast, but we were trying to get a name that anchored the cast, which is more of a business decision than a creative one. And we were getting strung along, or people couldn't do it or whatever. And I finally said to Christine Sheeks, my supervising producer, why don't we just we already have a great cast. We don't need to get some name actor. Let's just find the best actor. We've got this great collection of character actors or whatever that everybody knows. Let's find the best actor. So she went out, and by this time, all the agencies knew that we were paying the actors, and they had a good time, and it was no muss, no fuss. They came in and out. So I said to Christine, I don't want to know who these people are. Just get me tapes or whatever. And I was listening, and there's a lot of this is interesting. Robert Patrick, T-1000. He's too old for the lead role, but he gave this incredible performance. Like, if I was going to do something for an older character, he was great. But I'm listening to these voices, and then one just stopped me cold. And I'm like, this is the guy. This is our guy. This is Nathan Heller. And I didn't know who it was. And I said, Christine, I go, this is the guy. He just gets it. And it was Michael Rosenbaum. And I'm like, wow, Lex Luthor, okay. And so, we called him, made the deal. And sometimes actors can be, like, I watched him. I love his Inside of You podcast, where you can tell he's a good human being. He has a lot of empathy. He's very smart. He asks questions. But he doesn't know me. Now he knows, okay, I'll pay him. But he doesn't know what it's going to be like to work with me. And I don't know what it's going to be like to work with him. He comes in, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. That man is a joy. He's a joy. And then we got to sit down, and the script's 300 pages long. It's about 7 hours. And there's narration on every page. And I wanted to do, like, Apocalypse Now. I wanted a cross between Apocalypse Now and The Shawshank Redemption for the narration. And the narration was pre-recorded, like they pre-recorded Morgan Freeman's narration. So I took a page from Frank Darabont's book when he was directing that movie, and I'm like, I want to record the narration first, so Michael will get to learn who this character is and bring those stylings to it. And when he was reading the narration, I had Max Allen Collins, who's going to be on the show a little later. I had him involved in almost every single recording session, which is, you don't bring necessarily the writer in, but for this, it's more like theater. The writer's work is sacrosanct, and his work was so good. So he was there the whole time. And then, if he wanted to chime in, he would let me direct Michael, but if there was something I was missing, I could always defer to him, or Michael could hear from the horse's mouth from Max himself what was the character thinking, what was going on in 1932. And then we did all that, and then I have been editing ever since. So, and then when we edit, sometimes I compress. It usually is compressed because people are talking faster than my reading. And then so I send my edits back when everybody's edited to the premix, and then I go in and we do a final mix in the studio. I'm going in on Tuesday to do a mix.
What software do you use to do the actual mix?
Pro Tools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all Pro Tools, and it's all done on a big mixing board. I think there's like 64 tracks. Wow. It's in the same room that they mix movies in. So we're literally mixing this like a film. And this one, I wanted to go Dolby Atmos on this. We're going to have a 2-channel mix and a 5.1 mix. Dolby Atmos on this was just it was out of our I couldn't afford it. But maybe next time, because I'd love to have a Dolby Atmos mix. It'd be amazing. But we have to see. I mean, this is kind of an experiment. I don't even know if people are going to want to. Hopefully, it'll be successful. I don't know. I'm really proud of it. I think that it's turned out. It's exceeded all my expectations. But that's not really up to me. You know, I might like it, but the audience itself is going to have to.
I'm ready to check it out for sure. Like, I mean, everything I've heard sounds phenomenal as far as a mix. Like, I'd get a vinyl.
I mean, well, hopefully I'm definitely gonna do that. So how it's gonna be released is we're gonna send it out to critics and the Kickstarter supporters on the 6th of December. The first 3 episodes, Act 1. So Max wrote it. He was very smart. He wrote the 10 episodes as a 3-act structure. So there's Act 1 is episodes 1, 2, and 3. Act 2 is episodes 4, 5, 6, and 7, and Act 3 is 8, 9, and 10. And so we're going to release the first act because all 3 of the first episodes take place before Christmas. So we're going to drop them on December 13th and let people hear it. You know, let word of mouth build hopefully over across the holidays, and then we're going to start releasing the following episodes once a week beginning January 10th. So, and I think for the first, you can either buy each episode individually, or you can you can buy the whole Act 1. However you want to do that, because some people might not want to take a chance. They might want to sample it first, which is fine.
Yeah. Cool.
So that is my that there it is. So. It's everything that you need to know about True Noir. So, yeah, it was fun though. I mean, I was really hopefully next time, because we have our lead actor, we can do it in instead of the recording taking place over May, June, July, August, September, and October, we can do it in 3 weeks. So,
yeah.
But yeah, it was wild because we had actors in Boston. Not just Sydney, Boston, New York, Orlando. C. Thomas Howell was in Dallas. Katie Sackhoff was in Portland. And so we were recording people all around the country. And a kudos shout out to all the different recording studios that we used. Everybody was great. We had one in upstate New York to record David Strathairn. Jesse Spencer came into a recording studio in Boston. We had a great recording studio in New York City. Barry Bostwick, who plays FDR, was in Orlando. So it was really all over the place. And then, of course, LA here. So it was wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But I hope that answers your question. I have to let you go again.
Yeah, that's all right. It's cool. It's been fun. I think I plugged my YouTube channel earlier, but it's actually youtube.com/The Altar of Madness.
The Altar of Madness. Okay.
Yeah, kind of hard to find. So yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Well, it's good to have you here, and thanks for being a part of the show. Thank you. Absolutely. And let's see who is next. We have James Carroll coming on. Hey, I can hear you. Let me put you in the show. This is wild. I got to say, kudos to all you people for being here right when you're supposed to. That is, that's fantastic. And it makes things easy. So, well, it's definitely appreciated, which is fantastic. So let me just put you in the show. And so you ready? So we've got James Carroll coming on to the show right now. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what up, man?
Where are you coming to us from?
I'm in Irvine.
Oh, close.
Yeah, I'm local.
You're in the neighborhood.
I am. Where are you?
I'm in Redlands now.
Oh, okay.
I used to be in Pasadena, and then I was
Redlands is very charming.
Yes, yeah. We live out here because Elizabeth's parents live out here, so we were always driving out here and decided to move out here from Pasadena, which is great. It is. It's charming, and it's what's really interesting is the city fathers back in the late 1800s brought all the irrigation from the mountains. So Redlands literally has all these trees. It's very lush. It's very lush and tropical.
Yes.
You're in the Inland Empire, and there's all this scrub brush, and then
Right.
all of a sudden you're here in the trees. Yeah. So, but I like it. I mean, I like it out here. My grandparents used to have a house, but when they were alive, they lived in Rancho Mirage in Palm Springs half the year. So I was always, starting when I was in college, driving in to see them. They were here from like October to May. So I never really thought much about Redlands, just driving past it as you go up into Yucaipa and then the desert. But I like living out here. I never thought I would, I like it.
I used to live in Riverside, and
so you know.
I mean, it's really different from like Orange County.
Totally.
You know, and it's hard to reconcile that, you know, because they're not that far from each other.
It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, and the experience of living in the Inland Empire was also wild. I had a wild experience. I was working as a miner.
Really?
In San Bernardino, yeah. I was working in a tunnel. I just graduated as an engineer from Irvine, and it was my first job. Yeah, it was my first job. And, you know, basically they needed a engineer on at all times. So they had 3 shifts, 1 engineer per shift. And that was crazy, crazy dangerous.
Where were you working? Where in this area in Riverside County?
I was in San Bernardino.
Oh, okay.
So like Old Waterman Canyon Road.
Yeah.
That goes up to Lake Arrowhead, I guess.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Okay. So for people who don't know, if you're driving on the 10 freeway, there is Waterman Avenue and Tippecanoe Avenue. And I thought when I moved out here that was like a joke. And depending on which way you're going on the freeway, you either see Waterman Avenue or Tippecanoe first.
That's
and
funny.
so I was thinking that Tippecanoe meant like tip a canoe into the water. And if you weren't a good waterman, you would tip a canoe.
That's funny.
And it's still, to this day, it's in my head. And then I found out Tippecanoe is an actual place in it's back in the... But I still, I will never not think that that's the case. And depending on which direction you travel, you either see Tippecanoe first or Waterman first.
That's very logical. That's probably, you know.
But that's my great San Bernardino story. So,
yes.
Whatever that says about me, I don't know.
It says that you see things as they are.
Yes. It was funny. I was having lunch by myself once, and I was sitting at the bar. This woman was sitting next to me, an older woman who'd lived there for a long time. We struck up a conversation, and I tried to explain that to her, and I could see she looks at me and she goes, "I never would have thought of that." And she's like,
I didn't either.
I'm never gonna think anything but that again. I go, the problem is you'll never unsee it. But you'll be able to turn it. You'll be able to say, "Do you think you're a waterman? Because if you're a good waterman, you're never going to tip a canoe."
Right.
So stupid.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed to admit I just did that or think that live on.
No, it's crazy because, you know, I've been listening to stories about the Old West.
Right.
Like confrontations with Native Americans. Like in the mid-19th century.
Sure.
And first of all, that wasn't that long ago. Really? Maybe 3, 4 generations. And how different it was here. How dangerous it was here.
Yeah.
And how compelling these stories are.
100%.
You know, like I'm an '80s kid, so
me too.
I never understood. Well, I was born in the 80s.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Anyways, I identify with the 80s. I have older brothers. Anyways, but I never understood the obsession with the Old West. You know how, like in the 70s and the 60s, they couldn't stop making movies about, cowboys and Indians.
Yeah, and earlier the even earlier than that. Yeah.
And I didn't get it, but I've been listening to these stories and just, finding them, like the Donner Party. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Oh no, it was, and the fact that the land was truly a lawless place.
Yeah.
And there was no. I mean, you think about it, there were no cops. I mean, sure, you had the marshals out, but it's not like there might not have been law and order within 200 miles of where you were. And
Right.
and that's why everyone. I mean, America's culture of guns happened because no one was going to save you.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like I've been very left leaning, being that I am college educated.
Sure.
But after listening to these stories, I kind of get it now. I kind of understand like why people in this country are so devoted to their firearms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Live by the gun, die by the gun.
Yeah, well, that was it. I mean, and you think about in the push west and conquering the land, and it's not like, I mean, now they make it sound, there's so much talk about colonialism, and I mean, the world has always been survival of the fittest. Whoever either had armies, ancient Rome built roads and they had their fully equipped warriors, but it's always been whoever was strong to take the land. And a lot of the Native American, or the indigenous tribes of the Americas, they weren't all kumbaya. They fought against themselves, and it's just they didn't have. There was not one superior. There was no superior force. It's not like one tribe invented gunpowder and was coming after all the other tribes. Because if somebody did have gunpowder, I'm sure they would have. There would have been a warlord who arose, and they would have taken the land. And that's when the Spaniards came to this land and Central America and things like that, they brought the smallpox with them. They brought diseases that no one had ever experienced. And then the conquistadors and all that, it was horrible. I mean, the fact that the whole Mayan civilization, Aztecs, just wiped off the face of the earth. But it wasn't. I mean, that was going to happen anyway. That's human history,
for sure.
But the push out west. I mean, it was them. Mostly, it was them killing each other.
Yeah. It's
But like you said, the stories of this area, the American Southwest, and then before there was like a total border with Mexico and the United States, everything that was going on, it's fascinating. The whole culture of the missions here, and it's really there's a lot of great museums that cover this stuff, and I love it. I mean, I love. It's different. It's different than being like in Hollywood. I was so it's all movies, this, movies, that, and it was such a bubble. But you come out here. I love the fact that you can go in 25 minutes, you can go up into the mountains and suddenly there's apple orchards. Like in the middle of the desert, but it's 5,000 feet up, and they figured out, 100 years ago, you can grow apples here. It's the perfect climate. And it's wild. And you can go buy homemade apple brandy or...
You're talking about Julian.
Yeah. You go up in there, and then you can go up higher and go to Lake Arrowhead or Big Bear, and or go up to Idlewild. It's a whole different world.
Yeah,
it's crazy, and it's just you're 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 feet in the air, and you're suddenly in a different realm. And all the people that live up there, it's like we're in a different country, and then you just drop out of the mountains, and it's 100 degrees.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like climate controls like habitat, and habitat controls culture.
Yeah.
And Yeah, I once looked up like why LA is such a hotbed for movie making, and they said just because the weather's reliable.
Totally. You know what I just realized, by the way, too? I totally fucked up my schedule. I've double booked people, so I apologize for that. I just wanted to say that I had Richard Eve booked at the same time, so I've completely fucked up my schedule, but that's okay. I'll make do. Hope everybody bear with me. I'll catch up with you guys. I didn't realize I fucked up. I finished up, but yeah, it's wild. So you live in Irvine now. That's different for you.
Yeah, I live in Irvine. It's very quiet.
Yeah, and
I like that now, being that I'm middle aged and. I went to college here. I was in my 20s here. I got crazy here.
Right.
I got crazy, and then 20 years later, I'm like, well, I'm glad this place is kicked back.
Yeah. No, it was crazy. But it's less crazy than it was. LA is when I moved here in '88, and the Bloods and the Crips are still killing each other.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, so it was wild. And then I was really into, like, when I first moved here, because we didn't have any Latino culture in Seattle. So I love to go to like lowrider events just to see the cars and meet the guys, the artists that were painting the cars. And I had a great time. The first summer I lived in LA was amazing because we didn't have any of that. And you could go to those things and meet people. And as long as you approach people with respect, suddenly you're in a backyard party where there's 50 people that you don't know and all their hot sisters. It was great.
That's funny.
Have some as long as you brought some cerveza, you were in.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up in San Diego, so definitely big time Latino culture down there.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it was it was a great place. It was a great place to be. A great place to be.
Yeah, everybody says that.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Everybody says LA was like paradise 50 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, it was so much fun. And even though there was a lot of violence, it wasn't. I never felt unsafe here, and I was going all over the place. Because I had never lived anywhere else but Seattle in my life. So when I first moved here, all I did was explore. I didn't have to work the first year. I saved up money, so I was just I would wander around the city. Where am I going to go today? Where? Yeah. And I would go. I wanted to go everywhere, which I did. I moved here 2 weeks after my 21st birthday. Yeah, and it was
to fucking erupt.
Yeah, it was it was. I can't even begin.
That's some hair metal, right?
It was. Yeah, there was that. There was the Sunset Strip was rocking. I mean, I was more new wave back then. I mean, I looked like it. I taught aerobics. I helped teach aerobics. So I was that guy. I had frosted hair and body glove lycra shorts and tank tops and stuff, but
Van Halen.
It was awesome. Yeah, it was great. It was great back then. And there was beach. You could hang out at the beach, or you could go to East Los Angeles, or you could go to South Central, or you could go east. You could go to Monterey Park. I was going to bootleg to find bootleg movies at these Chinese stores. It was great. The whole city was like going to a foreign country where every realm was exciting. Yeah. And it was just fun. Yes. And the Lakers won the championship that year, and the whole city was fun. And it was a great place to be, and it was full of promise. I was getting ready to start school at USC and go to film school and see what I could get going. It was a lot of fun back then. A lot of fun.
Good place to be in your 20s.
Yeah. Oh my God. I barely survived it, to be honest. I mean,
right.
The story. Nobody would believe half the stuff that people wouldn't believe it. And the thing is, it could never come again because everyone now, as I've said this a lot, everyone has 4K cameras in their pockets. And I'm not saying there was a lot of illicit activity going on. It wasn't like it was, let's just call it was a party culture where you would go out on a Friday night and you wouldn't know where you were going to wind up Saturday morning. And that was a good thing. Because you never knew who you were going to meet. And it was a constant, there was something going on everywhere you went. And it was amazing. Somebody's like, you'd meet people in a bar and they'd be like, hey, we're going to this party. And we're going to this party in the hills. You should come with us. And you're like,
hell yeah.
Why not? I mean, it was and you would go, it didn't matter. And you'd wind up at a party in the hills and there'd be like famous movie stars and people you didn't know. And then you'd invariably meet a new group of people going, yeah, man, we're going to this mansion in Malibu. You want to come with us?
Wild.
And it's like, yeah, let's go. And so you would literally, you would have had this total adventure and you'd wake up you might be sitting in a lounge chair in some backyard that's out on the ocean, the what waves are crashing. You wake up and you're like, well, I don't really know where I am, but it really doesn't matter. You know, that was LA. That was LA, and it was yeah.
You smoked it up, man.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And at the same time, you know, everybody's trying to get something going, and you know, we were all young. And after my first year of school, that summer I got my first job. I just turned 22, and I got my first job as the art department production assistant on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. And to work on a low budget and that was a whole different, that was what I wanted to get into. That was a whole different realm of people. And suddenly you're dealing with all these people and that was just never ending.
Hell yeah, man.
Never ending. It was just like that. Well, it was a lot of fun. I mean, I could write a book, but the world has completely changed. I mean, I would hate to be a young person now because everything's you don't have any spontaneity anymore. You know, you go in and meet people. We didn't have phones. You would have to meet people and strike up conversations, and suddenly you knew nothing about them. You didn't know where you were going, so everything was exciting. You weren't pre-planning it. You'd have to go to a bar. You'd have to be able to talk to somebody, strike up a conversation with people you don't know, and see if you can bond with them. And sometimes you could, sometimes you couldn't. But it was exciting.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine now, like what is it like when everybody's got apps, you know, whether it's hookup apps or everyone knows everything. You know, you've already met all these people. You meet people that you've met on a dating app. What's the fun of that? The fun was not knowing what was going to happen. And you had to make it happen. No one was going to come help you. No one was going to hold your hand going into whatever realm you had to go make friends, man. And you had to know how to talk to people. And they had to know how to talk to you. It was great.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man. It was great to have you here on the show.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. And it was great to have you here on the 1000th episode of this show. And I love the fact I have not met a miner before. You're the first miner I've ever met. So that's very cool. A miner in San Bernardino County up Waterman Canyon. I love that. I love that story.
That's funny.
All right, man. I'll see you later. And see, once again, I did it again, didn't I? I see I left a big, empty, open space. Now, let me see if I can get this show back on the road. Well, how about this? How about I add both of you to the show? How about that? Why don't I do that? I don't know if I can do that, but I can try. Why not? I'll add you both because I fucked up. By the way, I apologize, guys, for messing up as I did, but I can still add you guys. So we have Richard Eve and Michael Kingswood coming on the show. I can hear myself though on one of your guys's. I don't know if I can hear myself. Which is I don't know why. So let me just get you in the show here. Yeah, it echoes. I can hear my own voice. Echoes through eternity if you're a Gladiator fan. Well, I'll bring you guys on. Get ready. Are you ready to join this show? This will be good. This will be like one of our late night shows. Let's do. All right, gentlemen. Please welcome to the show. Now, I just realized I'm putting you. We have Michael Kingswood, who is on the bottom. Circle gets the square. And Richard Eve on the top. What a collection of figures you have there, Richard. Gentlemen, welcome to the 1000th episode of Robservations. How are you both? First of all, I want to start with you. Richard, where are you coming to us from?
Richmond.
Virginia?
UK.
Oh, the UK.
No. Yeah, that's right.
All the way from the UK. Wow, that's very cool. Yeah. And of course, Michael, where are you coming to us from?
Excuse me. Hey, I'm Michael Kingswood. I write fiction for fun and profit out of San Diego.
First of all, I got to give you kudos for your Star Trek print behind you. That's one of the coolest Star Trek prints that anyone ever produced.
I hear you. Me and my buddy Pete back in high school, we went to my first Star Trek convention ever, and I saw that and I was like, man, I got to get it.
Yes, you do have to get it because it's awesome. And it's beautifully framed too, so well done.
Well,
so Michael, tell us about your fiction.
Yeah, so long story. I write science fiction, fantasy, mystery, and some other stuff. Last year I was doing short fiction. This year I'm doing novels. Just put this out.
Ooh.
7th novel in my...
Wait, hold that up again and pull it back a little so people can see the whole cover.
In fact, I just finished giving this to my Kickstarter backers. It's the 7th novel, in my heroic fantasy series.
Wow.
But I've also done some science fiction stuff. You might like one. This one, this might be more up your alley. She is a Starliner captain who encountered some aliens in need of help. She gave them some help, but she couldn't fulfill it, so she goes back to Earth, hands it over to the government. Then she finds out the government's reneging, and now she has to fix it.
Like it. Now, we what's the whole title? Because I couldn't see the title.
I'm sorry. That was the Pericles Conspiracy.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I love it. And
I've been writing for a while. I did 20 years in the Navy as a submarine officer and always read a lot of books. And when you're at sea, you read a lot, right?
Yeah, of course.
But it's funny. About 2008 or so, I found like George Martin's podcast and Brandon Sanderson's podcast, and a bunch of other people's podcasts, and man, that'd be cool. And I love The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan.
Yeah, Stubble McShave's just become your best friend. He's a longtime viewer.
But I was reading his blog, and it was like, man, he's talking about all this stuff, and it's like, man, it'd be cool to be that guy. I could never do that. And then my sister told me, hey, man, I wrote a book and it's getting published. And I was like, what? My little sister wrote a book. That's great. But I guess I better do it too. And so I started as a kick to try to do it and found that I liked it. And I've just been continuing.
Well, kudos to do that. That's amazing. Now, Richard, let's go all the way to the UK with you, sir. You're obviously an imagination connoisseur par excellence. Is that?
Okay?
Do you have? Yeah. Do you have Playmobil? Are those Playmobil figures below your Star Wars figures or not?
These ones here.
No, the one on the other. It looks like I thought there was a guy in a hat, like a pirate, on the other side of you, but that looks like Dengar. Is that Dengar? That is Dengar. Okay, I was like, okay. Now tell us about your collection and how did you become an imagination connoisseur?
Well, oh shit.
There are no wrong.
Right. Okay.
Because you're gonna give us some Return of the Jedi apologetics, as you said.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, I became an imagination connoisseur slowly, I would say, because the first time I saw, for example, Star Wars, the seminal Star Wars, I was 3 years old and I fell asleep, so yeah. Massive cultural impact. But you know what's really strange is that when I got home, I still wanted to play Star Wars. even though I had no idea what was going on in the movie, right? So, and there were no toys, so I got together. Do you know the Clangers? It's a classic British stop motion children's program.
I have never seen that. Look, give me
all right,
Super Marionettes.
yeah,
Joe
okay.
90, Captain
Yeah.
Scarlet, but I never saw the Clangers. Now I got to go look that up.
We had a clanger, and I'm like, okay, that'll do. That's R2D2. That's fine, right? And then we had a bear. All right, that's Chewbacca. That's fine, you know. And it's a real testament to the immediacy of its appeal to children. That
Right.
I straight away wanted to do that when I got home, even though I slept through the goddamn movie. You know what I mean? And The Empire Strikes Back. I was kind of, well, I was still too young to really understand what was going on in that movie, but it was I knew something important was happening. Right. that's
very
that's
important.
You know. Yeah. Return of the Jedi was the first Star Wars film that I saw when I was more or less a conscious cinema goer. You know, not sophisticated, but more or less conscious. You know, yeah. I mean that. In terms of defending Return of the Jedi, we probably have a lot of overlap in its criticism. You know, we probably have a lot of overlap. It is the weakest of the trilogy. You know, I think.
I'll say
it is the weakest. You know, yeah. But I have been doing a concept illustration all my life, ever since I was a kid. Not professionally, but just I followed it as an enthusiast.
Yeah, sure.
And Jabba's Palace was a seminal thing for me because
the design of it, the shape of it.
Jabba's Palace, the creatures. When a lot of people saw, like for example, Max Rebo and thought, wow, that's too cute, that's too wrong. I saw body horror. I saw.
Come on, Max Rebo body horror.
Yeah, when I saw Max Rebo, I thought something is fucking wrong here, right? I thought that's
the greatest thing I ever heard.
Right, Max Rebo is what that evil kid from the Twilight Zone turns you into if you don't amuse him too enough.
Okay,
right?
I just want to tell you that Billy Mooney, who played that kid, he's the voice in True Noir. I just want to tell you, he's in our audio drama. Billy Mooney plays Dr. Rongo, who is Frank Nitty's father-in-law. He's in episode 2.
But who can forget him as Lanier?
Everything goes to Babylon 5.
Yeah, Babylon 5. You know, seminal thing for me. You know.
Okay, I gotta ask. Hold that thought, because I gotta ask Michael.
Yeah.
Michael, you had brought up Axanar in what you'd written to me.
Yeah, that's where I first met you. I remember that article way back when after Prelude came out, George Takei went out and said, "This thing's awesome," and
yeah.
And I saw that article, so I went to the Axanar Indiegogo, and I was like, I watched Prelude, and I was like, "This is the bomb," and I backed it, signed up for the Blu-ray, all that stuff. Never got it. I got this though.
You never got the Axanar. Nice. You never got the Prelude Blu-ray?
No, this is the Axanar Indiegogo, not the Prelude one.
Oh yeah, because the Axanar it never got made.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I mean, that's not a laughing matter. Believe me, it's still.
But anyway, I remember listening to you and Alec on the Axanar podcast talking about everything, and I remember when and I remember thinking after watching all that, I was like, man, if Paramount was smart, they would team up with these two guys, and they would make something awesome together. Now I have since learned what Alec was really doing, and I probably never would have worked. But I remember when the lawsuit came down, I was like, come on, guys. What? Because I'm an author, I'm a writer. I understand how copyright works. You have to defend your IP, but there's ways to do it. Around the same time as it was going down, Amazon had this thing, I think it was Kindle Worlds, where authors would open things up, and then fans could write in their worlds, and the fan would get money from it, and the author would get money from it. So it's a way to, you know, make your fan base good and all that sort of thing. And I was thinking, you know, as this was going down, it's like, why is Paramount trying to bludgeon fans who love their stuff? And was there ever, and that's what I wanted to ask you, was there ever any thought or attempt to link up and say, hey guys, instead of suing us, let's work together? Was there ever?
No. I mean, I think the real problem for the Axanar, the whole thing, is that we made too much money and we wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, but they could have made a whole lot more if it had become a team effort.
But it became I think it became the point where we were getting, look, we had brought in what we had done that was I think pretty egregious, was that we were bringing in professionals to make a fan film. And in my mind, you know, having worked in the industry for, at that time, I don't know, 28 years or something, why wouldn't you bring in professionals? And look, when we made Prelude, it was all professionals, you know, and it was done really, really well. And all I did was edit Prelude and shoot all the behind the scenes, but I was given a lot of creative leeway on editing that together. And to me, it was like, it's still, we don't own Star Trek. We can't sell it. We can't monetize it. But if you raise, I mean, and this was something that I didn't understand. Like, people talk about, I've never understood why people think Star Trek fan films should cost no money, because you have to make those costumes, you have to build the sets, you have to do the special effects, you have to have the computers to do it on. Since when does a fan film cost no money?
Although I'd love to see a Star Trek movie that costs no money. That would be really interesting.
Well, it would. I mean, you can see what that could be in like episodes like Deep Space Nine's Duet, the penultimate episode of the first season, when you've basically got. I've often said, if you can't make a great Star Trek movie with two people sitting in a room,
right,
you don't know how to write.
Still cost a bunch of money from the costuming and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it was, for me, it was really interesting because I was working on the Star Trek documentaries. I was working for CBS making Star Trek documentaries for the Blu-rays of Enterprise and TNG, and they asked me to do this thing, and I thought it was like, oh, I'm not going to build a Starship model this weekend. I'll work on Prelude to Axanar. And so that's what I ended up doing, and it was so much fun. And I didn't know Alec. I knew Christian Gossett. He was an old friend of mine, and he was directing it. It was just the whole thing when we shot it.
Who's Christian Gossett?
He directed Prelude to Axanar.
Oh, okay.
You know, so
I'm kind of out of the loop on. I'm aware of Axanar, but
yeah, it was. So we did this short film. It's 21 minutes long, and Christian directed it. It was kind of a proof of concept for this feature that we wanted to make. Right. And when they asked me to do it, and I saw everything, it was the design work and everything, and then the actors getting, you know, Tony Todd and Richard Hatch and J.G. Hertzler and all these people. I'm like, well, so this is like the ultimate fan production, and then they kickstarted to make Prelude $100,000. You know, and we went and shot it over 2 days, and it was all a professional crew. You know, everyone was, we were just doing something for fun. You couldn't sell it. You know, we wanted to make a Star Trek feature, and the thing is, there are already so many fan films were getting made, and now James Cawley turned his fan film, The New Voyages, or Star Trek Phase 2, into Ticonderoga. If you've never gone there, the Star Trek sets are amazing. And then that's how we ended up, you know, doing it. It went from there. And the problem was, we should have just raised the money and made the film and shut up about it. But what we were hoping to do at the time was we got a facility that we wanted to stay in. The idea would be like, okay, let's spin this off and start making non-Star Trek movies that we could, you know.
And this will become like the hub for that.
Yeah, you know? And the hub of anybody. If you wanted to come use our sets, you could use them. And my whole thing was, I wanted to create like what Jason Blum has done with Blumhouse, or A24 has done. Let's go make a thing where we can have a base of operations. The problem was, we should have made the film instead. If we made the film first, and it just became. And what I didn't understand, here's what I didn't understand. I'd worked in the film business for a long time. it never occurred to me that anybody who wants to make a movie has to be obsessed with the movie they want to make. Like, that's got to be the end product has to be your desire. If you want to get into the Hollywood system and be Joe movie producer, you shouldn't be in Hollywood. You have to love film,
and yet you're more than likely to be.
Yeah, that was the great irony, and I think that Alec Peters was not particularly interested in the process of movie making, and I think he falsely thought that when we made Prelude, it was just 2 days. We just shot it over 2 days. I mean, it took me 3 months while I was working to edit Prelude. I was editing it in my spare time or when I could get it done. But Alec didn't really. He doesn't have the attention span to really want to do something like that, and so he wants the final product. There's so many people want this. They want the movie. They want to get the adulation. But my feeling has always been the exact opposite. Like, I already know that what I'm working on. Look, I know I'm not fucking Steven Spielberg or Stanley Kubrick, but at least if, like Arcade that we saw earlier. So this movie was sitting on a shelf for 3 years. I know through my involvement with Arcade, we took something unwatchable, and I've said this many times before, and made it really mediocre. But there was no way that we couldn't make it into Apocalypse Now or whatever, but I knew that we could take it and make it into the best version of it that it could be. So we took a
place where it would have a market.
Yeah. And we did that. And I learned everything I needed to know about post-production working on Arcade, and it was nominated for Best Independent Direct-to-Video Release in 1993. So I looked at Arcade and what Peter Billingsley and I did, and Alan and Dan Schweiger and everybody. We won. That was a huge creative victory. And I'm like, that was amazing. So I've had a tendency to end up working on projects that needed help. Like Tango Shalom, the last movie I worked on as a producer and editor, that was sitting on a shelf for a year. They had an editor that left, and it was they didn't really have an ending. And I kind of came on board. I really liked Gabe Bologna. He and I became really good friends. And I'm like, okay, well, what can we do to make this movie work? That was the choice. That was the creative challenge. Yeah. So I've never, like True Noir, I mean, I made Free Enterprise 25 years ago, but True Noir, for instance, is the first thing that I've controlled from the get-go where I had a great script written by an incredibly talented writer who's going to be on shortly, that I could make the way I wanted to make it.
Right.
Looking forward to that, man.
Yeah, and it was the thing that, you know, and I learned a lot. Look, I'm really proud of Prelude to Axanar. Same reason. I thought Prelude to Axanar was great. The Christian did a great job with the performances. I had so much fun editing it.
Looks good. It looks really good. And
yeah,
it looks real world.
I'll tell you what.
You know.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll tell you what.
Please.
Alec put out a teaser trailer for the thing that he's supposedly still working on. His 90-second thing, like a month or so ago. Doesn't look half as good as what you guys did 10 years ago.
Well, and the problem, here's the thing. Everybody thinks they can make a movie.
Yeah.
And it's
including
like,
me. I think I can make a movie.
I
can't.
But
right?
anybody can. Anybody can actually make a movie. But there's so much three-dimensional thinking that goes into making films.
It's the logistics. Yeah.
All of it. And even you have to know what you're looking at. Like if the proscenium of the frame. Do people know? I mean, this is a rhetorical question, but I'm like, if you have to know what you're looking at. Like I had a friend he's passed away now, but his name is Neil Schulman, and he was a great science fiction writer. You know, he wrote a lot of great stuff, and then he was convinced he inherited this like $1 million Stradivarius violin or something, which he sold to make a movie, and he made a couple of movies. They were, and I tried to work on one of them. They were not good at all, But he was very arrogant, and he got Nichelle Nichols to be in it, and when I saw that, I was his advisor, and when I saw it, I said, Neil, this is unreleasable. And he got mad at me. We got in a shouting match in my office at the time. He's like, "What do you know? You know, you think Stanley Kubrick's so great? He's not that great." And he's insulting one of my heroes in my office, and I said, "It's not about like." I realized like when I'm looking at something, it's not about the person who made it. It's about what you can see in the proscenium of the frame. What is here? It doesn't matter who made it or whatever. All that matters is what you've got here. And the problem is, it's like anybody. When you've written a manuscript, you know what it's like, Michael. You print something out. There's a very good feeling. It doesn't even matter what's between the pages. You know that you've written a 300-page book. You print it out. There's weight to that. You know, and it's very intoxicating. When you've written, the first time I ever wrote a screenplay, I printed out my screenplay. I'm like, I wrote a script. And the first thing I saw was the Oscar that was going to be bequeathed to me as soon as this came out of the printer. Right. And that's what people think. Yeah. And how can you not think that? It's such an accomplishment to work on a screenplay or a novel or to get this shit out there.
People don't, even people at the top, in my opinion, in my lay opinion, don't draft enough. They don't draft enough. You know, and screenwriting isn't given enough time in Hollywood. You know, because if you've got something really, really solid as a screenplay, if you've got something really, really good, inevitably in the production it will drift away from that because people will improvise on set and the director will have other ideas and stuff like that. Yeah. But the stronger the screenplay is, the less likely the whole thing is to go off course.
Right.
You know, if you've got a really, really strong, you know, premise. And it seems like the studios are now saying, well, you know what? Because it's going to kind of go off course anyway, and there's going to be rewrites on set, we won't spend too much time on that concept.
It's
you know
absolutely, it's just absurd. It's absurd. I mean, that's why
you need a you know, the leaves are going to be different from the roots. We all know that, but you need good foundations. You need high concept. That's what we're missing.
Yeah,
totally. We don't have high concept anymore.
100%. And I have to say, like the thing about Axonar, the Axonar movie, part of the problem was there was never a finished script for that movie.
Right.
There was no script and no budget. And here we are, and then I work with Bill Hunt. Because I had Bill Hunt, we did the Vulcan scene, which was supposed to be a proof of concept. That was the first thing I was directing. I'm like, you can't. And when we did it, we were building this giant green screen inside our studio. And I knew I was going to reshoot the Vulcan scene the way I wanted to do it with camera moves. But I'm like, I had to show, I have to show people that we can do a walk and talk in a virtual environment. So we did what was only going to become a proof of concept. And we had Gary Graham do it, and the woman who's going to do it with it.
Footage,
and we did it, and I worked with Tobias. And we had one 20-foot by 20-foot green screen outside on a truck. And we moved that 20-foot green screen, but it was just supposed to be a proof of concept to show that we could do this. And I was going to reshoot it for the movie. But it turned out pretty good. I was really happy with the Vulcan scene. I got to design it, and I rewrote it with Bill Hunt. And I said, Bill, we've got to rewrite this whole Axonar script because it's a mess. There was no script. It was never finished. And Alec talks about this thing I'm like, dude, come on. It wasn't finished. There was no budget. There was no schedule. And I needed a script to work from, so I got Bill involved, and I asked him if I could do it, and we just did the whole thing. We rewrote the whole script and turned it into what I thought was a workable project. It was still the project that I was doing, but there was no, and that was the problem. The problem was there, and it was a bummer because I think we could have, if we just shut up and made the movie, we could have shot scenes the way we shot the Vulcan scene every weekend, and we could have had the movie done in 8 weeks or something.
I mean, sorry, go ahead, please.
No, you started first.
Well, where do you want to get to, right? You know, where do you want the audience to feel by the time they finish reading the novel, watching the movie, or anything like that? You know, and there's going to be lots of detours along the way. There's going to be stylistic changes. You know, well, maybe it will serve the theme better if we do this or do that. You know, but you've got to have that clearly in mind. That grail has to be clearly in mind. Because sorry.
No, I was going to say, and it has to be. It can't be about you. It's got to be about that grail.
Yeah.
You know, and I've always said, I said this to everybody, the work that you do is the locomotive that pulls you down the track. And if you're interested in doing whistle-stop tours and waving and getting all the adulation of the crowd, you're in the fucking caboose waving out as the locomotive goes by. If the work is good, if you let the work go by.
There's what you want and there's what the story wants, you know. And if the story is worth something, if it's worth a damn, it's going to tell you somehow. It's gonna, and you have to follow it.
100%.
And yeah.
No, that is absolutely 100% true. And so let me ask you, Michael, when you're writing a novel, what would you say the time? So you've come up with an idea. Do you outline your novel? Do you do what Stephen King does and just start writing? And how long does it take you from the time you have the idea to the time you come to the end of the process? What are we looking at in terms of length?
Well, that entirely depends on how much effort I actually put in, right? I mean, I have a system where I track, because, want to make this a business. So I track to the minute how much time that I spend writing, my words per hour, all this sort of thing, so that I can, compute my labor cost. Right.
Wow. Okay.
And
that's where I would fuck up. Yeah.
And it's been very interesting doing that, to see how quickly, when you get in the groove and you just go, how quickly you can, at least I am able to write stuff. The that Pericles book I showed you downstairs, when I tallied up the final amount of time I spent actually writing, not thinking about it, or not, all that sort of thing. Actually write. The actual writing time was a lot shorter than I thought it would be. That said, I started that book. It took about 1.5 years to finish it from when I first conceptualized it.
Wow. Okay.
Right. In terms of, that's, of course, I was also, active duty Navy, going to sea, doing things, and other family life, all that other stuff. So that wasn't my full-time job. I mean, really, it still isn't. Right. So if you're devoting a full time, to it, would have been a whole lot less. This one, the first one I showed you, I got this started. It's been a 6-month process on that. But I tend to do the more Stephen King route. I thought the first time I wrote a book, I tried to plan it out, and when I did that, about 20% into it, it was like going a totally different way. It's like, the heck with it. I'm just gonna go
with it. Yeah.
And that feels more natural to me, because then the characters take on a life and they're doing the thing that they're gonna do, as opposed to what you are gonna force it to be because of the vision you have. And I think that turns out to be better.
Wow. Now let me ask you this:
you sometimes have to go back and fix a couple of things that you
editing
predict yourself. But yeah,
oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Richard.
I was going to say, can I ask you, Michael? Or can I ask you a question? How has your career in the military and the experience in that, transferred over to describing characters and building narratives in novels and stuff like that? And what sort of treasures have you taken over from your real life experience into that?
That's a great question.
Well, the novel I'm working on right now is a Space Navy novel, so that's going to be directly.
Right. Okay.
But no, I think it's getting a understanding of hierarchy and and how teams work.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to present a story about a team doing a thing, if you don't understand that dynamic very well, it can't work. Right. So I think that's the thing that springs to mind first, Rich. I don't know if that answers your question well.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Now I have to ask you, as a submariner, what is your favorite submarine movie of all time, and why is it Hunt for Red October?
I love the Hunt for Red October.
Influence. Come on.
Although the reason I became a submariner is when I was 12 years old, my dad gave me the Hunt for Red October video game, and it had the book in it, and I read it 1,000,000 times, and I said, I'm going to the Naval Academy. I'm going to be a submarine master. I didn't go to the academy. But anyway, I was disappointed by that movie when it came out, because I read the book so many times before I saw the movie.
Yeah. Right.
But I'll tell you what, I do love that one. Denzel was completely wrong in Crimson Tide. The Enemy Below is awesome, but you know what the best submarine porn ever made is? Is the first half of Hunter Killer.
The recent film.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
that.
I never went to sea on a Virginia class boat, but I walked around on them a few times, and that's all legit, and it's just so great. Every time I put that on, I'm like, oh, it's so good.
Okay, now I gotta watch that. Now I gotta watch Hunter Killer.
First half of it is awesome.
That's Gerard Butler, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta watch it.
Second half goes off the rails a bit, but it's still great. I love that one.
My submarine breakthrough is Das Boot.
That's awesome.
I can't remember which. I think the first version I saw, because there's different versions. The first version I saw was the 3-hour movie cut.
Yeah.
I was. It was great because, especially when you're a kid and you feel like you're special because you're watching something in a foreign language. You know, it's like this is just mine. You know, it's like.
But that movie's fucking terrifying.
I
never wanted to be ever in warfare on a submarine. Watching that movie.
No, I don't think Wolfgang Petersen ever quite matched the tension, that he rendered in that movie in other movies. Although he was still great, bless him. God rest his soul. I mean, even my mum liked Das Boot, and she doesn't like many movies,
Yeah, especially you're British, so you can't like the Jerrys. That's not good.
Right, you know what I mean? And so that was what actually, you know what? It's not even funny because that's what felt private and interesting about it.
Yeah.
Right. That you were seeing the Germans, and they are of course, the Germans probably thought that the British Navy was evil,
right? Of course,
because we're the ones fucking them up, right?
Yeah.
But of course, to themselves, that they are workaday soldiers,
right?
And seeing that, and Jürgen Prochnow, is just so charismatic as well.
No, he's amazing.
Yeah,
gentlemen, I love this.
To answer your question fully, though. You know what we know what movie we showed when we brought midshipmen on board submarines to show them the most accurate depiction of submarine life ever?
Run Silent, Run Deep.
Down Periscope. from a ask any submariner. Down Periscope culturally is the most accurate movie ever made.
Wow. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here on the show. Thanks for coming on together. I'm sorry, but that was so much fun. What a great conversation with you guys. So thanks for being here. That was fun. I like having multiple people on. And this was so great. So I will see you guys. And thank you all for being here. And I will bring on... this has been so much fun. So thanks for being here. And I will see you guys later. But thanks for being on the show. And let's keep talking. So... yeah, let's do that. And now, you know where you love her. Where'd she go? I don't know. We'll have to see if she'll get here. There you are. Oh, how are you? Can you hear me? I can hear you. We went from a submariner to now a major. So we're gonna. I know. I didn't want to get into a battle of of the military. Sibling rivalry. Yes. Well, we don't want any of that. Now, one of our favorite people here. You're new though. You're relatively a newcomer to these parts. So you know her. You've come to love her. It's Major Chai Chai, who's actually a major. So welcome to always a major. The president gets to always be the president.
I retired as a major, so I keep the title as major.
Well, that's cool. Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Where you gonna show the?
You know what? I forgot to bring them down. I can go get them. I will show them later. They're upstairs.
Okay.
They're up, so I will bring them down. I was going to wear them. I totally forgot to bring them down. and I apologize, but I will have them. I was going to have them for Midnight Metal. We're going to do them, so I will be wearing them for a minute.
Okay.
Why don't you explain what they are?
Okay. They are, for those that I guess saw me at the first member chat that I was on. I cosplayed as the Witch King from Lord of the Rings, and I made the gauntlets and the helmet out of foam. And I think late one night, Rob was like, "I wish I could have the Witch King costume."
Was that what I was like? I love it. It would be fantastic.
Yeah. And then I saw you at San Diego Comic-Con, and I was like, "Rob, I can't give you the costume because my kids have claimed it." But my kids were like, they didn't appreciate it. And so I made another set of gloves, and the gloves you have are the set that I made. And
they're dope. And I mean, when you can have a lot of fun doing this with those gloves.
I bet I was willing to bet you put those on and you're running around and you were doing the.
Oh, I was. I was absolutely doing that, and more than once. And they're really cool. I mean, and I was now I saw in the chat when you were here early on, you were looking at the Greg's the pilot episode, and you were like, "Oh, now I didn't mean for you to feel bad looking at." Remember that Greg built his own house with his bare hands.
Yeah, but I'm a Type A personality, and I have to, but. So it's good. It's good. If you appreciate it, I figured somebody somewhere along the lines gave you something like that. All these costume designers and prop makers. Nobody ever made something like that.
No, there's one I've wanted to cosplay. I'll say this now. I've said it before, but I haven't said it in a long time. If there's one costume that first of all, in order for guys to look good in costumes, you kind of have to have a physique. I would have to work out. If I had this made, I would want to work out. I want to start. My goal is, the last time I worked out hard with a trainer, I weighed 195 pounds in high school, and I was thin. And when I was in college, I did a lot of aerobics. I put on more muscle. I was about 205. My goal is to get down to that weight. I want to get back to just get back in shape, just because of as I'm aging.
I'm there with you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, you just look better, you feel better. But if I do, the thing is, it's constant maintenance. It's hard when you're sedentary, but I can walk the dogs. And the last time I worked out, I loved the way I looked. I loved the way I felt. But, there's no booze and you have to eat. But I like the idea of doing the carnivore or keto diet. I'm down with that. But if I did that, I would. So there's a comic book character in Howard Chaykin's American Flag, which is one of my favorite comic books ever. And it's a police character. And Reuben Flagg is the name of the character. And his outfit is all like police leather. It's a leather jacket. I would want to get the full on. I mean, it'd be hot as fuck if you wore something like that at San Diego. But I want to get the full on Reuben Flagg Plexus Ranger cop outfit. But it's kind of American. It has the American flag motif. But I just think it would be badass. That's the one comic. If I cosplayed any comic book character, but it would have to be good. I mean, it would have to be designed the way a Marvel costume is designed, where they take the comic book version of it and turn it into something that looks like I loved in Captain America, the First Avenger, Captain America's fatigues that he wore out into the field, not the USO tour Captain America, but that was a badass Captain America uniform. That was so cool, the way they made it look like totally militarily functional, but it looked like Captain America.
And it looked like the era 1940s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was so cool. And to me, that costume was amazing. Now, and then when they developed the costume in the modern age for the Avengers, that costume's great too. I mean, those costumes were, and I think one of the great strengths, and I don't think the MCU gets enough praise for this because people just take it for granted. Mm-hmm. every one of their costumes that they've done for the movies is extraordinary.
Yeah.
Now, you might not love it because why isn't it like everyone is a banger. There hasn't been, I don't think there's been a bad costume in the bunch. I look at what they did with Vision. Amazing. Thor's iterations of his costume, even the one in Love and Thunder, the most metal, they're all awesome. And they have a phenomenal understanding of the costumes. They really, that's why I like the Hot Toys figures of those costumes, because those are the best the characters have ever looked. And they can, and even when you have like this, which is a third party, Mr. Knight, I mean, even this is badass. And so, I really need to move all this stuff. Everything is so precariously balanced in here. One day it's all going to come tumbling down. I swear to God.
And I know what you mean. My desk looks the same way.
Yeah, I mean, what can I grab? People are like, well, how are you able to grab all this stuff? I'm like, how am I not able to grab all this stuff? But what is, so like when you're going to cosplay something, what is your philosophy behind cosplay? Like what is it that what attracts you to a costume?
I think it's just like, ooh, that sounds cool. I mean, I like, part of it is liking the character. I mean, the Witch King had this mystery.
Yeah.
My first outfit was No Face from Spirited Away.
Right.
And that started with, I was making a costume for my son, and he wouldn't help me with it. And I'm like, well, screw you. I'm going to wear this. And he didn't want to wear it trick-or-treating. So my daughter didn't want to go by herself. So there I am as No Face with a little pumpkin. And
right.
The adults were like wanting to give me candy. I'm like, no, I'm a grown-up. Don't give me candy. I'm just here and it was fun. And then I took it to the Comic-Con in the spring, and people loved it. And so, yeah, this is my second or third year into this. I'm a complete novice. And so it's like, my kids say, oh, we want you to be Edna Mode. So I'm going to try and be Edna Mode. And then I'm just like, okay, it's an engineering problem now. How am I going to do this?
Right.
And then like when we talked the other day, trying to figure out how I'm going to do you call it the Mighty Maroon. I call it the Monster Maroon.
It is the Monster Maroon. I mean, that's what they call it.
It's the Monster Maroon, and trying to figure out, that's going to take me a couple of years and probably $1,000 to get it all, put together. And I want to acquire the skills. I could pay somebody that. I have the money for it.
Yeah, but that's still fun.
So there's that. It's learning the skills and meeting the people like you and the people at the Comic-Cons. So before I forget, I was playing secretary for you in the chat. Dave Cullen from the Dave Cullen Show was in there, and he said something about you guys had talked, and he never got a link about being on your show. And maybe he could drop in later.
Hell yeah! I totally you know what? I forgot to send it to him. I fucked up.
Yeah. I say this with love. You're a flake, Robert.
Well, there's just a lot going on.
And I know. I'm just gonna give you shit.
Yeah, you can. You're military, so you can.
And then Comic Doctor dropped in. He said he had stuff for giveaway. He left the voicemail, but your phone's in the car. So I told him.
I got it. I got the phone. So I was gonna have him come on at 6. So I've got Mikey Lito. I was gonna play an hour-long interview at 6, but I got to get back on track. So maybe I can have people.
Yes, you do. And I feel like the opening act of the Beatles, because Max Allen Collins is coming on here shortly. So in the last 5 minutes, I wanted to talk about the importance of movies to the military.
Oh, that's a great topic.
You talked about the decline. I mean, we when we're deployed, the movies were home for us. When I was in Korea, we'd go as a group to the single screen based theater, and we'd see all these movies, or we'd go to the rental store and pick out movies, or we'd crowd into somebody's dorm room to watch a movie, or the day room to watch a movie. And my husband, who's 10 years my senior, so he flew at the height he would fly these missions, 18-hour missions at the height of the Cold War. And these guys would have contests on reciting movies, the popular movies, like who recited the lines best, who could remember the most lines from a movie, who was the worst at it. Movies are very important. I talked to a coworker who was a Marine, and he came in as I was retiring. So he was from 2014 to 2022. And he said, yeah, his captain and his senior NCO gave him a list of movies he had to watch because he had no concept of what they were talking about. Movies were common language. At my tech school, I knew what movies were popular because each class would get a plaque to commemorate. And
Yeah.
And they would have a theme. And I could tell what movies were big by year because there would be a quote or a reference, so if movies decline, what's going to happen in terms of a point of reference or a means for morale for our military? I mean, everybody's going to have
wow.
This thing, they can do their watch movies on their phone, but they're not as a group, or they're watching TikTok. And again, you talk about it's there's no focus on something other than themselves, which in the military you need that group identity. When you watch a movie, you kind of go on this journey together, and so movies are really important, and movies were important for me in terms of my military education. So as a cadet, I remember 12 O'Clock High, the Hanoi Hilton, and Stanley Kubrick's Paths of Glory.
Sure.
Were all very important. We discussed the aspects of leadership and what we would do in these situations, and then in terms of just my personal relationships, I had a fellow cadet that was a projectionist and later on became an assistant manager at a movie theater. So I saw all these movies for free one summer. Like I saw Malcolm X from the projection booth. I never forget that. I saw Jurassic Park and The Firm for free. I mean, I would go in at 1 a.m. to watch the movie. That's how I got to see it for free, because he would run the movies again for us. But yeah, movies are really part of my career, and I'm sure those that have served, and I talked to some in the chat about that, how important movies were, and again, my fellow coworkers, just how much movies were part of comfort when we were far from home.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something people don't really think about, and it's interesting to hear that perspective from you, because I mean, that's something that there's an importance there that I think it's definitely something to remember. I mean, I think that's really interesting, because, of course, I've heard that a lot from people that are deployed overseas, that movies and seeing things on base, or even Dieter Bastian talks about how he got like his first VHS tapes on the American base in Germany. Like, he was able to get movies there that he couldn't get elsewhere. So that's pretty impressive.
So yeah, I mean, it may be a small thing, but as movies decline, how will that affect military morale? I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting into a very weird. I mean, I don't know what the next 10 years is going to bring us, in terms of the military, or where we're going to get. What's happening now? I mean, Israel had a ceasefire with Hezbollah that lasted a day, and then they found somebody else. It sounds something else, but they did reserve the right. They said, "Hey, we'd love to have a ceasefire, but if we find people that are arming," and they found the cache where they manufacture all their missiles, so they went after it. But I don't know where. I mean, I think war in itself is on this planet. The planet has become too small to support war.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll always be war, but I do think that the planet, it's too dangerous. War. We should outgrow the need for war. I would hope that would happen in the next 50 years, because the technologies that we are now going to be able to unleash, micro drones where you could take out a whole platoon by waiting till they go to sleep and flying drones into their nose cavities and blowing their brains out. Just, we're going to get to that. And is that where we want to be? Do we want to have this kind of technologies just to kill people? I mean, I'd rather our military watch movies and be
a very interesting book to read. It's very academic, but it's called The War Puzzle by John Vasquez, about why we go to war. And the good news is that we're getting better at not going to war.
Yeah.
But it was one of the books I had to read for my master's degree. So I highly recommend it.
No, that's really interesting. I mean, it's just so pointless. I mean, now look, the land, there's no more land to conquer. What are you going to do? You're going to go out. You look at Russia, like, I get it. Why didn't you just broker a deal with the Ukrainians to build your own port somewhere? I mean, let them have their sovereignty. Let them, China's building airports in Argentina or wherever the hell it is. I mean, did you have to go in? You already took Crimea. NATO nobody wants to have a European theater war again. The only people that want to do that is you. You're the problem. And what are we going to do? Start slinging nukes? I mean,
yeah, I hope not.
Well, and there's no coming back from that.
No. Believe me, I had to deal with that when I was in the service. Was taking that into consideration, and it was a lot of soul searching on what I was facing. So, and put space exploration on the schedule as one of the things to talk about. I did read Project Hail Mary.
Oh, and
I liked it. I prefer Michael Crichton's style to
well, yeah,
Andy Weir, but it was good. I am curious as to how they are going to design Rocky. Like, how do you make it alien and still human enough to connect with on the screen?
So it doesn't look like a terrestrial. I think that if they try and make it look like something that we're familiar with, it has to look really alien. Even though, I mean, it's got to be the xenomorph version of a crab or something that we don't recognize. It can't just look like a crab or a. But
at the same time, it's got to be something that we're going to connect with as a character, right? And so I think the character design is going to be very interesting. There were some things scientific wise. I was kind of like, I was like. You kind of glossed over the second law of thermodynamics on some things, but well.
Yeah. Look, it's just, I thought it was really entertaining. I mean, there's a lot of things that are.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But it was just like, it was kind of weird. He would go into detail on the science on some things and then just kind of skip on others. And so it was interesting. And I kind of wish he had went into more detail on how his crewmates had died. He had really no curiosity, about that. And it was, I don't know. I just wish just been a paragraph two more on that.
Right.
But,
yeah. No, but I look, it's an entertaining book.
Yeah, it is. It is an entertaining book. I don't agree with that. I'm nitpicking, Robert, just for conversations.
I know. No, it's true. I know, but still.
So next up, I'm probably gonna read was it Equimedian?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Really enjoyed it. Listen, I don't know where Max is, but
Okay.
I need to take another break.
Okay.
I need a break, so I will let you go. I'm going to take a little break. Hopefully Max will show up. I'm going to try and call him and maybe get back to Dave Cullen. But so, folks, we are now 6.5 hours into this stream, which is kind of wild. And I was gonna play a video, but if Max shows up, I've got Mikey Lito coming at 3. So I'm just gonna run for 5 minutes, and I'll come back. I mean, you could wait if you want.
Okay.
Okay, I will be back.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it'd be weird just because you're not talking to anybody. So let me just take a break, and yeah, I'll be back. All right. Well, Mikey Lito's here. I can bring in Mikey Lito. Has the chatting been good? I'm going to come back. I'm back. What are people? What? What's the tenor out there, everybody? How you doing? Well, that's good. You always do a good job. I'm back, everybody. I got Mikey Lito waiting in the wings here. I don't know where Max is. I don't know. Maybe he was busy. I don't know. I will say this. Let me catch up on what you guys are saying on super chats and things like that. And just let me just catch up. Darth Plato has been a member of this channel for 47 months. That's crazy. Toymaster says, as I see, I want to make sure that people can still, I would assume people can still hear me. Yes, that's good. I'm just checking. Toymaster says, happy 1000th birthday, Rob. You guys. I wonder if that's going to end in the new year. I have no idea. A Silly Goose celebrates 26 months of membership. Congrats on 1,000 episodes, boss. Well, thank you. Andreas Whalen says, but first I'm working on retirement from the normal 9 to 5. I already answered that one about crypto. I wish I had bought crypto. Thomas Logan says, the Hollywood Reporter just reported that Axanar is being adapted into a $200 million feature starring Cynthia Erivo as Karn and Elliot Page as Soval. Bob Orsi will direct. I would watch that movie. Cynthia Erivo would make a hell of a Klingon warrior. I would totally advocate her playing a Klingon. Bring it on. Our friend says, just FYI, Major Chai Chai makes waffles out of stuffing. Wait a minute. Is that true? Do you make waffles out of stuffing?
Yeah, we did that yesterday for our Thanksgiving dinner. My husband makes this amazing stuffing. That could just be your meal for Thanksgiving. So then we took that and
that, by the way, that was from Miele said that. Miele said that you did that, so he's reporting on that. Wow.
Yeah. And you put it in a waffle iron and it crisps it up, and then you put a layer of turkey and a little cranberry sauce. And
wow. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna bring Mikey in here now, because why not?
Okay.
Because Mikey's awesome. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say. So hang on. Let me just, it'll just take a minute and I will put him into the show. I like having, two, I won't say old, but two longtime members of the community. Because, you don't want to do that. Wow, look at that background. You look at that. Look at rallying the troops. I don't want to cut you. You know what I'm just going to do? I'm going to put you in first, Mikey, full frame, so I can just cut to you. So here's Mikey Lito, everyone. Mikey, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rob, and congratulations on your 1,000th.
Thank you.
I came a little early because I figured I disrupted your schedule earlier, which I didn't know exists. Rob, I only have 245,000 emails unread.
It's okay, man. No, it's all good.
So it was a little hard to find that one, but I did eventually find it. I'm glad you brought me on with Major Chai Chai because
I'm working on her. Yeah, wait, hold off on that. Let me get you both in the frame first, but keep talking, and I'll put you both on the same frame so we can all chat together. So, have you seen anything lately?
Oh, I've seen 6 films in the last week.
Wow. And
I can give you a rundown, but before I do, let me just tell Major Chai Chai that I love 12 O'Clock High. It is my favorite World War II movie of all time.
Wow.
10.
Now you're
But
both in the same frame.
12 O'Clock
Oh.
High is one of my favorites. You know, it's up there. But, you know, when I was asked in a fit of drunken stupor at San Diego Comic-Con what my favorite was, I immediately blurted out Hell is for Heroes. So that, I guess that is my favorite.
I have seen 6 films in the last week. I'm so disappointed in creators and I'm disappointed in audiences because of some of the things that both do. Audiences, you're supposed to watch films and then pass judgment, not the other way around. And if you don't like a film, you don't have to watch it. You
Agreed.
can go watch something else that you do want to watch. I'm close to taking a difference with you, Mr. Burnett, about Captain America: Brave New World.
Oh, well, we haven't seen it yet.
Well, that's my point.
But
That's
look,
exactly my point.
I don't think that there's
This
ever
is
been
why
but 4 reshoots, a year
This is why I'm
delayed 3
disappointed.
times in a year.
This is why I'm disappointed in creators. You picked people to write and direct your film. Let them do their film. If it bombs, it bombs. You'll never hire them again.
Yeah, but I mean,
don't-
but you're coming off.
You're
Well, go ahead.
wasting money. You're wasting money. You're letting audiences decide what they should see instead of what you want them to see. You obviously had an opinion of what you wanted to see on the screen before you hired these people. Let them do their film.
I agree with you. I think they could have solved all their problems by making Sam Wilson become a super soldier. Like that would have been the beginning of the movie. And then all the things that people are saying, I think part of it, like when I'm watching Red Hulk hit the shield and he's holding that up, or when he's doing a superhero landing and he's bringing a sonic boom down on top of people he's fighting, I'm like, that doesn't work. Sam Wilson
I haven't seen this.
Oh.
I haven't seen the second trailer.
Well, yeah, they've done the trailers looked good to me. Like I thought, but knowing that there's all these reshoots and that these test screenings are not going well and they have to keep doing reshoots, I would imagine, just me, I would imagine that, look, you're coming off the Captain America trilogy. Not First Avenger did okay, it wasn't, but Winter Soldier and Civil War made a whole lot of money. So this is your 4th film in a franchise. And you know, if you look at Winter Soldier and keep it more of that whatever's going on, make it very political, make it very interesting, I think that they've probably boxed themselves in. I mean, the movie's not working. And what I don't understand is, how do they not know it's working? How do they not know it's not working on the page? And this has been my problem with Marvel's post-Endgame. I mean, how do you not know? And Anthony Mackie's great. Everyone loves Anthony Mackie. He's a great performer.
Yeah.
This is kind of the problem that I have, because we both we're different than other parts of our audience in that we both kind of like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yes. I still don't like...
It wasn't the best Marvel, but it was pretty damn good.
It was pretty damn good, and the whole thing that they had, bringing in the Truth comic into that, and the I loved all of that, and I have no problem with, like, there's a reason why you can actively bring the idea up. Are you really going to fight for these people? They're never going to take you. And he's like, look, I might be black, but I can still... I thought that was a very legitimate thing to address. And I thought it was done in a really interesting way that is canonically correct to the comics. You know, and you've got a great actor playing opposite Sam Wilson to ask these questions. You know, Lumley brings that gravitas and that continued... That's a really great question, especially in America today. Now
it had the same writers. Now the director is different. They didn't rehire the director that they used for the series, and I thought she did a pretty good job. Do not know this other director that they hired.
Well, he's like a first timer.
So that's what I was getting ready to say. So it would tend to indicate that if there's a problem, the problem is with him, since you more or less had the same writers.
Right.
We shall see. It's February. It's the Marvel movie I was looking forward to. I was okay with Deadpool and Wolverine. Didn't have a problem with it. It was really a Fox farewell film, not
Yes.
really an MCU film.
Yes.
But I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. Captain America Brave New World was the Marvel movie I'm looking forward to. And if they destroyed it, I'm probably done.
Well, they're still, you know what? They're still trying to fix it. And I think that if it keeps, the thing is, if it keeps having these bad test screenings where people don't like it, my question would be, like, I don't like the fact that that Thunderbolt Ross becomes Red Hulk. I think that was a mistake. Because I think the interesting thing about both the Captain America previous movies is they're as grounded as they could be. You know, you don't, I mean, give Sam Wilson's, his conflict is in the halls of power as much as it is as Captain America. And, you know, he has to become a diplomat. And I think that they don't know how to lean into that kind of, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about Brave New World, but it used to be called New World Order. Then they changed it.
Correct.
Like, how do they not know? And then there's been so many alterations to the film. This movie didn't seem like when it got off the ground, they knew what it wanted. They wanted it to be.
You do realize that the first episode of the streaming series was titled New World Order.
Yeah.
So I was kind of surprised that they named the film that, and then they turned around and changed it. I really think either as co-writers or as fixers, they need to bring Marcus and McFeely in.
Well, they're bringing them in on the two Avengers movies. So, which is the Russo brothers probably insisted on it because I find it interesting. I mean, look, I don't want to be a hater, but it's interesting to have watched the MCU. And by the way, Kevin Seeley, if you're watching this, you're going to come on next. And he wants to talk about non-Disney Marvel shows, which is going to be interesting. But I don't understand how they've gone so awry. Like you know, watching like the Moon Knight series, I'm thinking to myself, I fell in love with Moon Knight with the original Doug Mensch Sienkiewicz run on the comic, which would have fit right in to the MCU. And when you're looking at what they did with it, and they leaned into the Khonshu of it all, and the Egyptian god, and they brought in all the supernatural crap, I'm like, who thought that was a good idea? Like I'm fascinated. Like, you've got the souls of people being eaten off the streets of Cairo. I'm like, what is this? Like they made us believe that the MCU is real by combining Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor. And that was the key to the entire MCU. If they can make us believe after Iron Man 1 that Thor could exist and Asgard could exist, and then you could have a super soldier. They made us believe that, and they forgot. It's like somebody forgot all of those lessons after Endgame. And
these producers, they tipped their hand, and I sat through watching that entire series. I'm talking about Moon Knight, wondering when's the third personality going to show up, because all your advertisement, you had 3 faces on the title card. So I know there's a third iteration of this character. Where is it? And it finally shows up, like episode 6?
Yeah. And
before it leaves?
I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what they were.
Audiences have no intelligence, and it really kind of bugs me.
No, it's true. And the thing is, they earned so much. I mean, the first 23 movies of the MCU were incredibly the most lucrative run of films in cinema history. And to see this stuff fall apart, and Kevin Feige's been in charge. I mean, No Way Home is a gimmick, and Deadpool and Wolverine was a gimmick. And those are the 2 movies that made the most amount of money. And all those movies are one-offs. I mean,
Right.
I hope they don't bring back the other two Spider-Men in the next Spider-Man movie and let Tom.
Talking about it, and don't forget it's a Sony property.
I know, and it's like I get it, but it's like make a Tom Holland movie. You basically have a legitimate in-universe reboot where you've left Peter Parker in an interesting place, and you can rebuild the Spider-Man character from there. He's completely unencumbered by anything. But every movie that comes out.
Talk. Please interrupt, Major.
Oh no, I agree. I mean, I want the way they left No Way Home. Yeah, he was in a great spot, and I wanted to see how he was going to like bring himself back, reintroduce himself back into society, so to speak. You know, or deal with the people that he cares about, and they don't. You saw it at the end, but you know, okay. Now he's going to be thrust either he's going to be thrust into dealing with these characters again, or he needs to go forth and interact with new people in his life and you know, dealing with the past and creating a new future.
I'm not hopeful.
No, I'm not either. But
well, they should save those characters for Secret Wars and bring them in when they need but. They need to let Peter Parker. They have to make a great Spider-Man movie. But you're right. I mean, Sony. We've got Kraven coming out, Kraven the Hunter. You know, following on the heels. I mean, they're lucky. Venom. It looks like Venom. The Venom: The Last Dance is going to make as much worldwide as Venom: Let There Be Carnage made, which is great for them. You know, it's going to do 500.
Didn't like that movie at all.
No, I know. I haven't liked anything they've done, to be honest, other than
quickly, the 6 movies that I've seen in the last week. The divine Miss Emma Bannon recommended The Wild Robot. I absolutely agree with that. It was a
I saw that too.
movie.
That was a fantastic movie.
Wicked Part 1, I loved it. Actually liked The Wild Robot more, but I did love Wicked Part 1.
Wicked's great. It's exactly what it should be.
It was a fantastic movie, and it got me thinking about the original Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Which is not easy to do at 71 years old.
No. No, it's unfortunate. What I found, like, Wicked doesn't miss a step as far as being exactly what it's supposed to be. It's a great translation of, I mean, I never saw the Broadway play. I've never seen it. But it seems to me from what I've heard that it's a great translation of the show. It was handsomely mounted. The characters, the acting and music and the performances were great. It was beautifully made on every level. It's exactly what you want from a movie.
Yes, it was. The best Christmas pageant ever, which I did not know was a remake. I kind of like that. It wasn't bad. Red One, I think I spoke to you about on the Zoom call. I did like that. I know other people don't like that, but I liked it. For a change, The Rock did not annoy me. So I thought he was good in that. The last 2 movies, Gladiator 2 and Moana 2. Well, during Gladiator 2, I did my shopping list, my grocery list, checked email. So I couldn't do that during Moana 2, but the songs in Moana 2 were fantastic. As is my habit, whenever I watch a sequel and I haven't watched the first film in a series, I went back and watched Gladiator 1, which I had never seen, and I went back and watched Moana 1, which I had never seen. The Moana films, the music in both of them were fantastic. I did not understand the stories. But I'm not 6. I'm only 71 going on 6.
Right.
Gladiator, my dead sister would have loved those films. She loved Roman pictures.
Yeah.
RM would have loved that film. Like I said, I did my grocery list.
You didn't like Gladiator 1?
No. No, I'm not into Grizzly. It's why I don't watch horror films. I'm not into Grizzly.
Yeah. It's pretty grisly. Gladiator.
So, but because I've now appointed myself a self-appointed movie critic, I felt it necessary to go watch them. It was unnecessary. and I won't even rate Gladiator 2 because it's not fair to the audience for me to rate it.
Right. Sure.
Because I didn't like the content.
Right.
So it gets an incomplete from me. So I decided to talk about these things instead of politics.
I like that. Well, it's good. Well, listen, it's 3:00. I got to stay on schedule. I don't know where Max is. And you know what I just realized? I got my premix for episode 3 that I have to listen to, too. I'm very excited about that. Can't wait to hear what
Well,
it
I
sounds
figured
like.
I could come on early and you could run your film if you wanted to.
Well, I got to catch up. So I've got Kevin Seeley, who I missed because I didn't even realize I read at the same time. I fucked up 3 times. That was bad. And then I wanted to play the video to have lunch, but I'll power through. It's fine. I have a break. The way I've broken it up at 7 between part 1 and part 2. So
And for those of you that want to hear opinions like me, I will plug my channel. It's
Plug it.
Mikey Lito Live. MikeYLito Live.
Mikey Lito Live, and he's been around. You're one of the great imagination connoisseurs.
Well, thank you.
As they said to Matt Decker
I was
before.
actually surprised that you brought me on. That's one reason I didn't even look for an email, because the letter that I wrote you, I was going like, oh, I don't want to talk to this guy.
No. Are you kidding me? Come on. You're family. That's what this. We're all family here. That's, no, it wouldn't be a party without you. And somebody who makes waffles out of
And I've
stuffing.
heard some really intelligent conversations, so I didn't even know if I should come on, but here I am.
I've been actually surprised at everybody who's come on. It's been pretty great.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah, this has been
fantastic.
A lot of fun. I mean, I can't believe this show's been on for 7 hours. I feel like we just started. Like, where's this time gone?
It feels like 2 hours tops.
Yeah, it's wild. Well, I will let you guys go. I'm gonna bring on Mr. Seeley so he gets his time in the sun.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. And I don't know where Max went, but maybe he'll show up again. But I'm gonna go back on bringing Mr. Seeley.
Well, it's not like if he shows up that you're not going to put him on. So
it's true. It's true. He might not have got my email. You never know. All right, I will let you guys go, and I'm going to bring on another member of the Post-Geek Singularity. Major Chai Chai, I salute you. And now, better late than never, but I was the one that was late, not you. How's it going, man? Oh, I can't hear you. I don't have sound. Here, I'll wait. But here, while you get the sound going, I think there's a few. Let me catch up with these. Kenneth Colton says he celebrates 23 months of membership, and he says, "Congrats on 1,000 episodes, Rob. Together, we are one." Now I've got you. Now I can hear you. Yeah, and Thomas Logan says, per Variety, Eon and MGM just announced that Alec Peters will write and direct the 26th Bond film entitled True Bond on a $250 million spend. Thomas Logan goes on to say, Gladiator 2 is awful. Ridley Scott is now over. Oh, come on now. I wouldn't go that far. Let me put you in, Kevin, to the show, and I will bring you on. And it'll just take me a minute here while I do that. And let me see. All right. I'll put you in, Kevin. And let's see. Here we go. And I'll blow you up. All right, Kevin, I'm going to bring you into the program. This is Mr. Kevin Seeley. Kevin, where are you coming to us from today?
I am in a little town in upstate New York called Clifton Springs. It's about 30 miles southeast of Rochester in the Finger Lakes region.
Nice. Well, welcome to the show. And I know you wanted to talk about non-Disney Marvel shows, which I'm actually quite looking forward to your opinion.
Right, yeah. Well, of course, in the age of Disney Plus with the Disney Marvel shows, it's kind of hit and miss.
To say the least.
I did enjoy Falcon and Winter Soldier. I did enjoy WandaVision for what it was.
Yeah, me too.
But it's really makes me miss a lot of the stuff that was coming out of Marvel Television when they first got started. Obviously, the Netflix shows get a lot of praise. Daredevil, deservedly so. Also, I'm a great fan of the Punisher, which was a very, very well done show.
Yeah.
You can handle very adult content of that show. It's a very good show.
It was really good.
Yes. And some of the other shows just don't get a lot of love either, but there were some great shows that had a lot of potential. I did enjoy the Hellstrom show, but unfortunately it didn't quite live up to its potential.
No.
And it could have been better.
And people forget all about that show. I was surprised that even got made.
I know. I was very surprised they got that one made. I also greatly enjoyed both Legion and The Gifted that Fox put out.
Yeah. Legion was I think Legion was great.
Oh, it was fantastic.
I loved it.
Just such a great show. And a great cast, and everybody hit their marks. The writers just did a phenomenal job. Yeah, I can't say enough about that show. And then, of course, I'm going to wave my flag for actually my favorite non-Disney Marvel show, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of love for that show.
There's a great lot of love for that show, and a lot of people are discovering that show now. In fact, I keep running across YouTubers that are doing reaction videos to the show, and they only just started watching it.
Yeah, sure. And now, let me ask you this. I found it unusual that with the success of Marvel, that you had Netflix shows, you had network shows, the Netflix shows, which, like, I really love Daredevil. I like the first season of Jessica Jones quite a bit. You know, I like Luke Cage. But it was kind of strange that because they were bifurcated between different entities, that they didn't have the cohesion. Like, they just gave cursory mentions of what happened in the movies in the first, like the New York incidents or whatever. And I thought it was kind of unfortunate because, like, the first season of Jessica Jones I thought was great with Tennant as the Purple Man, you know, with
he was fantastic.
Fantastic. It was so good. Did you think that was odd that they didn't? I mean, obviously they had different entities. They were making these things for different entities, and people had different, like Jeff Loeb had control, and it wasn't Ike Perlmutter and all that. But I would have thought that they should have kept it a little closer to the vest and maybe had a little bit more continuity, because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was spun right out of the Avengers movies, you know, and they didn't do much to continue that.
Unfortunately, no. No, I agree with you. And it did seem strange that a lot of those shows didn't have the continuity or the proper connectivity with what was going on the movie screen. Although at the same time, that kind of also constrained them when they tried to fit in some of that continuity and they couldn't build their own stories. But I think they could have done a better job of still telling their own stories and fitting them in with the wider universe. I think if there'd been more cooperation, a better way of you know, connecting those two groups together, there could have been much more cohesiveness in the storytelling.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, it always seems strange to me that those weren't where they were supposed to be. Like, I thought that I don't know. I wanted to see more from that because they'd done so well with the cohesiveness, that it was going to be something different. So,
right.
Yeah. So, I just heard from Max Allen Collins, who he thought was a Zoom link, and he was riffing for half an hour, and he didn't realize he wasn't on the show.
Oh boy.
Oh well, but Max, I'll bring you on. But so now let me ask you this: what do you hope for the future of Marvel? If someone said to you, "Okay, Kevin, I'm coming to you for a course correction, and we want you," what would be some of the things that you would want to do to make Marvel better? If you could, take the franchise where you would want it to go, what would you do?
That's a very good question. It's kind of something myself and some friends have been discussing on and off in a Discord chat group. We're not entirely sure there is an answer. There's things that I've suggested, like, okay, I know as much as Kevin Feige probably bemoaned the creative committee that he had under Perlmutter. I think maybe if he put together his own kind of creative committee and sat down and planned things out a little better instead of what's been going on, which often seems like we're just throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks. And, oh, well, this character seemed to be exciting to people, or we liked Jonathan Major's performance in Loki, so let's elevate Kang as a
yeah.
And that was like, well, okay, yes, he did a great performance that he had for what he had. But was that the character that we needed to lean into going forward? And I would have to say no. If I was to say think of anything, I mean, I know they've got their course and their plans they want to do now, but I would say that following the next two big Avengers movies, it might be best to bring the universe back to a more grounded level.
Right.
Maybe let's get away from the cosmic and away from the multiverse stuff for a while and ground the universe and develop some of these characters that they've been trying to introduce and they haven't done the greatest job of doing.
Yeah. No, I tend to think you're probably right about that. I'm baffled. I really am baffled by how they were doing so well, and you would think that they would know exactly. It's like they just didn't have a plan, and I think they were completely derailed by making a Black Widow movie after she died.
Oh, I agree.
And
I wanted that movie right after. Truthfully, I wanted that movie right after Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
but I would have enjoyed it if they had slotted that in between Civil War and Infinity War.
Yeah,
which really where that should fit.
100%. I mean, the movie's okay. I didn't hate it. I thought it was a solid B. I enjoyed it. It was good. I thought the end, again, the helicarrier falling from the sky was, they have to have. I don't understand. Look, these are character-based stories. They don't have to have all these histrionics. They don't have to have all of that. I mean, I know they think they have to have those kinds of big action sequences, those showstoppers, and I understand, but those characters were so compelling, and the relationship she had with Yelena was so good that it would survive that. And
she's a really good character that doesn't need all that big action set pieces.
She's 100%. Yeah, 100%. And and then the choices that they've made, every movie built on the movie that came before it when the MCU was working, none of that continuity has happened in this. Shang-Chi has gone nowhere. Eternals has gone nowhere. Certainly Marvel's was baffling that that's the direction they wanted to take those characters. And I thought it was a mistake. You take $1 million or $1 billion grossing film, and then you throw two TV characters in the movie that people don't know. I mean, it would have been really interesting. I just thought that was ill-conceived. I mean, they established in Endgame that Captain Marvel has been out there in the cosmos trying to keep the other planets together. It would have been interesting to see a real personal story that took place during the 5 years after Thanos snapped his fingers and before they brought everybody back. You could have had a great cosmic science fiction tale of Captain Marvel trying to keep it together and go through an epic story where she is fundamentally transformed as a person. And I'm just surprised they didn't do that. That would have directly tied into showing what was going on in the rest of the galaxy. What happened on, any of the other planets? And we don't know. And we get Thor Love and Thunder, which was just a goof. Went too far. And none of this stuff worked.
No. It just, you're right. After Endgame, they seemed to be off the rails. They didn't seem to have any kind of plan. One of the things that I mentioned again in my Discord group was that during the filming of Infinity War and Endgame, Feige should have had a team of creatives. At where to go next. Here's what we're doing to wrap up the Infinity Saga. What do we do next? And that should have been planned. There should have been plans put in place before Endgame came out, and then maybe they should have taken 1 or 2 years off to develop those plans and then proceed further. And of course, the other problem is that Bob Iger wanted them to go full speed right into getting shows on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I mean that was a huge drain on their resources, and I don't think any of it was particularly effective. I mean, I liked WandaVision a lot, but it was still, again, it was gimmicky, and the question remains to see how Scarlet Witch went from the end of Endgame into where she was at in WandaVision was a little bit of a stretch. You didn't see suddenly but I agree with you. What I thought they would have done is, okay, if you considered films 1 through 23 and Spider-Man Far From Home being the end of phase 3, why not take a page out of your own book and give us a brand new character and plan 3 movies where you're going to introduce new characters, give them each movies, and then have them combine and work together. Because who's even in the Avengers? I still don't know. Are there Avengers?
We don't know. We have no idea. We have no idea who it's going to be.
And they're already planning on making Avengers Doomsday. It's like, I don't think anyone cares about the Avengers right now because there's no team being built. We knew from the beginning that Nick Fury was like, well, there's the Avengers Initiative. Yeah. And it's all just been it's sad. It's shocking. I mean, I'm looking forward to what Terry Metalis does with the Vision series because I think that he'll have some interesting stuff to add to that mythology, especially dealing with artificial life and all that. That'll be interesting, but I don't think anybody cares.
And Terry did such a magnificent job with season 3 of Picard that he understands the content and how to build a story that everybody gets.
100%. And it's amazing. So I think he'll do a great job, but we'll see. Well, listen, thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry I got the schedule messed up a little bit there. I didn't even realize that was my fault.
I understand.
But Kevin, it was great to have you on here. And we're still fans, even though we've been disappointed. We're still fans, and we hope it's all. I mean, look, Deadpool and Wolverine. I wanted more from it. I wanted more of like a real movie, like Deadpool 1 was, if I can say that.
Oh yeah,
it was. I mean, I love Deadpool. Yeah, and I think it was just kind of a big goof. I wanted to see the Deadpool version of Days of Future Past, if that makes sense. Where the movie itself it was just kind of it was all goofy. I get it, but they could have done something really heart-wrenching and poignant in addition to being a Deadpool movie. And they kind of did, but it was all such a trifle. I don't think that and they were too, again, Deadpool and Wolverine leaned into the TV shows, which I thought it was bizarre, where they could have leaned into the end of the Fox universe and really played with the continuity there, the different X-Men continuities, but they didn't, and the TVA, and I don't know. Well,
yeah, I still think the TVA was a mistake for that movie.
Huge mistake. I thought it was a huge mistake. That to me, it completely shattered the reality that they'd spent 23 movies building, and the TVAs, it's too far. It works in the pages of a comic. I don't think they've made it work on the shows or in the movies. So,
Unfortunately.
yeah, which is a bummer.
Well,
But-
thank you very much, Rob. Glad to talk to you and share with you.
Yeah, that was great. Great insights. So thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. And thanks for being on the show, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, that was Kevin Seeley talking about Marvel. Obviously, that is a great. I'm really enjoying talking with everybody. Everybody has really interesting things to say. I want to catch up with some of the things that people are talking about in the chats and tips. I don't want to miss any of them. 1001 Johnny, since we've been on, he's gone into Gladiator 2, and if he came out, and he says 2.5 hours later, yes, I was amused. Well, 1001 Johnny, I am glad that you were amused. That's good. I don't know if that's good or bad. Were you entertained? You're amused, but maybe not entertained. I don't know. Douglas Baird sends in a tip and says, "Hi, Rob. I've been a fan since you're in the hallway." I started out the show in the vague mudroom, hallway, laundry room, but thank you for that. You've come a long way. Lots of love to you and your family. Thank you very much. They are watching the Christmas lights being lit at the Mission Inn, I think. I think that's where they went to, which is interesting. Kevin Wellborn says, "Rob, when am I on the show? I'm going out in 6 hours and 30 minutes. Didn't I send you a link? Hang on. Did I not put you on the script on the thing? I don't think so. Maybe I didn't do that. I will figure that out as we go along. I don't know. But, if you want, I've got Comic Doctor coming on. Maybe we can fit you in. Theoretically, I was going to... This was my break, just so you guys all know. I was going to take a break now to go have lunch. But because the schedule got screwed up, I won't be doing that. I will continue to power through this show because, hey, I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are too. I can't believe this. This is a long one, as you all know. So let's see. Let me just make sure. Kelvin Wellborn asks when he's going to be on the show. Thomas Logan says Gladiator 2 might be worse than Highlander 2. Oh, come on. No, it's not. It is not. It is not worse than Highlander 2, which is a crime against man. Yeah. Kenneth Colton says, congrats on 100 episodes, Rob. Together we are one. I think I already said that. But why not? Played Out has become a member of the channel. So that is very nice of you to say. Thank you for that. Jer, I don't think I said this. Jer Manin from Finland. Did I read this one already? Just want to thank you, Rob, for being... Oh, yes, I did. But why not read it again? Thank you, Rob, for being such a great inspiration every time I watch your show. You've gotten me to write my first fantasy sci-fi novel. I said that's the greatest compliment anyone could give me. Mus Hussein has been a member for 42 months, which is great. Thank you for that. So we're at... let me check and see if the Comic Doctor will be coming on at 3:30. And he's got some giveaways. Speaking of Moon Knight. Let's see if he is. I don't know if he is. I haven't seen it. I sent it. I don't know if he has seen it. So we shall see. I could just sit here and ramble, and I don't know what more to say because I this was my time to have lunch. So what can I do? I could play part of this interview. Why not? Why not play part of this interview that I will play, that I have ready to go? So as everyone knows, my first show, you saw the pilot episode with Greg Smith. And Greg Smith is a cosplayer. He built his own house. He built a land speeder and all of that. I'm going to show you an interview that I did with another dear high school friend of mine who's become incredibly successful in a number of different arenas, mostly to do with the internet. And she has also written a book about her father that was just published. The very lovely, very intelligent, and very talented Kelly Godo. So this interview will bring us full circle. I'm only going to play half of it because then I'll put the rest of it up live because we go back to the schedule at 4 o'clock, unless Kevin wants to jump in. Here's the interview with Kelly Godo that I did for this 1000th episode, bringing my high school worlds and my past together, bookending this show. And that's
Next
not
guest
it. This is another friend of mine from high school, Kelly Godo. She's one of the most impressive people I've ever met. Not only were we in student government together, neither one of us won our student body elections, but then we were voted by the 4 people who did to fill out the remaining 2 positions in our student government when we were seniors in high school. She went on to go to Northwestern and then moved over to UCLA, where she got involved early on with the internet, learning everything about web design and at the same time running advertising campaigns for car companies, for huge brands. She's worked at Warner Brothers. She worked into the film industry. She helped start Warner Brothers Online. In 2004, I found a book she had read while I was at Weta Digital doing behind the scenes for the Chronicles of Narnia. An incredibly impressive woman. And she knows a lot more about the world we inhabit here in the internet than I ever will. But she's also recently written another book, a book about her father, and a book about what her father's artistic endeavors meant to him, meant to her, and it's a beautiful book. So please help me welcome Kelly Godo to the 1000th episode of Robservations. Kelly, it's so great to see you again, and can I say, you look great.
That was quite an intro. Happy to be here.
Well, you know, I'm a little intimidated, to be honest. You know, I only because I've always held you in very high regard, and I always look when we were running around, you know, partying. You said yourself before we started recording, you were very serious, but you were working. What were you doing? You left Northwestern, you know, midstream and moved to UCLA, and then suddenly you, like, it seemed to me like when we weren't paying attention, you were suddenly working with some of the biggest brands. You were doing like car marketing campaigns for automobile companies. How did that happen? And what I'm really curious about is you were sort of at the very beginning of when companies were using the internet to market. Like you were there at call it the Big Bang or whatever, the beginning, the prime mover, the singularity of the internet before AI. I mean, and on your website, it says you're an evangelist for design ethnography. Tell us about this. How did this happen? And paint a picture for us of this time.
So that's a lot to unpack. I'll try and touch on it in a very light and broad way. But going back to the UCLA moment, one of the cool things was we did not have any kind of media lab. We did not have a computer room where we could go and create. And we had maybe 4 old Mac SE computers, like those old ones that you had to put the disk in.
Right.
And so a group of us created a class. Bill Brown was our mentor and friend, and stayed in touch with him for the last, many decades. And we put together both computers and we, hold on just a second.
Oh, they love when dogs are in the background. Trust me. I have 4 dogs, and when they're in the background, that's their people. People love it.
Seriously, what's happening? Okay, she wants to play. So basically, we created a media lab, got 24 computers donated, and the project that I was working on, you would maybe know a little bit about. Robert Abel decided to put what before the internet was into this project called the Columbus Project. So this group of people that started the Media Lab were interns working at the Ambassador Hotel, running around in the middle of the night, freaking out, seeing ghosts and things like that. And we were trying to basically put on Laserdisc what eventually would become the internet. So that was just happenstance. I was there. Robert Abel went crazy. All these things happen. And I found out that some of these artifacts are still available at the Smithsonian. So that was the beginning.
Wow. Now, how did you... was there something that was going on that led you in that direction? Did you have any idea? I mean, we're talking, this was the early 90s, 89, 90, 91. Did you know? Why do you think you got involved in that? Was it really just happenstance, or was there some forward thinking that did you have an inkling?
Well, I mean, we were all very into advancing technology, and obviously I got there at a time when the internet, it was pre-internet, CD-ROMs, Laserdisc, all that stuff. A friend of mine, TC Chang, he just walked in with how to draw Marvel Comics under his arm.
Sure.
And so he and I became partners in the classroom to put together an interactive Marvel Universe piece way early. And that was one of the pieces that we coded and put together in Macromine Director.
Wow.
And it became one of the pieces that ended up getting us funding to the Media Lab. So a history there. And I would say that I was always interested in putting these pieces together and where we could fit in with both content and execution. So fast forward, I had a design studio and was still working, and as you mentioned, with car companies. I was working at Toyota. I started working at what became Gray Advertising.
You were directing shoots.
Yeah, I was. I got to do, it's all because I was there and people trusted me because, I appeared competent. But I got to do photo shoots, these huge photo shoots before digital. We would shoot it on Polaroid first just to see if it worked. And then we would have the camera. We would have to wait to see it developed at the lab before we broke down the set. There was one moment actually where we took a Q45, Infinity Q45, and literally dismantled it. And I did a forward motion, like kind of time lapse of them dismantling the entire car. And I was like, wow, I can't believe we took a $50,000 car and we tore it apart, and I filmed it. So that was cool. But
now, you were
those
like
are just all pieces of the puzzle.
But you were like 24, 25, even younger. And I mean, it's, I wish people could understand, like, you would go off and do these things. You'd come back and show this stuff to us. And, our mutual friend Sean was like, and I was kind of amazed by all of it. And it was, because you didn't really, you were very serious, but I didn't, normally in LA, people are like, hey, I'm going to go do this. And they tell everybody what's going on. But you had your nose to the grindstone and you were just making this incredible stuff happen. Why do you think, come on, I mean, you got to take some credit. That was you. It wasn't anybody else. You were doing it. What was it about? What was it? How'd you do it?
It was just timing. Seriously, it was timing. And I had a producer mentality. So I was like, you give me a task, I will get it done. So flash forward, I'm traveling and I'm in Peru, and, we had pagers and you'd have to go to a phone and call the person back. And someone called me back and said, we would like you to come in and be a producer for Warner Brothers Online. And there were no online divisions at that time. So Warner Brothers was the first to say, because I had done a project called The History of Rock and Roll with a friend of mine, Rick Galvin, and Jim Shock and Jim Bannister, all these people that helped, set the bar. It was really an opportunity because Warner Brothers decided to make the investment into having an online division. And I was one of the first 4 people hired for that. So that was how I got into what became the web.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, that's an amazing story. Now, I just want to say, if we have a little sketchy connection, it's because the bomb cyclone, you're still in the Pacific Northwest, where you're still dealing with the fact that the internet went down in your entire town, our hometown, and it's a little sketchy. So just so people know.
I'm sorry. I think the internet going down was worse than the power going out.
Well, I mean, the thing is, we kind of lost touch for a while, and one of the things that struck me, this blew me away. I was in New Zealand. And it was in 2004, doing more behind the scenes. At that time, I was working on Chronicles of Narnia, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And I was in Weta Digital, and I came across this book, Web Redesign 2.0, Workflow That Works. And you were one of the authors of this book. And I was stunned. I picked it up. I'm like, there's not. I've never heard or met another Kelly Goto in my entire life. Can be only one. You're like Connor McLeod and Highlander. So I took this book and I was stunned. I was supposed to be doing work and I was flipping through it and started reading it. Fascinating stuff that was a little, to be honest, beyond me, because I was watching. At this point, it still took half a day to download the Phantom Menace trailer off the internet, off YouTube. It was pre-YouTube, and. How did you come to write this book, and where were you at in your career at the time? Again, that design ethnography. How did that come to pass? And that book became like the Bible for web design.
Yeah, it's amazing. People do refer to it as the Blue Bible, often in an accent. It is something that astonished me because. Well, okay, flipping back, I was in entertainment. I was in LA. I started to get into Warner Brothers Online. I helped put together, I didn't help put together the deal, but I was there when Time Warner became Time Warner. And so there were a lot of pieces that I was just there for. I was present. And 14.4 modems went to 28, and then all of a sudden everyone had this vision of broadband. It was never going to happen. So that was all LA. So I ended up moving to San Francisco right when the internet started to explode. So again, yay for me, but timing was essential. So I started producing for National Geographic, and I eventually landed at this small company that we sold and became a big company called Idea.com. And in the midst of that, I helped plan and launch Pets.com, Webvan, Cosmo, which you may not remember, Food.com. And so I produced all these entities, and I think what struck me is that there was the need for people to understand how to think about web design. And so it just came out of a little PDF that I made, 12 pages, that I would hand to clients when we would start projects. I would say, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we should expect. Then it became a 72-page PDF that I kept saying, okay, this is what's going to happen. And then I made a flow chart, and it was a poster. And I went to Macromedia at the time and Adobe, and they had it on the wall, posted on the wall of the different cubicles.
Wow.
And my friend Serena said, you should really put your name on it so that when people print it out, they know that you created that. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And it was more exciting for me that things were being used. It wasn't like I thought, oh my God, I'm such a genius. It was, you see a need, you see that need growing and growing. Then people started downloading this 72 now page PDF thousands of times off, our lowly internet back in 90.
Was it monetized? Getting
No. Of course not. I was just happy that people liked it. Then people started contacting me and asking me if they could translate it into French and Spanish and Japanese. And I was like, go for it. Like, that's cool. And at the same time, I started lecturing. And so this eventually then became a book, and took me a year of nonstop work, morning, night, weekends, to get this book completed based on this whole structure I'd put together.
Wow.
And so it grew from there. And then all of a sudden it started getting translated into languages all over the world. And what happened was it became curriculum for many of the universities around the world. And it became, and this is not me saying this, but people say, again, usually there's an accent involved, but you're basically like the grandmother of user experience. Of course, now I'm aged. And they're saying this is when user experience really started. And so user experience, UX, is now a term that people know about, right? So I kind of happenstance wise, it just happened that way because there was no user experience. And then I helped create processes and methodology around it. And then it became user experience, not just by me, but I was there when it happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely it does. But I'm curious. I mean, what's interesting to me about all of this is that culture was exploding around you, and you were kind of at the center of this maelstrom, organizing what had no organization. I mean, it was,
Right.
and you gave it form. And the fact that your book became curriculum at universities, suddenly you're not just shaping people in your circle, you're shaping the world. And in terms of what you had come up with in terms of workflow, and that, I love the term design ethnography. I love that term. It's something I don't think a lot of people experience in their lives. You know, and as you're watching, the culture was shifting almost weekly around you. And what was it like to, I mean, how did it change you as a person, or did it? Was it just work, or were you aware of the impact that you were having on the greater culture?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I think of user experience as a pond, and then there's huge world. So it's like a little tiny field that's grown, of course. But I don't know. I mean, I spoke a lot. I was teaching. My favorite thing to do was teach at different universities. I went to Iceland every year. I went to Hawaii every year. I went to Australia and New Zealand. I started a practice in Europe, in Barcelona, and I opened an office there. I mean, it was really fun to teach and and I'm actually teaching on Monday. I'm teaching, tomorrow at New York University. So, I mean, virtually, but I love interacting with this next generation. And if there's wisdom that we can share, that's great. So yes, in some ways I knew I had impact in this world, which was user experience, which became the web, which became the internet, you know, and everything exploded from there. But yeah, I don't know. I guess in the end, I'm really just happy that the content had resonance, and it weirdly continues to have resonance. There's client meetings I have, and they'll pull it off their shelf, and someone came over and I signed the new book I wrote, and then they brought the old book also for me to sign. And so, I mean, we can't plan to create something that's going to have that level of impact.
Right, sure.
There's no way that I can say, I want to have this level of impact, so I'm going to work really hard and put something together.
Yeah.
It literally happened because there was a need for it, and I helped put structure around it. So I don't know. I don't feel like I made it happen. I feel like it happened around me, and then I helped put a voice to it, and I helped clarify things. I like to simplify things.
Right. But since you've done that, did it change you as a person? I mean, when people come to you and have your new book that we're going to talk about, and then have your old book, and you realize that you've become a figure in people's lives around the world, like personal figure, like they know you, they've incorporated what they've learned from you into what they do. Does that, I mean, it's like when I meet an actor or a director or somebody that I admire, they've changed me. I mean, they're just leading their lives. They don't know me from Adam, but I'm like, dude, I love you. I love your work, you know, and you get that look from them like, oh, that's very nice, you know, but you don't understand. Do you ever feel like when people come up to you, do people say that kind of thing? Do they?
I mean, there's a strange level. I guess every once in a while I'll be at a place and people will say, you know, you really impacted my life. Like, okay, I just did a book opening event a month ago in San Francisco, and there was someone that emailed and said, I'm going to attend. And he's the one that brought the other book for me to sign. And he just said in an email, he goes, you know, you changed my life and you helped guide me at a time when I really needed it. And so that, I mean, that just makes me feel amazing. There was someone that posted a little cartoon that I helped them start their company. And I don't know, it just comes up every once in a while. And again, I mean, I'm aware that it can happen, but when it happens, it just makes me feel really good that someone cared about the content that was created.
Sure.
Or it was impactful in some way. I don't think it's changed me as a person because I'm still in my own little world here. You know, I don't go out much. I like to work a lot. I'm a little bit of a workaholic. Strange.
You've always been a workaholic.
I've always been a workaholic. That is true. I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change that. But impacting people in positive ways, it is part of like a motto, you know, just like a personal statement that I might have had since I was little.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, you were always somebody, even in high school, you were always going places. I mean, everybody knew that. And I wonder, you know, we were very lucky, I think, in the place where we grew up now is very different now than it was when we were growing up. But I've often said to people, okay, we grew up on Mercer Island. I don't know why I've been apologizing for that my entire life, but I'll say but there was something about where we grew up that I thought we went to school with a lot of extraordinary people. Like, we went to school with this girl named Chloe Copus. She and I were Rotary Students of the Month. And I remember seeing her after a couple of summers and saying, well, what'd you do? We were off in college. And she was like, I'm on an archaeological dig somewhere. I'm like, of course you are. Like, that's exactly what. Do you think that there was something that it wasn't just because we came from a great public school system. We were in a public school system. We didn't go to Lakeside or Bush or any of the schools around our area that were exclusive. Do you think that there was something in the water? What was it? Because there's a lot of people that have come from where we came from that have done really interesting things. Was there something that was making us have some kind of foresight? Or do you think that there was something that when you were growing up that made you key in to what became your profession? Because you were on my audience, they're imagination connoisseurs, and you were also an imagination connoisseur of comics, Star Wars, Star Trek. You were right there. I'd come home to my house once, and I found you reading comic books in my house.
Yep,
like
I was
Legion
one of the few girls. I was an anomaly because I grew up reading comic books, and I grew up in a very creative house. I do think that the house I grew up in has something to do with the creativity aspect and the thinking. And I do think that the friends that we gravitated towards and the ones that we've maintained over time are the ones that are the thinkers and the doers that didn't necessarily live in the past. Still in touch with a lot of them. And everyone that I know, it's not like they're driven to be successful. They're driven to make change happen in the world in really profound ways. And maybe there's a confidence that got instilled that, oh, you can go to school, you can make a difference, something. It could have been the structure, but I do think it was the groups of friends that gravitated towards each other that helped propel that thinking and supported it. I mean, I'm the only one of my friend group that doesn't have an advanced degree. I have an undergraduate degree, and then I advanced in life, but I didn't have a need to continue to go to school. And touching into that design ethnography question that you did ask, I did want to go to school in social anthropology or in ethnography because a lot of what I brought into this field of user experience is research. So I started a company called Go to Research, and we've been doing what many would look at as marketing research, which I have had a hard time with that because the work we did was diving into people's lives and understanding their needs and their attitudes. It was not from a marketing perspective, but yet people would lump that into those budgets and everything else. And so I came up with the term design ethnography because I wanted to merge the field of design with a deeper type of social science, a deeper type of research. And when I put those pieces together, I said, hey, I'm a design ethnographer. Found out that there was, and this is, I don't know exactly when this happened, but there was a conference, I guess they had, Forbes and Time, or, there was like this big conference. And somebody told me about this. I went to visit him. He was a CEO of this company. And I said, my name's Kelly Goto. I call myself a design ethnographer. And he says, I know. And I was kind of taken aback. And he goes, I was at a conference where they mentioned you and said you were the part of the problem that this industry has. And I was shocked.
Wow.
So at that moment, I realized I couldn't say I'm a design ethnographer. I have to say that I support the field of design ethnography, which wasn't a field, it was something I made up. And I've tracked it, and maybe someone used the term once 14 years prior to me. Now maybe it is a term. But what I was trying to do is say that there in the design field, there needed to be a deeper research angle into people's lives to truly understand their needs. And that's really what I've done with my company over the years. And so, there's a lot to unpack there, but that's where that term came from and how I use it.
But you were right. I mean, that idea drives worldwide marketing of every brand is now looking at things in a three-dimensional way that they never did before.
Yes. Yeah, because even on the marketing side, quote, evil marketing, which now, we tie into because they've realized the value in understanding the customer experience. And so CX is different from user experience, which comes from the product side, blah, blah, blah. So we tend to, in my firm, we tend to come from the product side, and we don't tend to come from the marketing side, if that makes sense.
No, 100%. This is, to me, this is incredibly fascinating. I'm sorry I've missed out on so much of seeing what you were doing firsthand, because it's extraordinary. Now, let me ask you this before we get to your new book. Obviously, the generative AI is something that is affecting all of our lives, from the arts to everything from coding to banking to, I'm sure, farming, everything. Do you see are you looking forward to the advances generative AI is going to make for all of us, or is it something that you dread?
I'll say this: we've been in the space for over a decade. We've been partners, or there's a group out of it's SRI, Silicon Research Institute, that they develop Siri, they develop these technologies, and then they have kind of an incubator that they come out with these technologies based on these, these innovations. And so one of them was Tempo.ai, which we partnered with and helped develop a decade ago, even longer. And that was a smart calendar system. And that eventually sold to Salesforce. We just missed a Microsoft sale. So that was something that, we've been in this space, looking at the space for a long time. So I don't look at it like, oh, this is new as of last year. This is a space we've been in. And so then there was another technology that we launched called Kaisisto, and we helped them grow and become a white label for voice-enabled assistive banking. And so we've been in the voice space for that many years. So when I look at what's happening now, I realize that it's kind of similar to anything that becomes mainstream because it's usable, much like the iPhone, how it came out, everyone like, oh my God, there's no better example of actual user-friendly interface. When Google came out originally, it became the user-friendly interface because you could just use natural language.
Sure.
Right? So anytime we're in an industry or a space where natural language is accessible as a tool for anyone, any industry, in any moment in time, there's going to be buy-in. It's not perfect, and I look forward to seeing what it has to bear, but I'm still sticking with kind of the old world that I live in, where we have to make products that actually work, and we haven't tied into all the slap-on technologies. I'll say slap-on for now, because it's not fully integrated or baked in yet. But there's no question that it's happening. There's no question we have to utilize it. So how, looking at security and protection, looking at confidentiality, and just, individual LLMs, for example, large language models, and, how to create databases for individuals. We did, I can't name the company, but we did do $300,000 worth of research to help seed the original language, the generator, I'm blanking, the database. And so, this has just been a world that I've been in. I got to go to IBM early on and do this kind of think tanky thing with Microsoft, IBM, and New York Times. And we talked about privacy, security, and the advent of AI. And this was 10 years ago. It's kind of crazy. So she's almost done.
Well, I'm sorry. This is so fascinating to me. I think it's going to be fascinating.
I don't want to get into detail that much, but I've also been working on accessibility. And so we've been using AI to generate prototypes for the blind. And then there's this whole other thing, blah, blah, blah. So I spoke on that a couple of years ago. And then all of a sudden, ChatGPT went haywire. And so one of these conferences that I was speaking at out of Zurich, which I wasn't in person, just this camera was in the back of the room. And I'm speaking with my blind colleague, and the room just started to fill. And so then he and I got invited to speak at Google, which I can't talk about. And so we were there when Gemini launched. And so we have done testing and found errors in Gemini. And so now I'm working with the Gemini team to, because my friend who's blind, and I have a whole blind contingency, we look at screen readers, he kept finding this field that was just going nowhere. And it's not showing up on the interface, it's only showing up in the code. So we did a Zoom session and I opened up the code to show them what was happening and sent it to them. So like I'm talking to the Bard Gemini product team. It's crazy. And then they kind of effed it up a little bit because, you know, all the privacy rights changed. And then, so we've been testing all the different systems, Microsoft, and looking at Copilot and how it's looking at, because my blind friend can't check. So he checks an image description with one tool and then rechecks it with the other because he's teaching and he's trying to check this stuff. And he's amazing. So he and I traveled together down to Google. And I followed him through the airport. He's cane walking and he teaches orientation. And I saw him this weekend. I mean, we're friends and he's just freaking amazing. So I've been working a lot in that space, but I can't talk about the Google stuff because for some reason I can't post about it. And you know,
sure. That's for obvious. I mean, I can understand now. Okay.
Anyway, but it is cool. It is cool. And I'm doing a lot in the space. It's not, I'm actually a partner in a new company called Next Humans, but I'm not going to talk about that because I'm not helping them very much. So anyway.
Okay, well, I got one last question, and we're going to get to your new book. But I got to ask you this. Okay. Obviously, Ray Kurzweil...
Wait, are you recording?
No, I'm recording, yeah.
Okay.
Ray Kurzweil came out with a new book. He obviously wrote The Singularity is Near, 25 years ago. Now he has a new book. When is the singularity going to happen? When are we going to have sentient AI? When's it going to when can I expect to have our AI overlords? I mean, if disclosure happens under Trump and we find out UAPs are real and we've had alien technology that we've been reverse engineering this whole time, that'll be great. But I still want between aliens and HAL, a thinking machine. How long is it going to be? Are we going to get the singularity in our lifetime?
I think more about her than HAL. And I think we're
you mean the movie Her?
Yeah.
Which I think is the greatest depiction of artificial intelligence that we've ever seen. I think that's going to happen.
Scarlett Johansson nailed it. So when people are using AI as companions, I think that's happening. I don't think that we're at a point where we're getting to the singularity. So
you're crushing my dreams.
Yep, sorry.
Really? How about our lifetime?
And I don't like to go all dystopian about it. Obviously, I think about it a lot. And when OpenAI, all that stuff was happening, and there was a stepping down, and everyone was like hinting that, you know, we're losing control. I think that, unfortunately, the tools aren't good enough to completely hand over full control. So I don't know that that's going to happen. I do think that as a companion and as, you know, ordering pizza on the phone in a reliable way, and some of these other things that are happening, voice mimicking, and yeah, there's a lot to unpack. I tend to not go full dystopian myself because I'm trying to use these tools and they suck. So no, it is happening. One thing that I will say though is that technology revs at faster and faster and faster cycles. So, you know, we see this big technology that launches and then it revs and then it revs, and the cycles of innovation get faster and faster and faster. So we're in that where it's revving really, really, really quick. Where it lands, I think in the next 2 years, will be where it will stay for a little while. We'll be hitting a moment. Then if there's another innovation and it revs and revs and revs and it happens in the next 10 years, 20 years, I mean, that could be closer to something that really would be singularity. But hopefully government, different things are in place, protections in place so that, you know, those things don't completely go haywire. But I don't know. So I think this current road that we're on in terms of the cycles and the innovation is going to land in more of a her world.
Well,
Does that make sense?
That's uplifting. I'm all for that. You know, I don't know if you saw the TV series Devs, the miniseries that Alex Garland, but it basically dealt with simulation theory. And the second to last episode, I watched this and I walked around in an existential crisis for days thinking about this. Like, are we not only are we in a simulation, but we're like 25 levels down from base reality. And it freaked me out. And
I've matrixed myself out a couple times.
Yeah, it's okay. Now
there's a lot we don't know. That's for sure.
There's a lot. Yes, we don't know. And on that note, I reached out to you to be on this show because now for something completely different, as Monty Python would say. I saw you on TV, a replay of you on a morning show, talking about a book you had written about your father. And, I knew you came from a creative background, but the book and your father's background, which I can't believe I didn't know more about, but here is the book. I'm putting it up. Seattle Samurai. And it is a book that you wrote about your father's life and his passionate love of, he was a cartoonist, which I couldn't believe I didn't know. And I was watching you talk about this on this show, and I was like, I got to reach out to you. I have to have you come and talk about this book and talk about your father, and tell us about the genesis of Seattle Samurai.
Oh my God. So how refreshing has it been to go into almost an analog world? Of course, digitally, we had to produce the book and design it and all that, but
beautiful. The cover is beautiful, by the way. I mean, I'm going to show this again. I love this picture of your dad, and I just love the entire. I mean, I would expect nothing less from you, you were always a great designer. But what a gorgeous. I mean, I wish your father could see it.
That is the sad thing. So my dad passed away at the end of 2017, the very last day, in fact. And in 2018, I decided, okay, this book that I'd always wanted to put together of my dad's artwork and creativity had to happen. And so it was always supposed to be kind of a book on just collecting all the stuff that he's done. He's very creative, and he's often been sort of overlooked because as an artist, he was a cartoonist. And a cartoonist isn't considered in that higher echelon, right? So what is cartoon art? And so I grew up reading Peanuts and Doonesbury and, kind of getting into Lil Abner and Tintin, and just books and books and books line our shelves. And then, of course, I got into all the comic books, and my dad would create comic books for us. We would go downtown to my dad's office and just every day go to Frederick and Nelson's, pick up another comic book, come back home, read Action Comics, and just pour over them. Archie Comics, Richie Rich, like all that still fed in. But so I just grew up in a household where comics and art were everywhere in our house. So I just felt the need to kind of collect that into one place and make something. And it dawned on me in 2018 that I could put it together in a way where it could be a fundraiser for the Cultural Center here in Seattle. And so I suggested to them, hey, here's a comp, and I put a comp together of putting my dad's comic strips, which he drew from 2012 to 2018, into kind of an anthology style book, and then use that to raise funds for the Cultural Center. So that sounded like a great idea.
Yeah.
And they said yes. And, 5 years later or 6 years later, I was still working on it, and they stopped asking every month what's happening, and it was on their agenda item, for their board meetings, and I felt terrible. So it was a good idea, and I thought it'd be really simple, like Charlie Brown, put all the comic books together and put little intros in front of each section, and I'll be done in 6 months. Little did I know that it was going to become this book, and what I would unpack as I moved back here to this home that I grew up in, right, in 2020, the very end of 2019. And as I started to go through drawers and boxes and negatives, and, just COVID hit, and what do you have to do but clean and organize and try and figure out what's important? Oh my God, layers and layers and layers of stuff that had to make it into the book. So the book became this layering of history. And my aunt actually found those negatives that you see on the cover. And it was a camera that my dad had bought, and he was just taking test photos. And of course, he took one of himself. But I hadn't seen that until 3 years ago. and my aunt developed it and gave it to us on a little memory stick for Christmas. And previous to that, I didn't really have a cover. It was just the title, you know.
Wow.
And then I looked at that and I was like, wow, that has to be the cover. So these things just kept emerging. Even the Seattle Samurai title, there was obviously different titles all along the way. And it came up with this whole, it actually should say what it is and should be searchable. And, you know, Liz Lightfoot actually said, maybe you should say what it is, like a cartoonist perspective of the Japanese American experience,
right?
Instead of what I was trying to say. And so even just a couple weeks ago, I found this box and it has all these sayings in it that my dad had written. And this little character, I hadn't seen it before, but it says, man must get in touch with his feelings. And then down here it says Samurai Sam. And so I didn't actually know until I saw this a couple weeks ago that my dad actually thought of himself as Samurai Sam. So that was kind of cool.
That's
so
really
these things
cool.
are just, emerging. And that's kind of how the book came to be again, as a collection of these comics, mostly drawn in the 2012 to 2018 timeframe and published in the North American Post, which was a Japanese American newspaper here in Seattle. And those were retelling the oral history of everybody, you know, all the immigrants and the immigrant story, really. And so, and so I think it's super timely to think about. And obviously, can you imagine detention centers where we're rounding up immigrants to put them in detention centers? So that's all documented in the book. And, you know, these issues obviously continue to resonate. So mostly it's around storytelling and making sure that we're capturing what happened and putting it into a form that the next generation can consume.
Well, it's just impressive that you did that amidst all of your other great accomplishments. Here you now have written a book about your father, which is extraordinary. And what have you been, I mean, the book hasn't been out that long. It was recently published, right? It's been available on Amazon for a couple of months.
It literally in 1 month, October 22nd was the launch date.
Oh, wow. Okay, there you go, a month. So it was just, when I was watching you, I was like, oh, of course you've written a book about your dad. I mean, why wouldn't you? You know, you're working with AI and Google and top secret intelligence projects in terms of advancing our AI networks, and then write a book about your dad. So, I love that you have done that. I mean, one of the things about this YouTube channel is to promote the work of others and to encourage people to do this kind of thing. And that was another reason I wanted to reach out to you and talk to you about this. And the fact that how long it took you, 6 years from the time you first started it to finish?
I mean, in the end, it took 6 years because I really started it in 2018, really. And then it wasn't until 2020 that it got to that layering of stuff that I was telling you about where, and to be fair, I mean, it is in the end, my dad's story. Obviously, I have the rights to use all the images and I kept finding cool stuff, photos and documents, but it's more because my dad's family and the whole history of the Japanese Americans here in Seattle, his was an everyday experience. They were farmers. Our family, we were the everyday family. These are everyday experiences. These are relatable by many, many, many families of what happened to, you know, Japanese Americans. So my dad's story ends up being one of the everyday experiences that we have. And I think one of his big MOs in life was to kind of put value in everyday experiences, also in how you interact with people, what you say and do on a daily basis, maintaining your honor, maintaining loyalty, maintaining honesty in all situations. Right. It wasn't like the big swath events. It was more how we interacted with things on a daily basis. And so that's kind of how it got put together. But my dad also just had a unique perspective. And as you know, Scott McCloud came out with Understanding Comics in 1993.
Fantastic
ironically,
book.
Right when the internet launched, right? And one of the things that he said is a comic strip, a cartoon, almost has this unique ability to capture you in a space and time, and you hold on that moment. And that's one thing I talked about on that morning show, in that my dad, in 8 little squares, tried to convey a thought or a purpose or a small snippet of a story. You can only do so much, right? So it's really the simplification, the essence of a concept or of a story that is in cartoon format. And cartoonists see things differently. They have a different perspective on the world.
Yeah, I've always thought that too about animators as well. Cartoonists and animators, they have a wit and a like you said, they see things. I don't think, I've often thought one of my great failings in life is I can't think like an animator or an artist.
Oh, I heard a Pixar interview, and I think it was called like anthropomorphic. I can't remember the word, but he says most people see a leaf falling and they see, oh, nothing. If you're an animator, you see the leaf falling and spinning, going, ah, or joyfully spinning in the wind or freaking out because it's falling. Like there's a personality to every single thing. And that's kind of how my dad thought about the world. He saw things at a different level. I believe that he has a photographic memory, and he actually says he remembers the day he was born. He did say that. And my older daughter says she also remembers the day she was born. And not exact what happened, but this vague feeling of light and change and, you know, that kind of thing. And I use this example of in the 70s. Do you remember when, you know, we had a gas shortage and people were locking up their gas tanks?
Oh, yeah.
So we had a gas tank with a key, and somebody in our family, who knows, probably my mom, lost the key. And my dad took a similar key and then from memory carved the key and then used it to unlock the gas tank. And so that was how his brain worked.
So you have 2 daughters yourself. How do you, being the person that you are now, are your daughters in awe of you? Are you just their mom? Like, do they want to know about generative AI? Do they talk about, you know, language models and marketing and all these things? Are they interested? Or do you just mom?
It is hard enough just to go into any kind of situation and not fully embarrass them, right? Like that's the goal. Don't embarrass them. No, I have to say, I'm so lucky. They're 15 and 17, and they do not give me attitude. They do not backtalk. They are so respectful. And if you did talk to them, they probably would say, Mom's pretty cool. So
well, that's good.
I'm lucky. Very lucky.
Well, I kind of felt that way about most of the parents that our friends when we grew up. I liked our friends' parents. I can't remember anybody's parents I didn't like. You know, we didn't have that. Like, I never thought, like, I knew my parents were authoritarians and they were older than me, but they weren't trying to be our friends. You know, my dad was...
I'm not trying to be hip and, you know, I'm not on Snapchat and... Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know what it would be like. If my mother was following me on Instagram or YouTube, I don't know what she would make of any of this. Thank God.
Yeah, horrified. They would be horrified.
Horrified.
So, yeah, so I'm really lucky. They often say, "Oh, my mom is the CEO of 2 companies, and she's, you know," so because I have Go to Media and Go to Research, and I run both those companies, and I mean, they used to be big and now they're small. And so I like managing smaller companies and making the same amount of, you know, income with less stress. So my whole goal right now is to do the things I love and manage my time as purposefully as possible.
What did your daughters think of the book? When you put that book in their hands, I mean, obviously they knew their grandfather. And how do they feel about it?
You know, ironically, I think this was one of the first talks that I gave, maybe at LA Bay Bookstore. They hadn't read it. So that's typical, right?
Does anybody read anymore?
What are your favorite cartoons? Yeah, actually, study shows that, you know, these teens are getting into college and they haven't read a full book.
I did a whole story of that on about there was an Atlantic article that came out about this at Ivy League schools, and the kids, they not only can they haven't been trained to understand it's too stressful. Like
yeah, they
reading
can't get through it. They can do highlights or excerpts and things like that, but they haven't been trained to read a book from beginning to end. So yeah, there's that. I will say now, yes, they have gone into it, and these, I guess what I'll say is that there are certain cartoons and certain things that resonate. I don't think anyone reads from one cover to the end without stopping. And
Sure.
so there's the idea is that you can pick it up and put it down and get something that is meaningful out of it. But yeah, now that they get into it, they're like, oh yeah, this was really interesting, and I didn't know about that. And there's this one story that is centered in Minidoka, which is one of the camps in Idaho, and this is the last day, and this is a story that this one woman told, Dolly Takanuga, something like that. And her mom's cleaning up as they're leaving camp. And she and a friend of hers, this little girl, had punched a hole between their beds, and the wall was super thin, right? Barracks, tar paper. And so they punched a hole so they could send notes back and forth to each other. And the mom is cleaning up, and she sees this, and she says, shame on you. Never damage other people's property. We always leave everything cleaner than when we came.
Wow.
And that's the comic. That's the one my dad decided to put in the book.
Wow. That's that says it all. And we haven't learned apparently very much. I mean, are we really going to put the military out on the streets to round up immigrants?
Yeah. Yeah.
The American military deployed on American soil?
I know. The more I'm not going to dive into all that, but reading and I just have another book here that I've been reading about the whole history. And my mom has been collecting stories of both of Caucasians or Americans that have helped Japanese families during the wartime. And so she's on her 7th book of this stories called Omoide. Anyway, so she just met with this woman. We just met with this family, and it was it was not too far from here, like in Kent, and it was 30% Japanese. And she went to high school. Her mom went to high school, sat down in class, and half the class was gone. They were all sent to camp. And this is high school. These are her friends. This is, our community. Imagine going to school, sitting down in class, and half the class is gone. And it happened almost overnight. And so her family started putting together care packages of things that they couldn't get at camp and sending them along with letters and back and forth. So they were really providing this infrastructure for these families that had been taken away. And so that was the story that we just typed up and wrote about. And so those little stories, I think, help the feeling of what's happening and make sure that history continues to be learned and absorbed in small, simple ways. Storytelling. That's
right.
What we need.
That's as everyone knows, the thing I say at the end of every episode I've done of 1,000 episodes is that every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear.
Yes.
And all you have to do is listen.
Yep.
Well, listen, Kelly Goto, I want to thank you for being on this 1,000th episode of Robservations. And I do love the fact that I started with Greg Smith, and I get here and I get to talk to you. So, I mean, two people, you both of you, in high school, we were always great friends, and there was a lot of, we all shared a lot of common interests and did things, and you have kept that passion in you, and Greg has certainly kept that passion in you, and judging, I mean, everyone knows that whether I'm an aging man-child or a Renaissance man, I leave that for others to decide, but it's great to see everything that you've done and what you've accomplished in your life and what you are going to continue to accomplish. I don't, people have asked me about, I hear people talking about when I get my AARP letters in the mail, are you going to retire? And I'm like, Ridley Scott has Gladiator 2 in theaters right now, and he's 87. Clint Eastwood has a movie, he was 94. He is 94, and he has Juror Number 2. Why stop? Are you ever going to stop? You ever going to retire? Is that in the cards for you?
I don't even know what that means. And I do kick myself because I hadn't thought about it like some of my friends. But my dad was still going at at 82, he kind of retired only because his dentists that he was, they were his clients. Basically, they retired. So I don't think he ever would have retired. So as long as we're doing something that we are passionate about, and, I don't know. I don't know what it looks like. So I do think about it. I don't know what it would look like, but I don't anticipate that it would stop me from doing projects and keeping, all these different things that are in the air all the time moving forward. So maybe eliminating some stress, that would be retirement.
Right. I like that. Are you optimistic about the future?
Absolutely. Yeah. Especially, it's nice having, okay. We don't need to get into all of it. I am optimistic at the long-term future. Yes.
I like that. Well, on that note, Kelly Goto, thank you for being here on Robservations.
Thank you for having me.
Well, how was that? Obviously, Kelly's a very impressive girl, and I've known her for a very long time. So I figured I would share that with you. Her insights, you can go to her website, Goto, G-O-T-O Media, and if you start reading up on her, she's very, very impressive and knows far more than I ever will about AI, generative AI, and our future. So I want to thank her for coming on, and I'm just proud to know people like that I still know people like that. So I hope you enjoyed that interview. And a performing artist sent in a super chat that says, I 100% disagree about the TVA. I believe it's the coolest thing creation that has come out of this phase. It allows for the best of both worlds. Namaste. Okay, here's the thing. Again, as everyone who watches this channel knows, my raison d'etre is all about the idea of verisimilitude. And what does verisimilitude mean? It means the quality of being real. And as I've talked about a lot in terms of sci-fi, fantasy, and horror stories, any kind of fictional mythology or whatever, you only get a certain amount of asks before any one story breaks under its own unreality. If you ask too much of an audience, you will break that audience's grasp of the story that you're trying to tell. They'll tune out. You will have taken them too far. And the one thing about the MCU, when the MCU began, Iron Man 1, the great ask of Iron Man 1 is that you believe that the Iron Man technology is real. And the movie does a wonderful job of making you buy into that reality. You see it, you understand who Tony Stark is, you understand his genius, you understand his ability to create this technology, and we watch it develop. We watch him through trial and error invent this technology, so you're with him. Now, then the MCU, it sets up, you buy that reality. And then the next thing, we already bought into the Incredible Hulk. So when Universal and the MCU put out the Edward Norton Hulk, we already had bought the Hulk. So they didn't have to worry about that. We just understood the Hulk was real. Real. Then they gave us Thor, Chris Hemsworth's Thor. And the way it was dealt with, having Kenneth Branagh direct, great. A Shakespearean actor. Known his first feature, Kenneth Branagh's first feature was Henry V, which if you have not seen it, it is fucking great. The St. Crispin's Day speech, that shit's banger. It's so good. So you get Kenneth Branagh to direct Thor. Gives it a Shakespearean flair, Warriors 3, all that stuff. You buy into it. The father-son relationship, Odin and Thor, Loki and Thor, the brothers. You buy it. And then, of course, we go back to the 30s, and we are at the World's Fair, which, by the way, the World's Fair is kind of the World's Fair. It's the Century of Progress, which is in True Noir. But the thing is, the great trick that the MCU did is it made you believe in Iron Man, but the big trick is that it made you believe that Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America existed in that same universe. That's a tough thing to do, but they made you believe because you like that. That was the big thing. That was the foundation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And by doing that, which was no easy feat, they knew they were successful, because their plans, if you hadn't bought into that, the Avengers wouldn't have worked. The TVA went too far. Because the thing about the TVA, and I'll tell you why, for me, your mileage may vary. The reason the TVA did not work for me is because the TVA is based on too many other things that we've already seen, like Terry Gilliam's Brazil. There's a lot of Brazil in that. The TVA, in my mind, in my estimation, does not go far enough in establishing its own reality. I do not believe that the TVA exists in the same universe that the MCU convinced me of when they made me believe in Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America. The TVA is a fantasy concept that the TVA has so many asks in its conception. The Time Variance Authority, the people that work for the Time Variance Authority, that Kang created it. There's so many things in it, and it's not played straight. Ultimately, there is a satirical angle in the TVA that, for me, it doesn't work. Because I'm looking, look, man, I'll believe in SHIELD helicarriers. I'll believe in Xandar. I'll believe in Nowhere. You show me the head of a Celestial that has been turned into a point of commerce in the galaxy, I'm fucking in. That could happen. I don't believe the TVA could. Not in that universe. You can show me a lot of things. Show me the Infinity Stones. Show me whatever you want. But you have to make me believe. The TVA was 10 asks all in one. And in a TV series. And you couple that with Loki. And then all of a sudden, these Infinity Stones from this universe work, but these don't. And I saw that as a dismantling. You had 15 years of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I thought that they dismantled it all with the TVA. And the fact that Deadpool and Wolverine leaned into all of that, I mean, it's silly for me to say this. But I believed in Deadpool 1. For all of its wacky goofiness, what they did with the X-Men, all that shit, I bought in, man. I was a believer. A believer. Or a believer, if you're a believer. I am not, but I could be. I just was too old. But the thing is, I believed, man. And I just didn't believe in the TVA. And that was part of the reason that Deadpool and Wolverine didn't really work for me. I wanted to love this movie. But the whole thing was a goof. The beauty of Deadpool 1 is it's a goof, but it's also a great action and superhero story, and it's a great love story. There was something about Deadpool 1 that was grounded, even though it was as silly as it could get. But I believed. Deadpool and Wolverine is not believable from the get-go. And part of it is because of the TVA. And look, I've said this before. I wanted Deadpool to be Deadpool 1 meets Days of Future Past. And the thing is, I always say, I know I'm breaking my own rules when I say you should never review things for what they're not. You should only review things for what they are. Because it's not fair to compare and contrast something that isn't what you thought it should be to something that has nothing to do with what it actually is. And while I'm sure it's a lot of fun and all that, and I love seeing Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds run around together, all that is very satisfying, but not as satisfying as I wanted it to be. So, what can you do? Now, my schedule is blown. I'm not gonna shame anybody. Maybe some people didn't get the message, but my next scheduled guest. Not here. I mean, did not show up, and so I've got a 10-minute break in time, and I did not use the time to go have lunch. But my next guest is going to be here at 4:40 p.m., and that would be we're going to talk about horror hosts if they get that, and if not, you know what? I'm going to see if I can get Kevin, the comic doctor, to jump on. If he's watching this, why not? Because he has things he can give away on the show. So, Kevin, if you are in fact watching this show right now, I sent you the link via the old Facebook. And if you can, could you jump on board if you if you want to? We'll see. I sent you the link. I know, what is it, 7:30 your time right now? But if you can, jump on in. And if you can't, well, I understand why. I get it. Oh, Jimmy Jones is coming in. Well, let's see. If Jimmy Jones is here, why not put Jimmy Jones in? How are you, sir? Can you hear me? Can I throw you into the show? You ready to come in? I'm going to bring you in because I have the power. I have this godlike, you sound good. I'm going to put you in the show. I'm going to bring you in because why not? And we can do things a little early. It's going to take, just give me a minute while I put you in. And, well, you better not go anywhere because I have you now. It is showbiz, and there's no business like it, to be honest. And let's see, I'll get you in, and we're getting you in. Do you go by Jimmy Jones because you can't go by Jim Jones? Because that would be... Yeah, I was going to say, I get it. Well, I would imagine that would be cruel. It would be cruel. So, all right, sir. I'm going to put you in. Let me just change this name and make it Jimmy Jones. Yes. Well, Jimmy Jones, welcome to the 1000th episode of Robservations. You are live, sir.
Greetings, programs. Thanks for having me, Rob.
Look at that Tron reference coming out strong, coming out hot. Yeah.
You've had a long day, my friend. Anyway, first time.
We're not even halfway done.
I don't know how you're going to do it. What kind of stems you're going to be taking?
None.
You're going to be
That's
taking
the
those
thing.
Battlestar Galactica stems, dude.
That's what I need. That's what I need.
Yeah.
You know, I'm taking
You're
too many.
every 33 minutes to a new guest host.
What a great episode of TV that is.
Great. It's 1 hour.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Yeah. So you want to talk horror hosts?
Okay, first of all, I think you need to explain to the folks at home what is a horror host, because I grew up with them. We had one in Seattle.
Yeah.
We did have one in Seattle. And I would be curious, where did the love of horror hosts come from for you? And
cool. Well, I'll start at the beginning.
Yes, tell me all about it.
If you have hair this color, you probably remember horror hosts. So, what is a horror host? A horror host is somebody who hosts,
and by the way, that's not WHORE. That's HORROR.
Although
I know.
That would be an easy setup for Elvira to capitalize on. Okay, so who am I? My name is Jimmy Jones. I'm an archivist at the University of Illinois, and I also teach for our information sciences school. I teach audiovisual preservation. I've been a film archivist for a long time. I'm interested in broadcast television history, so that's part of where it comes from. I grew up in central Indiana, and our horror host in the 70s and 80s his real name was Bob Carter, but he went by Sammy Terry, which if you say it fast, it's cemetery.
Yeah.
Horror hosts often have a little goofy name or something that has a double entendre or something. So a horror host is someone who shows movies and introduces them. Usually it would be a local person. So it started in the 50s. So Sherman set the way back to the 1950s. The 1950s, Screen Gems, which was a film distribution company.
It still exists. It's part of Columbia.
Yeah, exactly. They had something called the Shock Film Package in the mid-50s. It was licensed to Universal. So it was a lot of Universal horror films like The Mummy, The Wolfman, Frankenstein, James Whale's Frankenstein, the classics from the 30s. along with a lot of not very good films, stuff you've never heard of. So it's like 60 or 70 films in this package sent out to local TV broadcasters.
For syndication.
And as part of the shock package, they had this little binder that said, among other things, so here's the films we're licensing to you, and what we recommend you do to get more eyes on these films, because we know that these films are not often very good. We recommend you have someone maybe on your staff who wants to dress up kind of goofy, dress up like a vampire, dress up like a ghoul, and make it a fun show, make it a fun broadcast. They probably got the idea from the first horror host, who was Mila Normie, also known as Vampira.
Right.
She was the first horror host for KBC.
Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Plan 9. Yep, exactly. If you've seen Ed Wood, you've seen Vampira portrayed. If you've seen Plan 9, you've seen actually Vampira. She did it for about a year and got a lot of buzz on it because no one had ever seen anything like this before. No one had ever seen someone come on a persona, show you a film that was often not very good, but it's almost like you're waiting through the movie to get to the horror host segments, right? We still have them today. We've got Joe Bob Briggs, who does it for Shudder. He does The Last Drive-In. We've got Svengoolie, who's the longest like serving horror host and he's doing it now for MeTV. It's nationally syndicated, nationally broadcast show. So one of the things I'm interested in horror hosts is how they represent like the local flavor. Like again, if you've got like some snow on the mountain here, like me and you have, Rob, you're probably old enough to have a horror host from, like you said, from the Seattle area.
Yeah.
You probably had a guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So there's something about the localness of the horror host that I find amusing. There's also something really interesting about the loss of the horror host recordings, because a lot of them, we're talking 50s, 60s, 70s, either they were live broadcasts, they weren't kinescoped, they weren't recorded, they're just gone. All we have are memories, all we have are photographs. And a lot of times, even into the early like 2-inch and 1-inch video days of broadcast, tape was recorded over because magnetic tape was so expensive.
Yep.
So if the horror host bumpers or sections were recorded, they were often recorded over. That was kind of the power of tape to TV broadcasters, was that you didn't fix it permanently. You didn't have to stack up a bunch of tapes. You didn't have to buy a lot of tape, which again was very expensive. You just use it over and over and over again. That's why we have so much loss from that era. Like famously, the BBC's Second Doctor, Patrick Troughton, Doctor Who, a lot of those episodes were lost because the BBC recorded over them. Same thing with horror host broadcasts. So part of my interest is, like one of the most famous early horror hosts was Ghoulardi, a guy named Ernie Anderson, who went on to become the voice of ABC, right?
Who is Paul Thomas Anderson's dad.
And sired Paul Thomas Anderson. Yeah. So if you ever watched like in the ABC in the 70s and 80s, you've heard his voice. He was the guy who was like, tonight on Vegas, tonight on the love. I think he did the voiceover for.
He also did Star Trek: The Next Generation too.
Yeah. Tonight, Q comes to the Enterprise. Very little of Ghoulardi's broadcasts are left anymore. He was from the Cleveland area, extraordinarily influential in like the horror host biz, but most of it's lost. So one of the things in my scholarship is looking at who has preserved this stuff. Oftentimes, all we have left are either just photographs, just memories, no recordings at all. Or if you get into the 70s and 80s, you've got off-air broadcasts. People set the Betamax or the VCR and recorded it, and now it's on archive.org or it's on YouTube.
Well, now I've got to represent, because you brought it up.
So that's me.
I got to talk about Seattle's horror host. So we had when I was growing up, there were two personalities. One was a clown. I hate when that does that. One was a clown called J.P. Patches. And then we had the Count. Now here, let me switch over so you can actually. I'm gonna switch over to the shot. Let me go live here, so you can see. Here is a rare shot. Well, maybe not a rare shot of the Count and J.P. Patches together. So there were our horror hosts, and the Count was. I just looked this up. Was a horror host on the Seattle-based late night horror program Nightmare Theater. Joe Towie played the Count, and he also created, set designed, and directed the show. And this ended in 1978. Now, I don't know how long J.P. Patches lasted, but it was for a while. And anybody growing up in the Seattle area in the 70s knew J.P. Patches. I mean, it was just a thing that they knew. And, you know, for me, it was cool. The problem was my parents wouldn't let me stay up that late. You know, that midnight stuff. I knew the Count was there, but it was like a frustrating, you have to go to bed at 9 or 10. And I'm like, you know, if I want to watch Thunderball, I had to beg to stay up to 11. You know, we were talking about that earlier in the show. And
that's a long one, too.
You know, it's a long. And when it was on ABC, when Ernie Anderson's like, tonight, it's on the ABC Sunday Night Movie, you know. So, yeah, and that was all good stuff. But, yeah, it was frustrating. But so, now, let me ask you this. So, obviously, the business existed. So, with the syndication packages, as you pointed out, they needed a way to package these movies. I mean, Elvira, obviously. Yeah. Cassandra Peterson's great, but I didn't like the interrupting of the movies, even as a kid.
I never liked that either.
I like the horror hosts. If you want to do a commercial break, let the movie stop, come on in. Yeah. But then they never treated the movie seriously.
Yeah.
And I did. I was like, I was the if you're going to show me, I don't even care if it's terrible. If you're going to show me Mystery Science Theater, what's not the crawling hand, but what is the crawl? Well, no, there's one of the worst. I forget what it is on Mystery Science Theater 3000. They had one of the worst. I forget what it was, but I hated when people took even the worst movies not seriously. That's why I can't. My friend Anthony Ferrani directed them, but The Asylum, I can't look at the Asylum movies like Sharknado because I can't. I don't like. Look, camp is something that happens naturally.
Yes.
You can't
set out to do that.
No, and if you set out to make a camp movie, the reason camp exists is because they didn't set out to make it campy. And took it seriously. And that's why, look, man, Beyond the Valley of the Dolls fucking rules.
Yeah.
It is not a camp classic, even though it is.
You can set out to make a cult classic and you'll fail. Cult classic is a cult classic because it took itself deadly
serious. And that's for the audience. It's like when I was at the Evergreen State College and people are walking around calling themselves, well, I'm an artist. I'm like, you're not a fucking artist. An artist is a label somebody else or society bequeaths upon you. Right. You don't get to call yourself an artist. You can call yourself a painter or sculptor or dancer. What do you do?
Filmmaker, you know, whatever your medium is. Yeah. It's like calling yourself a genius or something, you know.
Why do you think you became fascinated with horror hosts?
Part of it's nostalgia, part of it's growing up with a horror host. Part of it was, you know, I grew up in the boonies in central Indiana and we didn't have cable. So the only way to stay up and see like an Amicus movie or Hammer film or something was on Friday night with Sammy Terry. That was the only time that I got to see the stuff that I liked to see, you know. And it was really home video. So there's like kind of three stages of horror hosts as I see it. There's the 50s into the 70s, the early people, Zachary and your guy and stuff, right? Vampire and stuff. And right around the late 70s, that started petering out because people started having home video in their home. You can watch a movie whenever you want. You don't have to sit through the horror host if you don't want to. If your horror host is somebody who like I'm with you. I don't like when they break into the show, when they break into the film. I don't like that very much. Nope. And Sammy Terry was a guy who never did that. He would show you Dracula's dog, or he would show you Phantasm. He would show you the good, the bad. He'd show you everything. And he would just...
You better say that Phantasm is part of the good, just saying.
The Phantasm is the good. That's the good side. Yeah. Dracula's dog's over here, Phantasm's over here.
No. By the way, I'm gonna leave the floor to you for about 4 minutes. I give the floor to you. You better continue this, and don't fuck me.
I would never do that without holding you afterwards.
Yeah, and make sure it was good for me.
Absolutely, we'll check in it'll only take me a couple minutes. So there's basically kind of 3 eras of the horror hosts. There was the first era that was the 50s into the 70s, petered out with home video. Then there's kind of the second era where it was kind of like the rise of cable. So you had like USA Up All Night, and you had like Joe Bob Briggs's Monster Vision and stuff like that. And now I think we're kind of in a new sort of golden era where you've still got people like Sven Gulli doing it in kind of traditional broadcast. You've got Joe Bob Briggs doing it through Shudder. But then you've also got a lot of people who've kind of taken on the mantle and are doing it on YouTube. You know, they usually will find, like the YouTube people, they always find like the same, it's like the same public domain movies. So Carnival of Souls is a classic one, or Night of the Living Dead, right? Because they don't have to pay any kind of royalties. So you tend to see a lot of the same films popping up. Although there are some people on YouTube who are just kind of copyright be damned. They show whatever they want, and if it gets struck, it gets struck. So part of my research is charting these kind of three eras and looking at what are some of the kind of technological reasons, the social reasons and the technological reasons why the eras changed, right? So the first one I talked about was home video. So the VCR, the Betamax, people started having more ownership of their content, not having to stay up late and watch something when it was broadcast. And then in the 80s, as more people had cable coming into their homes, that's when you had like USA Up All Night, and you had Joe Bob Briggs, the people who showed kind of a wider array of maybe even the little spicier movies, like Sorority Girls and the Slimeball, Bolorama, stuff like that. And now in this third era, here we are on YouTube, where I can see anybody with an internet connection and a webcam can be a horror host.
Why do you think that there hasn't been new horror hosts? Why is there no YouTube horror? That's a great idea. Are there?
There are, though. Oh, there are. There's a really good one called Newcastle After Dark, who you would like, Rob.
Is that like Newcastle in the UK? Newcastle, like John Constantine's home stomping grounds?
I wish. No, I think it's Newcastle, Pennsylvania, is maybe where they are, somewhere outside of Pittsburgh or something. I don't know Pennsylvania very well. There are people who are doing it, who are doing it on YouTube. The problem with YouTube, as you probably know, is that you'll get copyright strikes.
Well, yeah,
So I was saying while you were taking a leak, a lot of people do show like Carnival of Souls, Night of the Living Dead,
because that's public domain stuff.
Public domain stuff, right? Or they say copyright be damned. Like the people like Newcastle After Dark, I think one of the reasons why you'd like them is because they show The Night Strangler, The Night Stalker. They show a lot of just kick-ass 70s TV horror, that weird era where 70s
I have to tell you, at Thanksgiving dinner, we had a huge conversation about Satan's School for Girls, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, The Stranger Within, Sweet Hostage, Bad Ronald. I mean, all that stuff is aces. And by the way,
what was going on TV in the 70s, dude?
Well, there's a great book. I forget her name, but she wrote a book about TV films of the 70s.
And McFarland Press, I have it here somewhere.
It's a beautiful. It's great, and I think it was the Vietnam era. So you were able to get away with, movies like Sweet Hostage, the subject matter they dealt with, you're like, really?
Yeah.
On TV?
Or like Duel, Spielberg's first movie, right? I guess it's technically his first theatrical release movie, because it was released overseas.
Yeah, it was.
It was a TV movie.
Yeah, it was TV, and one of the greats, but that was part of it too.
It slams. It's such a good movie.
Theodore Sturgeon, I think Theodore Sturgeon wrote the story that Killdozer was based on.
Yeah, that's right.
A Killdozer, and all that. The band Star Trek and Killdozer, but
and the Kolchak movies.
Those are Dan Curtis. And those are great. And then one of them takes place in Seattle. The underground city doesn't look like it looks like it's portrayed in Kolchak, but it's definitely there. But I kind of miss the fact that now we don't have that acceptance anymore. Like, I could watch, when I was a kid, I'd watch, one of the things that fascinated, I think Richard Matheson wrote it, was The Stranger Within with Barbara Eden. You know, she gets impregnated by the alien light, and she's painting pictures. I mean, you saw a lot of that adapted, like in Close Encounters. People are having these visions, and they're trying. And I'm like, you guys all watch this. Spielberg watched Stranger Within because he was making TV. He was doing Eyes, you know, and with Joan Collins or Crawford, and all that stuff, and you know, and all that. So it was all part of that whole era.
Yeah. It's a very different time, you know, and part of the horror host thing is it represents a very different time. And I think the other thing that's really interesting to me, and again, I think this will resonate with you, is that it's an example of like a communal coming together and watching something. You know, you would, even today with like Svengoolie, there's like Discord channels for people, there's Facebook threads and stuff where people's like, got my popcorn, I'm gonna watch, you know, Don Knotts in the Ghost and Mr. Chicken or whatever, you know, whatever cheese ball thing Sven is showing, you know. It's like, is this a thing you would sit down and watch otherwise? Probably not. But because you're watching it with a horror host, you like his cheese, and you're watching it with this kind of virtual community of people, you know, all coming together and sharing it, there's something to be said about that. Like
now, how do you
in cinema, you know, we don't have as much of that anymore.
No, we don't. And how do, when you're in the hallowed halls of academia, how do the people that you're teaching or showing this to, like younger people, how do they accept this? People that didn't grow up with this, are they interested? Do they find it amusing, or did they just write it off?
Well, I think a lot of the like serious scholars in my colleagues kind of okay, that's interesting, you know, they kind of okay, whatever. But my students, I just had a class, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago, in a class session where I devoted to talking about this research as just kind of a vanity thing. It's like, hey, I'm a teacher. I get to talk about whatever I want. This week we're talking about horror hosts. And my students said, this is the best session of your class. I don't know how to take that, you know? It's always like, oh, really? So you were checked out for the other stuff? But yeah, they're kind of fascinated by it. And you know, people even in their 20s and 30s, they have some sense of like who Elvira is, because she's kind of a cultural thing. You know, and like Svengoolie, okay, that's that. You would call that a horror host, okay? You know, they kind of connect with it that way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it, you know, what's interesting is pre-internet, I think horror hosts allowed you as a viewer to know that there was a friend out there, even an authority figure, somebody, you know. And these horror hosts, like I remember as a kid watching The Count, thinking it wasn't an actor playing the Count. Like the Count was a guy. Like they found this guy. Maybe he thought he was a vampire, but they put him on TV. It wasn't something that was designed by the network or it was all local. You know, there was never a national horror host. You know, there should have been. There should have been a national, like ABC. All these networks should have had their own horror host. To show us Trilogy of Terror, like, you know, commenting on that Zuni fetish doll.
Right? Yeah. I think you know, when I grew up in the wilds of Central Indiana, I was the only person I know who liked Doctor Who. I saved up for this is like 1983, right? I saved up for months to get the Doctor Who role-playing game, only to realize I had no one to play it with because no one knew who the fuck Doctor Who was.
That's like the start.
It's something that people know. It's like,
I couldn't.
We're gonna watch Phantasm on Friday night. You're not that weird.
The FASA Star Trek role-playing game, when it first came out, I rolled myself in 430 different crew members. I had a whole binder. I never played the game. I had all the modules. I had every single FASA thing they ever released. I never played the game ever.
I never played the Doctor Who role-playing game. I just read the books.
Yeah, me too. And all the source manuals, it all became canonical to me. I'm like, I have to, you know.
Yeah, like, ooh, the master. You know?
It's funny. It's funny because the friend of mine that I interviewed that was on Kelly Goto, she would have played. I didn't really meet her until high school, but if I'd known her, she would have played with me. She would have come over and said, "Hey, let's play this game."
So you're absolutely you're tweaking to it just perfectly. Like it's exactly that. That's, you know, the interest is, it's such a weird era of television that just took off really fast. You know, there's all of the stuff that has been lost. And then there's that notion of it's a communal kind of haunting experience. It's almost like a seance or something. You know?
I love that you're. Now, are you writing a book on this?
That's the plan. I'm starting the research. Yeah.
I love it. That's listen, I want to thank you for coming on the show and telling us about this and keep us abreast. I mean, one of the things I've done I can't believe I've done 1,000 episodes of this show, but in order to keep me sane, to keep it moving forward, especially with where I think the world is going, I definitely want to spend more time concentrating this channel on what people are actually making. Yeah. You know, in the world as AI comes barreling towards us, I think it's important to start to accentuate what people are making, people are creating, and I've always wanted to do that, but really make that more of an emphasis of where we're going. Because
you can tell I'm excited about it, so I'm always happy to talk about it. And I've got your email now, so
yeah, you do. Yes, you do, and send it to me. Well, you know, I used to get criticized for it. I had a girlfriend of mine. She's like, "Why do you have 1701 in your email? Isn't that stupid?" And I'm like, "Okay,
yeah, let her go."
You know what? Well, yeah, she let me go. Whatever, it's fine. Come on, 1701. You know what the NCC? I didn't have to put the NCC there, but yeah, you know. Look, I can't believe I'm an old man with one foot in the grave that can still be talking about all this stuff even now. I feel like I won a lottery. I bamboozled somebody.
Well, I feel like it too. I mean, this is my research. This is something I just get to do. It's something. Another thing is that I tell my students, like, if you're going to do research, if you're going to write, writing is very lonely. Write about something that you really care about, or you'll burn out. So find something that's interesting to you. I know this is a goofy subject. I know that, but I'm tying it into like real scholarship and real like broadcast history, and like found my way into the halls of academia to do something that I just like, you know. So,
well, that's inspiring. That's what I want to hear. And Jimmy Jones, I want to thank you for being a part of the 1000th episode of Robservations and being the only person who brought up horror hosts. We should have brought you on Midnight Metal with Dave Parker, because he would have had a lot to say about it. Now I can, and you've got mine. So keep us abreast. You know, I want to say like Emperor Palpatine, I'll keep my eye on you. You know,
I'll always keep you abreast, bro.
I've been saying that since I was like 8. I want to stay abreast of everything in my adult life. So keep it coming.
Cool.
All right. So thank you for being here, and I very much appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Well, that's cool. I mean, I just love what everybody's doing, and horror hosts are dope. And I'm gonna bring somebody keep the the schedules. It's staying around. It's keeping. We might be a little off, but I've got Lorenzo Fletcher. I think will be next on the show. I can't see him. I hear he's there. I know I had to play fast and loose with the schedule so far, but hey, we're continuing on. We're soldiering through. Peter, Peter sent me a tip and said, "Congratulations on the show." Actually, number million. Well, it's number 1,000. But Peter, thank you so much for the tip. Thanks for supporting the channel in that way. Thank you very much. A performing artist sent me a super chat and says, "The TVA has an example. I credit you and your show for my development in becoming a passionate imagination connoisseur. Happy 1000th episode, Rob." Robservations, Rob. Well, thank you for that. Look, man, we respectfully disagree. I appreciate that you love the TVA. I said my piece, but I think we can all go forth as imagination connoisseurs par excellence. So, Lorenzo, I ask you, I cannot see you. I don't know if you were there. Oh, is the power out? Oh, that's the best. Oh, you gotta be on just like that. You gotta be on just like that. I'm putting you in, man. Are you ready to go in? I'm taking you off the bench. The coach is putting you in. Let's do it. I'm putting you in. I'm sorry it was late, so I apologize. Lorenzo, you, my friend, I'm gonna put you on the internet and on this show. I know, right? Hang on. I can't put you in there. I'm going to put you in. I put you in the wrong slot. But don't worry. When people say it's the wrong slot, it's usually a good thing, to be honest. But Here you come, right on the show. Please, everybody, clap, put your hands together. Lorenzo Fletcher joins us for the 1000th episode of Robservations. Lorenzo, welcome. Now, where are you coming to us from?
Ohio.
Ohio. All right. We like Ohio. Elizabeth, my girlfriend's from Cincinnati. I know, right? What can I say? Which is okay. So you had asked about talking about Skydance and the future of Star Trek.
Yes. What happens now?
Oh, gosh, if it was only a subject I had something to say about, but it's not about me. It's about you. What do you think, Skydance? I mean, so we've got a prequel movie that's being made, Star Trek The Origin, because no one's ever tried to do that before. Why they're doing yet another prequel movie. That's apparently close to a green light. If you had your druthers, let's say, you know what? I wish right now I would bequeath you godlike powers to do whatever you want with Star Trek. What would you do?
Well,
what do you want to see?
First things first, they need to restore Star Trek to what it was back in the 60s. That's what I want to see from Star Trek.
You're singing my song.
Because the fact that they went all over the place with Star Trek 09, they were trying to turn this thing into Transformers, and that's not what Star Trek was created for.
You're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry, Lorenzo. You're gonna make me cry.
Star Trek. This is kind of like a soap opera, but they turned it into some kind of willy-nilly whoopee kids show.
Yeah.
And I don't know how did we get to this point? It is beyond me. There's no way there should be a lot of origin stories. I got an idea. Why not go get the people who did that short film that Leonard Nimoy's widow did? Why not go get them to do Star Trek? They would make a hell of a Star Trek.
I'm with you. I mean, look. Here's the. I think the real. I mean, you're asking all the right questions. I think the real problem is it's all about money and what everything is like we've talked about over the course of today. A lot of people have brought up the idea of analytics and what the internet shows, and when you're getting real-time feedback and information for what people watch, everybody wants to get the fastest turnaround that they can. I mean, Star Wars is something that immediately out of the gate was incredibly successful. The first weekend they knew it was a huge hit. Star Trek was something that was always struggling when it first was on TV, to the point where the third season was only saved by a letter writing campaign. And now, we live in a world where it's all immediate gratification. A movie can only, if a movie doesn't make money if it opens on Friday, they know by midnight Friday night if a movie's dead on arrival or not. But Star Trek has always been something that grew and endured. It played the long game. It had the long tail. Who would have thought that Star Trek, a show that died after 3 seasons, would find its true success in strip syndication beginning in 1972? So I agree with you. I think that Star Trek is trying to pander these days to the audience of right now. They don't understand that Star Trek was always a show for old souls. For people that had, it really was. I mean, Star Trek, it was always a television show. And it's hard to explain when I talk about my love of the original series to try and get somebody of today, and I don't blame them. You can't have somebody who is watching stuff today and expect them to go back and look at Star Trek in the 1960s and get something out of it, because it's been made fun of in pop culture for so long that it's really hard for people to take it seriously. The thing that gives me hope, and I was talking about it earlier is I watch these like teenage girls or girls in their 20s watching Star Trek for the first time, and they don't have any preconceived notions, and they love it. It works on them because they're going in cold, and they don't have like dudes. We're like, I don't consider gatekeepers the proper term, but we're the fanatical fanboys that Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who have defined us. When somebody wants to, but with Star Trek, I think the powers that be, I don't know if they can ever make good Star Trek again. I don't know if they know how.
If you get the right people involved, because the biggest mistake with Star Trek was getting J.J. Abrams. There's no way that those films should have cost that much.
You are 100% right. Why do you think, look, like you pointed out, they wanted it very astutely. They wanted it to be Transformers. It's like every IP they figure is going to make $1 billion. But Star Trek has never been, like Transformers, kids love Transformers. It was huge. Star Trek was never huge. I loved it as a kid, but the Transformers were huge. And when they made the transition to when I saw Transformers 1, the effects were astonishing. The story of a boy in his car turns out to be a robot. The Transformers they appealed to the whole world. Star Trek has always been niche. It's always appealed to a small group of people. It's not the Transformers, but you're right. They wanted it. They tried to make it Transformers, but it's not that.
And that's what gives me hope about this whole Skydance thing. What needs to happen, because David Ellison made it clear, we need to be the #1 destination for creatives. We have to have creatives lead, because David Zaslav talking about he wanted to run Paramount, and I immediately said, no, you wanted to destroy it. That's all you can do is destroy. And that's why I did not want Warner owning Paramount nor Sony, because all they want to do is pick it apart, take IP, and destroy it. That's all they know. Whereas Skydance is, if you could come up with a great script and a fair budget, we'll put it out.
Yeah. Okay, now let me ask you this. We've talked a lot about, with the classic Star Trek films, Star Trek the Motion Picture, you had a very thoughtful movie about the universe and man's place in it and where's humanity going to be. Star Trek 2, you had a wronged villain, very Ahab-like from Herman Melville's Moby Dick, And then Star Trek 3, getting the family back together, sacrifice, doing what we have to do for our friend. And then in Star Trek 4, you don't have a villain, but you have an external force that helps humanity understand, what they've lost. And it teaches the audience a lesson about how important our oceans are. What, if they make another Star Trek movie, what kind of a story would you want to see? Would you want more of a thoughtful, contemplative man's place in the universe like the motion picture? A great villain like in Star Trek 2? Or would you like to see something like Star Trek 4 where the situation is the problem? What would be something you would like to see?
They need to make a legit Star Trek movie. They have to make it feel like Star Trek. Because to me, Star Trek, Into Darkness and Beyond, they weren't Star Trek movies.
I totally agree with you.
I want to see a full-on Star Trek movie that's Star Trekky, because that's basically what their problem is. Well, it's too Star Trekky. Isn't that what Star Trek is? Isn't that what it is? It's Star Trek. We're not talking about Star Wars. That's it. Let's make it like Star Wars. No, why not do a Star Trek movie that costs, I don't know, $90 million? And I guarantee you that would have been profitable. But no, we have to spend $100 million, $150 million, $200 million. And it's like, how? And you wonder why the film, and you wonder why all 3 films flop.
Yeah, and and people think that they look at the box office grosses of Star Trek 09 and Into Darkness, and they think they made money. Not with the amount of money they cost. They didn't. I mean, Star Trek, none of them have grossed. They've grossed $500 million, $500 million. But when you're spending, Star Trek Into Darkness was hugely expensive, and they spent a ton of money trying to promote it all over the world. It did not make money. I mean, Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan cost $11 million, and it made $77 million. It almost made, I mean, that's a lot of money, because in box office dollars, in terms of the gross compared to the how much it cost, you always have to look at production costs and how much it grossed and realize the studio only takes home half of the gross. So the J.J. Abrams movies, none of those movies made money. None of them.
Not one. That's because the people who are working at Paramount right now, currently, for now, never made a movie, never been on a set, never been in post.
You're right.
Never even written a film. Never even written a film. All they know is, well, is it going to make money?
And they don't even know the answer to that.
No, because they come from Pepsi or Coca-Cola or PepsiCo, whatever you want to call it. That's all they know. They've never been in post-production, never been a PA or assistant director, nor like being like actually wrote a script.
Yeah.
It's like, and then they bring Skydance on to finance it. Skydance basically lost money on it also. And now, because I've been saying for a long time, I think the reason why Paramount is where it is now is because of National Amusements. They bought it and they were trying to turn it into something it's not. Paramount has been around for almost 120 years. We're talking about almost literally 120-year-old legacy that's being diminished as we speak. But to be honest, Paramount is already dead.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. You're pretty knowledgeable about the business. Are you a film student? Are you studying movies? How do you know so much?
Oh, I've been studying this stuff since I was like 9. Like 9, I just fell in love with the movies.
Well, you know your stuff.
No, seriously, because it makes me sad that here you have a legacy company like Paramount that produced The Godfather, Beverly Hills Cop. By the way, I totally agree with that. Beverly Hills Cop is fun. That would have been a great title for that movie. Beverly Hills Cop is fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you like that. How they call? I mean, that wouldn't that have been great? Just Beverly Hills Cop AF.
Exactly.
And they're like, no, man, it's Axel Foley. Sure.
No, it's Beverly Hills Cop AF. Beverly Hills Cop AF. Why did that go to Netflix?
You know what?
Straight to theaters.
Of course it should have. I have no. When you're watching Bad Boys Ride or Die or Bad Boys for Life and how much money those are making. I mean, the first Beverly Hills Cop is one of my favorite movies of the 80s. It is the perfect
Which is
blend.
40 years old.
40 years old this year. Yeah. I mean, why is Axel Foley still on the streets? Because he was 20 in Beverly Hills Cop. You know, so
Lonely Cop don't know what to do. You know, Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock. To me, the only dead brand of Paramount is Star Trek. The Star Trek doesn't deserve this.
I know.
And what gives me hope is because we've heard from people like James Cameron, Jane Fonda, Tyler Perry, Ari Emanuel. They've all came out and said, don't sleep on David Ellison. This guy knows what he's doing.
And by the way, he truly loves cinema. He truly loves movies. I've had friends of mine that have worked with him. I almost got to work with Skydance on a project. I'm a big fan. I want to see them succeed.
Living in infamy, yeah.
Yep. Man, you really know this channel. You've watched a lot of it. Kudos to you, sir.
But they went with Altered Carbon. How did that work out for you?
It didn't.
Didn't go so well. Because what David Ellison, there's a PDF file available where he laid out the ground plan for Paramount. He's talking about integrating his animation division with Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
And talking about integrating CBS Sports with Skydance Sports. And I'm sitting there like, he might be onto something. But this is a man of the movies. I don't know why Wall Street. Oh, wait. I know why Wall Street's mad. Because it's not. Because Skydance doesn't depend on Wall Street. And why should they? They have Larry Ellison from Oracle.
Yes. It's true.
But in terms of Star Trek, I'm glad I never seen the remakes. Let's talk about Star Trek Discovery, which is in a mitigated dump.
You and I park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay, my friend.
Exactly.
Well, listen, Lorenzo, I want to thank you for being on the channel, man. Thank you for coming today, and it's always nice to meet somebody. Look, whenever you find somebody that thinks the way you do, come on, how can we not? But thanks for coming on. Thanks for watching, and clearly you've been watching the channel for a long time because you know it all. And
believe me, I've been here since 2021, man.
Well, thank you, man. And it's great to meet you, and thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate you reaching out and asking for a slot. Very much appreciate it. So thank you so much. And we'll just keep going on. But hopefully we'll see cooler heads prevail, and Skydance will in fact be able to turn something around when it comes to Star Trek.
They should do a badass logo like
I know. All right, my friend. Good to see you. Salud. Now, I'm a little behind. I would assume Steve is coming from Australia. If that is, in fact, Steve who was supposed to be here. I don't know. Steve, are you around? I know you have your thing. You're coming from a land down under. Are you drinking a little? Do you have any Coopers in front of you? Because I could really use a 6 or a Coopers, or a slab of Coopers. Oh, come on, man! You know what to do. Well, this is good. You wanted to talk about your daughter and Star Trek. Wow. I think everybody's younger than me now.
So there'd already been 2 decades of people being inspired by Star Trek, and the stories of people becoming astronauts, and then me. So not as grandiose as an astronaut, but I went to high school, so then I just did science because Star Trek had fed that passion. So of course I just did all the sciences I could, and then I did the same thing in university.
I got to give you mad props for having the hard plastic animated series box set behind you.
Oh yeah, well I've upgraded to the Blu-ray. But
sure, but that's a really cool. You can't get rid of that. That's a really, really cool set.
And I made a mistake. I got rid of the bright yellow, blue, and red of the DVD versions of the original, and I think my brother has them, so at least they're in sort of good hands.
Yeah, but you got to get the Blu-rays are great. They're great.
Yeah.
So where are you in Australia?
So I'm in Brisbane. So in Queensland.
Yeah.
So on the east coast, the capital city above Sydney.
Yeah, of course. I love it. Americans say Brisbane, No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
mate,
Melbourne.
it's all wrong. No. Yeah.
Yeah, we're a little lazy with our pronunciation.
Well, it's because of Jaws. You know, Matt Hooper says in Jaws he's going to Brisbane. And when you hear Richard Dreyfuss say Brisbane, you know what you're going to call it that. So
yeah, and I believe there's a Melbourne in Florida. And
yeah,
so
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Yeah, they don't know. Of course, I've often, I talk a lot about it. I did spend a year in Sydney working on Superman Returns, and man, did I have fun in Australia.
Yeah.
Nothing is as fun as Tamworth, of course. Australia's country music capital. That was the time. So you wanted to talk about Star Trek and your daughter.
Yeah, so I mean, like we were just saying before, it would have inspired so many people. And then in 2016, I started hearing the rumblings of a new Star Trek series. Fantastic. 2017, Discovery started. I watched, for the first. Hang on, I've got got some books here I wanted to show you first. Here's how I got my daughter, the first one into it. Nice and simple. I am Captain Kirk.
That's amazing.
And then, the follow-up.
Now, what did she? Now, did you explain to her what those were before you gave them to her?
Yeah, so we're talking, adventurers, spaceships. From a pretty early age, we focused on like what wasn't real. So what things are made up, fairies are made up, and sorry if I've spoiled the verisimilitude for people in the audience. But so these were like pretend stories, and they're in a spaceship and they go out and discover. And I think if we look at the last page here, Kirk's not firing any phasers or anything. He's getting ready to, boldly go. Let's see what's out there. But the gist of it was, so modern Star Trek, just it's awful compared. So who is being inspired by modern Star Trek in the way that people were in the past? And that's what's such a shame. So I was getting ready, in 2018 or 19 or 20 to, I'll get my daughter into Star Trek. It'll be new for both of us, these particular episodes. And of course, what we got after the first couple of years of Discovery, baby killing, let's say unsolicited liaisons, killing people for a joke, for mansplaining, or just think that's not the type of Star Trek that I wanted to introduce her to. And so, which is such a shame because, as I said, there are probably more. I'm an engineer. I've got a physics degree. It clearly inspired me. And there was, as I said, astronauts and scientists and inventions and the new Z flip phone. Of course.
Well, let me ask you this: like,
Star Trek inspiring, these days, no one.
You brought up the short takes episode where the guy, to me, when I watched that, I wanted to like cry. It was a short 15-minute film where basically they condoned the killing of a Star Trek of an officer. The female commander's like, she was condoning letting him die. And I was like, I think back to like Reginald Barclay's story in Next Generation and how Picard tells the crew.
Major Grin, I think you've commented on it. Major Grin did a great thing of comparison of like the short trek of the Tribbles.
Oh, that's one of his greatest videos. It's one of Major Grin's greatest videos. And when I saw that, here's what really bothered me is that no one who was working on Star Trek looked at that and thought it was at all problematic. And I thought it was anti-human, to be honest. And that, more than anything else, that short trek made me hate Discovery and hate everybody who worked on Star Trek because they let that get made. And the fact that they sat back, and it was only a short take, but I'm like, those people are irredeemable. Irredeemable for allowing that to use the Star Trek label. And if anyone had bothered watching or knew anything about Star Trek, to allow that to get made was beyond offensive. And people like, Rob, why are you? People get mad at scale. They're like, why are you worried about this kind? It's just entertainment. And it's like, I only care about it because I know what it meant to me throughout my life and how inspirational it can be. And to watch it, subverted, you're talking about showing it to your daughter, and how an entire Star Trek series you can't show to children. And I would dare say you can't show Strange New Worlds to children either.
No, and Picard. And I try to tell my friends, watch TNG and then watch Picard season 3 as TNG 8 30 years later.
Totally agree.
20 years later. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny because there's a lot of people that aren't on that bandwagon. But the thing is, the soul of TNG is in season 3. Yeah, do they have things where Worf kills people and cuts their heads off? Well, yeah, but they were going to kill them. It's a criminal enterprise. And the what I really like about Picard season 3, and it never comes up, is that you have these two strong female villain characters, Vadic and the Borg Queen, that have both been legitimately wronged and victimized by the Federation, or victimized by the circumstance that the Federation was put into, and they team up. My biggest criticism of Picard season 3, I wish they had a 11th episode where they showed the changelings and the Borg team up and realize that we have to get rid of these people because for all their platitudes, they're not for real. They are willing to do this to us. And indeed, what the Federation did to the changelings during the Dominion War was in fact horrible, but it was an existential threat. What do you do?
Yeah, and so, so uninspiring, unfortunately, but then also, and you've mentioned it, that it used to represent the best of the best. Now, that wasn't excluding people. That made you want to strive.
Yep.
And that's obviously why the fringer, elements of community, people who maybe had less friends or were a little bit different in certain ways, they loved Star Trek because it was like, look, everyone's there, as in like, it can be for anyone that there's, the society will just embrace it and get better. And it represented the best of the best. People aspire to be, how many people talk about, Kirk being their best, hero character, and that it was inspiring, or Spock, just the mastertude of intelligence and solving problems like that. And that, people like Doctor Who didn't run around, shooting people to solve it, solved it with his brain. Those things were inspiring. And now, unfortunately, and I mean, you see it with the viewership, you see it with, from the fandom, that's not inspiring people. And how dated would it look? Because, and you mentioned as well, it's made for it sounds like they're talking, it's LA 2020 sort of thing. How's that going to sound in 15, 20 years? Whereas you watch older Star Trek and even TNG, but of course original series, it sounds futuristic because it was the way they talked was different to even now.
Yeah. And they got rid of the vernacular of the day and they tried to make it like neutral so it could work potentially in the future.
And it has.
Now you're an engineer. You said you're an engineer. What do you software engineer?
Yeah, software engineer. Yeah, but now I do more. It's called systems engineering, but it's basically the engineering police. You help people with the process of engineering.
Sure.
But, I just did all the sciences and physics at school, and then did that at university. And luckily, it was a friend of mine, Chris, who actually. He got us to start the Star Trek club at the University of Queensland. So there wasn't one. He actually said to me, look, we should start a club because it'll look great in our CVs. And I thought, and the Beer Society was already taken. I thought, what's a club where we can get guaranteed, because you had to get a guaranteed quorum. So we thought, Star Trek, yeah. Well, and I was a massive Star Trek fan. And so, of course, it was easy to get the quorum. People to come along. So we're screening episodes of TNG in the 90s. I was getting them from my cousin from the States.
Right.
On VHS and screening them there before they'd been shown in Australia. Because back then, we were like a year behind.
Right, of course.
But yeah, so science background. And then luckily computer programming came along. And so I went into that. And so then that, launched a 25-year career.
That's amazing. Now, and how old is your daughter now?
It's going to be 7 in March. And so, and I'd already made this list of what can I introduce her to? And it was chronologically, of course, I want to go into TOS, but I mean, the animated series might resonate with her just a little more visually.
Well, yeah, my friend Darren Doctorman, who's one of the Inglorious Trexperts, he saw the animated series first. And I know but when it's limited animation, kids they're not thinking about that. And if her dad shows her, like, watch this.
Yeah.
Now the question is, like, I remember the first animated episode. I think it was Beyond the Furthest Star, which I loved. But the yesteryear, there's some great animated episodes of even now.
There's some good ones. I just worry that in an era where a child's grown up on Bluey, where it's very clever, very fast moving, that the animated series and even the original series might be a little slow. But I mean,
well, you've now got. I hate to say this, and I need to come on. I need to come on camera. I'm going to say this. Star Trek Prodigy is pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm just saying, it's pretty good. I know. Stop the presses, kids. Stop the presses. I'm talking about a modern Star Trek show, Prodigy. If you're going to introduce the youngins, 7-year-old, you could do worse than Star Trek Prodigy. I'm just saying. And by the way, don't clip this out and don't put this on the internet. I did not say that Star Trek Prodigy was good for kids, even though I just did say it, and I do believe it. Don't clip it out. Don't do it. Just saying. But Star Trek Prodigy, pretty good.
Yeah, so I watched, because of course, if it was Star Trek, I was watching it, right? So Discovery Season 1, feeling a little let down. There was some enthusiasm. I worked at Boeing at the time, and there was a young'un there, loving it, keen, and I'm just like, oh, how about you watch some of the other stuff? And then I would see the things that would be a little, sacrilegious to canon or uninspiring, or people not, the cavalier attitude to like what is sort of like a military command structure, and that, it just wouldn't fly, no pun intended.
Right.
And then, season 2, they brought in Anson Mount, and that was, a little bit better. And, but it just was, it was not quite getting in there. And, then there was, as I said, some of those terrible things that were happening. And so and I'm like, I don't want to watch this. This is like watching a friend getting beat up. And then I'm like, oh, my friend's getting beaten up again next Thursday. I've got to watch, I guess.
That's actually, you just described what I feel. It's you're spot on with that.
Well,
spot
so
on.
I managed to extricate. So, and then, Picard come along, and I'm like, well, of course I'm watching that. And then it was like, oh, he was a shell of a man. And, and they were taking him down. And, it wasn't, Picard coming in as like an elder statesman that's like, and they could have played off a lot of things. Like, he really knows what to do, but they're like poo-pooing him because he's like moved on to greener pastures, and yet he's really still like right on the money. And they're like, no. But it wasn't that. And then so eventually, and Picard season 2, I had to watch it, but I managed to stop watching Discovery. And that was a real challenge, like to just say, oh, real Star Trek's out there. And I'm just not, I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And then Strange New Worlds, people said, oh, it's a little better. I watched the first couple, and then again, it just was playing so fast and loose with the canon, and then bringing in other legacy characters, pretending that the age differences just were not there.
or that the command structure isn't there. Why is Captain Pike just hangs out with the principal cast? I'm supposed to believe that he just, here, yeoman, come to my, here, young lieutenant, junior grade, come to my cabin and let me make you. It just, and what they've done, by the way, what they've done to the Gorn is a travesty in that show. I mean, I still watch it, but I watch it only because people are like, well, why I can't not watch it only because I have to stay educated. I mean, now it's almost like, I mean, I hate to say it, but as a little kid discovering Star Trek at 5, like in 1972, it's now 2024 and Star Trek has spanned my life. Star Trek the Motion Picture came out when I was 12, and then Star Trek 2, 82, I'm in junior high school. And then Star Trek The Next Generation, when I was in college, it was playing at the Evergreen State College. It was playing in California 3 days before it aired in Seattle, in the Washington State area where I'm from. So I had a friend of mine like you FedEx me a tape. And at the Evergreen State College, I commandeered this one lounge that had these pylons with 4 TVs in them on each side of the pylon. So there's 8 TVs. I daisy-chained VCR up to all 8. And I told everybody on campus, The entire campus, 3,000 people at the Evergreen State College. I said, you can come. That tape, the Encounter at Farpoint, was watched and rewound and watched and rewound and watched and rewound 24/7 for 3 days. I mean, because I got there first. I can dare say that I gave the Washington State premiere of Encounter at Farpoint in September of 1987. It was me, and it was at the Evergreen State College. So thank you very much. Same thing. But listen, man, it was great to have you on the show.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. And I mean, we missed each other in LA back in March. That was me.
Yeah, it was so, things are so crazy. I apologize for that, but
no, that was, so I got the flight got in 1 day later than the original plan, and that was the real problem.
Yeah, well, your daughter has a fine father. I hope, are you still married? You got a wife?
Yeah.
Well, good for her. Yeah. Give her my love. Go have a Cooper's or a Penfolds or, whatever. Listen to some Cold Chisel,
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of my favorite things. I tell everybody this, but one of my favorite things in Australia, it was the second time when I came to work on Superman. It was the second time I was there, and Peter King, who was working for Chris Lee at the time, working on Superman, takes me to Bondi for the first time, and I go to Bondi. Bondi's a beach, and lots of bars, and we're in this bar, and we're already hammered. And he goes, "Watch this," and he walked over to a jukebox. And he put in, music. Now, the only thing I knew Jimmy Barnes from was he did a duet with NXS on the Lost Boys soundtrack.
Yep.
He sang with Michael Hutchence and Mary.
Be the lead singer of of Van Halen when they went with Jimmy Hagar.
Yeah.
And so if you listen to some Barnesy songs and you listen to Jimmy Hagar, it's like, they almost picked the same sound.
Well, I got to tell you, watching my first Cold Chisel song play in a bar in Bondi, the entire bar, as soon as they heard the first, it was like, how many notes can you identify this song? The first note. It was like watching dogs react to some kind of barking of dogs across the way. They all turn their heads. The entire bar starts singing some Cold Chisel. And I was like, wow, man. I mean, and then
that's the song Kaysan, and it starts with a really clean piano intro.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
You can get it after like 1 or 2 notes.
And that's when I realized, Australia, I have to live here for a year. This is not going to be a problem. This is my kind of country.
Except for our taxation.
Yeah, well, that was bad. And the fact that you had to pay your rent every week, that was rough, But anyway, and although I did live at 1 King's Cross when the cross was still cool. I mean, they've changed King's Cross. They've cleaned it up. Not when we were there.
No, actually, my school took us through there. We were going for a ski trip, and we stopped in Sydney, and it was like 11:30 at night, and we stopped and we're going through King's Cross. And then the teachers quickly realized, look, let's just herd these kids through as fast as we can.
That was the greatest thing.
1989 or something.
Oh, yeah. And, I was there when the Fifth Fleet came in. And, oh, my God, was the cross amazing. Tens of thousands of Americans, or maybe not that much, but a lot. It was crazy. But you know what? I loved Australia. I loved it so much. I loved all the people I met there. It was one of the most magical years of my life. It was fantastic. And
look, when you get here next, Rob, you'll definitely have to hit me up in advance. And then, then you'd not show up. Just to return the favor.
Yeah, I know. No, but I'll hit you up. I'll be there. Look, I'd love to go back to Australia. I've been looking for another reason to go, and I love it so much there. And plus, there's places I want to go to Adelaide. I'd like to go see the wine country, and I want to go back to the Blue Mountains. I want to go up the Gold Coast, and I didn't. I was in Melbourne for a day. And I didn't get to have. It was basically passing through. I didn't get to say. I want to at least have a lost.
Getting from the airport.
Yeah, and by the way, I gotta give you mad props for the T-shirt.
Oh, actually, that was in my trip just back in March at Universal Studios, looking for some Back to the Future merch.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you got the Back to the Future shirt. Kudos to you, sir. I want to thank you, Steve, for coming on the 1000th episode of Robservations.
No, thanks, Rob, and again, congratulations, and keep going, mate.
I will, and you keep being a good father to that daughter of yours, and a good husband too. You're teaching her the right stuff. Show her Connery Bonds first. Just saying. I'm just saying. That's the way to go. All right, man. Or as I should say, good eye, mate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting patiently. And this actually, okay, so I've got Kurt Poland coming in. And now here's what he wanted to talk about. This next guest on Robservations 1000 asked me to talk about post-structuralism and how it can apply to movies. And I'm not going to lie. This was one of the most intriguing concepts that somebody shot me. So who doesn't want to talk about post-structuralism and how it applies to the movies? Because I certainly want to, because I don't know what that means. So allow me to put this next guest into his shots and get him and into this episode of Robservations. So, Kurt, I can hear you sound good. Please, everybody, welcome. Well, I'll just call him Kurt. I mean, I don't know if he wants to be called something else, but Kurt Poland. Kurt, welcome.
Kurt.
Just
Roberto Meyerson of the Burnett's. This is amazing. Like, I am actually, like, this is kind of like, for me, this is like my Taylor Swift moment, meeting you. So,
come on, man.
Yo,
really?
I told my mom, I was like, I'm going to the Robbie Meyer, and she was like, really? And I was like, oh, yeah. I got a ticket to Robbie Meyer.
Ticket to ride, as it is. I love that.
You know, like your Alien Romulus video?
Uh-oh.
I've watched it like so many times. I put it on when I go to bed sometimes.
Okay, first of all, Kurt, I mean, the flattery will get you everywhere. Where are you coming to us from today?
I'm not even trying to flatter you. I'm in Toronto.
You're in Toronto. You know, the city that I should be in. I mean, I'm a big David Cronenberg fan. Never been to Toronto. I want to go.
Check this out. So I live right near this theater called the Review Cinema, and Guillermo del Toro, he was just here because he really loves this theater, and I just went and saw. You can see here Audition. So they
saw Audition, the movie Audition?
It was the first time I saw it. You know the movie?
Oh, I own it. Yeah, what do you think?
I went and saw it with this girl I started dating in LA recently, and so
wow, that would be the fun first date.
But she's also Japanese, and so I was kind of like, if she's gonna tell me something.
Now, had she seen the film before?
Yes.
Oh, so she knew you didn't know what you were getting into, but she did.
Exactly. So, and she was like, "Oh, it's a romantic comedy."
Okay, I love this girl already. She's
amazing.
She's amazing. Now
dude, she has a xenomorph tattoo.
Even better. That means she's into biomechanics, which can only be good in a romantic relationship.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway,
I kid.
It's all groovy, you know. But anyways, cool movie, right?
Really, I mean, look, the scene when the girl's on the phone and the guy in the bag moves. That's one of the great jump scares of all time.
I will never ever get it out of my head. The I won't like.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
I never want to. Anyways, like, yeah, but you never know if that's gonna happen with anybody in your life. Somebody could all of a sudden just be like, give you a drink, and you're all of a sudden on the floor.
Yeah, and that's it. Oh my God! Yes. So okay, you asked to talk about. I've been dying to hear this post-structuralism and how it can apply to movies. What is post-structuralism?
Totally. So I'm also like a social worker, and I teach critical social work theory and stuff like that. And so like post-structuralism is basically it's so there's postmodernism, right? Which you know, you can apply that to art, you know, like Andy Warhol and stuff. But when you think of it in terms of a social theory, postmodernism is a way of trying to understand how narratives and discourses kind of construct our reality. So for instance, like there's various subsets of it. So there's post-structuralism, but Post-colonialism is another one. And so post-colonialism looks at how, I'll give you an example. So there's a philosopher, theorist named Edward Said, who came up with this idea of Orientalism, and talks about how when the colonizer came and colonized, where we are, they basically gained power, and then we're able, whoever's in power gets to kind of construct the narrative of those who are oppressed. So, for instance, you've seen the movie True Lies?
I have.
Tom Arnold is amazing in it. Probably his best role, right?
He's great in it. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, but that movie, so the bad guys in that movie are from the Middle East, right? And so when I grew up, I didn't see a lot of stories about people from the Middle East, but I saw Aladdin and I saw True Lies, and so in my mind, I actually started to think, oh man, people from the Middle East, maybe they're kind of like that. Not that I believe everything I see.
But Aladdin, I mean, if you saw, you'd want to be Aladdin, and you'd want to find somebody who has a genie.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, totally, that would actually be really cool. Except if you got the Wishmaster, like the Wes Craven movie.
Okay, I gotta tell you, it's Andrew Divoff who plays the Wishmaster. First of all, he's got one of the great voices. But you know what? It's funny you say that, because I don't know why this is true, by the way. I saw a clip on YouTube about the Wishmaster. And, whenever somebody, he asks, what do you wish for or whatever, he always fucks everybody. He fucks you. He will fuck you up. The Wishmaster will fuck you up. I just wonder if, and I've thought, I literally had a dream about this literally a week ago. The Wishmaster, the Andrew Divoff Wishmaster came to me and was going to offer me a wish. And I said to him in my dream, I said, listen, I'm at a point in my life where things are pretty good. Has anyone ever asked you what you wanted? Yeah. I mean, here you come, you come and you offer people wishes, but has anyone ever asked you what do you need? What do you have? Perhaps, I mean, why are you asking me what I need? And I threw it his direction. I'm like, perhaps, maybe you need a wish of some kind. Did he
tell you?
No, I don't remember. But in the dream, I've had to phrase it that I didn't say, I wish you could take my wish, because then he would fuck me. So I had to make sure, I had to make sure. I'm like, bro, do you is there something you want? And in the dream, he looked at me kind of quizzically and disappeared.
Oh,
that was a dream. Okay. I asked him the question, and it was almost like there's an 80s Twilight Zone episode, and Sherman Hemsley, I think it's Sherman Hemsley, plays the devil, and he goes to a physics teacher, and this physics teacher and the devil, or Sherman Hemsley is the physics teacher, and oh god, the guy from WKRP in Cincinnati, I think, is the devil. And they're having this conversation, and the devil is tormenting him, and there's nothing you can ask me that I cannot do. I can do whatever you want me to do. And the physics teacher looks at the devil and says, "Get lost." And the devil's like, no. Yeah, and he's gone.
Yeah, that's cool. That's right on. You got to figure it out, right? Okay, but anyway, so yeah, post-structuralism. So, but away from that, so post-structuralism is sort of this idea that dominant discourses get kind of created in our society, and then we come to believe those as being truth. Have you ever heard of the Panopticon?
Yeah.
Okay. Foucault and the Panopticon.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So the idea that we're all governing ourselves based on rules that we think we have to follow because there's these guards watching us all the time, kind of like 1984, but different. Yeah. So there's this idea. So there's all these narratives that get created. So a few examples I was gonna use in terms of movies, right? But actually, first I'll use one that's not a movie. Being a social worker, we rely a lot on the diagnostic statistical manual, which is right. So if somebody goes to a psychologist or a doctor and they're like, I have this, and this, they're like, okay, you have bipolar, or okay, you have schizophrenia, or okay, you have this. And And so, but other cultures, and there's a lot of places that don't look at it in the way we do. So,
right.
Which basically tells you that it's just a discourse. It's just the dominant discourse in whatever space, culture, society you're in, becomes the one that we sort of creates the norm. And then outside of the norm, we have deviants or other like things that are not right. So, so for instance, like, but then when I thought of it in terms of like movies, I was thinking like, I remember growing up, like, I watched a lot of movies. So for instance, like Requiem for a Dream, Trainspotting, Go, Spun. Those are movies that sort of formulated my conception of drug use in a lot of ways,
I was going to say all four of those movies are very, very heavily into, some more pro-drug than others.
I mean, like, okay, Trainspotting made me feel a little bit stoked about doing drugs, but ultimately, like, the baby scene and, like, the bathroom scene, like, and the Requiem for a Dream made me and even Spun and Go, like, there's elements of it, like, even in,
but Requiem for a Dream and Trainspotting, it's all about heroin, a little bit about Spun too, whereas Go is more ecstasy.
Go is more ecstasy, yeah. Go is
which
more
I'm a big advocate of.
Go is a good movie, but like Katie Holmes, just like really coming out of Dawson's Creek, right? But I was so I was thinking about that. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas might be one of the only movies that like kind of makes it look fun, right?
Because they had all different kinds of drugs. They had a supermarket of drugs.
Yeah, like I thought it looked kind of fun, like when they were wobbling around at the I was like, but then when they woke, so it made it look kind of. But I was watching this movie recently called Ben Is Back, and have you seen it with Julia Roberts?
No, I have not.
Yeah, Julia Roberts is great in it, obviously, but like it's about her son who comes home from Christmas from rehab, and he has like a heroin or fentanyl addiction or whatever, an opioid thing, and the whole movie you're kind of waiting to see if he relapses or not, and it's like it's all, and at the end, like he does, but like I was thinking in the middle of the movie, I was like, what if they just switched the narrative and made it so like he uses but only a little bit, applies maybe like harm reduction, right? And it's fine and everything's fine, and he has a good time. His parents are like, oh, okay, so you can use just a little bit, that's fine.
Can you microdose heroin or fentanyl? Because that would be good.
I think you can microdose anything. I don't know if it works, but you can try. Like you can try. Like
I know you can't microdose cocaine.
It's really
especially when it's good.
It's tough to microdose cocaine. Yeah, for sure. You can do it though. Did you watch Maxine?
Yes. I just recently. I just got it.
Sorry. Oh my god, I just swore.
No, you can swear. Fuck it.
Okay. She rails a line near the end, and then she goes out and she's like doing Maxine stuff, right? So I almost feel like I was in rehab once actually because I had an addiction problem, and I was with this guy, and he was Italian, and he said like, man, I just loved waking up in the morning and having an espresso, a line of Coke, and like just getting on with the day. And then he was like, but then obviously it turned into something else. And I was like, man, imagine if you could just do a lot. Imagine like you could treat cocaine like coffee.
Yes, it would be lovely. And they used to cocaine and Coca-Cola. It was in drinks and all that.
Yeah, totally. But anyways, back to post-structuralism. It's like, so meaning gets created through movies and through media, right? So it's like,
yeah.
And then we internalize it. So like another example. So like, I don't know if you know about. I know we only have 6 minutes. I don't know if you know about Alcoholics Anonymous.
I myself have never partaken of Alcoholics Anonymous, but I've gone to meetings.
So one of the things in Alcoholics Anonymous is this idea of like once an addict, always an addict. That's like a phrase they use. So if I were to believe in what Alcoholics Anonymous is telling me, then I would potentially internalize that message and believe that. And I would be like, oh, I'm always going to be an addict because I believe the message, the narrative that's being told to me, right? Similarly, when I watch Requiem for a Dream, Requiem for a Dream. Then I believe so then if I go, let's say I meet a friend, or like my girlfriend from LA, she's like, hey, let's do heroin, right? In my mind, all of a sudden I might start to think about Requiem for a Dream because I've internalized the idea that I've seen in that movie.
Wait a minute, right? What about the Japanese girl that took you to audition?
That's the same one I'm talking about.
Oh, she's from LA?
She's from LA.
Wow.
And I'm in Toronto, and she comes and visits me.
Oh, see, I thought she was actually from Japan.
She came from Japan. Like she's from Japan.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And then she came to LA.
And now she's in Toronto.
Toronto.
Okay, I just figured out. I need to know. I love Japanese girls. I've never dated one, but I love Japanese girls.
You're dating one now?
No, I've never dated a Japanese girl.
This is my first time. This is a weird conversation.
I know, but it's all good. Come on. We can do whatever we want. You never know what's going to happen on the 1000th episode of Robservations. That's right. I love to observe everything.
We have to reserve everything. But so anyways, like, okay, like, quickly before we end, but like, you know the movie Jaws?
I do. Chapter and verse. I can recite whatever you want to know.
So I saw Jaws when I was a kid, and like, to be totally honest, like, I'm a little bit afraid of the water now. Like, ever since I was a kid, and like, but if Jaws, for instance, if the shark in the end of the movie Jaws, like, popped out of the water and was like a sophisticated shark and was like, I'm not going to kill you. I'm actually going to help you, like, build a community of people. Right?
Okay, I want to see that movie. You've now just put this in my mind. I need to see this.
But do you see then how the stories and narratives that are being told to us and that we view sometimes shape our reality and our perception?
No, 100. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
That's it. Because so what the whole thing I was trying to say is, like, post-structuralism is all about how narratives and discourses are constructed, and
Sure.
I think that movies are a big role in that.
Look, okay. Let me ask you a question. When I was growing up, movies were the end-all, be-all. They were the thing that I love the most. Culture has shifted. Now, I think especially young people, UGC, user-generated content, or UGC, user-generated content are what, like, people are now at the center of their own narrative. They're creating their own narrative, and they're sharing their own narratives with other people, and you're buying in to the false narratives that other people are creating for themselves. It's all crazy. Whereas the narratives that were created by stories, the great stories, their truth was self-evident. So I've always said that the best fiction is the most truthful fiction, because the way characters act, like Sheriff Brody in Jaws, is a great character. And, like, there's a moment in the movie where we know all about you, Chief. You never go in the water. And he says, that's some bad hat, Harry, to the old guy. And there's one moment where Sheriff Brody says, it's only an island if you look at it from the water.
Right.
Because when you're standing on the ground, you don't have to think that you're on an island surrounded by water. You can convince yourself that you're not.
That's cool.
And so the truth of Jaws, the truth of the characters between Quint, between Hooper and Brody, the reason that movie is so beloved, yes, it's beautifully made. Yes, the actors are great. But those three fucking guys,
it's true.
We believe those guys are real. Those guys are the realest dudes who've ever been in a Steven Spielberg movie. You know,
this goes back to your authenticity thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
And I think that's really important. You know what? You've given me a lot to think about, man. So, Kurt, I want to thank you for coming on, and I was really curious to understand, like, what is post-structuralism and how it can apply to movies. But you know what? You like, I've always believed that that movies have a truth. Great stories have a truth, even though they're fictional, and that's why I also believe in the objectivity of art. There's something in great art. Every person has different perception. And you might hate something and I might love something, but that doesn't mean you or I are right. There is something in art that is self-evident that calls it, goes into the Jungian thing, not the Jungian thing and, the duality of man, sir, if you're thinking Full Metal Jacket. But there is something about art, and true great art has, it taps into the subconscious. That's why the people have been contemplating.
You got it.
Yeah, that's what it is, man.
Because you're talking about the audience, the person who's perceiving the art. That's another factor. That's a whole other factor.
Yeah,
you got it.
And there's a reason why people have been contemplative about the Mona Lisa's smile, or is it smiling, for centuries. And the thing is, the objectivity of art happens when you look at that painting and wonder, what is she thinking? And everybody will give you a different answer. And that's why it's great art.
That's beautiful,
Kurt,
brother.
thank you for being here, man. It's great to have you. By the way, give my love to your mom.
Absolutely.
Tell her I said hello.
I will. Oh, because of my whole mom thing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I will.
And, of course...
Oh, she's going to be stoked. She's going to be stoked. You said
hi to your mom. What's her name?
Margaret.
Margaret? You have a very interesting son. Well done, Margaret. And by the way, is that a Nightmare on Elm Street shirt you have on?
Oh, yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, baby.
Yeah, I was going to say, which, by the way, I think is the best Nightmare sequel.
Me too. It's the best movie ever.
Dream Warriors.
It's incredible.
It's great. Good stuff.
All right.
And it's got great fantasy death sequences. I love it. Anyway, man, good. Thank you for being here on the show. Good to see you.
All right. Good to see you too, brother.
See you later, man. All right, Kurt. I'll see you later. Kurt, thank you for being here. That was, I wanted to know what post-structuralism was. That was a very enjoyable time. And we're a little behind. Don't worry. We're going to get to everybody. I got Andy from Argentina waiting. But first, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, sir. Oh, but it doesn't matter because you've got Dawn of the Dead. Is that the Varese Sarabande soundtrack on the wall? Oh, my God. And right next to the Day of the Dead, oh, my God. That was the very... Okay, hang on. I got to get you in here. Wait. Hold on. I don't want to miss a thing, as they say. You got the Varese Sarabande Dawn of the Dead soundtrack framed. Boy, do you belong on this show. Thank God. You really do belong on the show. Hold on a second. Let me put you in. Now, do you go by Lynn Durzik? Okay, Lynn Durzik. That's good. Okay, got it. And hang on, let me just adjust a little bit here and get you into the show. Lynn, now I got to figure, I got to slide you over, and I just want to look you're going to be a little off center. I'm going to with the rule of threes, because I can't. No. Stay where you are. That's good. Here's Lynn. Look at what's on the wall. Look at this soundtrack collection. Lynn Durzik. And is that a Dawn of the Dead one sheet below you?
That is a Dawn of the Dead one sheet. Actually, I just got that earlier in the week. My girlfriend and I went to Antique Pavilion and just kind of thumbing through the collection. There's like Class of Nukem High, all the great one sheets you'd ever want. And I flipped it back, and there it is, an original Dawn of the Dead.
That's a score. That's a score. You've got the right girlfriend.
I do. As a matter of fact, in the summer, they had the 45th anniversary screenings of Dawn of the Dead. And I took her to the theater, and it was her first time seeing Dawn of the Dead on the big screen.
She better have liked it and not say, well, the zombies are a little too blue now with The Walking Dead, blah, 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 blah. She didn't say that, did she?
No, it was great. As a matter of fact, she yelped quite a few times throughout the movie, man. So it was awesome.
That's good. Now you, my friend, have made a movie.
I have.
It's the 25th. Lynn Durzik has made a movie called Into the Woods.
In the Woods.
Oh, In the Woods, not Into the Woods.
Not a musical.
Into the Woods is a Broadway show. In the Woods.
In the Woods.
And it is the 25th anniversary.
It is a 25th anniversary. In the Woods is the first full-length feature film that I wrote, produced, directed. We shot it back in, we shot it in 97 on 16 millimeter. So it was kind of on the cusp of, shot on video films really kind of taken over independent filmmaking. But yeah, I kind of held on, and it's like, I want to make a film. So yeah, we shot it in 16 millimeter.
That is amazing. Tell us the tale of how did you do that? First of all, where did the script come from, and how did you arrange for the financing?
Oh, yes. Let's talk filmmaking back in the 90s, right? So,
yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. The idea for the script actually came from a situation that happened when I was younger. I was maybe about 12 years old. A buddy of mine, we went out into the woods, and we kind of went off the trail. And as we were walking through the woods, we came across this little clearing, and there was like a little cross made of twigs tied together. And we're like, what is that? So we ran back home, as you do when you're 12, and we got the shovel, a little spade, went back there and dug it up, and there was a burlap bag in the dirt. Not nothing huge, but so we pulled this little bag out and tore it open, and we saw bones in there. I think it was like probably somebody's pet, like a cat or dog. But the woods suddenly got quiet, and we heard some snapping twigs starting to come closer to us. So we just took off running out of the woods, petrified, thinking that some demon was chasing us out for desecrating this grave. And I ran blindly out of the woods into traffic and got hit by a car. So that stuck with me. And that kind of became the basis of In the Woods. Okay.
I gotta stop you. Hit by a car.
Hit by a car.
You got hit by a car.
Yeah. I mean,
did you get some insurance payout to help you pay for the movie?
No, I didn't. I didn't think about that at the time. So,
you needed me to produce.
All right, man. Maybe next time. And then, so we were terrified. We did not go back in the woods for a couple of weeks, but we ended up getting the nerve again and went back out to that same area. And when we walked out there, everything was gone. Like the bag was gone, and like the cross was gone, and it was like just like something came back there with a backhoe or something like that, and it just took that.
Yeah, there was a satanic cult that was sacrificing virgins. They didn't want you to know.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I stumbled upon their little secret right there. So yeah, so that became the basis. And thinking about that, and I grew up at the drive-in movie theater. Honestly, I remember walking into a supermarket in '79 and seeing that first issue of Fangoria, opening that up and seeing the exploding head, from Dawn of the Dead, that picture in there.
Yep.
And
Godzilla on the cover.
Yep. I think I've collected pretty much every issue of Fangoria in the '80s and '90s. Then it kind of fell off collecting those, buying every issue. But yeah, then growing up at the drive-in, seeing stuff like Humanoids from the Beach, Slipfish, right? Piranha.
Slipfish. Oh my God. Wow, you did. You know your stuff.
So, and then I went to college in South Florida. I'm actually up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I'm getting buried under, a foot of snow, it seems. But I went to college down in Miami, Florida, came back up to Michigan after graduating college, and I worked for a CBS affiliate, editing the news, morning news. I did that for about a year and a half and quit there and said, darn it, I'm going to make this movie that's in my head. So I took that basis of, finding a grave in the woods, digging it up. And if I wasn't going to be a filmmaker, I was going to be a firefighter. So the story evolves around these firefighters battling evil monsters. So, quite ambitious for a first-time feature film. The process, I wrote the first draft of the screenplay in '95. So the process of writing that first draft to it appearing on VHS, on Blockbuster video shelves was about 4 years.
Right.
Yeah.
That's amazing, though.
Yeah. It took about a year and a half to raise the financing. After I got the script done, I went around traveling to investor forums, talking to doctors and groups, and anywhere I could pitch the project, I went around. And I found this group of doctors that were interested, but they're like, kid, can you even make a movie? I'm like, I'll show you. So I went to the cast and crew I wanted. I said, guys, I don't have any money right now, but we need to shoot a trailer for this. So we spent one 17-and-a-half-hour day. I got the camera crew in. I got the main actors in. We made some quick special effects and shot a trailer. We went back to them and pitched it. And they're like, let's do this thing. So, yeah. But independent filmmaking, you'll hear the word no about a million times, but you just got to keep on knocking. And we got it. So 16 millimeters, 27-day shoot.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. A lot of the actors were their first feature film.
Sure.
Time directing and producing it as well. I couldn't really focus on the acting. I was more like, I'm going to get this crane shot in here. We got the Steadicam shot in here. And Video Business Magazine said the acting, terrible, but man, it looks beautiful. So, I was like, I'll take it.
You got to take it. Look, I am right there with you. I absolutely know where you're coming from. Yeah. And hey, you got it done. You made it. It came out. Did you make money? Did you pay your investors back?
So it's interesting about that. Mostly, I'll say mostly. Yeah, nowadays, looking at independent filming nowadays and back then it's like, we're how many units can we get in that blockbuster, right? And that's where we would make our money. The distributor would sell 80,000 copies to Blockbuster Hollywood Video. Then we get a cut percentage of that, and then we would.
For people, there's a great video when I think it's when Matt Damon is on Hot Ones, and he's talking about how the DVD business ruined. Well, not ruined, but things went away. People don't understand. I mean, it was the gold rush was in the 90s, the video era, the 80s and 90s, and any independent movie that could get 80,000 units into home video is lucky to sell, boutique labels lucky to sell 3,000 units. I mean, 80,000 units of a movie.
Right.
Can I ask you, this is an uncouth question to ask if you were just screening your film for the first time, but what was your total budget? You told me how many days, but how much what was it all? How much was it all in? Unless you still owe people money.
I won't tell you how much. No, we're square now with the budget there. It was.
But okay, so 250,000 you've invested, and if you sold 80 units at wholesale in the 90s, let's say your wholesale, or 80,000 units at 10, that's $800,000 you could have made.
Some good money came in. However, you get that in, but then they're going to take their production costs.
Of course they are. Yes.
Costs out, so by the time everybody takes their cut, when it gets down to me, it's like, oh, okay, well, we'll break even, right? So
right,
yeah.
But if you pay back your investors, my rule of thumb is to try and pay back people 30%, but I can only guarantee 15%. But it sounds like you that was a great experience.
It was a great experience. And I think the biggest difference nowadays, filmmaking nowadays, where it's digital, right? You just roll, keep the camera rolling. But a phrase that filmmakers nowadays don't think about is shooting ratio, right? And kind of living in that world. I miss that. As a matter of fact, on my next film, I kind of want to have just a tape player of that sound of film going through, just playing. So it's like, okay, time is money here, right?
Well, to me, it's not so much the ratio. It's the fact that if you want to shoot with 4 iPhones at 4K, the more pieces of coverage if you only got one setup or one take, if you could shoot the one take from 5 different angles, 10 different angles, there's all. I interviewed John Matheson on Designing Hollywood, who's the DP of Gladiator 2. And he's been getting in hot water because he made these comments about how Ridley Scott's become lazy and he's shooting everything with 8 cameras or 10 cameras. If there's part of their camera crew leaves something behind in the frame, they just digitally erase it.
Yeah, I read that today too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He's 87. What Ridley Scott is doing, he's going from one film to the next. He's got one film in pre, one film in production, and one film in post. The man is fighting father time. And he wants to get as much done as he can. And sometimes you get a movie The Martian, and he doesn't edit his movies. He doesn't sit in an edit bay for another 2 years, cutting them to make them perfect. He's got editors he trusts, and he shoots his stuff. Here's my circle take, make it work. And then he's moved on to the next thing. And unfortunately, if you look back at Ridley Scott, now it's so funny. It's almost this what have you done for me mentality. Like, people forget, like The Duelists, his first film. I don't know why Harvey Keitel and Keith Carradine are playing Europeans, but the movie's beautiful. It's incredible. Alien, pretty much a perfect movie. Yeah. Blade Runner, how many versions of it are there? It was definitely an incredible vision. I'm a big Legend fan. There's 2 versions of that. You like the Goldsmith score? Do you like the Tangerine Dream score? Do you like the 95-minute version? Or do you like the 2-hour version? Thelma and Louise, banger. He's done enough. He's earned, Francis Ford Coppola, people would sit there and they make fun of him, but the guy you say what you want about Megalopolis, but he made The Godfather. He made The Godfather 2. He made The Conversation. He made Apocalypse Now. I would dare say I think Rumblefish is a masterpiece.
Love Rumblefish.
Incredible. Stuart Copeland's score, the one from the heart. It might not be a masterpiece, but beautifully conceived. I even love the man made a great John Grisham adaptation in The Rainmaker. Now that movie's very traditional Hollywood. It's very conventional. I love that movie. I love the performances in it. You've got Danny DeVito. You've got Mickey Rourke is in that movie. You've got Claire Danes is in that movie. And, of course, Matt Damon. I mean, that movie is class all the way, but it's very traditional. Yeah. So maybe Jack isn't great. I understand. But still. But now we live in a world where the effort and it's just a different place. Now let me ask you this. 25 years on.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you? I just celebrated a 25th anniversary of my own film. How do you look back on your own life and career and using that as a touchstone or as an example? What have you learned since then? What does it mean to you?
Yeah. It's actually got me fired up. I kind of left filmmaking for a while. Had a couple daughters, so focusing on career, and taking care of the family and all that. Last year, I was thinking, wow, it's like almost 25 years since In the Woods came out. So I spent the time and I put together a behind the scenes making of book, The Making of In the Woods, which was on Amazon. It's got the original shooting draft of the screenplay, storyboards, interviews, a big, thick coffee table book. And because I wanted to do something to kind of for the movie.
You didn't slide a DVD in there too?
So I didn't do that, but we'll get to the DVD part. It's interesting. So I made this making of book, and it was like in the top 10 Amazon sellers under screenplays. I was like, hey, that's great. And I'm like, well, what about the movie itself? It's been released through a few different distributors over the years, but I was never happy with the quality of it. So I was like, well, let me just, on my own, I'm like, I kind of want to remaster the movie. So I contacted the lab. The negatives were missing, the 16 millimeter negatives. And I was going through the line. I was trying to contact like the colorist, looking through the credits. Who can I call? Who can I contact? And I probably spent about 3 months trying to find the original negatives. Gone.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But I did have transfers on Beta SP. All right.
Yeah, but it's still SD though.
It's still SD, but it's interesting. When we shot the movie, 16:9 televisions really weren't a thing either. We're talking back in '97, right?
Of course.
So full frame, the square image for home video release. So I ended up contacting a lab in Chicago, sent them or demo one of my Beta SPs, one of them of the raw footage to do a transfer. Let's see. Wasn't happy with it, so I contacted another lab out in LA there, and beautiful. What they did, bringing it up to ProRes, upgrading. It was like, holy crap, this looks good. So I sent them all the reels. I got gigs of files back.
Sure.
And I proceeded. I did not have the original audio tracks, so I took the audio tracks off one of the DVDs that came out. And then I went frame by frame, matching the video to the original audio. And I did that with the version that came out in '99. You know the hell that I'm talking about.
Oh, so, I do. Oh.
I do. But as I'm doing that, I'm looking through and I'm like, holy shit. This is a better angle. This is a better shot. This is a better take. Why is this scene not in here? This is the monster. This is an effect shot. Why isn't this not in here? So I remastered the original version that came out in '99 on VHS. And then I went in and I'm going to do it. So I went back to the very beginning of the movie and I recut different takes, alternate takes, inserting footage that wasn't in there, scenes that weren't in there. And and then I went out and did some Foley work.
Yep.
Kind of got some music from other parts of the movie, put it in there. Foley work, contacted some of the actors, like, hey, I need these wild lines, So they'd send it over. And so I had to build the audio. And I got done with that. I'm like, this is a much better movie. This is a much better version of the movie. And then it's like, what am I going to do with this? So I put together a list.
Retitle it, get a new copyright, put it on the IMDb, make it a whole new movie, and sell it again.
I could do that. So what I did, I contacted some distributors, physical media. This needs to get out. And within the first week, I had 6 offers come in. and it was surprising because it's like, I remember this movie. I love this movie. This is available. And
God bless you, sir. This is what I like to hear.
Yeah, so a gentleman, Brad Henderson, over at Terror Vision, Brad was like, dude, I forgot about this movie. This is one of my favorite movies. What do you have? And I'm like, I got the package. Because I cut together the audition reels. I cut together behind the scenes footage.
Oh, sure.
Two audio commentary tracks. Here it is. Put it on a damn disc and get it out, right? So I would say within a week of me submitting for distributors, I had a deal signed. And here it is.
Wow.
So from Terror Vision. And yeah, so it's great. But that whole process of the past year, the making of book and recutting the film and revisiting it has definitely lit a fire.
I mean, dude, you're living my dream, because I wish I could be doing that with my own film that's 25 years old. Free enterprise. It's out of print.
Yeah. I mean,
I just need access to it's frustrating to have a work that nobody can see that would probably have more of an audience now than ever. So kudos to you for doing that.
That kind of blows my mind, man. I remember watching Free Enterprise. Yeah, I'm tricky all the way, dude. So
I mean, one day. It's just that you're at the mercy of the people who actually own it.
Yeah,
and I understand. I don't begrudge Mark Altwald, our executive producer, for paying for it. He made it happen. And things happen in other people's lives or whatever. But I don't understand why anybody allows an asset to sit lying fallow when it could be generating income.
Yeah.
But listen, this is a great story, man. Now, where can people buy it?
If you go to terrorvision.com, terror-vision.com.
Yeah.
They have it with this little exclusive slipcover.
Yeah.
I think they have just like under 1,000 copies left with the slipcover version.
Is it a partner label with Vinegar Syndrome? Do you know?
Actually, Brad was from Vinegar Syndrome.
Okay.
So Terror Vision is a newer company.
Yeah.
And looking at their releases, it was great. And the care they took. They had the company doing the mastering of the discs is the same company that handles Criterion Collection. So
right.
It's like to be in those hands. It's like it was honor for me. That my little monster movie still has this life. And it's interesting over the past 10 years, kind of discovering this cult status that it has. I got a note from the director of the American Genre Film Association, AGFA, saying that this movie is my new drug. So it's like,
well, now I'm going to go buy the disc. Is it Blu-ray? Is it DVD? What is it?
Blu-ray.
Oh, I'm getting it. Everybody should go get it.
Like you said, 2 cuts of the film, 2 audio commentaries, and a lot of other treats on there. Oh, but I do want to say, Rob, I think I finally found somebody to play with me.
Oh, well, hang on. I wonder if I have to show people. Can you see it? Where is it? Right there. But I have to tell you that mine is sealed. Now, I played it with my friend Mike Schertz, who I also went to high school with. But a friend of Brian Singer's gave that to me, a guy named Slave from New York. And I couldn't believe it when he had it. I'm like, wow, that's a rare thing indeed. And he insisted I felt, kind of guilty. When he insisted I take it, I'm like, I tried to talk him out of it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay. So, because there isn't a lot of great Dawn of the Dead merchandise. There's and look, my dream is I want to create my own 6-scale figure label, and I want to make. No one's going to buy the figures I want to make except me. Yeah. So I have to be rich enough where I just don't care. Like I can license whatever I want to license and make like 500 figures. And if I have 498 of them in the garage, I'll have one and someone else will have one. But one of my dream figures is to do, like Hot Toys in art of all 4 characters from Dawn of the Dead plus 4 of the zombies. Yeah. Which and to be fair, Mayfex from Japan did the Dawn of the Dead box set with Steven and Flyboy. I mean the helicopter zombie.
Yeah.
But but my favorite things that I own are the Japanese Chrome box set of Dawn of the Dead, that thing, that game, and then also there is a poster book that was published, the Questar poster book. Do you have it?
Oh, you talking this little puppy
Yes,
here?
sir. Yes, sir.
A
Yes.
Day of the Dead 45. How about
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah. You've got the true. You are a true imagination connoisseur, sir.
Yeah, Dawn of the Dead, the original Romero trilogy is I'm obsessed. You know, I try to collect as much as I can from it. Yeah.
I mean, Dawn of the Dead is one of my top 5 favorite films of all time.
Yeah.
And you know, I my love for it. The Second Sight is my favorite physical media release of all time.
It's amazing. Just the weight of that.
It's amazing. Second Sight, I've often said, if Second Sight, the home video label, were a girl, it would be Farrah Fawcett Majors from Logan's Run. That's how much I love
I just watched
Second Sight.
Fawcett I just watched her in Saturn 3 the other night. So I got
There you go.
So.
But she's hotter in Logan's Run. That's Holly. Tell him to give you dark hair. Give him dark hair. But anyway, you and I, sir, we park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay.
We do.
Lynn, it was great to
say, Rob, this has been an honor talking to you. You know, talking filmmaking with you. You know, I can't say I've listened to 1,000 of your episodes, but the ones I have.
If anybody did, they should run in terror, or I should run from them.
Possibly. And I think we could talk for hours on Japanese horror, Korean horror films. I'm a big fan of Italian horror, giallo.
Oh man, and we're getting more of it. I mean, my God, between what people have announced in the last week, I never thought that Vinegar Syndrome's releasing a 4K version of Michael Mann's The Keep. I never thought. I thought I was going to hold on to my Letterboxd Laserdisc forever. Not anymore.
Awesome.
Which is all good. We live in wondrous times, Lynn.
We do. We live in very bank draining times. Let me tell
you. It's terrible. I know. And we're older, so that means we're closer to death. So we can't enjoy all the stuff we're buying as much as we want to.
But you know, you can't take it with you, so I'm just gonna.
I know, but somebody's gonna have to deal with it at the end of the day.
Yeah, my daughters have no interest in any of this stuff.
And none. Zero.
No.
Well, it was great speaking with you. And everybody go to terror.vision.com.
Terror-vision.
Terror-vision, sorry.
Yep.
And In the Woods. In the Woods?
In the Woods, yeah, it's a great label. Support them. I mean, it's all about physical media, and they're putting some great releases out.
Yeah. And check it out. But it's great to have you here. Thanks for being on the 100th or 1000th show of Robservations. I very much appreciate it. It was great to speak with you, and congratulations on the resuscitation. It's alive of your film. That's amazing.
It's been dug up again.
So
all
good.
Right, thank you, Rob.
All right, thanks for being here, man. Now that was a great story. I love hearing those things, and it just makes me sad that one day I'm going to get you guys free enterprise. But that was a great story, and you know, to not have your negative, Lynn did it right. Now we're going to jump all the way down. We're jumping all the way down. I know we're a little late, but we're jumping all the way down to Argentina. We're going to see an old friend. Andy from Argentina is here. Andy, I'm going to put you in the show. Give me a minute. Give me a second. And I'm going to put you in. And hang on. I'm going to take you out. Make sure I got you the right thing and put you in. And Lauren, don't worry. We're just a little behind, but we're going to get there. You know. Andy, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Hang on. Put you in here. I'm going to blow you up a little bit. And everybody, welcome all the way from Argentina, our old friend Andy, who's been here many times. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the 1000th episode.
How are you, Rob? Can you hear me all right?
I hear you sound good. Good to see you. And welcome. Okay. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on the 1000. It's been a long ride.
It certainly has.
I always tell you that I've been watching your shows since the beginning.
And you
since
truly have.
And I have been watching since I was 35. I'm 44. It's crazy,
dude. That's
and
I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is that it's something that you are used to talking people in the U.S. and people that talk in English because that's their mother language, and you're just talking to a buddy that you can run in the street. But in this case, I'm so far away, and I'm gonna talk about a topic that is related to me being a new Star Trek fan, and it's actually that I wanted to connect two topics. One, the one that we already talked on the email, that is new Star Trek fan versus an OG,
right?
But,
which is great. I love to have that conversation with you, as you know.
Yeah, but I'm going to connect that with a topic that you toggled about a month ago on a Robservation, that you were talking about language.
Yes.
You were talking about how important was language and the use of words. You read a very interesting article. I don't remember the name of the guy that wrote the article, but you were very interested about that topic. And when I was watching that Robservation just a few weeks ago, I was very interested because you were talking about that you regretted that you don't really know some other languages, that you wanted to know other languages and you don't.
Yeah.
And that's maybe one thing that you consider the fault of yours, So I wanted to talk about a connection between that topic to being a new Star Trek fan. Don't worry, I will make the
No, I'm very interested. This is very interesting.
Yeah, so this is my point. I've been on your shows, crazy enough, since 2020.
Right. Yep.
I think I've been on your show more than 20 times. I already lost count. So that's great. But you should know something that at this point you already know. It's not the same when you, and this is about the language topic, all right?
Sure.
It's not the same sometimes you speak with a German, with someone from Sweden, with someone from the Czech Republic, or from Israel, or from Australia, or from Japan. Those countries, well, Australia, yes, but those other countries, English is not the first language, but you assume that English is a proper second language. And when you go to Germany, you go to Japan, you go to Sweden, people know how to speak in English. It's not a rare thing. You know what I mean? It's not a rare thing in those countries. This is my point. I love my country. And I don't want to say something bad about Argentina, but the English level in this country is shit. I mean, nobody really speaks English in Argentina. They know a few words.
Yeah, but Spanish is such a great language.
Yes, but the thing is that when I'm talking to you, and I know I can handle myself in English. It's not like I'm talking like you, but I can handle myself. You know what I'm talking about. And when I'm talking to you, which I know you've been watching Star Trek since 72, 52 years, it's crazy.
Oh my God.
I'm talking to you, and I'm not only talking a new Star Trek fan with such a professional Star Trek fan, if you know. No, I'm not only talking to you, I'm talking with a Spanish head translated into English,
right.
So I can tell you what I think with a limited vocabulary, because I do what I can, you know what I mean? So I could connect those two topics in this way. You mentioned on that Robservation that yes, Spanish is a gender language.
It is a gender language.
Feminine and masculine type of words. It's not the same thing. You have la and L, like in the Batman movie. It's la, not L. Am I the only one who knows the difference between la and L? You know, the penguin talking that. Yeah, L and la. Yeah, la ratalada. No, El ratalada. Okay, whatever. But the thing is that in Argentina and in Spanish-speaking language, we don't use the Latin X stuff. You know,
Nobody
it's
does.
like-
This is a complete. Yeah.
In this place, they start using something around 7 years ago, and then it became almost a joke, which is not. It's not lo or la. It's le. I mean, they use the word e instead of o on a just to make it gender equality. You know what I mean? And at the beginning, they all thought, "All right, that's great. We're being respectful for non-gender people." And then after a few years, they just start using it as a joke because it's not like they are inventing something from their ass. It's not like they are really thinking about something that makes sense. And I actually I have the same opinion of you in that Robservation episode, that I want to be a respectful guy, and I want to respect if somebody wants to be treated some respectful way and tell them the way they wanted to tell them. And I agree with all that. You want to be respectful to people.
Sure.
But you said, I want to be respectful, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. Americans don't even, I'll bet you half the people that want to talk about pronouns in this country and are going to scream and yell at you on TikTok don't even think about the fact that Spanish is a gendered language. The masculine and the feminine they don't think about this. And why? Because they don't care. They only care about what they and this is what is profoundly disturbing to me. A lot of all of this claptrap that we have to listen to, and I do want to be respectful of what I think the idea of people wanting to change the perception and change the status quo is great. But if you're going to start talking about changing language, like turning plurals into singular, like they and them, you're only thinking about English. Right. You're not thinking about the rest of the world. It's like, okay, when you go to Argentina or you go to Spain, I go to Barcelona to go to Sitges, if you're going to sit there and insist on your pronouns, have you thought about how that would work in a foreign country?
Can I tell you one thing about that? When you say they in Spanish, you can say ellos or ellas, you know? They in for masculine and they for feminine. Ellos or ellas, okay? Now, do you know what they say? When I'm saying they, I'm talking the non-gender people who want to invent stuff. They say ellas, which it doesn't exist. You know, they say ellas. They put an E instead of an O on an A so they can make the gender equality. Now, I'm sorry. I want to be respectful. I just think that's dumb. But that's okay. They can invent shit.
But here's the thing. They're not just inventing stuff. They've made something up, and they're expecting other people to accept that, which, by the way, goes against what they want from other people. You know, here's the funny thing is no longer it's one thing when you have people fighting for, you know, all these different groups that have fought for their rights that are they let's call them naturally occurring people of different ethnicities. Like they're living in America, we have a minority of certain people, like Black America. Black Americans were brought over here, most of them during the transatlantic slave trade. There's a 13%. In the entire population of the U.S. is like 13%. They didn't ask to be brought here. Their genetic history is such that they have darker skin. This is something they can't afford. They can't change. They can't change. They didn't make it up. They're not sitting there asking you. What they want is respect for who and what they are, how they were born, which is correct. And any group wants to be women's rights, for instance. I mean, you think about it, people forget women didn't even have the right to vote in this country at the turn of the 20th century. You know, the suffragette movement, Susan B. Anthony, all that stuff. People forget all about that. And there's all these fights. the gay community, Stonewall, all this. They didn't decide to be that way. This was a naturally occurring, they were born this way. But now we have all these people that have created this idea that there's a spectrum of gender and all this. But no one sits there and goes, well, around the world there are a number of languages that are gendered.
7,000.
Yeah, and it's like nobody thinks about this, and
Right.
then they're going in and now they're making up, like, they and them at least are real words. You can change their meanings, but no one changed the spelling. And so someone's going to go to Spain, or you go to a Spanish-speaking country.
Instead of Asios or Asia, they're going to say, no.
Yeah.
Ages.
And somebody looks at, like, we're going to, to me, this is why, that's when stuff isn't real.
Okay, the thing is that at the beginning, it was thought at somebody, okay, yeah, that could make sense because everything was new, in 2017, all those movements, which I agree with all those movements.
Yeah, you want people to be accepted. There's no,
Right.
I want people to feel safe, all people.
Yeah, and the thing is, but when they get that to the extreme and they don't really think about details, and then maybe they think, all right, yeah, because everybody speaking English. No, not everybody.
No.
Because everybody speaks Spanish. No, they don't. You know what I mean? So what I wanted to connect this is that this is the connection of that topic with Star Trek. All right?
I can't wait.
When I speak to you, I'm not haunted because I'm speaking to an American and I'm from Argentina.
Well, I would hope not.
No. Because by this point, we already been talking for half a decade. It's crazy, but it's true. So I'm not nervous for that. I'm nervous because I didn't really know the OG fans of Star Trek. They take that thing, which is okay, so seriously. Then if you make a slight fucking mistake of maybe a last name, or maybe you forgot about this name of this episode, or no, you have the manual that if you read the manual of that, you can say, okay, I'm just starting on this. Yes, I'm 44. I'm very late.
Well,
but at least I'm starting.
But here's the thing. Like, for me, I just love the fact that, and I've been talking about this on the show, there's a lot of people. I mean, the original series is approaching its 60th birthday.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people that, and one of the great joys of my life, I mean, I see more young girls on YouTube as a platform watching and doing reaction videos than men. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's because the male videos don't float on my channel, but because my interests are Star Trek, there's a lot of younger women delving into Star Trek for the very first time. Right. And I find that their reactions to it, they take it at face value. They're not bringing baggage into it. So they're trying to take it seriously. One of my problems with people that go back and try and watch the original Star Trek now is it's very difficult with the advances in technology and the effects, and it's hard for people to
for that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You went in, you have to prepare yourself.
Because I had 5 years of listening to you, so I've by the time I started, so 5 or 7 years I already been listening. So I've listened to you so much, and I want to tell you why. Because I have another something special about me being a fan of yours. That is whenever I watch you interacting with a fan in this show, with this channel that you have, I always find that all those people have a special knowledge in something, either an engineer, and this one has been watching Star Trek for 50 years, and this one's been collects DVDs or Blu-rays, or they are all people who know so much, and I'm the closest to a normie, if you know what I mean. I'm the closest in this channel If you know what I mean with normie, right?
Of course, but Andy, but you're seeking.
Yeah.
You know, I think that all of the people that watch this channel, for whatever reason that they watch this channel, everybody here is a seeker. There's nobody here who would ever condemn you. None of my audience would ever condemn you for being new to something. They're the well, I mean, I'd like to think not, but I think most people are going to welcome you and point you in the direction because I don't know everything. You know, I love
a concern of mine.
Yeah, but it shouldn't. I mean, it shouldn't be. And you know what? You know what I find interesting? I think, and I've always told people that Star Trek doesn't need me to defend it, even though it debuted in 1966. Star Trek speaks for itself. I think great art, great literature, great genre fiction, science fiction, fantasy, and horror material, it speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be defended. History is already past judgment. Now,
continue. Please.
Well, other people can say they don't like it or it's not for them or whatever, but that doesn't mean they're right. History has already proven that it is. There's a reason why Star Trek is still getting made in 2024. I mean, we have to sit through and just. I mean, look, it's not fair to hate something before it's made. I'm a firm believer. But when you hear that there's a Starfleet Academy show and there's a villain. There's a villain in the Starfleet Academy show. I'm like, really? Really? A villain? Why can't it be like the Paper Chase? You know, and the villain is actually Professor Kingsfield, who's the hero of the Paper Chase. You know, he was the great professor that everybody wanted their approval and they wanted to work hard and but no, they have to make a villain because the people that are making Star Trek don't understand that a Starfleet Academy show should be like fucking Dead Poets Society. Or it should be like Fame, or it should be like School Ties, or it should be like all the great Friday fucking Night Lights. One of my favorite TV shows ever. Friday Night Lights is the Star Trek of East Texas football. But they don't get that. They're going to make it like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and they don't fucking know.
So this is it. Actually, this dichotomy, if you could tell it that way, of blending the language topic with the new Star Trek fan versus an old Star Trek fan is that I'm thinking at the same time when we have the members calls, I only have 7 minutes, so I'm running. You know what I mean? So when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about I've been watching Star Trek for maybe a few months, really watching Star Trek, because I've seen the OG series a few years ago, but not the way I'm watching it right now, you know, really concentrated for the second time, watching many videos of our analysis of the episodes. I'm really interesting. I'm not doing for homework because I owe something to you. I'm doing it because I like it. I truly like it, you know.
Of course.
Now, the thing is, at the same time when I'm talking to you, I'm thinking about the language, trying to say what I want to say.
Yep.
Translating everything in my brain, and then watch out, because you have to be respectful to people who know every last detail of every last number of spaceship.
No, I think they would be respectful of the fact that they don't expect you to know as much as them.
That's sometimes when I'm sweating, you know, because I'm saying stuff and I'm thinking at the same time. It's really difficult for me. I don't know if I show it or not, but it's really difficult to me is remember, I wanted to talk about this, but I have to think about the vocabulary and the language and being respectful to all fans. And at the same time, I want to just have a conversation with Rob. You know what I mean? All that at the same time. So that combined with the 7 minutes, I'm really grateful that you who have me on this show, that we could talk a little bit more about this. And I really wanted to be part of the 1,000, because even though I don't have 3,000 Blu-rays and I don't collect, you know, that stuff, and I don't know every novel of Star Trek, I consider myself a fan of this.
Yeah.
I consider myself somebody who maybe in a little way deserve to be in this show, you know, maybe in a little way.
You absolutely do. Come on.
And that's the reason why I wanted to talk about this, because sometimes when I'm running, trying to think about all this stuff at the same time, I remember afterwards when we already talked and I'm offline, oh, I wanted to say that too. And I don't remember because at the same time, I'm thinking about all this shit at the same time. And when you talk with somebody from Pennsylvania or Australia or something, they're not thinking about language. They're just thinking about what they want to say. So
right.
They don't say anything because maybe they already said everything they wanted to say. You know what I mean?
It's true.
It's difficult. I can handle myself in English, but talking about a topic that you really need to be respectful and you know, Star Trek is a very serious, because Star Trek changed the space program. I mean, it's crazy. I mean,
this first space shuttle, the first space shuttle was rechristened Enterprise.
And I know that I'm watching analysis videos about stuff that maybe people like you already know for 50 years. I know that. But the thing is that that's really interesting, you know.
Yes.
So I've been watching, to give you a perspective of me watching Star Trek, I've been watching, so first the OG series, then I went through all the OG movies, then I went to TNG, which I freaking loved, you know. TNG is one of my favorite shows of all my life. So TNG I loved, and then I watched the TNG movies, which I don't love that much.
Yeah, I know. It's a topic.
And then, although Tom Hardy is in Nemesis, but whatever. So after that, I went back and said, "Well, what do I do now? Deep Space Nine and Voyager?" And I said, "No. I need to go back to the OG, because when I watched it, I didn't pay that much attention. So I went back and I started the OG. And then on the second watch, I start picking up more things.
Yeah.
And more things. And then, I remember that's very interesting. I didn't thought about that the last time. And then when I finished the OG series, because I already finished the second watching for that, I said, I need to get into the Deep Space Nine. But then I said, I need to watch the first season of TNG, just the first season, because there's some things there on one of the fourth seasons, maybe with the seventh season of TNG, the first one, that I wasn't sure it was that bad compared to season 2, 3, 4, you know? And who am I kidding? I'm not going to stop when the first season stopped. I'm going to keep watching until it ends, you know, because I want to see Measure of a Man and all those great shows again.
Yep.
You know, but after that, maybe, yes, I need to get into the Deep Space. Now, here's my questions to you, sir. When you watched Deep Space Nine for the first time, and Deep Space Nine was already beginning when TNG was on the last season, right?
It was 93, January of 93.
What was your thought about maybe making a respectful comparison between TNG and Deep Space Nine? People who think about Picard, such a legend, apart from Kirk, and then you toggle into the Deep Space Nine. What's your general overall opinion of Deep Space Nine compared?
Well, okay. Obviously, I mean, in hindsight, what Deep Space Nine became was amazing. Like seasons 4, 5, 6, and 7 of Deep Space Nine are amazing. But they when Deep Space Nine wasn't originally as successful as they'd hoped, it didn't catch on.
So it was great, but it needed to have great ratings.
Yeah, it didn't, and people didn't like the fact that it wasn't on a starship. But I recognized. I mean, I think about the first season of Deep Space Nine. There's some really great episodes, and the end of the first season, the last 2 episodes, Duet and In the Hands of the Prophets. I was blown away by those episodes. And there's other episodes like Dax was a really interesting episode. Odo's History, for instance. There's some good stuff there, but the problem was I thought Deep Space Nine was, for lack of a better word, flat. it was flat because you didn't go somewhere new every week. There weren't these
You were stuck there.
You were in Deep Space Nine and you were on Bajor, and sometimes you would see Cardassian. So there was a flatness to it.
So you were not exploring the space inside of new worlds.
But I liked the characters because they felt adult, and the whole celestial temple, and I liked the religious aspects and the political aspects. In season 2, when they opened with the 3-parter with Frank Langella, and like I thought it was really it started to get interesting. For me, it was more interesting as just a science fiction show. It was hard for me to reconcile it, but by the time and I would say, like, I love the pilot. I loved Emissary. I thought Emissary, it might be my favorite. I mean, the original series is different, but of the Berman era Treks, of Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Enterprise, and Voyager, I think Emissary is my favorite of the 4 pilots. And then by the time you get into the episodes, by the time you're in the 4th season with Way of the Warrior, and then the By Inferno's Light and in Purgatory's Shadow, and what goes on in Deep Space Nine, the show is so elevated. The level of it is so adult, call it that, and what it was dealing with. But when it first started, I knew I liked it better. It was more even than the first season of TNG. TNG was all over the place. I mean, in TNG, you had really great episodes, and then all this goofiness, ugly bags of mostly water and home soil, but yeah, I mean, I liked it. But listen, man, I gotta let you go because I got 2 more people before I have to get to the end of the stream before it cuts off, and then start a new stream.
Too bad you couldn't come to Argentina, man. Too bad.
I know, but one day I'm going to get down there. I'm going to get down there. I will. And it played at the festival, so it's all good. But Andy, thank you for being here, and thank you for being a part of the show.
Thank you for having me on the show, man. Thank you very much, and congratulations on saying anything, all right?
Oh, thank you so much, and thanks for being around and sticking around for these late night sessions. It's good to have you here. Always good to see you.
Thank you, man.
All right, Andy. All the way from Argentina. Andy from Argentina is here. Now we got 2 more people before I have to end this stream. By the way, we are almost at 7 o'clock, which puts us at 11 hours in. It does not feel like I have been on this show for 11 hours. I find that to be insane to me. Now we've got. I don't know if it's Lauren. Lauren. We'll find out. Lauren, is it Lauren? Lauren, I'm bringing Lauren on. We have 2 more people in this section, and Lauren is coming in, so this will be great to have him for this episode. And I just have to fix it so I can see you and put you in, but I can hear music in the background. Oh, hopefully. Oh, okay. You're at Ford. Maybe no one will hear it. We'll talk. Lauren, all the way from Ford Field, you are in the 1000th episode of Robservations. How are you, sir?
I am doing fantastic. How are you?
I mean, 11 hours in. If you told me I've been broadcasting for 11 hours, I would have said you're crazy.
Right.
But here, what are you doing at Ford Field?
Yeah, so, of course, Ford Field is the home of the 11-1 Detroit Lions. We all know that. This is our, Rob, let me tell you, I know you're a Seattle fan. This is our only opportunity to be excited about this football team. You know, last year we didn't know if this was going to be something they could continue. And this year they've been the best team in the NFL. It's been crazy.
You guys have been killing it. I mean, you know, it's a new year for Seattle, new coach, new everything, and they're
usually kick our ass.
They're hanging in there. Seattle's hanging in there. We'll see, but they're not doing what you're doing. So
no, that's true. So the reason I'm at Ford Field is that tonight we just concluded the Michigan High School Football Championships.
That's cool.
So, yeah, it is cool. So they're actually, the final team is getting their trophy on the field right now. As we speak, we're at the top of the arena, right here, or the stadium, I should say.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that's what's happening right now. They just ended. One of the local teams here, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, just won their.
That's amazing. Now, do you work in the sport?
Yeah, so I have a company called State Champs, which is a high school sports network. We've been on for like 22 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's been pretty amazing, considering I've only lived here about 24, because I grew up in LA.
Wow. Okay. So, where in LA did you grow up?
So I grew up on Robertson and National, West LA.
Oh, I do you know Robertson and National? That's where the A1 Globe building was. Or
correct. So I was right down the street where the car wash was. Do you remember the Robertson car wash?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
That was my street, 25th Street. Yeah.
The A1 Globe building was the first. I mean, on that corner, you know that was.
Yeah.
That was. Yeah, that was where Nightmare on Elm Street 5 was shooting inside of that building. And that's when I worked on Leatherface. I had to go to that building to pick up what was left and haul it up to the Leatherface sets. Boy, that was 35 years ago.
I know.
But they shot so much stuff because they had you could drive up on the roof and park on the roof and then get down. But that was that on Robertson when you get on the freeway on-ramp.
Yeah. No,
wow. Yes.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. And when you talk about the fact that the house that I grew up in, I could never afford again. Yeah. So the house, I'll just give you a quick thing. My parents paid $10,500 for the house in 1957. Okay. This is a 1929 Spanish style 3-bedroom house. We added on like one room. My parents sold it before the bubble in 1995 for $255,000. They actually upgraded to a home in Cheviot Hills that they got for $500, which was a great deal at the time. Right?
Yeah.
5 years later, it's worth like $750,000, and if you look at it today, $1.2 million. Same house.
Yeah, it's the same with ours, and I'm like, I can't even. And it's interesting. Like I don't like my mom. I mean, she moved into a townhouse that wasn't that expensive. But I look at now. When my grandparents passed away, they had 2 houses, one in Palm Springs and one in Madison Park in Seattle. I begged my mother. I said, "Do not sell these. Don't." And I did. She was the executive of the estate. She's like, "I don't want to deal with it." I'm like, "Okay, this is generational wealth. Madison Park. Please do not sell these. Please don't do it." And I had no power. And I'm like, "Mom, I'll administer. I'll look over the house in Palm Springs, and even that is worth 4 times it was back in 2008.
So here we are.
Talking on YouTube. It's all good.
Exactly. I got nothing from those days. Moved to Michigan in '99. So. How
do you like it there? I mean, that's a big transition in terms of location.
100%. You know what? I love it. Growing up in LA, was so unique, especially my birthday's in February, so we go to the beach on my birthday in LA, and here obviously it's bitter cold in the middle.
Right.
But I'm a hockey guy. I'm a hockey player, so I love that. There's a rink on almost every corner. It seems like so.
Yeah. Well, it's a different world. I mean, it's and I like the fact. I grew up in Seattle, so it was cold, and raining.
I went to Seattle a lot as a kid.
Yeah, I mean, I loved growing up there. I loved Seattle. I don't think I would like very much. I mean, downtown Seattle it's like an alien planet compared to because the influx of tech apartments that cost $5,000 a month. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I get it. I get how the economics of regions change based on technology and all that, but it's not the same. It's not the same place at all. And I know I'm older, so I'd see it much differently, but.
Yeah, I'm 54, so you and I are close in age.
We would have been in high school together.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's crazy, and I swear if we would have met, anyway, we would have probably been bros. But I can tell you this: that the LA I grew up in obviously does not exist anymore.
Right.
It was a normal. I mean, you were there in the '80s, so you kind of saw it.
The late '80s.
Normal, cool place.
It was so much fun. Oh my God.
It wasn't like crazy expensive. You could have an apartment. I had an apartment in Palms. I had a house in Culver City that I rented with my buds.
Yep.
And it was cheap.
I really regret not trying to buy a condominium.
Yeah.
You know, renting apartments. If I had known then, I would have like saved up $10,000 to put a down payment on something in like 1990. You know, but you're not thinking that when you're like, let's go party, dude. Let's go to Vegas. Bob Stupak's Vegas World.
4.5 hours, you were there.
It was great.
It's like the movie Swingers. It's like 10 o'clock, and they're like, let's go to Vegas.
Oh, there was like Bob Stupak, when he bought what was going to be the Stratosphere, it became the Stratosphere. You could go to Vegas, and you could go there, and you would go into like, if you had a room, they would give you $200, or like they gave you $500 in money to start with. Yeah. And what you do, you'd split it. You put $250 on red and $250 on black. It wasn't real money, but they had to pay your winnings in real money. Right. So, you know, you would double your money. No one's going to hit green. And there was like 4 of you, and you each have the same deal, and you get your $500 in cash or whatever it was, you know, because you'd win and they'd pay you by the winnings, and you all had $500 free dollars. And we would stay for the weekend, and it was insane.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone.
Yeah. You can buy your drugs with that money.
Oh, you could do whatever you want. And they're like, there's 4 of you, and you got $2,000, and you go to each casino. This casino has free hot dogs, and that casino has this, and you just go down the strip, and you wouldn't spend any money, and you pocket it and come home with more money than you and you could even gamble as long as you didn't, you know. It was just a different world.
It was totally different, and you know, here we are in the world we live in today. But
it's good. It's fine.
We're doing it. So, you know, I'll tell you what, I've been watching you for a long time, following it, and, you know, love the content, you know, way back in the campy days. And then once you went on doing this thing. So yeah, I've always considered myself an imagination connoisseur.
As you should.
From day one. So, and it's interesting, you know, my parents were very active in making that kind of happen for me. So, you know, 2 years old, they took me to see Mary Poppins at the drive-in, you know, 1972.
Still one of the I have no problem admitting Mary Poppins is one of the great fantasy films ever made.
Right.
I love Mary Poppins.
Yeah, and
great.
So apparently I did too. And I was glued to the screen. Usually I'm running around all over the place. So my mom was like, "Oh boy, I think we found something that might keep his interest at least for a little while." Right.
Right.
And then my father, we shared this thing. You know, he passed away, you know, 25 years ago. But when we were young, he took me to the movies every weekend, man, every Friday. And in LA, for those who were in that kind of Culver City area, we had the Maralta.
Yep.
We had the Culver Theater, of course, and we had the Palms Theater.
Yep.
And those were kind of our 3 that we always hit. And then we'd hit the Pickwood, you know, every once in a while, so we didn't have to go all the way into Westwood, you know.
You went there for the big screens, like the National and the Village and the Bruin and all that.
Right. Every once in a while, of course, your favorite, we go to the Cinerama Dome when we could, you know, and hit that up. But it was such a magical time. And I remember one of the things I wrote in my email was, my parent, and again, we saw hundreds of movies, mostly with my father. My mom went along once in a while, but she was most of the time. I had 2 older sisters, and she was occupied with them.
Sure.
And but in 1976, the only movie they ever literally picked me up and took me out of was The Marathon Man.
Is it safe?
Yes, exactly. And it was weird, and it's so imprinted in my mind.
I love that they took you there in the first place.
I know, and I don't think they had a clue.
Nah, why would you? It's called Marathon Man. It's about a guy who's running.
Yeah,
Dustin Hoffman's in it. It's all good.
Laurence Olivier. I mean, come on, there can't be something going wrong.
Still, you never went to the dentist again.
Yeah, exactly. I certainly never saw. I don't even know if they stuck around for that, you know, dentist scene to even happen. I think they felt it was just too. I was 6.
No. I just love that parents would take kids to movies like that.
Oh, I know, and it was crazy. But you know what? Just in general, I think I rewatched it just recently, and it holds up. It's an interesting.
It's a great movie.
I mean, talks about that movie.
No, a lot of those 70s movies. I mean, Marathon Man's one of the great. You know, it is one of the 3 Days of the Condor and Marathon Man. Those things are. It's funny because those movies, when you look at those kinds of films, they were just so adult. You know, you're watching those movies, and it feels like you're watching, even now, as old as I am, when I'm watching movies like that, I feel like everybody in it's older and more mature than I am, because basically they are. Yeah. It's a lot of fun to go back. I mean, I'm a huge fan of movies of the 70s. They totally shaped my life, and
me too.
And and you go back and you watch those. We don't really have that anymore. No. I mean, things changed. The 80s, everything got really fantastical. I mean, I think the end of the 70s, I've always thought that it's funny because for action movies, there are two movies that I think ended the 70s for me. One is The Verdict with Paul Newman, and the other is actually Blue Thunder. John Babs, because you've got the cop conspiracy thriller, and then you've got the 80s action film where there's F-15s flying around downtown LA trying to shoot down Roy Scheider. So it's the perfect confluence of it's the end of the 70s, even though it's 83, and the beginning of the 80s. So The Verdict, which was 82, and Blue Thunder was like the end of the era that I mean, I think about 70s movies like The Parallax View that I love, the Alan Pakula, Warren Beatty, which is the basis of the X-Files, you know, and it's funny because kids today, how come you don't watch The Parallax View? Why aren't you watching Marathon Man? It's like, but they should. They never would. And you know why they wouldn't? Because they seem like, if I was like 16, if I was a movie fan today, and I was watching and someone's like, you stumble, it would seem like you're watching a movie about your grandparents. Like even if you're watching beautiful Warren Beatty in The Parallax View, it's like that guy's like my dad's friend. You don't think those people look so much older? They don't look like Brad Pitt at 55 and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or whatever looks like he's 25. Right. And so when I tried to get people to go back and watch, like younger people, you got to watch this movie. They're like, all of these people are, Wilford Brimley was 50 in Cocoon.
Right.
In Cocoon. That means he was younger than me in Cocoon.
Dude, it was crazy. They aged a lot faster back then is all I can say.
Cigarettes, bad food,
Drinking, whatever. They lived every day of their life.
Of course, we believe like we're young whippersnappers. Like I look like I'm 26.
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And the interesting thing is the tie-in Blue Thunder and Marathon Man. The other thing I wanted to say is I don't think Roy Scheider actually gets enough credit as an actor and for his career. Because you look at it, 55 films, right, that he did. And when you talk about just the 70s itself, let alone the 80s and 90s, he was a guy that I loved every time he had a movie come out. I had to go see it.
No, I mean, Roy, you look at even movies like Frankenheimer's 52 Pickup that he's in with and Margaret but Roy, I mean, all that jazz, one of my favorite movies, but Jaws, of course. And the guy was a great actor. He's in a great movie called Romeo is Bleeding that stars Lena Olin, Gary Oldman. He plays he's so good in that movie. 2010. Roy Scheider was the fucking man for like 30 years, that guy. He was the great second fiddle. Then he was a great leading man. But you know what's interesting? Like you say, he's one of the great actors. But because, he is the heart and soul of Jaws. Sheriff Brody is the fucking man. And he's a total leading actor. But, he wasn't. To me, what I loved about him, and I love this about movies of the 70s, is people in movies now are way too good looking. The movies change, even movies about kids. I always go back, people laugh at me, but I always talk about how Jaws 2 is like the teenagers in Jaws 2, like even the hot girl is like naturally beautiful. She's not too hot, Ann Dusenberry. Right. She's pretty, but she looks like she's real pretty. Like she's a realistic human being. And all the
I got a shot, maybe.
Yeah, everybody had a shot, and there wasn't. And by the time you get into the 90s, like I always talk about the movie She's All That with Rachel Lee Cook, and she's supposed to be like the ugly wallflower, and she was wearing a one piece. You're like, that girl's hot as fuck. And you're like, what? I mean, now I'm a dirty old man saying it, but she's probably half, whatever. But it's like, there's no way that I believe that she's not. Or one of my favorites in the mid 80s, C. Thomas Howell was in a movie called Secret Admirer.
love that movie.
Secret Admirer, it's a great movie. But Lori Loughlin is like the best friend that she'll do all she wants you to do is kiss her. She'll do anything for you, and he's more interested in John Travolta's soon-to-be wife.
Yeah,
it's
what
like,
about Some Kind of Wonderful? You've talked about that.
Dude, Watts is the greatest. Come on. I mean, she's drumming to propaganda at the beginning of that movie. What?
Yeah, or even like Boof in Teen Wolf.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? What is he doing?
It was such a weird thing to have these movies where the guys had these girl best friends that are clearly the hottest, most attractive girls in the film, and they're always going after these ridiculous fantasy characters. What was that about, man? I was like, why didn't that happen to me? I would have known Watts was the girl. I mean, come on. She could play my drums whenever she wanted to.
Definitely. And the fact that she's a drummer makes her even more cool.
I know. And you're sitting there like, you don't get it?
Dude.
I mean, you have a girl that's following you around from school every single day. I'd say put her some use. Come on, let's go.
Oh, 100%.
But you know what? Some Kind of Wonderful ended the way that Pretty in Pink should have ended. You know, that was the right move. Some Kind of Wonderful was the apology movie.
Yeah, for sure.
When the romance, when he wound up with Watts, Eric Stoltz was good for you, Eric Stoltz.
100%. He made
I shot behind the scenes footage of a movie that Leah Thompson directed called The Year of Spectacular Men, and I got to meet Howard Deutsch because they're married. And I was filming Howard Deutsch. I did an interview with him on set, and he was just hanging out. And I'm like, dude, I got to talk to you about Some Kind of Wonderful. And he was like, really? I go, I love that movie. I think it's great. And I mean, it's everything about that movie is great. I love everything about it. And
it's such an 80s movie.
Totally.
Yeah, I know, and that was our era, and it'll never be again. You know, speaking of Jaws 2, was the first scary movie I actually went to because I was too young for Jaws 1. I was only 5. You know, there's no way I was going to Exorcist.
Yeah, me too. But that was 78. It's like 3 years later.
So my sister took me to Jaws 2. You know, scared the shit out of me for sure. But you know, as a 7-8-year-old, whatever it was. And then 2 years later, another Back to the Scheider verse, right? 2 years later, do you remember something called On TV?
Oh, yeah.
On TV.
Early cable. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So my dad springs for it. I want to say it was like in Christmas or something. And he, you know, it's just a box and you just turn it to on. That was it at like 5 o'clock.
Yep.
Turn it to on. Well, All That Jazz was the first guidebook, and he's on the cover there.
Yeah.
So
doing the whole
yeah, exactly. And that was, just what just wrapped it all for me for words. He made me want to smoke. You know, he was so cool the way he did it.
Yeah, he smoked in the shower.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he'd take out his damp cigarette and look at it, throw it away.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So.
Listen, man, I've got one more person here, but I want to thank you for being here on the 1000th show.
Yes, I'm going to come on again for sure.
Whenever you want.
Because I got some other stuff I want to talk to you about. Because I do want to have a conversation about Army of Darkness,
which I worked on.
I know you did.
I worked on Army of Darkness.
We got to talk about that.
Oh yeah,
some other time.
The entire summer I worked on Army of Darkness. It was a long summer. Along with Sleepwalkers.
I have thoughts. I want your thoughts.
Oh, I'll give them to you. I have thoughts.
All right.
I have thoughts. Well, listen, it was great to have you here. Lauren, very nice to meet you. And thanks for coming on the 1000th show.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, man. And now we have another treat. We have a real treat on this show. Kevin, thanks. You're here. Thanks for coming on, man. So you've been here before. We have somebody that has another YouTube channel, a good friend of mine, a man I adore, and this is Kevin, the comic doctor. And I don't mean like he's a stand-up comedian, although something makes me think that he probably could be, if he wanted to be. He could probably be a stand-up comic. He's got kids. He's a teacher. You got to be fucking funny to work in that profession for as long as he has. Yeah, and especially in Canada, like woke, weird Canada now. Come on, you guys are crazy up there. What's I can't wait to. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Welcome, welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rob. I just want to say congratulations. I'm sure everybody else has too, but 1,000 episodes. You made it.
Don't even. Yeah,
you made it.
I don't know what that means in the long run, but hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I'm very, 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 very happy to be here. Oh my gosh, I looked over. My screen is so big.
I just hang on. You're not totally big. I just did that.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm putting you in so you won't be. I just made you that big. I apologize. So you're going to be the last person on this part 1 of this show.
Okay. All right.
And I only have until 8. I have to at some point I have to get off, have some food, and feed the dogs before 8 o'clock to start the new stream. But here you are.
Dogs, because otherwise
I'm putting you full frame. There you go. Look at that. Come on.
Look, I know. Holy jeez.
So you have come on the show. I mean, I got to meet you through YouTube. You know, you've been to our house. You got bit by Sebastian.
That's right.
You didn't sue me either.
Not yet, but I've seen all the videos of your dogs. You're so sweet, and you have all these puppies, and they're lovely. I'm thinking, I was actually really, really excited to meet them until Sebastian.
Sebastian's a little new. He's a little unsocialized, but it got a little crazy. He's very territorial, But now that I'm getting him out of the house, he's a little better now.
That's good. That happens.
So,
These things happen.
by the way, your camera looks great. You look good. Look at this. You get the technology.
Thank John Campia for that. I just bought the exact same stuff he had.
Well, he's done a good job.
Yeah.
I should listen to John.
Pardon me?
I should listen to John and take his advice.
Yeah, well, should you though? I don't know. We'll see.
I should. Why not?
Go do your own thing, right? That's all right. No, the camera is good, but like you said, I met you here on YouTube about how many years ago? 3, 4
Yeah,
years
maybe.
ago?
Yeah.
Man, oh man. And I think I came on here because I was like, let's give some things away. I want to give stuff away.
We did. And by the way, unlike me, when you give something away, you actually send it.
I do. And I put a little note from Kevin and Rob.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
I always do. But I want to keep up with that tradition. That's why when I knew you were doing the 1,000th show, I said, I got to find some books. Now, these books are not worth millions of dollars. But
yeah, but they're cool. They're slabbed.
They're cool.
Yeah.
The first one I brought tonight is, and I'm looking around, like I have 2 shops. Like tomorrow, I'm exhausted right now. I've been at the shop since 1 this afternoon, getting ready for tomorrow's Black Friday. Saturday.
Dude, I'm 11 hours and 21 minutes into this stream.
Yeah, I was actually still teaching this morning, and I saw you getting started.
I can't believe that I've been doing this. This has been on. It doesn't seem like it's been 11 hours.
You can talk. You can talk, Rob.
It's been wild.
It's all right. It's all right. It's good. It's fun. I was catching, like I said, I was coming on. I was catching different segments here, a bit of politics and then movies. And, it's fun. It's interesting hearing everybody's take on different things. That's why we all love your show so much.
It's been pretty cool. Although I noticed that the live stream is way behind.
Yeah, I'm watching it on my monitor over here, and I do see that it's a little bit behind.
It's like 20 minutes behind.
20 minutes behind?
It looks I mean, it looks that way.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, yeah,
they're making sure everything's copacetic because if anything goes wrong, they can edit it out before it hits the air.
It's true. It's totally true.
Here, let me show you these. I know you got to get going. Let me show you these comics. I'm so tired right now, Rob. You're gonna have to come up with a skill testing question, or questions, or whatever you want to do, or just give them or just take them yourself. I don't.
Well, I think that we're so far behind on the stream that I don't think that there's people like if you hold them up like they're not caught up to us.
That is true.
So or maybe they are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question.
I have my monitor on this side here, and right now, it's about 35 seconds.
Oh, that's all. So you're on the scene. You're seeing yourself.
Yeah, I've got another. I'm muted.
Oh, okay, good. So people are seeing. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. My camera does look good, actually. Yeah, looks quite good. 1,000 episodes.
Yeah.
Detective Comics 1,000.
Wow, look at that. And that's a 9.4.
It's a 9.4. Again, in modern books, you really want the 9.8, 9.9.
Of course, but that's not that modern.
Well, what is it? It's 2019.
Oh, that's oh, okay. I thought that is modern. Okay.
It's made to look like
it looks vintage. Sure.
Yeah, look what's on the back, right?
Oh, but it's still a cool book.
Very cool. I saw it. I have a shop called the Comic Loft. My buddy who's a presser with me, he took that over, and he's got all kinds of slabs. So I went and looked. I'll give him some business. I'm looking around, and I said, "Oh, 1,000? Got to take the 1,000."
Yeah, the 1,000. That's great. I love it.
So that's the first one, and so we'll give that's the Joker on there. That's pretty sick.
It's really cool. Yeah, look at that.
So there's that one, and then these you can give out together maybe, because they're not super valuable books, but they're kind of cool, and only because you are a big Moon Knight fan,
dude. Not only, I mean, I already showed one figure, but it's like, come on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
yeah.
I love the one on your right hand there. That's the suited one. Oh yeah.
I'm a huge Moon Knight fan, and this Hot Toy figure. This is one of the figures of the year. The posable cape and everything. I love.
God, Hot Toys. I never went down that road for a good reason. I'm trying to sell all my Sideshow statues now because they're too damn big.
They're too damn big.
They're too big. So they got to go. And then maybe once they all go, maybe I'll start buying some smaller ones. We'll see. But yeah, and look at my awful backdrop here. Nothing fun. Like you have this fun stuff in your room and your observatory.
It's true.
Yeah, I just got boxes and machines. Terrible. Anyways, let's keep on that on the Moon Knight motif. We got a Moon Knight #1. Again, low grade, not a very valuable book, and a 5.0.
Yeah, but I got one of these. I want you to press for me because I mean it's the first issue of the Doug Sienkiewicz Moon Knight. That looks better than a 5.0. What's wrong with that book?
It does look. There is some water damage in the back that we cleaned up, but because of that, it got a 5. But this one's kind of cool. It is signed by Bill Sienkiewicz on the first page. So that's
you gotta love it.
And to go along with that, I was looking for Moon Knight. I grabbed this one here.
That's a great cover. Werewolf by Night.
Yeah, it's sick. One of my favorites from 1981. So those two we'll give out together because they're a nice little pair.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there you go. And this one here, 9.0. This one actually, during the comic book craze about 2 years ago, this is going for some pretty big bucks. It's all great time to buy comics, guys. The prices are really
Yeah.
So there you go. So we'll give those out any way you like. You can do a draw.
I got one. We got to do it with trivia questions.
All right. Now my live chat's not working. I'm going to move this one over to see what's going on here.
So I have to see. Someone's got to Darth Plato. He's one of our moderators. Darth Plato. Somebody can look for this because I'm gonna. Here's the question that I'm gonna ask. Here's the trivia question.
Make it hard.
In the first, actually, if I say the issues, people can look it up. But there is a character. Call him the anti-Moon Knight. A big character in the first 30 issues of Moon Knight in a special double-sized issue of Moon Knight, who ends up disgracing Moon Knight, and he's running for mayor. He might almost become the mayor of the city, but he is the anti-Moon Knight. He has an alter ego that runs around the city, basically running the crime. What is the name of that character? What is the name of the anti-Moon Knight?
We've got a couple of. I'll let.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Rick Alfonso, I think, got it.
Bushman?
No, Bushman is nope. Bushman was who Moon Knight worked with. The anti-Moon Knight is in fact Black Spectre in in issue 25, double issue.
Hap Dolok said Midnight.
Nope. No, Black Spectre is the correct answer.
So okay, he got it then.
Yeah, he got it.
All right. So the 2 Moon Knight books.
The 2 Moon Knight books go to Black Spectre. And by the way, Kevin gets those books out. He'll send them to you.
I should have said Americans only. I don't want to send these to Ireland. One time you had a guy in Ireland. That wasn't cheap.
I apologize for that.
All right. And it took forever to get there, too, but it got there. He took me a picture after all the
smile
on his face. So hopefully, Rick Alfonso is from either Canada or the United States. All right. So those 2 are for him.
Those 2 are, and then we got the episode issue 1000.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love
1000.
So you got a Batman question, a Joker question? Or
I was thinking about a Joker question. I have a question, but I have to consult.
Google?
Yeah. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. So, can you name? Oh, that's a bad question. That was a bad question. All right, here's a question. Here's the question for the Joker, for the issue 1000 of Detective Comics. What is the title?
Can Rick win this as well if he gets it? Or no?
Sure, why not? Why not?
All right, Rick, hey, you can win a 3rd book.
What is the title of the first episode that Cesar Romero's Joker appears in the Batman television series? The name of the first episode.
Who can Google the fastest? Now let's see what happens here.
We'll see.
Did you know this ahead of time yourself?
I did.
Of course. Okay.
I did. I don't see anything. Let's hope I don't miss it. Unless it hasn't caught up yet, which is very possible. It's very possible.
What was the main topic of conversation today, Rob? Was there
it was all over. Oh, Donnie Das 54 gets it.
The Joker is
the
wild.
Joker is wild.
Nice.
Cesar Romero's debut as the Joker, and it was first telecast. It was the 5th episode. I didn't think it was, I thought it was earlier than that. But the 5th episode, the Joker is wild.
Congratulations.
So there you go.
So, gentlemen who won, then all you need to do to get these books is you need to send me your pertinence, your address, your email, your phone number, all that, and you want to email that to info@thecomicdoctor.com, DOCTOR.com. You go to my website, thecomicdoctor.com, and you can find my contact information there. Once I get that, I'll probably send them out next week.
All right.
So, congratulations.
Now, Kevin, where can people, you just said where people can find you? So that was fun. Thanks for coming on the show and doing that.
No problem, Rob. I always love coming on here. You know what? I don't listen to anybody as much anymore. No time in the day. Not enough time in the day. But I
know.
Catch your episodes. And they're always in the backdrop. I listen to all your great discussions. Your almost like your online essays are fantastic.
Oh, well, thank you. I can't believe I'm still doing this, but yeah, it's fun. This show has been like the fastest show ever. I didn't know if this show was to be honest, I was dreading this show. I was dreading doing this. I'm like, are people going to care? Are people going to like this show? Like, I don't know.
So it's like a telethon. It's like
it's wild. It is a wild show. It has been a wild show. So I have to love it. And I want to thank you for coming on and contributing to the show. So what's going to happen now, I have to end this stream. This stream will be cut off in 17 minutes anyway. Again, I've been broadcasting for 11 hours and 33 minutes, which I cannot believe, which is crazy.
You're probably thinking, what was I thinking doing this?
Just like, no, it's fun. I mean, who does 1,000-minute? Now, I do have to transfer over. Part 1 And people are like, well, wouldn't part 2 be your 1001 show? I'm like, yeah, no, it doesn't count.
Right.
It's the same show. It's not a new topic. It's the same thing. It's not my fault YouTube won't let me go longer than 12 hours.
So 12 hours. Oh my God. Okay. So when is this going to actually end for you then?
About 2 a.m.
2 a.m. your time.
Yeah. So we've got 8 o'clock. I still have 6 more hours.
So you can have you got food there, you know?
I got to go get some food. It's about 16 hours and 40 minutes is about 1,000 minutes.
Wow. Any other big guests coming on?
Well, we're doing a Midnight Metal episode. We're doing Midnight Metal starting at 10. Dave Parker's coming on. And,
cool.
It'll probably get a little loosey-goosey. But you know.
And the whiskey might come out that not later on today.
I don't have... This was all the booze I had. I didn't go get liquored up for this show. I didn't. I have to do another YouTube show on another channel tomorrow. I'm going on. But, yeah. So... I have to go feed the dogs. The dogs are barking, and I'll be back at 8 o'clock in 25 minutes. I have a 25-minute break.
That's it. All right, Rob. Again, congratulations. And all you two guys that won, make sure to contact me so I can get these out to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I want to thank you very much for doing that. It's always fun to have you give away stuff here on the channel, Kevin. And what is not... Oh, I did that again. I made what I meant to do was do this and show you close up. By the way, how are things in Canada? I love Canadian politics. By the way, nothing gives me more joy than watching Pierre. What's his name? He is hilarious. I mean,
yeah, he's great.
He just fucks with people. I love it. You know, I don't know much about him politically. But I mean, he just gets in your face. I
tell you, it's weird. I don't think. I don't want to start talking about politics. We've been talking another 2 hours. But I mean, he's conservative. He's our he's a Republican counterpart, I guess you could say. But I'm watching your politics, which is a lot of fun too, obviously.
Yes.
And everybody that's surrounded with Trump, they're all ex-Democrats. Like they're all liberals.
Right.
Which I find, so I think it's going to bring everything back to the middle, which I'm hoping. And I hope that kind of.
I hope so too. I mean, cooler heads must prevail. So let's hope that the world. Look, what I want from the Trump administration is true disclosure. If there are UAPs, whether they're aliens, whether they're multidimensional beings, bring them on. Come on, let's start talking to our extraterrestrial or interdimensional or from the future. Don't care. I just want to start talking to those overlords. If they can turn off nuclear weapons from a distance, who knows what they can do for movies and TV and all kinds of things.
Can you imagine? That'd be kind of. But if any president is to do that, to divulge all that, it's going to be probably Donald Trump.
I know,
right?
And he'll just come out. Well, yes. Yeah. There's. I mean, bring it on. That's what I want.
Well, the fact that he hasn't done it yet makes me think there is no information.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm tired of these congressional hearings. Well, we have to have a look. Just admit it. If there's something to tell us, why it's gone on for too long. There's only so much time where you can. Now I want to see what's going on. Well, listen, I'm going to go gargle with something, because I still got a long haul. I've still got, another at least 6 hours, and
I'll be waking up and getting ready to go to the shop for my Black Friday Saturday event. Going.
Well, there you go. Well, Kevin, thanks for coming.
You got it, my
friend. And I will let you go, but thanks for coming on, and thanks for giving the giveaways. That was awesome.
No problem.
And very much appreciate it. And say hi to your family for me, your son as well.
Yeah, Jack was going to come in and say hi, but he was, pricing stuff at the shop for me, and he's hiding now because I made him work for like.
Oh well, tell him hello for me.
I will. And you'll see us again in San Diego.
Yes, we will.
2025.
All right, man. I'll see you later.
Take care. All the best.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, I have to say that if you had asked me, actually, I'm having so much fun doing this. The next guest is Carl from the Pacific Northwest. I have to turn off this broadcast stream. Everything is going to stay here. Carl, you can stay in here, but I have to end this stream And everybody, if you want to continue on with the 1000th episode of Robservations, you have to move over to the part 2 stream. So go ahead and do that. I might start a little late. I don't know. But I want to thank all of you for being here. And let's go over to Robservations 1000 part 2. Oh my God.